"It won't do, boys, finish it quickly." It seems he's not alone, as he directed his voice towards his subordinates. Then, crack crack, with a chilling sound of air splitting, it felt like an earthquake was happening above. Probably arrows. Since he mentioned burning, maybe fire arrows. They're well prepared. They couldn't do this unless they were certain I was here from the start. I quickly scanned my surroundings. Even though they don't know I'm not in the house but in the basement, it's only a matter of time before they find out once the hut collapses. I need something to respond with before that happens. Weaving, I began to encase all the objects I could see around me into the workshop. Each time I was able to confirm the structure of the objects. If it's a noble family's annex, it must definitely have it. While searching desperately, I found a bookshelf. Button installed under a few books on the shelf and the magic stream that followed behind it. I approached the bookshelf and pressed down the books towards where the mana flowed. Then the bookshelf slid aside, revealing a passage big enough for one person. I found it, the escape route. If only I could escape through here, young master. We didn't come here for nothing. We brought a present. What is he talking about? Just as I was about to ignore him and move towards the escape route, we have a child with us. That's when my feet stopped. I twisted my eyes in unbearable displeasure. This child we will throw into that house from now on. He will burn well, won't he? I thought it was a lie, but faintly I could hear crying. It was definitely a boy's voice. If you run away, young master, you will be branded a murderer from tomorrow. And if it's for killing a child with arson, the crime wouldn't be so light, would it? Damn them. Now I know who these people are. No, I know who is controlling these scoundrels. Not the enemy of the Roach family. They are not that simple. The organization, Indus, that goes around wearing the guise of working for the common people. Those greasy bastards have marked me. Huff. After letting out a deep sigh, I climbed up the ladder. Hey, just burn it enough to break the door. That's all it needs. Surf warned as he watched. Just getting Frondier out would suffice. It would be troublesome if he died of suffocation. Well, isn't this pretty much the same as having caught him? They followed his orders, but they weren't members of Indus. They were merely a mercenary group that Surf had paid a large sum for. They had no idea who they were messing with, let alone that it was the Roach family. They were simply ordered to burn down the cabin and drag the man inside out. That's right, he'll crawl out on his own. We even went as far as kidnapping a child to threaten him. One of the Indus members, Grobel, was excitedly talking. Beside him, a much younger boy was giggling. Bro, did I do well? My, you did splendidly. Our little brother's acting is improving day by day. Grobel laughed, patting his younger brother Rockball on the head. Bro, but am I really going in there? Into that burning house? Of course not, just saying. Do you think that'll make Frondier come out? But if he does come out, you have to act again, okay? Okay, Grobel reassured Rockball. Surf thought to himself while listening to this, but he won't be able to resist coming out. By now, the house would be filled with smoke. A normal human without divine power wouldn't be able to withstand it and would run out. Even if there was a prepared escape route, could he ignore being branded a murderer of a child? If a prestigious family like Roach committed child murder, a fate worse than death awaited, probably sent to Tavern's Rampart to rot there until death. Thud. At that moment the door opened. Frondier appeared from within. He really came out. Grobel was surprised, but Surf had expected as much. Frondier was lazy and incompetent, and on top of that, a noble. Such people's way of thinking is predictable. Even in this situation, he would think himself safe. Having followed orders, he would think himself free of responsibility for whatever happens to the child, and being a noble, he wouldn't die. He came out with such complacent thoughts. Hey there, young master. Nice to meet you. I'm called Grobel. Grobel had opened his mouth. If you simply follow what we say, you won't have to see anything unpleasant, Surf Daniel. Frondier cut off Grobel's words. Grobel felt a bit annoyed but remained silent. But how does he know Surf Daniel? Surf Daniel. Answer me, are you deaf? Surf let out a hollow laugh, still unaware of the situation and stance. Surf, who had been silently standing behind, finally spoke up. I'm surprised you know me. Why are you keeping quiet in the back? Your words are quite rough. I'm simply not overstepping my bounds. Surf spoke calmly. He met Frondier's eyes, languid eyes. Even in this situation, those eyes were languid and sleepy. With that leisurely expression, Frondier said, You're the ringleader, Surf Daniel, as if stating the obvious, correcting to the right answer. What do you mean by that? The man in front of you is Grobel, the leader. Ah, I see. So that's the concept. Got it. Let's just move on. Frondier waved his hand dismissively as if he was bothered. What's with that negligent attitude, as if he knows everything? For the first time in a while, Surf felt displeasure, but he did not show it on his face, always a smile. That's how a member of Indus must always be. Before we listen to your request, let me make a suggestion. But Frondier's insolence knew no end. Veins bulged on Grobel's forehead. Young master, have you lost your mind? To think a suggestion is possible, that kid there. Frondier pointed at Grobel's younger brother, Rockball, who was beside him. Rockball, impressively, had been pretending to cry ever since Frondier appeared. Frondier said, Send him to me. Silence enveloped the assembly at Frondier's words. Grobel hadn't intentionally kept his mouth shut. It was just a moment of confusion. What should I answer? To Frondier right now, Rockbull must seem like a hostage. He wouldn't think of him as Grobel's brother. So naturally, Frondier would demand Rockbull, for the safety of the hostage. After all, Frondier had stopped running away and came out here because of Rockbull. I don't know what you guys want. But you wanted enough to take that kid hostage, right? That's why you came out here. Send the kid to me. At Frondier's words, Grobel laughed. It was a laugh mixed with bravado. I told you just now. Do you really think an offer like that would work? If it doesn't work, I'll just go back inside the house. As you might have noticed, there's an escape route underground. Do whatever you want, kill the child or not. If this kid dies, you're done for, you know. Well, whatever happens, I'll die later. Saying so, Frondier took a step back. He really seemed ready to go back into that burning house. Grobel clenched his teeth. Damn, how can he be so confident? He expected him to come out scared and trembling, but instead he was negotiating with a confident posture and eyes. Then Surf said, understood. We'll send the child. Grobel, surprised, turned his gaze to Surf. It wouldn't matter if the child was a complete stranger, but Rockbull was his brother. Sending his brother to such a slow-witted person, Surf smiled at Grobel as if to reassure him. Grobel reluctantly nodded and said to Frondier, fine, we'll send him. Send the child alone. All right. Grobel lightly tapped Rockbull on the back. It was a signal to go. Rockbull's hesitant steps moved toward Frondier. At that moment, Rockbull's feelings were almost close to panic. What am I really going? Lost in the conversation that he couldn't understand, suddenly he found myself being pushed by his brother's hand. For a boy of about 10, this was terrifying enough. I was told to just pretend to cry. Now there was no need to pretend. Tears seemed about to come out for real. With such an expression, Rockbull approached Frondier step by step. Frondier looked at Rockbull with an indifferent expression. This made Rockbull even more scared. When Rockbull's foot was about to reach right in front of Frondier, thud, the sound of Frondier stepping on the ground. That indifferent Frondier suddenly rushed towards Rockbull. Eek, Rockbull flinched in surprise. And then, clang, he heard the sound of metal from behind him. Rockbull looked behind him. What fell was a broken arrow. Frondier had rushed towards Rockbull and blocked the arrow for him. How he blocked it, Rockbull didn't know, nor did it matter to him how it was done. What mattered was they shot an arrow at me. Rockbull blankly looked at the members of the mercenary group in the distance. In the center, he saw Surf Daniel. Even though they hadn't met for long, he was always smiling kindly. Surf Daniel, with that same smile, was holding a bow. That was all he could say. His vision swirled. Fear pressed heavily on his lungs. In the midst of this, Frondier, who had blocked the arrow, held him and said, hold on tight. At those words, Rockbull unknowingly grasped Frondier's sleeves with both hands. Frondier, holding Rockbull, dashed into the burning house. Surf, you crazy bastard. Grobel grabbed Surf by the collar. Anger trembled his hands too violently. Surf had shot an arrow at Rockbull. He shot an arrow at his own brother. Even while being grabbed by the collar, Surf spoke with an unabashed face. Tusk failed, Failure, what the hell, you son of a... Grobel exploded with anger, his voice reaching its peak. But just as Grobel was about to punch him in the face, he suddenly stopped. Put your hand down. Silently, Grobel released his grip on Surf's collar. His eyes were unfocused. Seeing this, one of the mercenaries spoke up. What's going on? Everyone shut up. But before the sentence was even finished, Surf cut him off. In an instant, the focus of all the mercenaries blurred. Like Grobel, they stood powerlessly and dazedly, their bodies limp. This was Surf's ability, mind control. If conditions were met, Surf could manipulate others at will. The opponent had to be handed a business card, read it, confirm the name, and remember the name Surf Daniel in their mind. Although it doesn't work well on people with strong mental fortitude, it was no problem for this group of mercenaries. Tusk, it wasn't a bad idea. Surf clicked his tongue. Originally, he had planned to throw the kid named Rockbull into a cabin. The scenario was supposed to go like, Frondier locked the child inside and burned him to death. The next scenario was, Frondier killed the kid with an arrow, but things didn't go as planned. Frondier, just as I heard you can use aura. Surf was convinced. There had been a report from Gregory. Specializing in taming, Gregory had been using various animals to gather information within Constel until now. However, Frondier was never part of that information network. His discovery was by chance. At the time, Surf was listening to Gregory's report at his residence as usual. It was initially about Elodie. When Elodie and Frondier were together, Frondier blocked all the broken glass shards. He was barehanded even then. Gregory had reported, but Surf was skeptical. Is that the only reason you think Frondier is using aura? It's not the only reason. Surf looked at Gregory, or rather, the crow in front of him, with eyes that urged him to continue. Gregory lowered his voice as if he was about to reveal something significant. Golem. He was barehanded. Such evidence makes it credible that Frondier is using aura, but the incompetent Frondier using aura and barehanded at that. How could a human sloth like Frondier use aura? He must have received divine power. It happens sometimes. Someone who catches the eye of a god by some chance or another occasion. Recently, I heard Frondier has been actively participating in classes. It's certain he received divine power. Indeed, is it aura received with the help of a god. If the opponent uses aura, it's dangerous even in numbers. Surf, it seems you've gathered mercenaries but put Frondier in a disadvantageous situation on purpose. Create as much evidence as possible that Frondier killed or kidnapped a child. Killing comes later. Considering Gregory's report when he blocked the arrow just now, Frondier was barehanded. It wasn't that he caught or swatted the arrow away with his hand. The arrow clearly broke and fell in midair, its aura received with the help of a god. He could easily block something like an arrow. Evidence. Frondier plunged back into the mansion. It must be true that there's an escape route inside. If he crawls through the narrow escape route with a child, even without Surf doing anything, plenty of evidence will naturally accumulate. It could even turn into a picture of Frondier kidnapping a child. Surf's gaze turned towards the burning house. Go. Following Surf's command, all the mercenaries entered the house. Clearing away the embers and smoke, he barely discovered there was an underground, and the moment G descended underground, searching for the escape route. One of Surf's eyebrows slightly quivered. To anyone, it would appear as an escape route. No, it had been an escape route, but now it was collapsed. Stones had fallen from above, blocking it completely without any gaps. It was collapsed from the inside after Frondier had entered. Surf shouted, "Go out and find it. Such escape routes can't be made long. They couldn't have gone far." Huff, huff, I was crawling towards the escape route with a child on my back. I used my outer garment to tie the child securely so he wouldn't fall. After blocking an arrow, I grabbed the child and ran to the basement, entering the escape route and collapsing the entrance. Before that, I laid the child beneath me and created a shield with my obsidian above us. Then, using my sword, I collapsed the entrance and blocked the falling stones with the shield. The child had fainted, perhaps due to the shock of that moment. But that wasn't the only reason. The events had been too overwhelming for the child's heart to endure. Surf. When I blocked the arrow flying towards the child, I created a shield with weaving to block it. It wasn't because my reaction speed was exceptional. Self, that bastard sure knew how to shoot an arrow. If the child was hit by an arrow in front of me, it would be much easier to make me the culprit. It's damn painful. When I broke the entrance, I wasn't unscathed either. The shield didn't completely cover my body, and my head, arms, legs, etc. were hit by stones, causing severe pain. Even the parts protected by the shield weren't damage-free. Because of this, every time I crawled, the grazed areas throbbed and burned. Sweat, or perhaps blood, dripped down my body. The escape route was longer and narrower than I thought. How much time had passed? As I awkwardly crawled forward, anxiety crept in. What if the enemy catches up to us? What if they have a bomb? If they collapse this entire exit? Or they might have already found this exit and could be waiting ahead. My heart races. My breathing is rough. Blood drips from the scratches all over me, indistinguishable in the mix with sweat. But eventually, we're outside, the end of the escape route. Light leaks in from afar. Even if enemies are lurking ahead, the only way for me is forward. I grip my teeth, holding the necklace Black Lotus in my hand, searching for a suitable weapon in the workshop. And when I reached out towards the exit, snap, my outstretched hand was grabbed and I was forcefully pulled. Damn it, had the enemy already arrived, just as I was about to exert strength in my hand holding Black Lotus. Frondier. Suddenly, I was embraced by someone. I was dazed, my vision momentarily whitened. But the scent, a familiar fragrance I had smelled before, that time, after defeating the Sleb in the dungeon. Sybil, the scent from when I carried her. You've arrived safely. Sybil smiled at me. I couldn't comprehend. How did you get here? I asked, and Sybil glanced back. Someone was standing behind her in front of me. Hello. There stood Elodie Durin Wise Rishi, looking at me with a complex expression. Frondier is in danger, Rishi Mansion. That was the first thing Sybil blurted out upon meeting Elodie. What? Naturally, Elodie didn't understand. Everything was too sudden. To begin with, Elodie had hardly ever spoken with Sybil. They only greeted each other when passing by face to face. They only knew each other's names because both were so famous. And yet someone she had never had a conversation with comes to her house and mentions Frondier. What are you talking about? So that is. When Elodie pressed for answers, Sybil briefly explained the whole situation. After listening to Sybil's story, Elodie seemed to ponder, fiddling with her lips. Meanwhile, Sybil seemed a bit calmer as she explained. Of course, I don't know if Frondier is in immediate danger. Just because they've targeted him doesn't mean they'll harm him right away. But just in case. Number Elodie shook her head. Probably Frondier is in danger now. What? If Indus really has targeted Frondier, they won't miss the opportunity when he is alone. How would they know that Frondier is alone right now? There's someone among them who can tame animals. He must have been caught in their surveillance net. Elodie had been aware of being watched for some time. At first, even she hadn't noticed it. The presence was too faint to be detected by mana sensing. But if it continues not just for a day or two, but for weeks or months. Even without mana sensing, one becomes aware of the gaze. I was reluctant to kill the animals and didn't do anything special, so I left it alone. To think such a troublesome thing would happen, Elodie's eyes darkened. So what do we do? Where could Frondier have gone? That's the problem. Sybil might have come with some expectation, but Elodie also had no idea where Frondier might have gone. Now it seems we can hardly call our relationship friendly anymore. Now, even if we look at it favorably, we can't say that our relationship is close. Maybe in the old days. Old days, thinking about it, a place came to mind. The annex of the Roach family estate, the cabin where we played together as children. But did Frondier really go there? It's a place we haven't even glanced at in years. Memories of the past come flooding back. The foolish me pestering Frondier with Fron, and chattering away. Suddenly I felt a wave of displeasure. I'm not at all keen on the idea of saving Frondier. Just die, Frondier. Why, what's wrong? No, shall we go check it out? You think you know where it is, roughly. At Elodie's words, a flush of excitement appeared on Sybil's face. Elodie caught a glimpse of that expression for a moment. Is Sybil this happy about the possibility of finding Frondier? Because of Frondier? No, surely not. It must be because Sybil is too kind. Okay, what should we do? Take the car. Sybil was fidgeting, showing her impatience. Elodie grabbed Sybil's waist. No, this is faster. And then, whoa, they flew. Sybil screamed as she suddenly found herself quickly rising away from the ground. What's this? Flying magic? Wings? No, it's a bit more advanced than that. Whoa, Elodie, holding Sybil, flew towards the cabin as their target. It was a memorable first flight for Sybil, and her impression of it. It's heavy. Because of the wind and gravity, her body felt heavy. It wasn't her flying on her own, after all. For a first flight, it wasn't pleasant. So that's how we got here. Tada, pretty impressive, right? Sybil said with a proud expression, even forming a V with her fingers. I replied, I had no choice but to say that. But upon hearing my response, Sybil became dazed again. No, I mean, it's nothing. Her voice trailed off as if shrinking back. Why is it nothing? Impressive, I just bragged to myself. Who's that child? Elodie asked, looking at the child I was carrying. One of their siblings. Why is he here? He's my hostage and theirs as well. They both tilted their heads, seemingly confused by my explanation. I smiled bitterly and continued. They had the child act and cry to lure me out, and when the child got close to me, one of them shot an arrow. What? At their own ally's sibling? Yeah, well, not exactly an ally. Seemed more like a hired mercenary. As I answered Sybil's question, Elodie's eyes quickly turned cold. Can I shoot an arrow too? No. Why? They shot one. If you shoot, you'll kill them all. One arrow is enough. An arrow shot by Elodie would be akin to one of the 5 gods, Rudra's storm shot. Shooting something like that wouldn't just kill people, it would change the landscape here. If someone unfamiliar with this area looked at a map to find their way here, they'd say this map is useless due to how much it would change. So we're good now? Sybil asked with a worried tone. I shrugged. Well, with Elodie here. What? You're going to leave everything to me? No need. Their goal was to frame me as a murderer and bury me. That's something that only works if I'm here alone. With Elodie here, it's actually a disadvantage for them. The teachers at Constable might not believe me, but they'll believe you. I felt Surf's intention to continue using this kid to frame me as a murderer. By now, Surf probably tried to make it look like I kidnapped the child. If I had been here alone, and if it were known that Indus, a good organization, viewed me unfavorably, it would have been easy for them. Maybe Surf tipped off Sybil aiming for that. If it's known that Indus is targeting me naturally, people will think there's a problem with me. But Elodie had a reputation beyond Sybil, and above all, she possessed the strength to defeat all of them if they attacked. The problem is this one. We need to wake him up first. I set down the child I was carrying. Elodie moved her hand in front of the child's face. A brief flash of mana light, and the child slowly opened her eyes. The child looked around blankly. Seeing my face, he seemed to realize the situation. He looked at Sybil and Elodie with frightened eyes. Don't worry, they're my comrades. I wondered if that would reassure the child, but fortunately it seemed to. I asked, by the way, I don't know your name. What is it? Rockbull, you're Grobel's sibling, aren't you? The child nodded slightly, shivering. The confusion and fear must still be mixing inside him. Why not just send him back to those guys? One of them is his brother, right? If we send him back as is, he'll be taken hostage again. Surely. Would his brother just let that happen? Of course, Grobel wouldn't just stand by. If I know Surf, maybe. Let's move then. It's best not to meet them, right? Sybil said that, but I shook my head. Elodie probably felt the same. It's too late, as if on cue with my words. I've been looking for you for a long time. That unpleasantly friendly voice was heard again. Surf had a scout with him, so running away was useless anyway. Surf's voice could be heard, but he was not in sight. He was hiding deep within the forest. The suddenly increased sounds of movement and footsteps. It seemed like they were surrounding us from hiding. Don't move. Frondier, Sybil, Elodie said in a low voice. With her mana detection, she could roughly locate them. Given Elodie's tense state, it was safe to assume their encirclement was complete. Surf Daniel, give it up now, Elodie shouted. I know it's pointless now. Framing Frondier won't work. I'll be Frondier's witness. Elodie nicely said, though it's what I said earlier. Anyway, yeah, that seems to be a mistake. I didn't expect Sybil to go this far. Surf still speaks, hidden in the forest. He really doesn't want to show himself. So I'm going to kill you all here. What? At Surf's words, Elodie questions as if doubting her ears. Yes, that's the kind of person he is. The goal of Indus is to increase the influence of the common people. Behind it lies a more dangerous word, revolution, but on the surface, Indus is still on the side of justice. Revolution is still premature for them. However, Surf Daniel has a different personal agenda, a noble hater. Surf Daniel. In the future of the Edius game, Surf becomes a notorious criminal. He initially joined Indus to find a justifiable reason to kill nobles. Gradually accumulating achievements within Indus, he plans to join the eventual revolution. Surf usually doesn't take the lead. He appoints a fake leader for others to see and works in the shadows. The problem is this is just prior knowledge. I've never fought Surf while playing Edius. After all, the revolution fails, and Surf gets caught by the investigative team and sent to Tyburn's Rampart. I heard the head of that place, Ludwig Urfa, had a hard time. I know nothing of his abilities or techniques, but even so, could Surf really beat Elodie? Surf's face is not visible, but his voice is utterly calm. Even in this situation with Elodie, he sounds confident of his victory. How those who can defeat Elodie are truly few. Rockbull. Suddenly, Surf calls out Rockbull's name. Rockbull, who was crouching beside me, suddenly stiffened. Stab Frondier. Thud. The situation came later. For now, an excruciating pain surged through me, enough to lose consciousness. My side, perhaps, stabbed by a knife. As I fell, what I saw were the bewildered eyes of Sybil and Elodie. On the other hand, there stood Rockbull, completely losing focus, holding a dagger. Submerging consciousness. Within that sinking consciousness, I struggled to wake up. What a fool, fainting from just a stab wound. Wake up, wake up. A giant bubble of unconsciousness approaches, and I barely cling to a thread like consciousness. And then all sorts of memories from the past flood in. I hate Elodie. Why do you always make it hard for me by your side? Why are you always smiling in front of me? Why are you always kind to me? Yes, I know, it's because you have divine power. Overflowing with divine power and talent, naturally, you would smile at someone like me. These must be Frondier's memories. His hatred, inferiority complex, and discomfort turn my insides upside down. Yes, I am Frondier. As if a forcibly plugged hole was opened, his memories pour out like mud. Die, Elodie. Fall into despair and die. This is my true heart. This is my honest word without lies. Frondier's memories become clearer. A scene plays before my eyes like a film reel. Frondier meeting someone in a cabin, wearing fluttering robes, their gender indistinguishable. That person hints something to Frondier, and as if enchanted, Frondier deciphers the ancient language. Fragments of that interpretation seem to be injected into me. Finally, looking at a completed spell, Frondier trembles with ecstasy. With this, Elodie's divine power. I felt that joy and ecstasy too, as if it was not Frondier but I who hated Elodie. As if I wanted to eliminate Elodie's divine power, as if I'm truly happy about that plan. But shut up, of course, too obviously. In the end, I am not Frondier. Because I am not Frondier, I have always had a sense of guilt in my heart, because I took Frondier's life. Whether lazy or incompetent, it was entirely his life. No matter how that life ended, it would have had its own value to him. But if Frondier was to kill someone, if he was to plunge an innocent someone into misery, then I no longer have anything to hide. Frondier deciphered the ancient language. To eliminate Elodie's divine power, but such things don't matter to me. He must have studied hard out of hatred for Elodie, but I only use it to suit my tastes. I'll use the memory of deciphering the ancient language. Frondier de Roche, this is how you live now, struggling with all your might in a world doomed to destruction. Give up, Frondier, you're the lowest of villains. I recalled Frondier's memories over and over endlessly. I crammed all his knowledge into my head. It wasn't learning new knowledge. Like recalling a memory I had momentarily forgotten, I quickly absorbed the knowledge. I remembered what Dodd had said a while ago. Then this rune could be ancient language. He had said that Menesorpo is made up of ancient language, that its symbols, patterns, and arrangement rules are ancient language. After absorbing all of Frondier's knowledge, I faced the rune of Menesorpo in the workshop. I understood what Menesorpo is, how it should be used. The moment I understood everything, I opened my eyes. I lifted my faintly trembling eyelids. With every breath my side throbs painfully. The bleeding hasn't stopped yet. Sybil, focus, I do know. Elodie's voice seems to be urging Sybil. Sybil's voice is on the verge of tears. It seems I was only unconscious for a brief moment. I roll my eyes to check my surroundings. Looking up a bit, I could see Sybil and Elodie. Elodie appears to be restraining Rockbull. Though I'm not certain, it seems like she's using wind magic to limit Rockbull's movements. Probably, even if Rockbull is shocked now, he won't faint. He's already in a state similar to unconsciousness. In such a state, he can only move as if spellbound. That means he must be continually restrained. Moreover, as a child, his body is fragile, so too much force cannot be applied. Elodie has powerful output at its maximum, but she's clumsy at controlling the output itself. Probably because she's hardly ever done it. In the Constell's Divine Power Measurement Room, freshmen measure the increase in their strength, not focusing on control. Focusing on detailed control from the first year might hinder the extraction of maximum divine power. Kill Frondier, Sybil, it's Frondier. On the other hand, Sybil seems unable to move as she wishes, as if resisting Surf's command. Is this Surf's ability? I don't fully understand the principle, but it seems to make the opponent follow his command. Considering it doesn't work on me and Elodie, there must be some conditions needed, like physical contact is required, or one has to pass an item enchanted with their magic to the opponent. See, Bill, I called out to Sybil with a voice barely louder than a breath. Fr Frondier, you're awake, Miraculously, Sybil heard my voice and reacted, but she's still sweating bullets trying to resist the command. Rockbull passed out as soon as Surf gave the order. Great, Sybil, hooark. I pressed my hands on the floor and forced myself up. A sharp pain immediately shot through my side. Damn it, it's so painful that tears are coming out. I felt my arms trembling as I slowly raised myself by a few centimeters. It hurts. I don't want to get up. I want to rest. I'm going to die at this rate, as these pathetic thoughts ran through my mind. I got up, Fron, dear. The eyes of Elodie and Sybil were the widest I had ever seen. It was as if they couldn't believe that I was up. Don't look at me like that. It really seemed like I was seriously injured. I can't even take a single step now. I can't even lift my arms. Phew wheeze. How many times have I done this lousy breathing? But if I don't do this, the pain makes it hard to breathe properly. Frondier, stay down. Don't think about doing something reckless. I'll handle this, Elodie shouted at me. I understand a bit now, Elodie's way of speaking. Elodie was focused on subduing Rockbull while Sybil was busy wrestling with her own body. And in the middle of all that, she's telling me to stay down. Don't worry, Elodie. Worry my Elodie. I looked into Elodie's eyes. Blue eyes. The first time I saw Elodie, her eyes reminded me of a lake. Frondier probably thought the same thing. He must have kept thinking that, as he watched Elodie walking ahead, her retreating back getting further away. As he watched her smiling face occasionally looking back at him, Frondier fell into a deep sense of inferiority. At the end of that suffering, he came to the conclusion that he had to take away Elodie's divine power. His reason was simple. He wanted to walk with her. He wanted to stand next to her. Now I understand what Frondier wanted to say to Elodie for so long. Even though he felt inferior to her, even though he was crushed by his own powerlessness, he must have wanted to say it anyway. Whether it was pure or defiled, that one sentence, I will convey it on your behalf. I'll help you now. What? Leaving Elodie behind, bewildered, I pull out the Minisorpo from the workshop. I spread it out on the floor, just as weaving doesn't require actual materials. My rune doesn't need to be physically drawn. Mana, is it barely enough to perform? I feel the blood and mana draining from my side. Whether it's just my imagination or that's how mana works, I'm not sure. But I feel exhausted as I pour mana into the Minisorpo. SSSHH. Once again, who? After exhaling, I imbued the Minisorpo with mana and declared, Minisorpo. With my declaration, the rune emitted light. The rune was enormous, to an extent that such words are insufficient. It spread not just around me, Elodie and Sybil, over Rockbull, but even to the forest where those from Indus were hiding. This is from that time, Elodie murmured. She must have remembered. The rune I had tried out in the clearing at the Roach Mansion. Nothing had happened then, despite using mana. What is this? Surf's voice was filled with astonishment, but the rune did nothing but emit light. Nothing special happened, except that its shape began to be visible. It was no different from the Minisorpo before. Ha, it was all a bluff, Frondier. Just die quietly. Sybil won't be able to hold out forever, Surf exclaimed, quite bold for someone hiding in the forest. And where did the honorifics go? Fr Frondier. Sybil called me with a trembling voice. She was facing me. And now she was a little closer than before. Run away. When I saw Sybil's face, she was crying. Her beautiful face was stained with tears and hair. Yet Sybil pleaded with me. I'm saying I'll kill you, Frondier. It seems like the limit really has come. Sybil's arms trembled, but I didn't have the energy to even lift a finger. I was struggling just to stay standing. It's all right, but I reassured her. I had a plan based on guesswork, and I wasn't sure if my body could handle it, but it was a shot worth taking. Surf still hadn't noticed. Checkmate was right in front of me. Surf had only been giving simple orders since he got here. All he'd said to me so far was to kill myself. That meant he couldn't give Sybil specific orders. At best, he could tell her to kill a certain person or stab a certain person. That was the limit. Surf. I called out Surf's name somewhere in the distance. Do you really want to kill me? My family, the Roach, won't stand for it. Ha, I don't care. I'm not a noble or a commoner. I don't belong anywhere. The nobles can't touch me. I'll just hide in the shadows until the revolution comes. Really? All right, Surf. I'll do what you want. Minisorpo. Weaving the void. Grade divine. Chryslikados Iokira. I spread the weaving without moving a finger. Chryslikados and Iokira. They were each Artemis's bow and arrow. The two of them were created without my hands. To my surprise, they appeared right in front of Sybil, who was still quite a distance from me. I could see them clearly in Sybil's eyes, even without using obsidian. This was the power of Menesorpo. It allowed the caster to manifest their spells anywhere within the range of the rune, even if I couldn't lift my hands. Even if I couldn't move a single step. The weapons I created with my weaving were born far away from me. What is this? Sybil was flustered by the bow and arrow that suddenly appeared in front of her. Take it, I said. Sybil spoke, sounding exasperated. I can't move, remember. Take it and shoot me. Upon hearing my words, Sybil's expression froze. She looked at me as if I was speaking madness. Indeed, to others, it certainly sounds like madness. Ha 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 ha. Frondier, you've lost your mind. Sybil, do as Frondier wishes. Surf's voice could be heard. Surf's command is kill me, which means shooting that arrow at me is something Sybil could do. Fr Frondier, trust me. Tr, trust you. I don't want to kill you. Sybil vehemently shook her head. I smiled. It's okay. It really is okay. Sybil, why? What is fate to you? What? Sybil, who receives the love of fate. She knows it too. All the situations aligning as she desires. Everything that doesn't hurt her. You are receiving the love of fate. Even if that's the case, my fate only protects me. It doesn't care about anyone else. I can't trust it. I mean, it will hurt you. Honestly, I am surprised to see Sybil like this. I thought of her only as an annoying villain, but she still doesn't know what kind of existence she is. Sybil, like it or not, fate is on your side, but for others, I told you, it's on your side, Frondier. To Sybil, who still finds it hard to believe, I said, Sybil, don't be dragged around by fate. It's already beneath your feet, beneath my feet. Sybil is not a character swayed by good fortune. If she were such an easy villain, she wouldn't have been so infamous among the Edius gamers. Fate is not above her. It might seem like fate is giving her what she wants and looking down upon her from above because Sybil loves it. But as I said, fate is always there, presenting itself for her. It's not that Sybil is following a good fate. Fate adores Sybil. Sybil, what situation do you want? Together, all of us, to leave this place unharmed. Yes, that's what will happen. Sybil bit her lip hard. Holding the bow and arrow set before her, she pulled it taut, aiming at me. Really, is it okay? Of course. You, if you lied, you're really going to die by my hand. Unfortunately, I can't grant that wish. If it's a lie, I will be shot with an arrow and die here. Yug. As if she couldn't bear to watch, Sybil closed her eyes tight and released the bowstring. The arrow flew straight toward me. Whether Sybil is receiving the love of fate or not, I don't believe in fate, Christ Lakatos. Grade divine. Description: a bow made by the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, and given to Artemis. Ability details. Women only due to a request by Artemis, only women can draw the bowstring. Sure hit, the arrow always hits the target aimed by the user. Because of such a bow, the arrow, which had flown directly at me, took an impossible trajectory, missing me by a whisker, and thud, it flew into the forest, making a short sound, silencing the forest air in an eerily quiet manner, and with that, I slowly tilted. Frondier, Sybil rushed over and caught me. Her movement seemed freed. Surf had been hit by the arrow. It's the second time today, being embraced by Sybil. This way, I'm the one in debt. My consciousness didn't last long. Constal Central Hospital. Sybil and Elodie were anxiously awaiting the results of Frondier's examination. This was the hospital where Sybil had been admitted. This time, their positions were reversed. Sybil was declared as the one who killed Surf. That was the truth, after all. When they made this decision, Sybil argued, but we know the truth. I couldn't have done anything without Frondier. Frondier saved that child and saved us. People should recognize that. She made a persuasive argument. But Elodie shook her head. Even if everyone knew that Frondier did the right thing, that doesn't guarantee that Frondier's image will improve. Why? That's just how image works. Will Frondier emerge as the hero who saved the child, or the murderer who killed a person? Elodie couldn't be sure which way the story would go. However, she believed the latter was more likely. That was because of Surf's popularity. Surf was popular in the Empire before this happened. Plus, the Indus, which Surf belongs to, has a good reputation among the commoners. On the other hand, Frondier not only lacks popularity, but also has a terrible image, and on top of that, he's a noble. To put it extremely, they might think that Frondier killed Surf and covered up the incident. Sybil was quite popular in Constal, and she was a commoner, not a noble. Plus, if they had Elodie's testimony, the incident would be watertight. I'm honestly a little pissed that Frondier's achievement will go unnoticed. Frondier, he deserves to be rewarded for what he did, just as Elodie was thinking that. Creak. The door of the examination room opened, and the doctor came out. Doctor, how is he? What's his condition? Sybil approached the doctor and asked anxiously. Elodie smiled bitterly upon seeing her anxious eyes. You're lucky, Frondier. The doctor gave Sybil a reassuring smile. He's fine. The wound on his side is healing well, and he didn't lose as much blood as we thought. The two were relieved to hear the doctor's report. But then the doctor seemed to be thinking about something for a moment before looking at the two. By the way, what is your relationship with the patient? We're friends. Is there no guardian? The two nodded at the doctor's question. In fact, Elodie had contacted someone, Frondier's older brother, Azier. After arriving at the hospital, she had been wondering who among Frondier's family she should contact. His father infer his older brother, Azir, or his mother, who was Constable's health officer, Malia. The reason why Elodie ended up calling Azir was simple. She didn't know Malia's number, and infer was too intimidating. Azir was also intimidating, but at least she had talked to him before. When Elodie explained the situation, Azir seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, "I'll leave it to you." "Yes," Elodie asked without thinking. "If our family goes, it will unnecessarily stir up rumors. That wouldn't be good for Frondier either." He still answered matter-of-factly. Thinking about it, that was right. Frondier's family was all too famous. The doctor stroked his chin as if troubled. I see. I have something to tell the Guardian. Is Frondier in danger?" "No, it's not like that, but there's something I need to convey." "Then please tell me. I will take responsibility and pass it on." Lodi said, and Sybil nodded earnestly beside her. "I see. That should be fine. Then this way." With that, the three of them moved to the doctor's office. Sybil and Elodie sat on chairs, tense with anxiety. Despite assurances, the doctor's expression was quite serious. The doctor spoke again. "Don't worry too much. The patient is fine, however I want to caution you." "Caution?" When Elodie asked, the doctor nodded and took out 2 photographs. "First, he had a deep wound on his side, so we took an X-ray. As I mentioned, the treatment went well. Fortunately, the knife didn't touch the bone or the internal organs, so there won't be any aftereffects, and there will hardly be any scars." Elodie and Sybil's tension eased a bit at the doctor's explanation. The doctor took out the next photograph, and this is a picture of the mana distribution. Mana distribution. Yes, it literally checks the distribution of mana in the subject. You can see the residual amount of mana, where the mana is concentrated, and so on. Hearing this, Elodie and Sybil looked at the photograph, and both tilted their heads in confusion. "I don't really understand. I can't see the mana." The photograph they were looking at just had a white silhouette of a person. "I can tell this is Frondier, but how do you see the mana distribution?" "You're looking at it correctly." "Really?" The patient had collapsed due to mana depletion. When he arrived at the hospital, there was no mana left. The doctor's words surprised them, and their mouths fell open. So that's why the photograph only had a silhouette, because it was completely empty. Of course, fainting due to mana depletion is a common occurrence. You too have experienced it too. When mana is depleted, a person feels extreme fatigue. Plus, the patient had been moving excessively before the mana depletion, and there was also bleeding. The two nodded. They were students of Constal, so they naturally knew the sensation of lacking mana. Fainting due to mana depletion was entirely plausible. Then, this is the next photograph. The doctor took out another photograph. It was also a mana distribution photo, but it was noticeably different. "Oh, there's a place that looks blue, quite a lot." "Yes, that's mana. This was taken an hour later." "Wow," Sybil exclaimed in amazement. Even after mana depletion, to recover mana this quickly, so quickly, unlike Sybil, however, Elodie, who is a pure mage. That speed seems a bit unusual. Thus, Elodie asked carefully, "I know this is a strange question, but is it possible to recover mana this quickly after mana depletion?" The doctor adjusted his glasses. "That's what I was going to talk to you about." "What is it?" As Ms. Elodie has noticed, the patient recovers from mana depletion far too quickly. Sybil, who had been listening, blinked. "Is that a problem?" Elodie wanted to ask the same question. She felt like the incredible speed was strange, but she didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing. The doctor spoke. "Rather than a problem, it's as if his body has grown used to mana depletion." At his words, their expressions hardened like stone. Only then did they understand why the doctor had wanted to talk to the Guardian. "I don't know what the patient has been doing, but mana depletion is not a common occurrence. He must have been in very intense battles, or situations comparable to them, very often. Do you have any idea what it could be?" The two girls shook their heads at the doctor's question. Their faces were blank as they shook their heads. "Mana depletion isn't something you do intentionally. Of course, causing mana depletion doesn't particularly harm the human body. However, using magic or skills inherently means you're in a battle situation. Mana depletion means you've given it your all in that battle. That means that being used to mana depletion means you're frequently engaging in fierce battles." Dr. Elodie opened her mouth. "If he's used to mana depletion, how often would you say he's done it?" I'd say." The doctor adjusted his glasses and looked at the image again. "He's probably done it more than 100 times. Elodie's eyes trembled. She felt an indescribable emotion swelling up inside her. "I didn't know this, even if that was the case for Sybil." Elodie had been watching Frondier for a very long time. She even used to call Frondier by a gross nickname that she's too embarrassed to even say now. For mana depletion to have happened more than 100 times, unless he's experiencing mana depletion on a daily basis, it had to have been happening since before he entered Constal. It must have been a long time ago. Frondier had been experiencing mana depletion since then. What have I been looking at all this time? Finally, the welling up emotion reached its peak. It was an emotion she didn't want to realize, but she had no choice but to. It was anger. Anger directed at herself. Hey, Elodie. Elodie. When Sybil called Elodie's name, she barely managed to return to her senses. The temperature in the room had risen considerably. She had almost caused her divine power to activate. Sorry, Elodie quickly apologized to the doctor. The doctor looked surprised, but he just laughed it off with a chuckle. In truth, divine power that doesn't contain killing intent doesn't harm the other party when activated. In Elodie's case, it may cause things to get hot or cold or cause the wind to blow. However, it could be seen as threatening depending on the other party. The doctor spoke to appease them. As I mentioned, there's nothing particularly wrong with the patient's body right now. However, I must stress that he should avoid overexertion if he continues to face dangerous situations. Understood. After responding gloomily, they stepped out of the examination room. Following the doctor's explanation, they sat side by side on chairs, utterly dejected. Elodie finally spoke up after a moment of thought. Well, hey. Yeah, Frondier, he always sleeps during class, right, and tries to skip outdoor classes. Yeah, that might be because, Elodie's thought. Sybil felt the same. Maybe Frondier wasn't lazy, perhaps he couldn't help it, repeating battles that drain his mana, recovering and then fighting again. With such a body, leading a normal school life was impossible. Sybil lifted her head and murmured as if sighing. When we went to the dungeon together, Frondier seemed skilled at disarming traps. Sybil recalled the time she was left alone with Frondier. At that time, she had a poor impression of him and couldn't judge properly, but Frondier continually protected her. He disarmed many traps, and even when they encountered one, he protected her. Maybe it wasn't that he had learned about traps, but rather he had experienced them. Frondier, the human sloth, the laziest and most incompetent man in Constal. That truth tasted too bitter and cold for them. Ainen walked down the street with a lively step. As a librarian, she enjoyed reading even on her days off, but today was a rare outing for her. A song even slipped from her lips, ill-fitting though it was. Frondier, that guy, he can be surprisingly helpful. Ainen checked the message that had flown into her sage phone again. The message read, "Congratulations. You are the expert in general knowledge for adventurers. You have won a Terse department store voucher." Amazingly, she had answered all the questions correctly at the library and won a voucher. Of course, Frondier's help with the last question played a significant role. Maybe she should buy him a meal sometime. Ainen laughed like a carefree child. Even though Constal is well-renowned, they don't pay librarians that much. As someone who devours books, she was always short on money, and living alone, the cost of food and various living expenses were a burden. At Constal, it's awkward to say she's single, so she goes around saying she's a housewife, living alone but a housewife nonetheless. First I'll buy clothes, can't miss out on cosmetics, oh, maybe I'll change my shoes too. She walked, adding melody to her mutterings. It was a sign that she was not as young as she might seem. And unbeknownst to Ainen, there was a man watching her. Yes, the target has arrived. Hidden among the crowd, the man quietly communicated. He confirmed Ainen entering the department store and spoke again. Ainen Flott has entered the department store, Your Majesty. TN lol, she seems to have gotten on the radar with that answer. Ainen had gone on a mindless shopping spree at the department store. Even after buying the clothes, cosmetics, and accessories she had always wanted, there was still money left on the gift card. It was a substantial amount for a prize won by answering a quiz question. She was on her way down to the basement to buy groceries last. Someone walked alongside her as she turned a corner. She thought they would pass by since they were following from behind, but they matched her pace. She glanced to see if it was someone she knew, but it was a stranger. The person was wearing a suit and sunglasses, making it hard to see their face. Excuse me, SHH. The man spoke quietly. There is someone waiting for Ms. Ainen. This way, please. The man nudged Ainen slightly and directed him towards the way he was going. The man's guidance was not forceful but polite. Ainen could have refused if he wanted to. Who is waiting for me? You'll know when we get there. Why not just tell me here where no one is listening? At Ainen's words, the man leaned closer. He whispered into Ainen's ear. Miss Philly Turst is looking for you. Philly Tur, could it be Her Majesty's? SHH. The man cautioned and Ainen closed her mouth. She hiccuped because she closed it too quickly. Why me? Ainen asked in a shrinking voice. I was only ordered to bring Ms. Ainen. The man spoke as if he had rehearsed the line. It seemed he wouldn't give any more answers. As Ainen was led by the man, she racked her brain. Philly Turst, the Empress of the Empire. She was far too high-ranking for someone like her to deal with. She wasn't a combat instructor at Constal, just a mere librarian. Ainen couldn't fathom why the Empress was looking for her, and why move so secretly. If it was the Empress, couldn't she just command openly? Ainen Flott, come forth and heed my command. Just those words would eliminate the need for such a complicated process. There must be a tricky reason she can't come forward, or she doesn't want the palace to know. Either way, it was a bitter taste for Ainen. The man guiding Ainen opened a door marked, no entry without authorization, turned right after entering, opened another door, then descended stairs past a construction in progress sign and finally opened another door. And then she walked down a one-way escalator in the wrong direction. So outdated. It seemed thoroughly secured against intrusion, yet also miserly, and when the man finally opened a metal door, wow, the place they arrived at was definitely not a department store. There were lavish ornaments and art pieces that seemed inspired by the interior of the palace. Come to think of it, they did say Philly Turst liked warm colors. Reflecting that preference, the room was filled with red, orange, and yellow. Walking a bit further, a table came into view. On the table, cups filled with tea were already prepared. Please take a seat and wait. With that, the man left. Anan blankly looked around the room. Should I run? She briefly considered it, but it was futile. No matter how suspicious, she couldn't defy the summons of the Empress, and there wasn't time to contemplate further. While you're here, Ms. Anan, a warm voice sounded. The tone and manner of speech were comforting. As Anan hurriedly stood up to kneel, no, you don't have to do that. She waved her hand with a relaxed voice. Please take a seat. As she took a seat first, Anan finally got a proper look at her. Hair as white as her eyes, a youthful face that made it hard to believe she could be a mother with slightly parted red pupils. The atmosphere seemed to grow round and soft all of a sudden. The air is languid. Speaking of languid, it reminds me of the human sloth in Constal. He always had a sleepy face, or should I say, a drowsy face. But unlike Frondier, Philly exudes a bright atmosphere. It's not the languidness that comes from being sleepy or tired. It's a peacefulness that seems to spread around her, a mildness. You must have been quite startled. I'm sorry, I just really wanted to meet you. Are you talking to me? Anan's tone turned strange. He must have had a conversation with royalty before. Philly laughed. Just speak comfortably. Here, the Empress is nothing special, if only it were that easy. Anan couldn't find the words to say and sipped his tea. Philly asked, did you make good use of the department store gift card? Wah, cough, cough. Startled, she suddenly inhaled her tea. Anan coughed, tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, how did you? Actually, we were the ones who issued that quiz, the Empress. Philly nodded with a smile. That's why we were looking for Ms. Anan. We never thought someone would actually get the expert answer right. So the reason you were looking for me was, yes. Because of the quiz, Anan nodded blankly at Philly's straightforward answer. She felt a bit more organized in her thoughts, wondering why someone with no connections to royalty was being sought after. It was because of the quiz. They were looking for the person who got the expert answer right. Hold on. So what the Empress wants to know now is, Philly wore a subtle smile as she leaned closer. So Ms. Anan, yes, there was a hitch in her response. Philly, undeterred, asked, how did you come to know about the dragon heart? I had a rather unpleasant dream, or should I say, a memory. I saw something like the remnants of knowledge absorbed from Frondier. It was too fragmentary and vague for me to understand the details. There was someone who secretly conveyed the information of the ancient language to Frondier, but no matter how hard I tried to recall, I couldn't figure out who he was. Maybe even Frondier can't remember properly what he said, what his voice was like, and what he looked like. Judging by the fact that I inadvertently referred to him, it seemed like he was a man. Anyway, in the past, Frondier was told something strange by someone and devoted themselves to interpreting the ancient language. It must have been a method to eliminate Elodie's divine power. Given that Frondier managed to interpret the ancient language, he's not stupid. There must have been something convincing about what that person said, or perhaps he was enchanted or hypnotized by magic. Either way, it's necessary to be cautious about that man. So where am I thinking about this? I was thinking while looking at Sybil, who was sleeping on my stomach in the hospital bed. Somehow it felt heavy to sleep. I didn't know since when she had been protecting me, but Sybil was sleeping soundly, unaware of the world. She looked too comfortable sleeping on my stomach, so I felt sorry to wake her up. Even though I'm the patient. Great. That's when the door to the hospital room opened. Oh, Mr. Frondier, are you awake? The one who reacted to the nurse's words wasn't me but Sybil. She suddenly opened her eyes and quickly straightened up, fixing her posture. The nurse laughed at her appearance. Your girlfriend has been here since yesterday taking care of you. I am not his girlfriend, Sybil retorted flatly, despite sitting up straight. Sybil, pronunciation, W what? Sybil pressed both hands against her cheeks at my criticism. Will that help her pronunciation? Sybil, you have a hair on your lip. Oh, right, there's drool on your chin. W what? Right, and a booger. That's a lie. Nope, not a lie. That's enough. I'm starting to enjoy this. I turned away from Sybil, who was glaring daggers at me, and asked the nurse, how long was I out? It's been a day. Sybil and Elodie took turns nursing you. Was I that bad off, to the point where I needed someone by my side? Well, I told them it was fine, but they insisted on taking care of you. I looked back at Sybil after hearing what the nurse said. Sybil avoided making eye contact with me. Then she said to me, no, it's not like that. You just look so pitiful. Could I just stand there and do nothing? Well, everyone was having a hard time in the cabin. It's not like that. It's just that, for a long time now, you seem to be suffering. What's she talking about? For a long time. Is it because of the reputation of being a human sloth? One of the reasons why this happened was because of my bad reputation. But honestly, that reputation doesn't bother me that much. People around me just ignore me or avoid me. That's about it. I've never been bullied where it's noticeable. Well, I guess they were more afraid of the Roach family than me. I said, it's fine, I'm used to it. You're used to it, to something like that. Well, yeah, I've never been hurt or anything. That's because things were fine up until now, Sybil shouted, which was rare for her. Her eyes seemed to be scolding me, or rather, trying to convince me of something. That's what you've heard 100 times. Huh, 100 times? 100 times what? No, never mind. Sybil shut her mouth. I don't understand why, but it feels weird because she looks at me with pity. Oh my. Then another person entered the room. She came up to me and smiled. Her expression is similar to Sybil's. You're awake, Fronder. Oh, Elodie. After that, I received information about the situation from the two of them. First, Surf was confirmed dead. He died instantly due to a penetrating wound on his forehead. The weapon wasn't visible, but it was concluded to be Sybil's magic arrow. And then there's another leader, Grobel. I wondered why only Surf was talking when we were in the forest, but Grobel was knocked out by Surf's surprise attack before that, because Surf was trying to manipulate Rockbull, so I guess he judged that Grobel was a hindrance. Grobel was sent to the Tyburn's Rampart, TN, Tavern Tyburn. Tyburn is the territory of the Urfa family, and it's located on the complete opposite side of the border from our family's territory, Uranus. This area, which is managed by Ludwig Urfa, is more dangerous than Uranus. Unlike Uranus, where my father infers excellent leadership and management completely prevented the invasion of magical beasts, Tyburn is not the same. When winter comes, the magical beasts outside become hungrier, and they gradually crawl inward, following the smell of their prey. Because of that, Tyburn suffers from fierce battles every winter. In preparation for that winter defense, Grobel will be honorably used as one of the soldiers. For Grobel, the outcome was much worse than his own mistake. Even though he was unconscious, Grobel was the apparent leader of Indus. He made his own younger brother play a part, then arson, assault, and attempted murder. Moreover, attempting to harm individuals from two of the most powerful noble families, including myself and Elodie, only compounded the situation. Severe punishment was inevitable. I asked, when can I be discharged? Today itself. The cause of your fainting isn't serious, and there won't be any aftereffects. And what was the cause? Mana depletion. Elodie spoke those words as if she was delivering a diagnosis of cancer. Why talk about it like it's such a big deal? Mana depletion isn't anything significant. I nodded. I thought as much. I said it without much thought again. However, Elodie and Sybil bowed their heads in response to my words. What's with this atmosphere, seriously? Ms. Anan did. Yes, you helped with something. A quiz, I heard. Ah, that must be about the Dragon Heart question. Terse Department Store, Terse Department Store. The name is easy to remember, a department store under royal management. Adventurer's Quiz, the last question that no one would guess. Terst. I got a bad feeling about this. Ding. As if in response to my thoughts, my phone on the table made a sound. I took the phone handed to me by Sybil. It was a text message. Hello, this is Philly Terst. What, who? As I struggled to catch up with my thoughts, another message came in. Let's meet up soon. I stared at the text for a long time, then I put my phone away. I'll put it on hold for now. Philly Terst is not someone you can deal with unprepared. Honestly, dealing with Philly Terst is tricky. Her appearance and speech make it seem like she knows nothing about the dirty, secretive world of the Imperial Palace. But that's not the case. Philly is the most qualified person in the Imperial Palace. Despite being a woman, Philly is a character who actively involves herself in the politics and dynamics of the Imperial Palace. Her foundation is skepticism towards everything. Her reputation in the Imperial Palace is that of a wise woman with outstanding intelligence and wit. This is because there have been more than a few incidents that were resolved by her when the Imperial Palace was in danger. But the reality is different. Philly didn't solve things with her intelligence. She knew from the beginning. It wasn't that she had a brilliant idea. She just guessed what would happen and responded in the most efficient way. The royal bloodline has many enemies, even within the Imperial Palace, because if you look too perfect, you're more likely to be hated. Knowing that, Philly unfolds her strategy a little late. To others, it appears as wit and cleverness. Once they find out Philly's true nature, all the praises for her will disappear, because they are not worthy to praise. And this, Elodie handed me something. I took it without thinking, and it was a short hexagonal column. There was a lens in the middle of it. What is this? What is this? I asked as I thought. It's a wizardgram. Wizardgram. It's a magical item that can record for a short time and project the recorded scenes into the air. It's good for learning combat skills or weapon skills. You can see it from various angles. I examined the wizardgram. From the explanation, it seems like a hologram projector. Is this what you wanted to give me last time? She said she made a promise with me, that she has an artifact to give. Yes. You're so lazy, so practice while watching this. With this, I might be able to acquire Falling Edge. I've been learning close combat from Azier regularly these days. If I ask, he would probably allow me to record it. Have you finished all your reviews? Elodie asked. I understood the intention of the question and nodded, but rather, Sybil was blankly tilting her head. Review? What review? I smirked. For Sybil, this kind of information might not be that important, Elodie earnestly answered. We have midterms soon. Constel's midterms consist of both written and practical exams. As it's a place that trains warriors, practical skills are more emphasized. However, that doesn't mean written exams can be ignored. The difference in importance isn't that significant. To clear the assignment given by Infer, I must rank within the top 10 in overall grades at Constel. The first hurdle to clear in achieving this is the midterm exams. But well, I'm not worried about the written tests. I've pasted all the content learned during class hours into my workshop. There's an absolutely undetectable cheat sheet. The real problem is the practicals. Practicals are similar to the joint missions I've done before. You just need to carry out the designated tasks in the field. But this time, it's an individual competition. By Constel's standards, I'm no longer completely incompetent, just a mediocre student at best. I feel like crying. It's hard to use weaving and Menosorpo. Learning Falling Edge from Azier would certainly be a big help. That's when I realized I was in front of the classroom. It feels like it's been a while since I've been here, considering the time spent in the cabin and the hospital. All right, let's try not to stand out today as well. Creak. I opened the classroom door. As expected, no one is interested in me. Satisfied, I took my seat as usual. When it was time, Teacher Jane entered, but today her face looked particularly stern. So what is it? Oh, today you see. Before we start the class, there's something I need to tell you all. Jane was stammering as she spoke. She was smiling, but her face looked incredibly awkward. Well, we have a new transfer student in our class. The classroom became noisy at her words. Students exclaimed in surprise, asking Jane various questions. But most were probably thinking, a transfer student at this time. Midterms are just around the corner. Why a transfer student now? I had a similar thought, but something came to mind. There's supposed to be a transfer student around this time. But it couldn't be them. Please come in, Miss Ott. At Jane's signal, the classroom door opened and one person slowly walked in. Her hair was pure white and glossy. It shone as if ice had shattered and fallen upon it. Her eyebrows, eyes, and even her skin were stark white. The features on her small face seemed naturally placed, neat, and also pitiful. Each time she blinked, her white pupils summoned the clarity of winter. Hello. Even her voice sounded as if it was carved from ice, crisp and cold. I watched the greeting girl with a sense of disbelief. It was indeed the student I had in mind, and definitely someone who should never have come here. My name is Otten Turst. Nice to meet you. The third princess of the Turst Empire. The youngest daughter of Empress Philly Turst had transferred. I knew it was a major event after all. At around this time, I knew that Otten Turst would be transferring here, but not to this class. You have to go to the classroom Aster is in. Why would I know that? Because when I played as Aster, I saw it happen. Otten later becomes an important comrade of Aster's, a character with a large role who sometimes becomes the heroine as the game progresses, but she came to my class. There's no named character in this class. A place where there's only me, a character known as the human sloth Frondier, Jane said with a stiff smile as if trying to appease us. Well, I'm sure you all know, but Lady Otten is the third princess of Emperor Turst. But don't worry about things like that here, everyone. Just be friends, okay? Teacher, you're being way too cautious. You sound like an elementary school teacher trying to calm the kids down. Of course you would be. Although there is no distinction between nobles and commoners in Constel, royalty is a different story. Not just a cousin or relative by marriage, but the emperor's daughter. Even if you understand Constel's doctrines, it's not easy to treat them casually. The students were all gaping in amazement and couldn't say anything. But wait a minute, I feel like Otten is watching me. I hope it's just that our eyes met briefly as she was looking around, but ever since she entered the room, our eyes have kept meeting. We'll meet up sometime soon. Philly's text message pops up in mind. No, it can't be. No matter how quick-witted Philly is and how good she is at politics, would she really try to get her daughter involved with me just because of a quiz? Haha, no way. So where should I sit? Is there an open seat? Otten pointed straight at a seat when Jane asked, "Can I sit there?" It was the seat next to mine. Otten said without batting an eye, "I like the window seat." Frondier de Roche, Otten thought. She was originally planning on transferring to Constel, but she hadn't expected to be assigned to a specific class. Then yesterday, her mother Philly said, "Otten, you're going to be put in the same class as Frondier." Who's that? Frondier de Roche. He's known around Constel as Human Sloth Frondier. That doesn't sound like a good nickname. Philly simply smiled at that. When mother smiles like that, it usually means she's pleased. When you get there, be sure to get to know everyone in the class, including Frondier. Do you want me to make friends with the other students so it won't be obvious that I'm approaching Frondier? Otten, that's not what I meant at all, but that's what you said. Otten sighed. Even when talking to her own daughter, her mother was too guarded and evasive. I guess it can't be helped since her political habits have rubbed off on her conversation with her daughter. What do you want me to find out? The dragon heart. Auten raised her finger. Find out everything Frondier knows about the dragon heart. The dragon heart. Frondier knows about it. Yes, he solved a quiz about it. Auten sighed deeply. I don't know what it is, but you've played some strange trick behind the scenes again. Auten, you're not having bad thoughts about your mom again, are you? No, of course not. Right? That's just like my daughter. I don't know what it is, but you've played some strange trick behind the scenes again, that's all I can say. Auten, being too honest can hurt. Really, when you were little, you were so cute, but now. After that, Philly whined about various things to Auten, but Auten just let it slide and now can't remember. During class, Auten glanced at Frondier. He really does look sleepy. His face was languid. She had thought the same when looking at her mother, Philly, but Frondier felt a bit different. Frondier's languidness had something, a dangerous scent to it. It's hard to tell what he's thinking, and he doesn't give off an impression of being either good or bad. Basically, with a poker face, his languid expression seems relaxed. If he had some skills, he would have been a frightening enemy. But from what I've heard, he's lazy and incompetent. Not that it's a big concern, he's doing nothing. I heard Frondier always sleeps during class, but he's awake. Maybe that information was outdated, but even though he's awake, he's doing nothing. He seems to be looking at the blackboard and the teacher, but he's not taking notes or checking the book, so the laziness is real. Is it progress that he's not sleeping? Now then, now I need to get close to Frondier and get the information. Auten recalled what her mother had said. Frondier de Roche is unpopular because of his low reputation. He's never had a girlfriend. And so if you just nudges him a little, he'll fall right over. You are known for your beauty even in the royal palace. A boy with no immunity to women will be easy pickings for our daughter. I see, just a little nudge. Remembering Philly's words, Auten waited until the class was over. After class, during the break, now all she has to do is nudge Frondier to make him fall for her. But during the entire break, Auten remained frozen in her seated position, only blinking occasionally. Already possessing a pale and outstanding beauty, she really looked like a doll sitting like that. It was so peculiar that Frondier even looked at her. Auten was spending this crucial time for her first approach to Frondier, but there was an unavoidable reason. She was deep in thought. How do I just nudge him a little? Unfortunately, Auten Turst had also never had a romantic partner before. During lunchtime, Quinny DeViet was heading to the cafeteria while listening to her friend Anne's story. Quinny, have you heard? The third princess has transferred here. You shouldn't be so rude about the third princess. What if someone hears you? Ah, come on, there's no such thing as status within Constal. That may be true, but Quinny was realizing in real time that human affairs don't always work out that way. Auten Turst. As soon as the news of her transfer spread, the students were in turmoil. How to approach her, what kind of gifts to give, whether it was appropriate to invite her for a meal after school, and so on. The third-year students, who were supposed to be role models within Constal, were even more so. Well, I understand the sentiment. In fact, even Quinny herself was naturally looking for ways to approach Auten Turst. Being a merchant, she understood the value of connections better than anyone. A connection with royalty, even if it doesn't work out, was certainly worth attempting. While discussing this with Anne, someone arrived at the cafeteria. What? They blankly stared at the scene in the cafeteria. In front of them was a very unusual scene. No, to say it was unusual was an understatement. It was a scene they had never witnessed before. Anne asked in a fluster, Is that Frondier? Yes, it seems so. Frondier was sitting at a table. No one was around him. Well, Frondier had a bad reputation, so that wasn't surprising. Except for one person who was sitting right next to him, sticking close. Hey, Quinny, yeah, I've only heard about her, never seen her in person. Quinny, yeah, they say from head to toe, everything's white. Hair, eyebrows, irises, even her skin. Yeah, the two looked at the woman next to Frondier again. So that's Auten. I'm tired. It's been a while since I've felt this exhausted without being in the middle of a battle. I ate my meal under the gaze of everybody in the cafeteria. I have no idea what it tastes like. I snuck a glance to my side. Auten was sitting next to me. Back in the classroom, even after lunch break started, Auten planted herself right next to me and didn't budge. Then when I got up, she got up, and when I walked, she followed. And eventually, she even followed me to the cafeteria and sat down next to me, with her back ramrod straight, in a perfect posture as if drawn with a ruler. It must be one of the many manners drilled into her by her royal education. But Auten, yes, aren't you going to eat? She can't eat in that pose. Auten paused for a moment after hearing my words. No, she just kind of spaced out, then she opened her eyes wide as if she suddenly realized something. Oh yes, I should consume sustenance. No, you don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily have to, but you already dished out food onto your plate, with your own hands. Auten only started eating after hearing my words. It's like I'm giving a robot a command to eat. The expression on her face as she quietly ate her food was just like the fabled Snow Queen, cold and merciless, yet flawlessly beautiful, like a frigid beauty whose allure seems to emanate from forbidding anyone's approach. I wish I knew why you're doing this to me, it would ease my mind. Weren't you sent by Philly to extract information about the dragon heart from me? Shouldn't the usual approach be to strike up a conversation and subtly inquire? You don't talk to me, nor do you seem to want anything. It's like you're watching me. What is this? Are you harassing me? Is this a new strategy of the October bastards? Oh, Frondier, that's when I heard a familiar voice. Looking up, I saw Sybil standing there with a startled expression. Sybil, you came. A savior has descended. Lady Otten Turst. Frondier, when did you and Lady Otten? It's not something I did. I don't know the reason either. Despite our conversation, Otten was focused only on her meal. Sybil tilted her head slightly in greeting. Lady Otten Turst. Hello. Sybil's gestures and expressions, which evoke affection from men and women of all ages. Receiving the greeting, Otten put down her spoon and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Otten spoke in an icy cold voice. My name is indeed Otten Turst, but you seem to be mistaken. Oh, she really does seem like a snow woman now. The image I had in the game is still intact. Could I be witnessing a scene where Sybil is silenced with a royal, high-handed tone, an icy voice, and attitude? Mistaken. I'm just a freshman who's recently transferred, so being called lady really doesn't suit me. Yes, just call me comfortably. I've heard that in Constal we don't distinguish between ranks. Otten's words left Sybil dumbfounded, but then I was dumbfounded too. Soon, Sybil approached Otten with a bright smile. Wow, Otten, you're so kind. I was worried you might be standoffish. Is that so? Sybil instantly hit the highest level of affability. Otten comfortably accepting Sybil. Watching them, I held my face in my hands in despair. What is this? Is this that Otten Turst? Where did the cold Otten that I saw when playing as Aster go? So Otten, did you come here right after transferring? Then where do you sleep? I've arranged for a mansion nearby as of yesterday. Then you must not know much about what's here. Yes, I've had a brief explanation from my personal secretary. How about going shopping with me after school? I'll show you around. The conversation was connected, but it was truly a dialogue between the rich and the common folk. I could understand the content, but the scale was unbelievable. I'm sorry, but I think shopping will be difficult. Of course it would be. No matter what, she wouldn't go shopping with a girl he just met. But as she said that, Otten was looking at me. What are you looking at? Because I'll be accompanying Mr. Frondier after school. What? I found myself asking back involuntarily upon hearing such an absurd statement. Sybil was looking at me with her mouth open. Frondier, you're amazing. What do you mean by that? Regardless of what you meant, you're wrong, aren't you? Now's not the time to be talking to this guy. Regaining my composure, I spoke to Otten. At my words, Otten picked up a napkin and let out a sigh. Mr. Frondier, that's not it. As expected, she's not going to keep following me after school, right? Living up to my expectations, Otten spoke gently. As I said earlier, I'm just a first-year student at Constal, so there's no need to add lady. Hey, even so, suddenly being called hey is a bit. Why can't we communicate? Aster, be wary of Frondier de Roche. Aster was deep in thought, the words of Baldur he encountered in the sanctuary. What does it mean? Aster doesn't get swayed by rumors and reputations. He tends to trust his own eyes and ears more. His judgment has never been wrong. The same was true for Frondier. Despite being called the human sloth and whatnot, after having a few conversations face-to-face and exploring dungeons together, he knew well what Frondier was like. Frondier was a decent human being. At least, he wasn't someone who deserved the demeaning nickname of a human sloth. I've seen far too many who are much lazier yet pretend to be diligent, those who are incompetent yet overextend themselves. Aster was among those who held Frondier in the highest regard within Constal. Therefore, Baldur's words were not easily comprehensible to him, but that didn't mean he could simply dismiss the words of Baldur, the owner of divine power. Being warned about Frondier, it's easy to think it means Frondier is my enemy, yet I've only ever received help from Frondier. From the fake Mistletoe incident to dungeon explorations. The dungeon invite was actually a gesture of gratitude for the Mistletoe incident, but it ended up causing more trouble for Frondier, including saving Sybil in the process. If Frondier is my enemy, then why, intentionally, to deceive me? If not, should I stop believing in gods? Aster bit his lower lip. Aster is a strong individual even without Baldur's divine power, but he is well aware of how much of a blessing it is to have received Baldur's power, in a world where gods exist. How heavy it is not to believe in the words of a god, Aster fully understood. Aster. Aster snapped out of his thoughts at the calling voice. Lunia Freisel, a classmate, was offering him ice cream. Chocolate. Yeah, sure. Aster, who didn't really care, took the ice cream absently. While eating strawberry ice cream, Lunia asked, what are you thinking so hard about? Lunia, what do you think about Frondier? Frondier again. That's all you've been talking about lately. You forgot that's why we came here. That's right. It all started when Sybil Forte acquired a lower dungeon entry ticket. At that time, Sybil had nominated Aster, and Aster had nominated Frondier. If you hadn't done that, I could have gone to the dungeon with you too. So I followed you shopping as a way to apologize, and the dungeon rewards weren't anything special. The only thing of value was the sanctuary, but only those with divine power could benefit from it. Lunia doesn't have divine power, so it's irrelevant to her. However, Lunia seemed unhappy about it, frowning as she licked her ice cream. You dummy, it's not about the rewards. Can't you see that? Really? Is she upset because she missed out on the experience of fighting in the dungeon or disarming traps? Aster was thinking along those lines. It was certainly a thought befitting the protagonist of a game. So asking again, what do you think about Frondier? You're really something. Lunia looked at Aster as if he was unbelievable and sighed. Lunia squinted one eye as if thinking and then said, well, I've never met him personally, so I can't say. If he's as the rumors suggest, it would be disappointing, but if not, just average. Somewhere between a minus and zero. That's pretty harsh. Lazy and incompetent, and that's because he believes in his noble status. Lunia is Aster's childhood friend, a character with a very high chance of becoming the heroine. Therefore, she's also the one who has the most conversations with Aster. She has heard a lot about Frondier from Aster. He's different from his reputation. A man with responsibility and consideration who doesn't leave the injured behind. I've heard about it, but I should only believe half of what Aster says. Lunia knows Aster well. Aster is too kind. He prides himself on having a good judgment of character, but Aster hasn't really met a true villain yet. As expected, I need to be by Aster's side. When Lunia had gotten that far in her thoughts, she stopped in her tracks at the sight before her. Her thoughts halted too, because it was such a strange sight. Aster, I've only heard about his appearance in words, but that person in white, is she Aunt Turst? What? It was then that Aster looked ahead. Across the street there indeed was Aunt, walking in a stark white, and beside her Frondier. Him, Lunia exclaimed in surprise at Aster's murmur. The man walking beside Aunt was Frondier, with that sleepy face just as the rumors said, and Lady Aunt is following him around no less. What's going on here? At that moment Frondier looked this way. He spotted Aster and waved. Hey Aster. Lunia was slightly taken aback by his casual demeanor. I didn't realize just from hearing about it, but it seems they've really become close. Frondier, and the one next to know behind you is… you'll see. Just as Frondier was about to introduce Aunt, he stopped. It was because of Aunt's icy face. Aunt, Frondier tried calling her, but Aunt did not respond. Her cold gaze was fixed on Aster. That's when Frondier remembered. A fact he already knew. Nothing had changed. Only that his perspective was wrong. When playing as Aster and facing Aunt for the first time, one is always met with her stern gaze. I remember Aunt Turst from the game Edius. When I first met Aster, Aunt always looked at him with those eyes. But as the game progressed, Aunt came to acknowledge Aster as he completed main quests and progressed through the story. Sometimes their relationship even developed into a romantic one, so I knew Aunt was originally a cold character. Aunt, have you met Aster before? No, just met him now. Even after parting ways with Aster, Aunt's expression wasn't good. It must be true that they just met. Even I have never been in a situation where I met the pre-transfer Aunt before Aster came to our school. The cold gaze I saw from Aunt when playing as Aster must have had its reasons, rather than being her actual personality. From Frondier's perspective, Aunt is not that cold of a person. It's just that our conversations don't go well. In other words, I mistook Aunt for being cold because I played from Aster's perspective, but that's not her true nature. There is something between Aunt and Aster that I don't know. Now, where are we going? It seems like we're done shopping. Aunt asked, following behind. Even if it's called shopping, there's nothing special about it. I just bought stationery for the midterm exams. Of course not. I'm a woman who knows her limits. No, you don't know your limits. You're just not crossing the final line. Well, let's part ways here. Okay, see you tomorrow. Aunt said goodbye like that. See you tomorrow. What was that? Just an ordinary greeting. Are you saying you're going to do the exact same thing again tomorrow? As soon as I returned to the mansion, I met with Azier. It was the day we trained. During training, I asked Azier to show me a demonstration of falling edge, especially since I received the thing from Elodie. But Azier shook his head. I can't. Why not? If you do it with your current skills, you'll just hurt yourself. Azier was firm, but when was he ever not? And above all, falling edge can only be used properly with a spear. It takes advantage of the length and flexibility of the shaft. Oh, I see. Azier spoke as if he could see right through me. If you want to imitate falling edge with a dagger, build up your body first. You haven't even been training for that long. Yes, sir. I gave up the idea of learning falling edge right away and got into position. Training with Azier was a big help. For muscle training, I follow his lead as much as I can, and for combat, we mainly spar, and he points out the problems and weaknesses in my movements. This simple repetition was rapidly increasing my experience points. Falling edge as well, while he doesn't teach it to me directly, he often shows it to me while sparring with me. He means for me to steal it with my eyes. My main strategy is to let go of my weapon first, just like when I fought the golem. Wait a minute. Golem? Oh no. I figured out how to use falling edge, but I need to focus on training for now. Like Azier said, if I try to use falling edge with my current body, I'll get hurt. Moreover, if you're trying to do it with a dagger instead of a spear, the burden becomes even heavier. Is it even possible? Brother, what is it? Do you not trust my abilities? Are you even serious right now? As expected. You've just started training a complete novice. You've wasted time in idleness, lagging far behind others from the start. By the time you satisfy me, you'll have graduated. I was ordered by father to rank within the top 10 within a year. That's a different story. Even if you rank first among the first-year nobodies of Constal, you won't catch my eye. The current first-year top ranker is Aster Evans. Even the current Aster might not impress Azier yet. Brother, you're quite talkative today. Do you think I have a talent for combat? This has been my recent concern. In the previous world, I saw this world through the character of Aster, who was brimming with talent. Aster's companions were characters who had already made a name for themselves at Constal. I know exactly what positions they should take and how they should fight, as if I could grasp it in my hand. But with characters like Frondier, whom I know nothing about, I can't find the way. Choosing to fight with weaving, focusing on throwing and dagger skills, replicating legendary weapons like Graham and Chryslocatos. TN, changing name of Chrysor to Chryslocatos. I was looking for the proper name in myths, but it turns out to be a weapon in games like Assassin's Creed. Whether this is the right path to take, whether Frondier's body is truly suitable for combat, whether it has talent. In Edius, where I'm given only the thinnest slivers of information, navigating this situation feels like cutting through fog. In this body of Frondier, is it possible to persist and forge ahead on this path? Azier briefly observed me before replying. Frondier, things like aptitude and talent are determined in retrospect. We don't talk about the talent of failures. Only those who succeed, only the strong are recognized for their talent. It was rare for Azier to speak at such length. Could it be that he had some thoughts on what I had said? Up until now, when people tried to explain how someone achieved something, if they couldn't explain it with effort, they'd just dismiss it all as talent. But surely there must have been numerous other factors that contributed to their accomplishments. He almost sounded like he was talking about our father, Infer. Infer, the lord who, after becoming a territorial lord, had never once allowed monsters to breach his borders. The epithet attached to him, the Iron Wall of the North. I'm sure Azier, who had witnessed his life, had his own thoughts on the matter. Separate from that, though, what Azier said was common sense. Talent and aptitude are words reserved for those who had succeeded. Numerous people who had been thought to be talented as children fell by the wayside, and in the world where people live, it was not uncommon for unremarkable people to achieve success. And once they succeeded, they would suddenly be lauded as talented. They hadn't had such talent before they succeeded, but once they did, it would be repackaged as if they had possessed that talent from the beginning. Such was the nature of humans, but Frondier, I can say this with certainty. At that moment, Azier's emotionless gaze fell upon me. You certainly have the aptitude for combat. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. I couldn't sense any intent. With those eyes, Azier stated a fact as if he were imparting information, because you are my younger brother. Data on the golems. Yes, do you happen to have any left? The next day, I sought out teacher Binky's after school. Binky's, the original owner of the golem that Edwin had used. She looked at me and HMM'd, tilting her head. Sure, it's still here, but what will you use it for? Could I possibly record something like a technical demonstration? Record. Oh, you have a wizardgram, don't you? How did she know? Was wizardgram originally a famous item? I've never heard or seen it in the game. Then there's no need to record. I'll send you the data. You can view it through the wizardgram. Oh, how convenient. I took out my wizardgram. Why, you've got a good one. Really, look at the mark on the bottom. There's only one magical product company that uses the eagle mark, and that company boasts the highest quality in all its magical products. Just as Binky said, there was an eagle emblem engraved on the bottom of the wizardgram. Indeed, this eagle was the emblem of Hitchcock. I might not have known about wizardgram, but I know the company Hitchcock. So, what technique do you want to see? The falling edge. You, my boy, have big dreams, don't you? Binky said, laughing as she transferred the data. Good, now I can view it on the wizardgram anytime. Just like Azier said, my body isn't ready yet, so I shouldn't try to imitate it recklessly for now. Just watching is enough. Learning by sight comes first. Sure, it's nothing, but hey, Frondier. Yes, how long is she going to stay like that? At Binky's words, I turned around. Behind me, Aunt was standing as still as ice. Today, as always, Aunt had accompanied me, and I diligently ran away. It was almost useless, though. Aunt should be sticking with Aster, not me. Why she's following me around like a puppy when she's such a crucial part of Aster's strategy is beyond me. And when I try to introduce her to Aster, she turns into that icy character from the games and can't seem to communicate properly. So to the passing students, our relationship must seem quite odd. The Empire's princess is tailing the worst of reputations, after all. The rumor spread like wildfire in just one day. When Aunt was singled out, she blinked her large eyes several times before opening her mouth. "Ami, good you're alive. You were so quiet I thought you were a statue." Teacher Binky's jested. "I've heard the rumors are rampant lately, that the Empire's princess is doggedly following Frondier. What's this, what's this? Frondier, did you charm the princess in just one day? Not at all. I don't know why either." I naturally answered that way, but Aunt looked thoughtful, her gaze drifting upwards. And then she said something terrifying. "Charmed? If possible, I'd like that to happen. What did you say? This time even Teacher Binkies was taken aback. If possible, I'd like Mr. Frondier to have charmed by me. I dragged Otten out with me, ignoring the stunned face of Binkies as we left. Frondier, where are you going? To the library, to the library. Why, you ask? Midterms are coming up. Are you okay? Honestly, I'm more worried about Otten than myself. With exams around the corner, she suddenly transferred schools. Otten said, gracefully placing her hand on her collarbone. It's fine. Wealth isn't based on grades. You mean it's not fine at all, and don't make dangerous remarks. It sounds like you're going to bribe the examiner with money. Otten acts like this, but she's actually a hard worker when it comes to studying. With an intellectual air as cold as her appearance, Otten is actually quite average in terms of intelligence. Originally, when she first transferred here, she barely passed the midterms because she was so busy fighting with Aster. She couldn't even study because she was chasing after me. She doesn't even seem interested. Ah, damn it. Why do I have to do this? If Otten's grades drop, I'm in trouble. If she fails the written part of the midterms, she'll have to retake the written exam after the practical exam. There's an event during that retake period, and Otten is essential for it. Otten's eyes widened briefly in surprise at my words. Then she said, I was following you anyway. I know, and the idea of Frondier SSI teaching me is hard to imagine. What's that supposed to mean? I apologize, I'll rephrase that. I don't have much faith in it. Haven't you ever heard that you're too honest and hurtful? At my words, Otten made the most surprised expression I had ever seen. How did you? Damn it, I'm starting to get annoyed with this kid. Otten and I sat side by side in the library. Even on our way here, we attracted a lot of attention, but as expected of a library, interest faded quickly. Since yesterday, Otten has been following me around, so those who should know probably do. Are you really going to teach me how to study? Yes. Otten looked at me as if she was skeptical. Not that her expression changed much, it's just what I thought. It might just be a misunderstanding. I'm doubtful. It wasn't a misunderstanding after all. She must be the type who feels relieved only after speaking her mind. I casually flipped open my notebook. Then I opened the lessons I had copied so far from the workshop. Otten wouldn't see it, but I was literally copying the content into my notebook. What are you doing now? To be honest, it's impossible to teach you the standard way and prevent you from failing from now on. It's not a matter of the midterm's difficulty. It's about the scope. Otten, having lived a royal life, knows almost nothing about school lessons due to focusing on etiquette and skills. This is something I know for sure from playing the game. After all, Constel's notes are all descriptive. The game doesn't make players take exams, but from what I've heard, that's the case. Then I can't just copy what's stored in the workshop as it is. It's not a matter of memory. If it's seen as cheating, I have no excuse. So I have to rewrite the lessons copied from the workshop in my own way. What I'm writing now is a summary that includes that. After writing an entire page, I hand it over to Ott. Here, memorize this. What's this? 1 month's worth of lessons since entering Constel. Not everything is included. I boldly omitted what needed to be. I can't write them all down. There's no way Otten can memorize them all, and I had no intention of making her get a perfect score. She just needs to pass. Otten took the paper and stared at it blankly. Is this really what's in the textbooks? You didn't just make this up, did you? If I had made it up, it would be even more impressive. But right now, instead of using a textbook, you're writing directly in a notebook. Well, yeah, that's because I'm copying notes from the workshop. Surely you can't remember everything. The whole midterm range, something like that. That's because the workshop is mine. I kept writing the next chapter as I answered. Otten stared at it for a moment before focusing on the paper I had handed her. She seemed to realize that I was serious. Silence filled the air after that. I copied from the workshop's contents while she focused on reading the paper I had given her. I could tell that Otten was being thorough, as she occasionally underlined parts she thought were important. Finally, she said, I'm done. I handed Otten the last piece of paper. With this, I had briefly summarized the midterm range. Also, while rewriting the workshop's contents in a way that fit my writing style, I gained something from it as well. Otten took the paper from me and stared at it blankly. At least she should be able to tell from this that I wasn't messing around. Otten opened her mouth, still dazed. I heard you were lazy. I'm a new man now. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. At night, Otten was studying at the mansion. She could only study for a short while each night between chasing after Frondier. She thought it would be impossible to cover the entire midterm range with this schedule, but now it seemed possible. It was real. Otten compared the paper Frondier had given her with the actual course material. Every single word was accurate, down to the smallest detail. Every single character is spelled accurately, even the difficult ones to memorize. Is this kind of memory capacity even possible for a human? Of course, it didn't have the entire contents of the textbooks, but all the important information was there without fail. This was nothing more than further proof that he had grasped the contents of the entire textbook. Beep, 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 beep. Just then, her sage phone rang. The sound was loud and urgent, as if an emergency had happened. She answered the phone. Yeah, Mom. Otten, you worked hard again today. How are you doing? Philly's sweet voice could be heard. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Have you been able to make some friends with your classmates? Not really. Oh my, didn't I tell you to make sure to make friends? When you're your age, friends are the most important thing, even more so than studying. Just a little bit with Frondier. Good job, my daughter. I mean, really. Mom, your true intentions just slipped out. Why can't you hide what's on your mind better? I'll never do something like that. TN, yes, since she's doing worse. So, did you ask him? The dragon heart? Yup. No, not yet. Okay, good job. Once that boy has fallen head over heels for you, then you should ask him. Head over heels, huh? She thought about it for a moment. If I wait for that, I'll never be able to ask him. Philly suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke. Oh, and the Constable midterm exams are coming up soon, right? Yeah, of course, Ott knew this wasn't something she had suddenly remembered. The midterms are coming up, right? I heard that outsiders are allowed to watch the practical exams, so I want to come watch my daughter shine. You're coming here? Yes, with your sisters. Otten's expression hardened. Her sisters were coming. The only reason she had been able to accept transferring to Constable so easily was because of her sisters. Otten sighed and spoke. All right, fine, but don't come during the written exams. There's no point since you won't be able to see anything, really. Mom is also busy. I'll make time to come see the practical exams too. Got it. After a few more exchanges, Otten hung up the phone and sighed. The sisters are coming, in some ways more troublesome than Mom. She briefly looked at the paper she had been reading until a moment ago. The paper Frondier had written for her. Let's work hard. After muttering those words, Otten picked up the paper. Midterm written exam. I wrote down all the answers and then left the room. I was worried that what I had stored in the workshop might not be enough, but that wasn't the case at all. Is this the power of a cheat sheet? It feels like I'm cheating in this world for the first time in a while. I was the first student to leave the classroom. No one really looked at me strangely. They probably think I either scribbled something down or handed in a blank sheet. It doesn't matter what they think. Today is the day to test the wizardgram. I hadn't had a chance to use it with midterms right around the corner, but now that the written exams are over. As I hurried toward the mansion, squeak. The car stopped. It's a very luxurious sedan. Just owning it suggests wealth. The window in the back of the car opened. Hello. There was a woman offering a languid greeting. White hair, red eyes. Her face innocently resembling a rabbit. I knew it. Philly Turst. She had come looking for me. Get in, there's a place we need to go. I silently opened the car door. I couldn't refuse anyway. It's an offer from the Empress. What can I do? And Philly is just an uncomfortable person to face, not a villain. There's no reason for me to be scared now. As I sat in the backseat, the car started. It seemed the destination had already been set. Why didn't you respond to my message? I thought Her Majesty was joking. I hoped it was a joke. If the Empress suddenly says, let's meet sometime soon, it would naturally be so. Philly tilted her head. You know why I contacted you? I have no idea. Ahahaha. Philly laughed out loud, and then she opened her hidden red eyes with a smile. Lies. You know, don't you? I deliberately kept silent. Philly dislikes people who are needlessly kind to her, those who seem too easygoing. Being intimidated by her status as the Empress, one cannot have a proper conversation with her. How do you know about the dragon heart? Philly asked. Red eyes different from Otten's. Eyes and expressions that seemed genuinely curious, along with her tone of voice. I looked straight at her and smiled. Lazily. Who knows? Have you seen it before? Maybe. How did you know it turns people into invalids if they eat it? It's a secret. My answer was as good as not answering. Philly smiled slyly and said, aren't you curious what will happen if you die here? Before I knew it, her left hand was holding a dagger, and she lightly placed it against my throat. I looked at the dagger. It naturally gets included in the weaving workshop. Terst Imperial Ritual Dagger. A dagger needed to conduct various imperial ceremonies. Being ceremonial, it lacks lethality. Well, even a blunt weapon can kill if stabbed in the throat. In this way, the laughter between Philly and me is quite similar. I'm curious, what will become of Her Majesty? At my words, Philly's expression stiffened slightly. To obtain information about the dragon heart, you've created bizarre events like department store quizzes, sneaked around the palace, and arranged for a man who has never seen your daughter to meet her. I closed the distance with Philly. I didn't care about the dagger at my throat, because Philly had backed away that much. If such a man were to die in this car, and all the painstaking efforts you wish to hide from the royal palace were to vanish, I'm very curious about what would happen to the Empress. Frondier de Roche. Yes, that is my name, you are correct. What do you want? Typical Philly Turst. Quick to judge. I said I want to see the actual dragon heart. Is just seeing it enough? Philly asked. Oh, you've made a mistake. My smile deepened. It seems even the Empress would find that insufficient. I hear Philly's hollow laugh. Well, since you've said as much, let's grab a bonus. Allow me to choose a weapon from the royal armory. In truth, choosing a weapon from this offer holds little meaning for me. The important part is seeing the armory. It seemed like the workshop was running low on weapons, but if I simply said looking was enough, that might raise suspicions. Sigh. Fine. You have a different idea, Frondier de Roche. Philly sighed and grumbled as if bored. A poor reputation led to complacency, allowing me to draw out Philly's mistake, but it's all worked out. I intended to bring you along from the beginning. Where to? At my question, Philly spoke as if it were nothing. This car, we're currently on our way to the Royal Palace. The Imperial Palace, the heart of the Terst Empire, the capital city of Silchester. When entering through it and heading further north, a giant outer wall that can be seen even from a distance appears. That is the outer wall of the Imperial Palace. The length of just that one wall is 20 km. Entering through that giant square outer wall that forms exactly 4 sides, each of those inner citadels show off their figure before your very eyes. You pass through all those citadels and reach the heart of it all, and what you see there is the inner citadel where the emperor lives. All the people living within the outer wall have everything they need to live inside there. Not only a market, but also restaurants, beauty salons, laundromats, hospitals, and entertainment facilities such as bars and karaoke. You could call it a castle version of a multifunctional complex. Soon, I came across the magnificent inner citadel. Its majestic grandeur simply stands there, gigantic. As if a designer had designed it without thinking, it's on an absurd scale. The car stopped in front of it, and Philly and I got out. From here on, you'll have to cover your eyes. Please understand. When I nodded, the driver came over and covered my eyes with a cloth. They just wrapped a single layer of cloth around my head and tied it, yet I couldn't see a thing in front of me. They're just a driver, yet the intimidation I felt was considerable. Do they also act as bodyguards in case of an emergency? Following Philly's instructions, I spun around on the spot and walked somewhere. Whenever a fork in the road appeared, I had to spin around on the spot and walk again. By the time that happened, not only would I have forgotten which way I came from, but also my sense of direction would disappear. Of course, I know the entire layout of the Imperial Palace. Philly's efforts to keep the interior a secret from me are futile and meaningless. I'm not saying anything about it because there's nothing good to say. All right, you can uncover it now. When Philly said that, I removed the cloth and looked around, and the area was filled with all sorts of weapons and shields. The Imperial Armory. I'll fulfill your conditions first. Only then will I demand the information. That's the right order. I nodded and looked around. I pretended to be looking for a suitable weapon as I copied everything inside into the workshop. Of course, of all the things here, there's no telling how many I'll actually be able to use with my skill, but it never hurts to have more weapons in the storage. Then I stopped in front of a certain item. Philly spoke when she saw where I was looking. Oh, I'm telling you in advance that you can't have that weapon. I know. Different from all other weapons, it was displayed separately. It was suspended in the air with a sturdy magic device and equipment, a hammer with a short handle, a square of steel with both sides perfectly symmetrical about the handle, the strongest weapon possessed by the Terst Empire, Thor's divine weapon, Mjolnir. How nostalgic. Back in my old world, whenever the community talked about Aedeus, this topic would come up. Which is stronger, Thor's Mjolnir or Zeus's lightning bolt? It was a childish question, like asking who would win in a fight between a lion and a tiger. The reason this topic never reached a conclusion was because the main character Aster couldn't use either of them. As you can see, Mjolnir is kept in the heart of the Empire, and in times of crisis, the Emperor himself wields it. As for Zeus's lightning bolt, Astrape, no one has ever even seen it. People just assumed that since Aedeus is a game where gods exist, there must be a lightning bolt belonging to Zeus. But I can use it. It's already been put in the workshop, but it's not something that can be used right away. Even with the legendary weapon Gram, the longest I can maintain the weaving is 5 seconds. With Mjolnir, I probably won't even be able to activate it. Someday, though. For now, I would just keep it safe in my spatial storage. Someday, I'll find a use for it. I picked up a decent sword nearby. I had roughly checked the contents when I put them in the workshop, so these were among the best quality items here. You have a good eye. Let's move on to the next. Then my vision was obscured again, spinning around, and we moved. After a while, following Philly's directions, when I took off the cloth, this time a long staircase came into view. Be careful from here on. We're going down the stairs. This place was hastily made later, so the facilities are incomplete. I followed Philly down the dark staircase. How far had we gone down? As Philly said, this place was definitely incomplete. They had only dug into the ground without even putting up walls. It was just a stone wall. When I thought we had gone down about 10 floors, we reached level ground. I'll open the door, so wait. Philly walked toward the door saying this. Then suddenly she stopped. Thud, a fairly large rock fell in front of her. Hi, eek. Philly screamed in fright and stumbled backward. It seemed to be a rockfall, not properly repaired. Had it hit, it wouldn't have killed her but could have caused injury. However, that scene. It looked very strange, and it wasn't just my imagination. What was that? Philly had stopped before the rock fell, as if she knew it was going to happen. But once the rock fell, she was startled and trembled with fear. An act for me? Why, if that was an act, then I had no choice but to think all of Philly's expressions were an act. Even if it was an act, there was no reason for her to act that way towards me. How did Philly know the rock was going to fall? If she knew, why did she act so surprised? Well then, I'll open it. Philly, seemingly embarrassed, cleared her throat and reached for the doorknob. With that, it seemed like magic was activated, and the sound of an unlocking lock was heard. It's fingerprint magic. It was present in the roach's annex too, but the magic seal here is much more advanced. I put aside the unease I felt towards Philly and entered with her. Inside, a blue glowing object was placed in the center. Its shape reminded me of a triangle. A very thin and small triangle. It looked like a thick circular rod was connected to form a triangle. The dragon heart was before my eyes. Hold on, now that I think about it, I should try this too. I casually tossed the dragon heart into the workshop. Not that I thought it would be of any use since it wasn't a weapon, but what happens if I weaving it into something and eat it? I have a feeling that might be dangerous. Now you've seen it, right? It's Mr. Frondier's turn. It was information about the dragon heart. Yes, Philly waved her hand, casting a spell. It's Whispers of the Wind. Quinny had used this spell before with me to prevent our conversation from leaking. It seems overly cautious, but indeed thorough. Is the information you have about the dragon heart really worth that much? This question is so unlike Philly. To ask about the value of information when she has no trust in me. Perhaps it shows how desperate Philly is. I can only say that it is. I suppose so. Philly's red eyes scanned me, trying to see through me to uncover any pretense. But would that change anything? Philly Turst, I wish you could become an ally if possible. Philly is a character in the game Edius who is infinitely close to being gray. Depending on how you play, Philly can either become the protagonist's enemy or ally. I want to make Philly an ally, but blind goodwill only breeds suspicion. And without knowing Philly's true intentions, blind goodwill might just end up strangling me. Philly, I called out to her, without using her title as Empress or attaching any honorifics. Philly's eyes narrowed. What is it all of a sudden? Why do you need the dragon heart? That's none of your business. That wasn't included in our deal, was it? Indeed, she never intended to tell me in the first place. It's a fact even hidden within the royal family, there's no way she'd tell me, Philly. I might let it pass once, although even once is more than enough reason to cut your throat. But if it happens a second time, what did you do to Aunt? At my words, Philly's eyes widened. In the game, Philly is smart and competent, sharp in politics and calculations. But ultimately, her daughters are her top priority. Elijah, Sale, Auten, and among them, Auten holds the highest priority. Reason Philly exercises her influence in politics, the reason she saves the Turst Empire from crisis and shines in every endeavor is all for Auten. Therefore, to become allies with Philly, one must first earn Auten's trust. However, for some reason, when Auten first encountered Aster, she treated him with remarkable coldness. Until now, I thought it was just her personality, but from a different perspective, it appears otherwise. Auten dislikes Aster. She dislikes someone she has never met. Despite there being no issue with Aster's reputation, conduct, or appearance. In fact, she dislikes Aster, who is at the top in all those aspects without any reason. Magic, that's the only explanation. Auten is under some kind of spell. Perhaps a spell that makes her feel repulsion towards a designated target. But such a spell that influences a person's heart doesn't take effect easily. It only works after a long time through continuous exposure. It's similar to brainwashing. It must be even more complicated and delicate to avoid getting caught in the process. The only person who could do such a thing to Auten, it's Philly. What are you talking about? Philly dodged the question for now. It doesn't matter, because Auten is too big of a weakness for Philly. I know that you love Auten, that you live for her, dedicating your all to her. Philly didn't answer. That's why I can't understand why you cast a spell on Auten to make her hate Aster. You even know about that. Philly stopped denying it. There's no point in denying it, because if I go to Auten and tell her this, it won't mean anything. At this point, when Philly brought me here, she didn't have many options. Will she kill me to silence me? I may be nothing special, but I am the son of the Roach family. It's not something you can just quietly sweep under the rug. If that happens, there's a risk that everything about Dragonheart, which was being moved in secret, will be exposed. A spell to make her hate Aster. In other words, Philly doesn't want Auten and Aster to get close, but Philly's love for Auten is absolute, so that spell must also be for Auten's sake. However, in almost every case as the game progresses, Auten becomes Aster's ally. Philly's spell is eventually broken, and when that happens, Auten fights alongside Aster, and in the end, now I get it. Avoiding the rock falling in front of me in advance, Philly's surprise after avoiding it. Then, the cruel ending of this game that only I know. I said, Miss Philly, can you see the future? At my words, Philly wiped all expression from her face. However, she soon regained her gentle face, and with the most natural, most awkward smile she had shown me yet, she answered, a little. Being able to see the future isn't all that great. Most of the time, it's more about feelings than seeing. Anticipation, joy, displeasure, anxiety. It's more about feeling the emotions regarding the future rather than seeing any particular situation. Philly said she's actually experiencing foresight into the future. However, she says it's closer to feeling than observing. What about when the rock fell just now? That gave me away, didn't it? Yes. I had this uneasy feeling that I shouldn't take another step forward. I didn't know it was because of a falling rock, though. So Philly avoided it but was still surprised. She knew it was dangerous but didn't know the nature of the danger. And that's why you cast a spell on Auten. If he's with Aster, Auten will become unhappy. Philly said firmly, I don't know exactly what happens in the future, but I do know that if they are together, something terrible happens. It's like feeling this revolting and hideous sensation warning me every night. I didn't respond to that. I couldn't say it wasn't true, probably because it is true. A game that no one has ever cleared. After everyone else had abandoned the game, even I, who stayed until the end and tried everything, failed. The future Philly sees is inevitable. Aster is a man meant to lead humanity. Naturally, his companion Autumn as well, so they would be the first to die if humanity were to perish. I felt an unavoidable bitterness. I lived with all my might in this world. I applied my weaving skills, obtained Gram by duplicating it with obsidian, increased my total mana by repeatedly depleting it, defeated golems and thwarted surf. But despite all that, Philly's foresight is the same as the ending I know. I am still not even a speck of interference in the game's future. I inhaled and exhaled. Trash game. I muttered my complaint under my breath. I asked Philly, but how can you have foresight? A skill called foresight does not exist. Among characters like in Frontier, there are occasionally unique skills, but if foresight were a unique skill, such a character would be noticeable. What do you think it is? Could it be divine power? But Philly doesn't have divine power. If she had divine power, she wouldn't refrain from using it in politics. Philly shook her head. It's not divine power. Or maybe, in a way, it is the true meaning of divine power. What do you mean? I am a descendant of Verolva. I was surprised by Philly's words. Verolva or Vala are female sorceresses from Norse mythology. From the beginning to the end of Norse mythology, they appear as if dead and are said to be able to observe everything from the birth to the end of the world. In Norse mythology, they often appear in scenes prophesizing, but that is just a fraction of their abilities. Past or future, they know it all. Even if I say I'm a descendant, the bloodline is too ancient and has thinned. That's why I can only foresee to this extent. Then your parents too. My mother was capable of it. She didn't tell anyone but me. Could Aunt also have potential? Philly seemed to read my expression and said, I hope my daughters don't have such abilities. Why not? They need to live their own lives. It's not good to become a meddlesome mother like me. Philly wore an awkward smile, hoping for a world where foresight isn't necessary. All right then, enough of the gloomy talk. Philly raised her voice. Now it's your turn. It's about the dragon heart. Yes, I plan to use the dragon heart to maximize my foresight, to see clearly with my own eyes what needs to be done and what must be prevented to save Autumn and further to save the Empire. I was convinced by Philly's words. It was indeed for Autumn's sake. I closed my eyes for a moment to organize my thoughts. After opening my eyes, I said, I have one request. What is it now? The information I provide cannot disclose its source. Its authenticity cannot be proved either. It's up to the Empress to believe it or not. Wow, you say that now? Just believe blindly. To Philly, who is habitually skeptical, it must be the least favorite suggestion. But there's no choice. I have no way to answer the source or the truth. I spoke first. The dragon heart can be used. Philly's eyes widened. Her lethargy slightly dissipated. The reason a human who swallows a dragon heart becomes invalid isn't just because of the immense amount of mana, but also due to its nature. In Aedius, dragons are not considered sacred beings. They are just monsters close to disasters. Therefore, the dragon heart crystal is also violent in nature. So we must first change its nature. Change its nature how? By breaking it. Philly's mouth fell open at my words. Well, a natural reaction. To contain the dragon heart, create a spherical mana barrier around it, and then break the dragon heart inside. This way, the mana can be maintained within the barrier and utilized. When playing Aster, I relied on Lunia Freisel's help for this method. The genius of mana control, Lunia. From creating a huge mana barrier to crushing the heart of a dragon within, Lunia had done it all. While it was something anyone could have eventually figured out with some time, the problem was that one had to destroy a dragon heart. There were only 2 remaining dragon hearts in existence. This one sentence was enough to grasp the true rarity of a dragon heart. Even if it was a difficult task, no one could bring themselves to destroy a dragon heart. This was why, until now, a dragon heart was like a poisoned chalice in the Empire. Prized, gorgeous, coveted by all, but never to be used. Would you really be able to use a dragon heart if I gave you one? Whether you believe me or not is in your hands. Philly groaned as she mulled over my words. My words must have carried some weight enough that she couldn't just dismiss them as lies. Philly's skepticism extended even to low probabilities. Philly suspected even the most believable words, so she would never overlook the words she found unbelievable either. I shall give it a try when the opportunity arises, Philly said after much thought. It seemed she had decided to trust my words, at least to some extent. Of course, she would do anything for Autumn. Few days later, the practical test of Constal. As you all know, today is the practical test. All the first years were gathered in the field. After assembling the students, teacher Alex began to speak. You are still first years, but I will tell you this in advance. Once you have safely graduated from Constal, you will become pros and enter all sorts of different occupations, and most of them will be dangerous. Pro referred to any occupation that used combat and magic to make a living. Soldiers, hunters, court mages, mercenaries, and so on. Enrolling in Constal meant that one aimed to become a pro upon graduation. When you are up against danger, I cannot guarantee that you will always have strong and dependable companions by your side. More often than not, you will have to fight alongside people you do not get along with, people you do not understand, and people who do not cooperate. Sometimes, you will even have to coordinate with people you have just met that day. That is what it means to be a pro. Alex's words made everyone tighten their expressions as they nodded. Satisfied with their response, Alex continued. The basic format of the practical test is individual battles, but it is not forbidden to form teams. However, the points you receive will be divided. Then Alex held up a phone. If you want to form a team, just touch the backs of the phones that were distributed earlier together. That will be counted as forming a team. If you were confident in your abilities, you could go solo. Otherwise, you could team up. This practical test also served as an opportunity to objectively assess one's own skills. The performance is a monster hunt, a large-scale exam that uses the entire field. Drones are flying around the field, and the in-charge teacher can see the entire field at a glance through the drones. The footage taken by the drones can also be seen by the audience. We in the field can't see the audience, but they must be watching us through the drones from their seats. The contents of the test are simple. Catch a monster and retrieve material to prove it, such as horns or ears. Your score will be added up when you take the materials to the teacher at the end. This will determine your rank. Simple and clear. However, there is a case of dropping out, in case of giving up in the middle, in case of losing consciousness, in case of causing serious injury to another student. In this case, it's all 0 points. No matter how many monsters you catch, there are no points. Now begin. The students moved at Alex's monotonous signal. Some students ran quickly to secure their places while others walked around to form teams. I looked around once. Then let's give it a try. I stretched my body. Constal values performance over writing. And for me too, performance is much more burdensome than writing. Unlike written exams, you can't cheat, and my skills are far behind the other students. But I have no intention of forming a team. In fact, it seems advantageous for the weak to form a team, but that's not often the case. As long as there is no restriction on forming a team, strong students will team up with strong students anyway, and those teams wipe out all the monsters. In the meantime, I can catch monsters in my own way. There is a lot of information that only I know, such as the geography of the field, the types of monsters, and their weaknesses. I have to make the most of that and catch the monsters diligently. I wish the top performers would work hard, sweep them all away. Anyway, since we're ranking, it would be easier for me to move up in the ranks if they were all cleared out from above. First, let's find a place to store the materials. I stopped as I said that. I felt something cold. Very ominous, eerie, and at the same time a familiar feeling. I slowly looked back. Hello, Aunt was there, as if it was only natural. She looked exactly the same as she did when she followed me around for days in the classroom. She stood there, pale. Hello, Frondier. Aunt, why are you here today? At my words, Aunt blinked and said, as if she had realized something. Of course, I forgot. And Aunt held out her phone. If I'm going to follow you anyway, it would be better to form a team. Haha. Elijah Sale here. Philly waved her hand, showing off herself while sitting in the audience. She had a face that was childish for his age. Elijah and Sale covered their faces with their hands, embarrassed by their mother. Mother, you don't have to be like that. No one here knows you. First, Princess Elijah was right. Philly was surrounded tightly by Imperial knights at intervals, leaving no gaps. Trying to remain inconspicuous like this would be futile. Heh, you can't help but get excited at moments like these, though. It feels good to go on a picnic with my daughters for the first time in a while. Well, I guess it's not that different. Elijah and Sale sat down next to her. Elijah quickly scanned her surroundings. Here, aside from them, were many famous people in the Empire. Of course, there were the successful second- and third-year students in Constal, as well as renowned pros, mercenaries, and prestigious nobles from outside. And then someone caught Elijah's eye, a tall man sitting in the audience seats, Roderick Turst. Elijah's expression turned sour. What's that man doing here? A fierce political battle was currently taking place in the Imperial Palace. The main reason was a convenient yet easy-to-exploit excuse. Philly's children were all female. The Emperor of the Empire had always been male. No matter how much Philly was the Emperor's legal wife, her opposition claimed that a woman could not succeed to the Emperor's throne, and at the head of this faction was Roderick Turst. Roderick was the son of the concubine whom the Emperor had taken after Philly, making him a prince and second in line to Philly's daughters. With his appearance and ability, he had gained a fair number of followers, although from time to time there were not so favorable rumors about his character. I have a bad feeling about this. Unconcerned by Elijah's worries, Philly was absorbed in the huge wizard view screen in front of her. Every now and then the drone would change perspectives, and often Aunt would appear on screen. Oh my, did you see that? Aunt's on screen. Wow, yes, I did. The one who replied indifferently was the second princess, Sale. Of course, the princess would be shown on screen. It was strange to see Philly acting so innocent and excited. But mother, yes, who is that boy? Aunt's face appeared often on the screen. and then suddenly Otten offered someone a fist bump. We already heard the rules of this practical exam. Offering a fist bump was a gesture of proposing a team up. In front of Otten, on the receiving end of the fist bump, was a male student. Philly noticed him too. Philly made an sound and chuckled, then said, "Oh, I have no idea," she answered cheerfully. This was troubling. It wasn't just about preventing the score from being divided. It was also because I didn't plan on teaming up in the first place. Ideally, I wanted to try using weaving. Of course, I can't use it recklessly with the drones flying around, but it'd be better than being pushed to the lower ranks, because I can't afford to be in an unfavorable position. If I do it right, I might even be able to destroy the drones discreetly. Since the drones are broadcasting their activities, the students aren't keeping an eye on them, so they're not indestructible. However, if Otten is with me, all those thoughts will come to naught. Well, since Otten is much more skilled, I might just get through this. I'll be counting on you, Mr. Frondier. Yup, I'll be counting on you too. As I replied, I quickly scanned the forest. This field, seeing it with my real eyes, it feels both refreshing and welcoming. First, let's set up a base camp. The practical exam isn't that long, you know. It's not a real camp, of course, but we need a place to keep the evidence of defeating the monsters. I see. I began searching the area with Otten, who nodded obediently. I've noticed this recently. My body seems to instinctively crave laziness. I've only walked a few steps, but I already feel sleepy and tired. I guess it's a habit my body has formed over the past 10 years. Without me noticing, the energy drains from my eyes and my expression grows gloomy. But I have to do what I have to do. I pick a few plants as I walk. Otten, who saw this, asked, "What are you doing?" "Gathering herbs." "What kind of herbs are they?" "Medicinal herbs. They help heal wounds." They're not particularly effective, but they're easy to make and can be used right away. There's no point in looking for rare herbs in a place like this where there's no medicine-making facility. "Mr. Frondier, have you studied herbology?" Otten asked with a surprised look. Studying herbalism can help interpret plants. Initially, you might only tell if something is poisonous or not, but later on, you can even grasp specific effects. Of course, I shook my head. I just already know. Wow. Otten's purely admiring gaze feels burdensome. It's not a lie. I've seen it countless times in the game. It might actually be the most honest thing I've said since coming to this world. While walking, we dig up useful plants and look around for a place to camp. I also pick any edible fruits. When Otten asked, "How do you know if it's edible or not?" I simply said, "I just know." It seems there's an added sparkle in Otten's eyes looking at me. I guess rumors can't be trusted after all. Otten suddenly said that. Looking back, Otten smiled sheepishly. "I've heard some bad things about you." "Is that so?" "According to the rumors, I was supposed to be just baggage, doing nothing but aimlessly following around, too lazy to do anything and always looking for a chance to nap. That's the character they must have imagined. But it seems rumors are just rumors. You might look sleepy, but it's not that I look sleepy, I am sleepy." "Is that so?" Yawning even as I speak. My eyes are already half closed. Still, keeping my eyes half closed seems to somewhat relieve the sleepiness. Though it's mostly just a feeling, so about our base camp, wouldn't a cave be better? Otten asked. I shook my head. No, it's too dangerous. Are the monsters in the cave that strong? It's not the monsters that are the problem, it's the people. People. Otten tilted her head in confusion. I looked into her eyes. Her eyes held an expression of pure ignorance. Is she really a princess? You heard during the explanation. The monster materials need to be brought to the teacher at the end of the extermination time. Why is that? Why do you think? If you obtain monster materials, you can just settle it right there. This field belongs to Constel. There's already one filming drone flying around us. It's checking everywhere for the students' safety, so settling the monster materials should be simple. But that's not what happened. Otten seemed to understand and made a sound. She said, "Does that mean the materials could be stolen by another group?" "Right, that's why the cave is dangerous. It's too conspicuous, and there's hardly a place to hide the materials. If we get high-scoring materials, we should keep them on us, but the miscellaneous ones need to be hidden somewhere. For the same reason, the places to hide the proof of extermination shouldn't be too obvious either, rather than plains or grasslands inside a forest, a place with lots of grass and branches. It's okay for the camp's location to be exposed. It would be better if it could be hidden, but one must be prepared for it to be discovered. The important thing is the monster materials, not the camp. There's no better place to hide them than a forest. When hiding something, it's more efficient to choose a place that's naturally disorderly and complex, rather than tidying up the surroundings to make it not noticeable. Professor Alex gave a long speech before we started. When facing danger, you cannot always guarantee to have strong and reliable comrades by your side. That meant it's important to work well with anyone, but to put it more simply, it means there are hardly any trustworthy people in society. The purpose of this practical test is to give a pre-experience of what society is like for a combatant. The first-year students at Constel had their fair share of combat training, despite their youth, but becoming a pro demanded much more. That was the aim of this training. This isn't a punitive expedition, it's a contest. While Frondier and Ott were searching for monsters, a man moved stealthily through the forest. He had set out from the beginning for material hunting. Students eager for points would be too distracted by monsters. Good, the man stopped moving. Frondier was now within range. Frondier's gaze, wandering absent-mindedly around, was as languid as it gets. This was a stroke of luck. Of course, Otten, standing next to Frondier, was dangerous. He preferred to avoid confrontation if possible. However, he hadn't been noticed by them yet. If approached carefully, he could pick Frondier's pocket without Otten noticing. After the theft, getting caught didn't matter. He could just run away. The practical test was, after all, an examination. Violence between students was prohibited. They were probably watching this scene through a drone right now. Stealthily, he moved closer to Frondier. Stealth was his strong suit. That's why he attempted such material hunting. Thud, huh. At that moment, he felt like he touched something near his ankle. It wasn't due to carelessness. He had been watching where he was stepping all along. There was definitely nothing there before. There was nothing, but he definitely felt like he touched something. Instinctively, the man scrutinized Frondier. Nothing. There was no particular reaction from Frondier. He still had that sleepy expression. Phew, did I get too tense? Just as he thought that, Frondier suddenly raised his arms. As the man stiffened at the rapidly extended arms, yawn. Frondier yawned widely. It was just a stretch. Geez, that startled me. Why stretch so loudly? But that was it. The man's thoughts were still intact. The man was hit on the head by a falling branch. Caught off guard by the unexpected ambush, the man lost consciousness in an instant. Rolling. The branch rolled away beside him. Until the very last moment, as his consciousness faded completely, he failed to grasp the connection between Frondier's stretching arms and the falling branch. And so, the man was eliminated. It's like some kind of comedy. Unfortunately, the man's disgraceful figure was captured on the broadcast screen. Ellen watched it, dumbfounded. She had originally come to check on her younger brother Aster, but Frondier's figure appeared on the broadcast as frequently as Aster's. It must be because of Otten. Frondier had used an invisible weapon. When the man who tried to ambush Frondier approached, there was a slight reaction from Frondier. Perhaps the man touched something invisible and Frondier felt it. Then, as he stretched, a branch was cut off and fell from above, hitting the man directly. It must have been something thrown at the branch while pretending to stretch, probably a dagger, though it was also invisible. Has his throwing skill improved? Ellen was making a reasonable guess. This was a possible speculation for her. Having seen Frondier fight before, others would simply think the branch fell on its own and hit the man on the head. With Otten around, Frondier might surprisingly not need to worry. The moment Ellen thought this, she felt a chill down her spine. In the blink of an eye, her hand was on her sheath and gripping the sword handle tightly. However, the response is good. Someone pressed the handle of the sword with a finger. I can't draw it. The force of that single finger suppressed the drawing of the sword. The sense of killing intent is good, and the posture for transitioning to drawing is decent too. So this is the skill level of Constable's best swordsman. There was no malice in the calm voice. The killing intent was also momentary and disappeared soon after. It was then that Ellen finally saw the face of her opponent. Who is this person? A plain face with brown hair. It seemed like a common appearance that one could find anywhere. But Ellen knew who this man was, and that there would be no one who didn't know this man besides herself. Mr. Eden Hamelot, oh, you know me. Miss Ellen Astor, of course I do. What modesty is this? The number one in the pro ranking, Eden Hamelot, the strongest man of humanity at this point. I was surprised. Sorry, was the joke too much? But most people don't even react when I project killing intent. So he's been projecting killing intent to everyone he meets. Such a prankster for the strongest man. Do you know me? Of course. I've been watching your brother Aster for a long time. Then Aster is your main objective, I presume. Hahaha, certainly his potential is amazing. I won't deny it, but I'm also very interested in you. Is that so? Ellen replied with a heart not quite delighted. Eden seemed not to care much either, turning his gaze to the screen. Let's see, that Aster boy seems to be doing fine. Inside the screen, Aster was teaming up with his friend Lunia to deal with a magical beast. It was almost certain he would rank first. Aren't you proud as a sister? Your brother is almost guaranteed the first place. Well, Aster's movements are still clumsy. He tends to push through with his divine power too often. Haha, you're strict. Then who is the person you're watching closely? Eden asked as if he knew the person well. It was their first meeting today. Ellen sighed. Frondier de Roche. She said it with a resigned feeling. Well, without knowing the true nature of Frondier, it might sound like a joke. Frondier de Roche, who is that? I'll let you know when he appears on the screen. Ellen then focused on the screen. Maybe Eden would quiet down if she pointed out who it was. But then, the giant screen in front of them kept changing the display, sometimes zooming in on someone or showing an overview from above. Otten and the team, including Frondier, were often shown. But then, Miss Ellen, has Frondier not appeared yet? But Frondier was not captured, no matter how much time passed, even though it was about time for most of the first years to be shown on the screen. What? The screen, which was just calmly broadcasting, now seemed too alien. Mom, suddenly Philly stood up, without saying anything to Elijah and Sale, but soon Philly said with a smile, Mom is going to bathroom. I thought it was something else. Go up and into the corridor, you'll see it. Got it. And Philly left the seat and walked away. No one saw her face, which was filled with utter despair. What's this? It's the activation of foresight. I don't know what's happening. But this dirty and sticky feeling crawling down my throat is unpleasant. The unseen foresight always made her anxious, but she had never felt such a strong premonition before. Philly looked at the screen, the practical test being broadcasted. There seemed to be no issue at a glance. It appeared to be proceeding normally, but the anxiety and fear surged every time she checked that screen. Though not visible, in the field where the practical test is being conducted, something is happening. I headed northwest. It was a direction leading away from the center of this field. Mr. Frondier, is it okay to go this way? Otten spoke up from beside me. From what I know, there's supposed to be a boss in the center of this field. Yeah, that's right. This practical test awards points for subduing magical beasts. Of course, the points awarded vary from beast to beast. Stronger and higher-ranked beasts yield more points than weaker ones, and small, fast creatures that primarily flee also have their own high point values. And then there's one with exceptionally high points. Catching just one of those is enough to guarantee first place, so to speak. That would be the field boss. Shouldn't we head to the center if we're aiming for the field boss? Otten's doubt was natural. I nodded. Yeah, that's right, but we're not going to aim for it. Excuse me, the field boss is beyond my specs. From what I remember, it's called Trunkus, a monster you could think of as an enormous stag beetle. It flies around, bites, and charges with its body in a rather simple manner. However, its simple specs are so powerful that there's nothing I can do about it. I could manage it using Gram, but there are likely many students challenging Trunkus, meaning there would be many onlookers, and I'm not yet able to freely use Gram due to my mana capacity not being large enough. Let's target the monsters on the outskirts while other students are distracted by the field boss. Soon, the center of the field will become a chaotic battleground. Those employing a direct approach to tackle the boss, those focusing on subduing the monsters around for safety, the hyenas hiding and watching eagerly to steal the boss's location, and even thieves looking to pickpocket those students. I'm not confident I can handle that chaotic fight, but there are fewer monsters on the outskirts. It's fine. All because of me, we took advantage of the gap while everyone's attention was on the boss and took out the monsters on the outskirts. And when I had acquired a substantial amount of material, I stopped walking. The operation went well. I'll be able to get good grades without any problems at this rate. Frondier SSI, I could hear Otten's voice, but I was preoccupied with something ominous. It's too empty, too empty. I think we've collected enough materials. I'm not talking about the monsters, I'm talking about people. This is the outskirts of the field. Originally, there's nothing to say about that, but there's an eerie feeling hovering around the place. Otten said. Frondier SSI just said it a while ago. Everyone's attention would be on the field boss. Yeah, but I thought there would be students who thought similarly to me. I didn't think I'd be able to hunt monsters without any interference. This kind of thinking is possible for anyone. However, after coming to the outskirts, I haven't seen any students. Is this really just a coincidence? Did all the students really head to the center and none of the students who came here? I glanced around for a moment. I spotted a drone diligently filming this place nearby. Should I try using that to fly it up high and check out the situation? It won't work if it's just weaving, but maybe it'll work if I use obsidian. I put the drone in the workshop. Copy of Constel's manufactured filming drone. A fake drone imitating the appearance of Constel's video drone doesn't have a video function because it's a fake. What? As soon as I saw it, a cold feeling ran through my body. Otten, yes, be on the lookout. Otten paused as if to say something in response to my words, then straightened up and surveyed the surroundings. Seeing my expression, she must have decided to hold her tongue. I appreciated that consideration. Was it fake from the beginning? No, that can't be. It would have been discovered immediately. After all, Otten is right beside me. If the drone capturing Otten didn't show up on the screen, it would be immediately noticeable. That means after the game started and the attention was on the field boss, a drone was switched out without my knowledge. A drone this close to me was switched, and I didn't even notice. A foe of a different caliber, I made a decision. Menesorpo. With that word, I spread out a rune. Better to fortify my defenses while the enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Within the domain of Menesorpo, all coordinates are mine, meaning if the enemy is inside, I can immediately detect them. Frondier, what are you? SHH, I brought a finger to my lips. This should convey the seriousness to Otten as well. However, I worried whether my voice shook or if Otten noticed. What is this monster? I broke out into cold sweat the moment I spread it out. The enemy is already within the domain and not far away. The intensity of its presence is enough to scratch at my skin. Such a tremendous pressure that the boss of this field seems laughable in comparison. The location is What's that? Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Auten, surprised, turned towards the direction of the voice. Auten was rarely taken aback. The enemy is close enough for their voice to be heard, meaning we hadn't realized it until just now. Could it be that I've been discovered? Through the darkness, with a carefree voice, a man revealed himself. Gray hair, a rough beard, a muscular body, and a massive greatsword that matched it. With that, the man approached us, carrying it on his shoulder. I was frozen watching him. I know who he is, that he's a named character and a villain, that the current me stands no chance against him no matter what I do. The glutton of chaos, Renzo, the man who is ranked among the strongest of the human villains, stands before me. I never thought I'd get caught. Man, you've got a good instinct. I may not know what this rune is, but you've got good judgment to set it up here. I couldn't say anything in return. Normally, I would have at least said something sarcastic, but my lips wouldn't move, not even a twitch. It seemed like my appearance piqued Renzo's interest. You know me. At Renzo's words, Auten glanced at me with the corner of her eye. Do you know this person? I don't have time to explain. He's an enemy. We wouldn't stand a chance against him, no matter what we do. I can tell that much just by looking at him. Even during that short conversation, Renzo slowly approached us, and we retreated just as slowly. What do you want with us? I forced myself to speak. I needed time to think, a chance to escape. I didn't know if such a chance existed, but it would be better than doing nothing. Oh, I'm not interested in you. I'm after the princess next to you. Did you make the students disappear too? Yeah, I laid down a barrier that prevents approach. It naturally redirects people in another direction. They won't even realize it's happening. A barrier that prevents approach. Somehow you don't feel like going there. It doesn't feel right over there. It creates a place that you unintentionally don't want to go to with seemingly little thought. It might not be as effective in the city center, but in an open field like this, the barrier would be quite effective. Why? What do you intend to do with the princess? I don't know. I'm just doing a job for money. You were paid enough money to kidnap a princess. I'm not sure. I just took a decent amount of money for it. Thud. The man lowered the sword he had been carrying on his shoulder. The vibration felt even from this distance made its weight palpable. Money doesn't really matter to me anyway. I did it because it seemed fun. Yes, that's the kind of man he is. It's a phrase often used for troublemakers, implying they cause problems wherever they go. What if an unmatched powerful figure went around doing such things? Such an absurd joke is personified in Renzo. Renzo has no beliefs, dreams, or goals. He does things because they seem fun to him. With a mindset akin to that of children, he wields his absurd power. That's why he's a villain. He knows what he's doing is evil, but he doesn't care, making him the closest to true evil. Kid, so you're not my concern. I just need to take that woman next to you. Well, I heard it wouldn't matter if she ends up dead, depending on the situation. Is that fun for you? No. What happens afterward is what's fun. Kidnapping the princess or maybe killing her. The fun part will follow no matter what. Damn it. All the teachers at Constel, the entire royal knights, are coming to kill this man, and he thinks that's just fun. Do you think I'll just quietly follow you? Auten said with displeasure. At that, Renzo blinked a few times. Well, is that so? He said. Auten's eyes flared coldly. Cooling the surrounding temperature, her white hair shone brightly. Auten extended her hand. Ice magic third form. Instant range amplification. Glacier mist. The magic unfolded right where Renzo was. Glacial mist, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature and freezing the target. With that magic unleashed all at once with a triple cast, Renzo was instantly frozen solid. Frondier she, take this chance to escape. Auten hurriedly called out to me. Clink. But it was less than a moment before he was defrosted. Renzo moved so naturally, as if he had never been hit by magic. He shook off the ice crystals clinging to his clothes and said, as expected, his incredibly nonchalant face to the observer is simply terrifying. Back, Auten stretched out her hand again and gathered her mana. I put my hand on her shoulder. Auten, what is it? You're the one who should escape. I lightly pulled Auten and stepped forward. I took a deep breath, almost a sigh. In this practical exam, I've never had such a ridiculous event even once. Is it because Auten is with me, or because Philly is moving more aggressively than in the game? I don't know what kind of butterfly effect is happening, but this just proves how ridiculously broken Edius is. Run away when you get the chance. Auten must not die here. She does a great job as an elemental mage, but she has a more important role to play. She has yet to realize her talent, but Auten is an incredibly capable healer. Right now, she doesn't even know the basics of healing magic, but someday she'll figure it out. So if Auten dies, it's game over for us eventually. That said, it would still be a surefire way to lose if I died. My chance of defeating Renzo. That's absurd. It's not even worth thinking about. The chance of Auten's escape succeeding. Extremely low. I told Auten to run away, but I didn't expect it to work. Renzo is relaxed right now, not slow. Even if I were to give her a big opening and let her escape, the moment he decides to, he would be able to catch up to her in an instant. The possibility of reinforcements arriving, that's all I can count on. No matter how much the main screen currently focuses on the central area where the boss is being fought, it would be strange if Auten didn't show up at all. Even Renzo knows that, but I doubt he's thinking about it that deeply. From Renzo's perspective, it doesn't really matter whether the princess is kidnapped or not. After all, his goal is just entertainment. So here I am, just buying as much time as I can, while Menasorpo is still activated. Taking a deep breath, I reached up to the black lotus hanging from my neck, and with all my strength I crushed the black lotus, weaving obsidian. Rank Divine. Iokira. Artemis's arrow. I drew an arrow in the air and aimed it at Renzo. The bow, Chryslikatos, is still female only, so I still can't use it. The only way I can use it is as a temporary measure, by borrowing the power of Menasorpo, who, even in a situation where a divine-ranked arrow is aimed at him, Renzo only throws me a dry compliment. I said, falling rain, Iokira. Rank Divine. Description: an arrow crafted by the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, and given to Artemis. It forms a pair with Chryslikatos. Ability details. Raku falling rain, it shall rain. With those words, the arrow instantly multiplied countless times, filling the area around me. Go. At those words, the arrows truly became rain, and poured down on Renzo. Suppose you recruit an archer during a war. If there's one archer, they usually take a swordsman instead. But if there are 100 archers, it's worth considering. If there are 10,000 archers, it's an obvious choice. Thus, when it comes to using a bow, quantity takes precedence over quality. Archers need to be numerous to be effective, and arrows need a large-scale battle to fully demonstrate their value. Indeed, if it's like this, Renzo leisurely thought as he watched the arrows pouring towards him. A single arrow shot multiplied endlessly, becoming a net of arrows that covered him. At this rate, I can say that I have the power of 100 men on my own, literally a one-man army. But Renzo easily annihilates what's merely considered a 100-man army. Greatsword technique. Renzo original. From left to right. Renzo, holding a giant greatsword in one hand, drew it from left to right. A storm-like wind arose along that horizontal line. With a powerless sound, the arrows were pushed away by the wind pressure created by Renzo. Whatever trick this is, arrows without a bow are just this. Renzo's thought was cut off there. After clearing the arrows, Frondier was already upon him. He used the arrow as a cover. Frondier had already thrown the spear in his hand at Renzo. Towards Renzo's chest, which was exposed by swinging his greatsword, a maneuver using Renzo's carelessness and showing ingenuity. However, it's too late, my dear. Renzo brought the greatsword he had used to clear the arrows back to the front. His speed in retrieving the sword was much faster than Frondier. Frondier's eyes widened at that unbelievable scene, and when their blades collided, silence ensued. Renzo witnessed that bizarre phenomenon right before his eyes. Their blades clashed, but no sound was made, a peculiar occurrence. No, they didn't collide. At the moment their blades were about to clash, Frondier withdrew the force from his spear and pressed it against Renzo's sword. Their weapons were stuck together. Crackle like firewood burning in dry sound. Immediately after, a smile painted Renzo's face. His passion ignites. He had thought the fun would come much later. In a moment, he rolled his eyes to look at his right hand. The greatsword was flying out of his grip, through the air. The technique of Aesir, it was falling edge. Arg, my body screamed. My grip felt like it would tear apart. Trembling started in my arms, moved up to my shoulders, and my whole body creaked. It was good that I made Renzo drop his sword, but in the process I also dropped my spear. What a farce this is, an incomplete falling edge. I've seen the golem's falling edge several times using Wizardgram, and it was absurdly difficult. I see why Aesir told me not to do it. I nearly destroyed my body. Because it was incomplete, both Renzo and I dropped our weapons. It seems like a loss for both sides, but I'm faster than Renzo, who has to pick up his weapon again, weaving obsidian. Grade legendary. Graham. Black droplets gather in my hand. The moment they take shape and I grasp them with both hands, I draw a diagonal line without hesitation towards unarmed Renzo. Aesir's basic spear technique. Frondier-style swordsmanship transformation. Gross slash. A technique that cut through a steel golem. No matter how strong Renzo is, he can't withstand Graham with a human body. However, I saw it with my own eyes. No, I felt it, perhaps because I'm within Menasorpo, an intangible energy imbued in Renzo's hand. Aura. Renzo unfolded an aura with his bare hands, a realm every student at Constel's Combat Academy dreams of. Effortlessly, he deflected my critical strike with a single hand. At that moment, I was the one unprotected. Here. Renzo's fist, aiming for my exposed side, flies toward me, while weaving a shield. Crash, the sky flipped over and I found myself flying through the air before crashing down. The hastily weaving shield tore like a piece of paper, feeling nothing even after scraping along the ground several times. I spat out blood that felt like it was tearing me apart from inside. The Menasorpo had been broken. Oops, my bad. Renzo approached me nonchalantly as I lay fallen. See, I don't really know how to control my strength when I use my fists. You mean you don't want to control it, you bastard? I wiped the remaining blood from my mouth and stood up, but standing was all I could do. I was already in a critical condition. My ribs felt broken, and nausea surged as blood backed up into my mouth. My whole body trembled, and to think this was the state I was in even after using a shield. Moreover, having used Graham, I had almost burnt through all my mana, but the way I feel when I hit you's strange. Your side feels hard. Renzo said, dusting off his hands. To think he'd call it strange after piercing through the shield. A hollow laugh escaped me at the absurd strength. You seemed like an interesting fellow, but you're just a greenhorn after all. That weapon is too much for you, it must be crying. Crying my ass. The one who wants to cry is me. What now? I'm out of mana and my injuries are severe. One hit, especially to the side, and I'm in this state a second would probably kill me. Did Autumn run away? I couldn't take my eyes off Renzo, but she probably did. She knows her own worth after all, but then, stop it. A voice came from behind. You want to take me with you, right? He doesn't matter to you. Yeah, that's right. As long as you come quietly, I have no complaints. Autumn stood beside me. I said with a weary voice. I told you to run. I can't. You know what happens if you get kidnapped. Have you forgotten who you are? I've never forgot. Not for a moment. Autumn's voice was as usual. Without any trembling or fear, I am a princess. The royal family exists to protect its people. If you stand above many, you must bear that responsibility. If you become a hostage, more people could get hurt. No, Autumn said that and smiled at me, with a forlorn smile. I'm not worth that much. Autumn took my hand. A blue light shimmered from her hand, and then the light transferred to me. It was mana. Autumn had given me most of her mana. It's dangerous to stay here. Use this mana to escape. You can do that, right? Autumn released my hand and slowly walked towards Renzo. I bowed my head. If things continued this way, Autumn was very likely to die. Her saying she wasn't worth much wasn't incorrect. The Emperor of Terst would abandon Autumn. He was the kind of person to do so, and from the perspective of the royal household, it was the correct decision. But was Autumn's death really such a big problem for me? Of course, clearing the game would become harder, but the probability wouldn't be zero. There must be some way. What good is saving Autumn if I die in the process? Besides, there's no way to save her. I can't defeat Renzo as I am now. Even using all the means at my disposal, I couldn't inflict a single scratch on him. I did my best, to the point my ribs could break. I don't want to die a dog's death. I don't want to die. I haven't known Autumn for even a few days. Autumn is just a character in the game. There must be another strategy in this game. So, Menesorpo, I spoke out again. A rune unfolded and Autumn looked at me in surprise. Frondier, stop it. Renzo smirked. Right, I knew you'd do that. I knew there was something about you when we first clashed. Let's have a bit more fun. What nonsense. You have your fun, you freak. I spread my thumb, index finger, and middle finger. There's one thought that comes to mind, but honestly, I've never tried it before. I don't know what will happen if I do this. Nothing might happen or a ridiculous situation could unfold. Either way, no matter what excuse I come up with, I could think of a myriad of reasons to give up on Autumn, but I decided to save Autumn. After all, that had been my choice from the beginning, but as I am now, I can't beat Renzo. Not as I am now, weaving. Rank legendary. Dragon Heart. Using all the mana Autumn gave me, I wove the dragon heart. It looked somewhat like a rod bent into a triangle. The shining crystal was caught between my spread fingers. As I mentioned before, properly absorbing a dragon heart increases the total amount of mana. That was the intention behind making it. The problem is that this is a fake made through weaving. It doesn't make sense to say it increases my mana since I used my own mana to make it. Most of all, consuming a dragon heart raw could leave one crippled. Since it's made from my mana, it shouldn't be too wild, but that's just a guess. Increasing the total amount of mana by consuming a dragon heart made from my own mana. Could such a thing be possible? Despite all my uncertainties, I swallowed the weaving dragon heart. And then, thump, I heard a heartbeat sound like nothing I've ever heard before. It felt like an earthquake was happening inside my body. Something's happening. I could feel an unbelievable amount of mana rising within me, but just as much, I felt something disappearing from inside me. I see. The weaving of the dragon heart. Weaving merely causes a phenomenon. It's not real material. So although the phenomenon of increased mana happens, it doesn't actually bestow real mana. To resolve this contradiction, something inside me is becoming mana instead. I don't know what it is. Blood, flesh, bones, organs. Something essential for me to continue existing as a human is being lost in an amount equal to the mana. Oh, Renzo exclaimed loudly in admiration. That's the most vibrant face I've seen him make. I haven't liked a single thing about him since a while ago. Indeed. Doping, is it? Whatever you did, that's an incredible amount of mana. Renzo, the discussion is over. Take me with you. Shut up, woman. Renzo forcefully pushed Autumn away as she clung to his arm. Autumn slid back and fell over from the force. My interest has shifted. You're far more intriguing than I thought, Renzo boldly said, even as he observed the surging mana around me. He stood facing me with an open stance. But kid, do you know, mana isn't just about the total amount. No matter how much mana you have, if you lack the proper magic and skills to use it, it's no different than a water tank. You might be able to shoot plenty of arrows like earlier, but that's about it. With just that, you can't harm me. I'll gladly take it head on. No matter the magic, if more mana than necessary for the spell is used, the excess just dissipates. Magic doesn't become stronger simply by infusing more mana. It requires the use of powerful magic. This applies to everything that uses mana or aura. However, take it head on, I said. My voice was trembling due to the quake I felt within. Weaving obsidian, ranked of Mjolnir. In my hand was Mjolnir, a hammer with a short handle and a metal head, which had absorbed most of the explosively grown mana from consuming a dragon heart. Renzo's smug expression faded. Yes, let's see if you recognize what this is. I gripped Mjolnir in my right hand and pulled back. The posture was almost identical to the throwing stance I had practiced countless times in the training room with a dagger. Try and catch this, madman. With that, I launched Mjolnir with my throwing technique, which I had advanced to the intermediate level. For your information, intermediate level throwing technique never misses a stationary target. Renzo knew it the moment he saw it, the power of that hammer. He regretted saying he could boldly receive it. Should he retract his words and dodge? The thought was fleeting. Can I run? He held his greatsword in front of him. Can I block it? No, it's impossible. Renzo changed his mind and extended the side of his greatsword forward. Attempting to block it would only result in his greatsword breaking. Crack, the moment Mjolnir clashed, the greatsword cracked. Arg. Renzo gritted his teeth and summoned his aura. Aura was much easier and more powerful to channel through a weapon than with bare hands. However, still, dragging his feet across the ground, Renzo was being pushed back by the force of Mjolnir. The greatsword was as good as shattered. He was barely holding it together with his aura. How much longer will it push me? After one clash, it should have been repelled, leaving his greatsword in ruins. Yet the force of Mjolnir, as if wanting to kill Renzo, did not subside, as if the weapon itself had a will. Renzo's eyes flared red, so did his hair and his entire body. A third power neither aura nor mana that Renzo possessed. The last bastion and evidence of his shaved pride. The war god Ares, Renzo's divine power. The divine power of Ares grows stronger as the crisis in battle approaches. The stronger the opponent, the more intense the thrill of the fight. Renzo, who considers only what he finds enjoyable as his direction in life, receiving the divine power of the battle-crazed Ares was perhaps inevitable. If I can just receive this. Even while struggling, a smile appeared on Renzo's face. This hammer, unbelievable, but a tremendous divine object. Looking at its appearance, even more unbelievable. Mjolnir, how it was suddenly drawn from thin air, he didn't know, but if he could receive it, it would become his. Eventually, the power of Mjolnir gradually diminished, and when it completely lost its power and fell from the sky, got it, Renzo reached out for the handle of Mjolnir. Clatter, his greatsword fell in pieces. However, swoosh. Mjolnir flew on its own in the air, and then returned to the hands of Frondir. Stunned and incredulous, Renzo could only stretch out his empty hand and stare at the scene. I thought I finally had it in the palm of my hand, but soon he came to realize the terrifying truth. You, Renzo spoke, with a face that looked as though he couldn't believe it. How are you able to control Mjolnir? More important than how he got his hands on Mjolnir was how he was controlling it right now. How he was making it move. That he had it in his hands, well, that was just an incredible stroke of fortune, an achievement comparable to bringing peace to the 5 nations in his previous life. So perhaps it's only right that he was rewarded for that. But controlling it meant that he had gained Mjolnir's acknowledgement. They say that Thor could crush the body of any enemy, no matter where they were, with Mjolnir. He could throw it anywhere, and it would always return to his hand. That was one of Mjolnir's abilities. It moved of its own accord, based on its master's will. But only Thor was capable of that. No one else who had ever wielded Mjolnir had been able to make it return to them after throwing it, like Thor did. But this guy just demonstrated that. That means that Mjolnir, Thor's divine weapon, acknowledged the human Frondir. At Renzo's words, Frondir tilted his head. Frondir toyed with Mjolnir in front of his eyes, as though it were nothing. He made it float, moved it around in the air, spun it around, and then made it settle back into his hand. Renzo watched that scene from a distance. I can just do it. That's impossible. Renzo's eyes blazed. He walked slowly with that tremendous momentum. I can't accept it. Renzo, who came walking barehanded without a great sword, his momentum was more ferocious than when he had a weapon. In Aedeus, the performance of weapons is basically based on mythology. Mjolnir is the same. That's why it doesn't have the power of lightning itself, or why anyone can lift it. However, there is one thing. Mjolnir can only fly through the air and return to his hand when Thor wields it. The people of the continent believe that if one gains Mjolnir's acknowledgement, they will be able to control it like Thor did, but this has never been confirmed. It could be true, or it could not be. But my Mjolnir is a fake made from weaving. This is inside Menosorpo's range. I'm not really controlling it because I have its acknowledgement. Whether it's Mjolnir, Graham, or Ayakara, I can control anything in the air inside Menasorpo's eye. If they go beyond the range of the rune, they all disappear. I can guess what he must be thinking. I don't really feel like correcting him, because it's none of my business. How dare you? Renzo kicked off the ground and ran toward me. I threw Mjolnir again. This time, using the divine power, Renzo dodged Mjolnir and approached me. Mjolnir flew toward Renzo under my control again, and Renzo dodged it again. That repeated itself. Even so, Renzo steadily drew nearer to me. Damn it. My side, where I was hit by Renzo, hurts. It wasn't just my side. The fake dragon heart continued to sap my life force. It was like the sand running out of a sandcastle. Even though there was no apparent difference, it felt like everything would collapse all at once at some point. I was certain that my body would collapse like that. Even if I defeat Renzo, will I be able to survive? Stop thinking about that. Those were idle thoughts. First, think about defeating Renzo. Your attack patterns are too simple, Renzo shouted. The movements he was using to dodge Mjolnir seemed to become smoother, as if to prove his point. Of course they would. I was just directing Mjolnir to head toward wherever Renzo was. It was a bothersome guided missile, but even Renzo wouldn't be able to dodge it forever. I was almost dead after taking one punch from Renzo. I would die no matter how or where the next attack hit me. I had already reached the point where death was just a hair's breadth away. Now it's my turn. Renzo growled. Mjolnir flew toward me and was caught by my right hand. I put strength into the hand that was gripping Mjolnir. If he dodged this attack from me, it would be Renzo's turn next. I definitely wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. That's why this attack absolutely had to hit. Our eyes met. His gaze was fearless, as if he was daring me to try and hit him. I swung Mjolnir horizontally. Seeing that, Renzo bent his body down. In theory, there was no way that attack would hit him. Renzo's smile deepened. Mjolnir thrown repeatedly from afar, as though I didn't want to engage in close combat. That Mjolnir was the only weapon I wielded, as though I didn't have the capacity to use any other weapons. I desperately hoped and wished that Renzo would believe that. Void weaving. Rank legendary. Graham. TN, weaving in the air without obsidian is void weaving. With my original mana, Graham can be sustained for about 5 seconds. I swallowed the dragon heart, but most of its power was invested into Mjolnir. With the tiny bit of mana I had left, I wove Graham for exactly 0.5 seconds. My Mjolnir, swung horizontally, had never been aimed at Renzo in the first place. Try to avoid it, Renzo. It is a blade that can never be avoided. Blam. Mjolnir passed by Renzo, who was bent over, and struck the handle of Graham, which was formed in the air. Graham spun once in the air. Swish, after cutting off Renzo's right arm, it disappeared. Just as I said before, there's no way a human body could withstand Graham. Renzo blankly looked at his empty right side. Renzo, I said, there's no need for the likes of you to feel recognition. What the Aten couldn't believe the situation unfolding before her eyes. Frondier had cut off Renzo's right arm. Even Aten, who was an outsider, couldn't understand how that was even possible. Frondier had swung at the air and Renzo's arm had been cut off. That was the only way it looked. Amazing, but that didn't matter. She didn't know who Renzo was, but she fully recognized the overwhelming power he possessed. Definitely one of the strongest on this entire continent. Frondier had cut off the arm of such a person. The human sloth Frondier of Constal, Renzo turned his eyes from his right arm to Frondier. His arrogance and irritation were gone, replaced by a flame of hatred. Can't you see my left arm is missing? Shouting this, Renzo charged at Frondier. Don't, Aten shouted. Frondier could neither dodge nor block Renzo's attack, and if she were to be hit by the next attack, Frondier would definitely. Aten stretched out her hand, but it was definitely too late, but even faster than that. Evans family's martial arts. Ellen Evans' unique sword technique. One strike, something flew faster than that. A figure clad in blue aura flew from behind Frondier. The black sword in her hand was enveloped in a blue aura. Her entire body formed a straight line, as if it were a single frame from a paused scene. The strike that flew through the air didn't even form a parabola, but shot straight towards Renzo in a clean, straight line. Cuke, swish, the sound of the wind grazed Renzo's neck. Renzo barely dodged and backed away. One woman stood in front of Renzo, as if protecting Frondier. Frondier, a calm voice from between her fluttering, long brown hair. Gentle eyes looked at Frondier. Are you okay? It was Ellen. Frondier turned her dazed eyes to her. I've been waiting for backup, but you didn't think it would be me. Yes. Frondier smiled wryly, his face covered in blood and sweat. Ellen caught a glimpse of him. What are you? Renzo directed his feverishly intense gaze towards Ellen. Do you wish to die alongside me? Even though Renzo had lost an arm, Ellen found him a formidable opponent. However, hey, stray dog. Another voice flew towards them. A man, looking so ordinary as if he could be found anywhere, walked up casually. Seeing him, Renzo's eyes widened. Eden Hamelot, I wondered where you were scavenging trash from this time. Eden's cold gaze pierced through Renzo. "You're still not dead, I see. Cut the crap." Their eyes shot at each other. As if merely their gaze could wound, they were fierce and sharp. "You won't be able to run away this time. You think you can catch me. Have you ever succeeded? That's why this time I'm not alone." As if Eden's words were a signal, people began to appear from all around Renzo. A legion of steel with silver armor, spears, and swords lined up side by side, the Turst royal knights, and leading them a woman. It was Philly Turst. Philly had led all her escort knights to this place. Frondier, Philly directed a bewildered gaze towards Frondier. Philly didn't know much about Frondier. From a few conversations, she thought he was quite intelligent, but even without knowing much, there was one fact she knew. It was impossible for a student of Constal to cut off Renzo's arm. It was an event that would not happen even if the heavens and the earth turned upside down. Yet Renzo, there's no escape now. Eden's words were true. A look of defeat spread across Renzo's face. After confirming this, Eden walked towards Frondier. Eden bowed deeply in front of Frondier. Eden's words were cut off. Nothing had happened to him, just the body of the person he was speaking to tilted. The first to rush forward was Aunt. She alone knew the condition of Frondier's body. It wasn't just exhaustion, not collapsing due to being unable to withstand the fatigue. Like a doll whose string had been cut, Frondier just tilted, as if all the flame of life had been spent. Frondier, as his body fell, it was as if, thud. A sound was made. Frondier, Otten Turst. It was a huge shout that she had never made before. Otten quickly approached and checked Frondier's condition. A moment of confusion is enough. She calmed her mind in an instant. Frondier seemed to have just fainted. However, pulse. She checked his pulse, but it was too faint. If she didn't concentrate fully, she wouldn't be able to feel the beat. His breathing was the same. "I'll check." The Royal Knight's healer approached. The healers spread their hands to grasp Frondier's physical state. They were infusing mana to check the inside of his body. This is. The healer opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. "What's the state?" "All parts of his body are damaged." "Damaged, you say?" "Not only the internal organs like the heart, lungs, liver, and stomach, but also the bones, nerves, and muscles are all deficient." Deficient. Otten recalled Renzo's words. Indeed, indeed. Doping. Whatever you did, it's unbelievable mana. Doping. That's what Renzo said. It was certainly an unbelievable amount of mana if it weren't for that. "I don't know how he did it, but if that's the price of his condition, it's too cruel. Then what should we do? Is it possible to recover with healing magic?" Despite Otten's question, the healer just shut their mouth as if troubled. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Otten's expression turned cold. She never panicked. Rather, she became more composed at times like this. "Otten Nim. Healing is a way to recover from injury, but this person's only injury is a bruise on the side. Even so, it's serious, but even if this injury is healed, even if it's healed, the damaged parts will not be recovered." At the healer's words, Otten tightly squeezed her eyes shut. With her eyes open again, she saw her mother, Philly. "Then we must take Frondier to the hospital immediately, mother." "Otten, hurry, the surgery might be delayed." "Otten, quickly." Philly grabbed Otten's shoulder. "This child cannot be moved right now. You've heard, haven't you? Not only are the internal organs missing, but also muscles, bones, and nerves. We don't know what might happen during the transfer. Frondier's body is weaker than a child's right now. There are more deficiencies than in a baby, and given his significantly larger volume, even if we carefully move him on a stretcher and by car, we can't guarantee safety. Even if the surgery is performed, and even if it goes well, he'll have to live with severe disabilities." Otten looked at Frondier's face upon hearing Philly's words. It was the face she always saw, the one she would always follow around at Constal. That face, those shoulders, and that body. "Then what are you saying we should do?" No one answered Otten's question. "Otten, I'm sorry, but he..." A knight approached Otten. Otten scanned him with emotionless eyes. "Otten, in trying to save you, he did his best. As he saved the princess of the empire, it's the greatest honor for him." Snap! Otten, unable to bear the knight's poor attempt at consolation, slapped him without mercy. A cold frost formed on the knight's cheek where he was struck. "Shut your mouth. Frondier didn't save the empire's princess." "Oh, Otten, it's not like that. Honorable, because I'm the princess. Because Frondier de Roche saved me since I am the princess." "No, that's not it. If that were the case, Frondier wouldn't have been able to treat me so casually. Like so many others, he would have groveled in front of me, addressing me with undue honorifics." "No, that's not it. Frondier didn't save a princess. In his eyes, Otten or anyone else would have been the same. He simply saved an ordinary person. That was Frondier's choice." Otten knelt on both knees. She looked at Frondier with her bright white eyes. "Otten. Royalty is above others to protect their people. What were all those excessive fortunes and powers, the education based on them for? Save them. That's your duty, Otten." Otten's magic power surged. Consequently, the temperature around her dropped. Otten, originally skilled in ice magic, but beyond that, as if even the breath she exhaled could freeze, Otten gradually became colder. "Ah, Lady Otten, it's dangerous." The voice of a knight trying to stop her. It doesn't reach her. It's as distant as words from across the water. Aten has reached some sort of enlightenment. Think, find a way. How can you save Frondier? I've never learned healing magic. Healing won't work anyway. You can't bring back what's lost. Unless it's not lost, Frondier had amplified his mana. As a backlash, much of his body had dissipated. In other words, much of it had turned into mana. The task wasn't to heal the wounds. Just as his body had turned into mana, now it was about turning mana back into the body. In other words, restoration. I've never tried such a thing, nor do I know if it's possible. Yet for some reason, Aten felt it was possible. Aten's hands moved above Frondier. With each movement of her hands, the air sparkled. The particles in the air were freezing. That cold mana seeped into Frondier's body. I see. Through the process, Aten understood the condition of Frondier's body. She had performed a technique that healers train for years to achieve right at this moment. Upon checking, it became evident just how perilous Frondier's condition was. He wasn't dead, definitely alive. However, his life force was gradually fading away. Destroyed internal organs, muscles, blood, and bones. To sustain Frondier's life, all these had become too diminished. All right, if I distribute mana evenly like this. Aten slowly channeled mana into Frondier's missing parts. The precision of this mana manipulation was astonishing, almost thread-like in its application. But it's impossible, Aten. Philly, who had been watching, swallowed her grim expression. Even if Aten could encapsulate his mana with incredible control, even if Aten could truly restore mana into the body, ultimately knowledge becomes the barrier. Aten's fingertips trembled. Philly was right. She had managed to encapsulate the mana, but that was it. Aten had an intuition that she could restore with his abilities, but what is unknown cannot be done. Lady Aten, everyone was looking at her, seeing her cold face suffused with agony, blood dripping from her clenched lower lip. Search, find a way, Aten, you're a princess. You're meant to save people. No, that's not it. After coming this far in this dire situation, are you going to lie? It's not about being a princess. Just as Frondier saved Aten Turst not as a princess, I want to save Frondier. I Aten Turst want to save Frondier de Roche. Then she saw something, a sight not of this reality, visible only to her eyes. Thud. Philly, who had been watching, took a step forward. She was going to stop Aten. Afterwards, Philly would tell Aten about her foresight, that there is a future where Aten can restore someday. Then Aten would surely hate her for not telling her in advance that she could have saved Frondier if she had known. Aten, who had been the purpose of her life, would curse her for a long time, but that's okay. Such hatred, she had prepared for it a long time ago. Aten, stop now. Philly tried to say but stopped. Aten wasn't looking at Frondier but at the empty air. Concerned by her odd behavior, Philly looked into Aten's eyes, and then she knew what Aten was seeing right now. Aten, could it be? I am a descendant of Vala. My mother said she could do it. I wish my daughters didn't have this ability. Philly told Frondier she could see the future because she was a descendant of Vala. Philly's mother also had the ability to foresee. Then her daughter Aten as well. Aten saw. She didn't feel all futures through senses like Philly. The blood of Vala becomes thinner with each generation. What Aten could see now was only herself, only her own future. I see. She saw herself standing as a healer in the future, and she saw that knowledge. Aten poured out mana, her cold mana pouring down on Frondier without a gap. In the coldness where the air froze and shattered into light, Aten's gaze was warmly looking at Frondier, as if gently waking him from sleep. Frondier, wake up. Frondier's eyelids trembled, his eyes slowly opened, and he saw Aten, who was smiling through tears. Aten, Mr. Frondier. Why are you smiling? No, crying. Watching Frondier as usual giving a hard time, Aten couldn't help but let out an uncharacteristically small laugh. I saw the future. Aten. Frondier sighed at that response. From the moment we first met until now, the conversation isn't getting through. Renzo's intrusion had triggered an emergency throughout all of Constal. The analysis of the damage and its causes was in full swing, causing all classes to be suspended. However, that was just the superficial reason. The real reason Constal had halted lectures was much simpler. There's a rat here. Central meeting room. Alex, a combat technique teacher at Constal, growled in a gathering of faculty members. Even teacher Jane, who always disagreed and clashed with Alex, kept silent. They shared the same thought. Jane, in fact, slowly opened her mouth in agreement with Alex. Previously, during the pro experience the third-year students were having, a monster from outside invaded the place. The outside monster Frondier had warned Quinny about. Despite Quinny handling it well, there were casualties. Many teachers had left Constal to honor the deceased's families and investigate the cause. Chancellor Osprey was no exception. Just when a significant number of teachers were absent, Renzo attacked. According to the report, Renzo suddenly appeared and attempted to kidnap Aten, as if he just popped out of nowhere. Teleportation magic. Listening in, Teacher Binkies judged it so, and everyone nodded in agreement. However, teleportation magic isn't as easy as it sounds, especially if it involves moving not just objects, but living beings, and even more so, people. It's fortunate the student handled it well, or we could have faced a far more dreadful situation. Jane said. He handled it very well, didn't he? Remarked Malia, the health teacher, with a wry smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't know that Frondier had cut off Renzo's arm. They had been told a somewhat altered version of the truth. In the middle of the practical exam, a student named Frondier de Roche had accidentally discovered Renzo. He had then slipped away and told Otten and the others, who had promptly moved to thwart Renzo's plan. That was the extent of their knowledge of the incident. Frondier didn't want his involvement to be known. Of course, the people present had no way of knowing that, but Frondier was already acquainted with Philly, Otten, and Ellen, and Otten wasn't the type to gossip. As for the knights, they had been entrusted to Philly. Since they were in Philly's hands, it was safe to assume that the details wouldn't be leaked among the knights. But it's strange how Frondier handled it so well, Malia thought. She didn't know the exact circumstances of Renzo's infiltration, but it was unlikely that he had barged in without a plan, especially considering that there was a traitor among them. So it was hard to believe that Renzo had been caught by Frondier before he could even initiate his plan. Could Frondier be the traitor? What a ridiculous thought. Malia's mind raced. But if you were trying to stop Renzo, a student would normally call for a teacher, right? However, no teacher seemed to know about the incident, so why hadn't Frondier notified a teacher? That's right, somehow Frondier had figured it out, that there was a traitor among the teachers. As Malia had suspected, Frondier had intuited that there was a traitor among the teachers. If someone informed them, the perpetrator might discover it. This would put them in even greater danger. Hence, they hadn't informed the teachers. Was Frondier always this wise? If so, it's reassuring, son. Knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the meeting room door. All the teachers looked at the door. Who else is coming here now? Excuse me, may I come in for a moment? A languid, gentle voice. Alex expressed discomfort. Who is it that enters? Oh, I am Philly Turst. Philly who? The professors were all momentarily stunned. The first to realize was Malia. Op, open the door, quickly. The other teachers then came to their senses. A teacher near the door quickly walked over and opened it. Wow, this is quite the welcome. How embarrassing. Philly, who had entered, bowed her head. Her fair skin and lively eyes, the warm atmosphere filled the meeting room. Ms. P.H. Philly, how did you come to this place alone? It was too boring, so I sneaked out. The faces of those around him turned sour. Don't worry too much. Taking care of myself is a small matter. That statement wasn't just bravado. Philly had sufficient skills of her own, and there was always a knight order to protect her. But still, there's such a thing as common sense. Ms. Philly, it's problematic. The dean is not here, and if you were found out having come out like this. It's okay, I came here with a proper purpose. That's not the point. While the teachers wiped their sweat, Philly looked around the room, and upon spotting Malia, she smiled brightly. Wow, Malia, you were here after all. Ms. Philly, have you been well? What's with that tone? Philly laughed, ha ha ha. Malia was smiling too, but it was incredibly awkward. Got it, we can't talk comfortably here. Let's chat later. Then Philly cleared her throat with a cough, and looked around as she spoke. Everyone knows my daughter was in danger recently, right? The atmosphere remained as warm and the voice as soft as moments before. Yet the content was far from ordinary, filling the conference room with sudden tension. Of course, that's actually why we're gathered here today. I'm well aware. The teachers at Constal are excellent, after all. I trust them. Philly defended the teachers in such a manner. Somehow, however, the teachers' hearts began to feel even more uneasy. So here's the thing. Philly's eyes narrowed. Those red eyes gleamed. I'd like to meet Renzo. Empress, he's here, isn't he? In the dungeons of Constal. Renzo had been confined in Constal after his capture. Ironically, this place where students trained was far safer than any makeshift prison. But it's dangerous. Alex tried to warn Philly. Philly smiled. But you all don't even know who to trust now, do you? Someone within Constal was a traitor. Philly had realized this as well. Then, wouldn't it be best if I spoke up? Philly clasped her hands together, with an exceptionally serene expression. I'm quite curious about the motive behind attempting to kidnap my daughter. I had momentarily forgotten because of Renzo, but I was in the middle of taking a practical exam. After waking up and regaining my senses, I started worrying about the results of the exam. Surely, the exam wouldn't be invalidated just because Renzo had intruded. There were no actual casualties, after all. Most students probably didn't even know there had been an intrusion. It would be utterly ridiculous if we were told our hard work capturing monsters was for naught because of the intrusion. But then again, the problem now was me. Because of Renzo, I hadn't been able to catch any monsters since he appeared. So I asked Aunt. We are tied for 16th place. 16th place, it's an odd ranking. Not incredibly high, but considering we couldn't get materials halfway through, it's not a low ranking either. Here you go. Aunt had peeled an apple for me. It's delicious. So how did we end up in 16th place? Did we get some sort of bonus for stopping Renzo? No, even if we had gotten such a score, it wouldn't have made much of a difference in the rankings. Aunt slightly tilted his head. Her white eyes flickered as if she was recalling something. That someone named Astor Evans. He wiped out the boss monster and all the monsters in the vicinity. So at that point, the top ranks were solidified, and we were the highest among those below, so to speak. From 15th place onwards, there was a considerable gap ahead of us. I see, since the game is always played as Aster, I don't know how the real Aster would move during the actual game. Normally, once a player secures the first place, they stop hunting monsters, because doing too much on their own could lower the affinity with those around them. But the real Aster doesn't care about such things. This time, it saved us because of that. So then, yes, when am I getting discharged? Otten and I are currently in the hospital room together. I'm starting to grow fond of this hospital. Mr. Frondier, you were on the verge of death. Hospitalization is natural. You saved me after all, even so. Otten's restoration. I didn't expect it to be possible so soon. I heard she saw her future. In the end, Philly's worries became reality, but that reality saved me. Is your body really okay? Yeah, I really thought I was going to die. It's no exaggeration. I was prepared for death. I underestimated the dangers of the weaving dragon heart. Even knowing the dangers, I'm not sure if I would have made a different choice. Don't do it again, okay? My success in restoration was a coincidence. I barely managed to do it after glimpsing information in a moment. I don't have the confidence to see the future again, nor do I know how. Otten, like Philly, is a descendant of Vala. Their blood dilutes over generations. Just like Philly's visions weren't proper foresight, it was a sheer coincidence that Otten saw her future. Otten gripped the skirt on her knees tightly with both hands. I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you next time, so please don't worry, I'm too scared to do it again now. Really, it's a miracle that Otten succeeded in restoration at this time. I don't want to engage in such dangerous acts ever again. You have no idea how scared I was. How scared I was about losing you. Great. Just then the hospital room door opened. Was it the doctor? But a stranger entered instead. The man, dressed in a suit, politely bowed to me. Excuse me, are you Frondier? Yes, that's me. I'm Detective Robert, assigned to investigate this case. The attempted kidnapping of Princess Otten and the suspicions and details surrounding it. So it's an inquiry. As I nodded, Robert pulled a chair closer and sat next to me. He took out a notebook. I heard you were the first to spot Renzo. Where was that? Otten tensed at Robert's words, because the fact that I discovered Renzo first and successfully handled the initial response was a prearranged lie. If the investigation continued, we might be exposed. However, Mr. Frondier, where was it? Watching Robert, who was quite adept at acting, I laughed. You said your name was Robert, right? Yes, you're not a detective. Unfortunately, I know who Robert is. Suits really don't suit him. If I'm not a detective, then why would I be doing this? Must be at Philly's command. At my words, Robert's eyes widened. Pretending to scan Robert's entire body, I said, you can see it even here. The calluses on your hands, the muscles that can't be hidden by a suit. You tried hard to make your walk seem natural when you came in, but the way you bowed to me revealed your habit. You're a royal knight under Philly, aren't you? Right, I was literally babbling anything. Calluses, muscles, what do I care? I already knew Robert was one of Philly's knights. I just spouted something plausible to explain how I found out. I couldn't say something like, I saw it in a game. Impressive. Robert nodded, honestly amazed. If you know the answer, any explanation sounds plausible. Robert then sternly set his expression. However, you refer to the queen with too light a term. Be careful in the future. My apologies. Oops. I seem to have gotten used to calling her Philly without realizing it. I'll have to be more mindful in the future, but it was not by the Empress's order. I came looking for Mr. Frondier of my own volition. That's why I wanted to hide my identity. I apologize. Robert bowed his head again. Such a polite person. It's all right. Since there's no need to hide, this conversation will be more comfortable. I have something I'd like to ask Mr. Frondier, who has fought Renzo directly. What is it? I might not have many answers. How Renzo managed to slice off an arm, for example. Questions like that I cannot answer, though that's probably what you're most curious about. Renzo approached you and Aunt without anyone noticing. Do you think it was possible for him to do that alone? I thought for a moment. Renzo's actions, his words at that time. I shook my head. It would be impossible. Renzo's stealth skills were exceptional. He came so close without me or Aunt noticing, yet he still got caught by the Menesorpo. Given that Menesorpo isn't a rune intended for security, it's hard to think Renzo could have bypassed other security measures on his own. So you think there's an accomplice? Yes, within the constel, I see. It's hard to say this, but I know who the accomplice is, or rather, the traitor within the constel. But that's not the important part. Focusing too much on finding the traitor could derail the investigation. Mr. Robert, you are a knight of Empress Philly. That's correct. I have something to tell you. What is it? There's one more person. At my words, Robert blinked for a moment. Then his face turned grave in an instant. There's another accomplice. Renzo said he received a fair amount of money for this job. Renzo has an employer. The traitor within the constel, too, must have betrayed due to someone's instigation. Or perhaps a spy was infiltrated into the constel from the start. In other words, there exists a third person who hired Renzo and also created a traitor within the constel. Mr. Frondier, I don't want to ask, but I must. What is it? that you should inform me and also Her Majesty means. Yes, I nodded calmly. I believe that the person in question is someone among the royalty. In the deep underground of Constal, a faint torch illuminated the room. Philly Turst appeared at the entrance with 2 knights in tow. You'll be in danger if you stay too long, I know. Philly responded with a smile to the man standing by the door. Opening the door, Philly stepped inside with the knights. Hello. Philly greeted the man before him as usual. Who are you? The man who responded was Renzo. Is the food to your liking? Are you uncomfortable in any way? Who are you? Renzo looked at Philly with displeasure. For a brief moment, Philly's gaze shifted to Renzo's right side, where his right arm used to be. Suddenly, do you want to die? Renzo's murderous intent sharply pierced Philly. He had seen the brief movement of her eyes. However, Philly continued to smile warmly. No, no, of course not. This crazy woman. Renzo stood up. He was not restrained in any way. The 2 knights stepped in to block his path as he began to walk towards them. But move aside, both of you. Ms. P.H. Philly. The knights were taken aback by Philly's words. Without changing her expression, Philly said, no, could you both please leave? I'd like to have an honest conversation with this person. Don't argue. Philly deepened her smile at the knight. I'm giving an order. Don't you understand? Finally, the 2 stepped back from in front of Philly and slowly opened the door. After watching Philly's back with concern, they left the room. You really have lost your mind, haven't you? Mr. Renzo, what? Just stop barking. At that moment, Renzo's patience seemed to snap. With a sudden movement, he grabbed Philly by the throat. You crazy woman, how dare you? Anger flared in his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. However, he never actually broke Philly's neck. When Renzo let go of her hand, Philly straightened her disheveled clothes. You're not as foolish as I thought. At Philly's words, Renzo gritted his teeth but said nothing, because dying in a place like this would be truly boring. I don't know what nonsense you've heard. You knew I was the Empress from the start, didn't you? What happens if you kill me, who stands where right now? Philly continued to provoke, reading Renzo's expression, the small certainty she gained from his look. To live by fun as the only standard, that really was true. Philly had heard about Frondier from one of her knights, Robert. The first was to beware of the royal palace, and the second was about Renzo. Frondier had told her about Renzo's temperament, a hedonist who prioritizes fun over good and evil, right and wrong, loss and gain. The more she thought about it, the more peculiar Frondier seemed. Treating her, the Empress, nonchalantly, knowing about the dragon heart, and even severing Renzo's arm. Moreover, he seemed to thoroughly understand what kind of person Renzo was. I've never seen someone so hedonistic before. Philly was certain Renzo wouldn't be able to do anything to her. If he had been just a madman seeking fun, he would have been due on the scaffold long ago. No matter how strong his skills were, an individual cannot defeat a nation. Especially since Renzo was only among the strongest, not a supreme being divergent from them. Even if he acted like a battle maniac, appearing as someone who doesn't cherish his life for the sake of fun, there was a clear reason he had survived intact until now. Well, not intact anymore. He probably never imagined he would lose an arm because of a student. He must have believed he wouldn't receive a single scratch. So now that we understand our positions, shall we have a proper conversation? Please take a seat. Renzo's hostility didn't fade with Philly's words, but he trudged back to his original seat nonetheless. Philly sat opposite him. So what business does the Empress have? There's something I want to ask first. Philly looked at Renzo's missing right side as he asked, how did that arm get blown off? You really know how to irritate someone. You know, right? A student here did this. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how did the student blow off that right arm? Philly is well aware of Renzo's strength. Among pros, he is compared to Eden Hamelot, and if he weren't a criminal, he could easily have been one of the Zodiac. The Zodiac refers to the 12 human weapons designated by the state. The Chancellor here at Constal Osprey is also a member of the Zodiac, or Zodiac Helder, who participated in the Nobles' Conference during the Misteltane incident. Of course, there are others in the Empire as strong as the Zodiac. Notably, the Northern Iron Wall, Infer de Roche. The reason Infer isn't part of the Zodiac is because the Zodiac must always obey the Empire's direct orders. Infer simply disliked that. Anyway, Renzo's physique easily surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even without using aura, a clumsy knife wouldn't leave a scratch on his muscles. Yet Frondier managed it. Resting his chin in his hand, Renzo seemed displeased as he thought about something, then muttered softly, I don't know. You don't know? Exactly as I said. Renzo simply stated that. No more words followed. Philly laughed. It's something any witness could easily tell, you know. I don't know. Renzo clicked his tongue and repeated the same words. Philly had seen Renzo's true expression earlier. She read signs of genuine anger, panic, and resignation. And based on that, her conclusion about the current answer was, it doesn't seem like a lie. He really doesn't know what attack she had undergone, what happened in that fight. Renzo said that asking a witness would reveal everything, but Philly had already asked the witness. The only witness being her daughter, Aunt, but Aunt's answer was similar, I'm not sure. Frondier must have done something, but Renzo's arm suddenly flew off. At least that's how it looked to me. At the time, Philly thought Auden hadn't seen it properly because she was far away, but even the person involved doesn't know. Well, I'll think about that later. Philly got to the point. So the reason you kidnapped my daughter, the woman standing in front of you, is the mother of the girl you tried to kidnap. Whether your neck flies off or not is up to me, you know. At that smile, Renzo clicked his tongue, and then it's obvious, isn't it? Because it would be fun. Kidnapping the princess. Yeah, think about it. The empire would be turned upside down and chaos would ensue. Everyone would be desperate to catch me. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Philly looked at Renzo's face again. Lies, there's no need to think about it. Renzo is here because he ultimately failed in the kidnapping, but originally he should have succeeded. It would have been normal to succeed. He entered the field without being noticed, reaching a place where only Auden and one student were present. There was no way he could fail. But even if he had succeeded, what would he gain? What benefit is there in becoming an enemy of the empire? Auden Turst is the third princess. While her name has symbolic significance from the empire's perspective, she's not worth that much. Renzo gains nothing from kidnapping Auden. The empire wouldn't negotiate over just one person, Auden. They would desperately seek out Renzo to kill him in order to save Auden. Such is the life of a princess. Draw swords to save her, but not extend a hand, even if it means the princess herself dies. The goal wasn't to kidnap the princess and then negotiate. The act of kidnapping itself was the purpose. Beware the royal palace. Frondier's advice somehow lingers in her mind. Well, okay, I'll come back later. Let me know if you find the bed or the food uncomfortable. Philly got up without any hesitation. There's no information I can be sure of right now. As Philly turned her back, Renzo said, "You think you're so smart, don't you?" It sounded somewhat like the jeering of a loser, like a line one would throw out while making an exit, or like a curse poured out by a coward. But to Philly, it was an unpleasant resonance that stubbornly lingered. Use that smart head of yours to think carefully. What do you mean, I'm just a small beginning? Renzo was smiling then. It was a provocative, arrogant smile. The empire will be overturned, jeering. The royal palace will burn, people will scream, and an unprecedented massive earthquake will split the empire in two. Exit line. I want to see how that arrogant face of yours changes then, to see it crumpled by your own foolishness. Curse. Sigh. Philly let out a sigh. If that's what you want, take a good look later. Even a severed head has eyes. With those words, Philly left the room. Discharge was quick. After all, Auden had fully healed me. I returned to Constal soon. Aster, Sybil, and Elodie were worried about my absence for a few days, but I managed to brush it off. The sad expressions on Sybil and Elodie's faces really bothered me. And then, yes, Auden asked blankly. I said, "What do you mean?" Auden spoke as if she didn't understand. I scratched my head. Well, it's partly my fault for not mentioning this before. I suppose I've gotten used to Auden following me around. You've been following me because of the dragon heart. I've already told the Empress everything about the dragon heart, so there's no need for that anymore. Auden must have been a spy sent by Philly to extract information from me. No, calling her a spy might be too sinister. Since I was going to Constal anyway, it would have been preferable to have her in my class and, if possible, to obtain information about the dragon heart. That must have been the feeling. But I've already told Philly everything about the dragon heart last time. Auden no longer needs to go through the trouble of following me around. The stares and whispers from those around us must have been quite stressful for her too. It's what you call freedom. You get it now. From now on, you can live your life here however you want. Make friends too. I see you knew everything. Well, it was too strange. A princess of the empire following a boy she just met. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. Well then, I'm off to eat. Although Auden may seem cold, a few words into a conversation reveal her dignity and humility. She'll make friends in no time. I would only be a disturbance. It's more comfortable for me not to worry about it too. It might even be possible to mend my relationship with Aster. The Magic Philly cast isn't that strong after all. This is what you call a win-win. With that light-hearted feeling, I walked toward the cafeteria. As I walked, "Excuse me," yes, the inevitable reply from behind me. Auden is still following me, still chasing after me. I am doing so, Auden said with her expressionless face. You told me to do as I wish, so I am. What does that mean? Since when did following me become something Auden wanted to do? I tilted my head in confusion, gave it some deep thought, and when I couldn't figure it out, I asked. Why? Auden blinked at my question, then looked down to the side and up at the ceiling. It seems it requires deep thought, and the answer that came out was, I don't know. What's this? Is this torment again? Was my previous thought correct? But Auden seemed to be deeply contemplating something, and then she looked at me with a serious expression. Mr. Frondier, I'm not strange. Ah, what? You said I was too strange, but I'm not strange. Ah, is that what she was talking about earlier? Ah, that doesn't mean you're strange. Right, I know. Oh, really? Then why? Auden seemed unable to explain properly, hesitating before speaking to me with that contemplative expression. I'm not strange. Okay, so. No, Auden cut me off. It might have been the first time she did. What Otten started to say then was me following Mr. Frondier, like a dam had burst. I myself want to do so, like she couldn't control it. I still don't know why all of it. As if throwing all her genuine feelings into words, it's not strange at all. She poured it all out towards me. I was momentarily at a loss for words. After saying that, Otten pressed her lips together. She seemed worried if her message got across properly. Okay, do as you wish, I answered. In the end, though I don't understand the reason for her following. Even she says she doesn't know why. Yes, within that brief reply, her small smile blossomed. Wow, following Lady Otten again. Probably just here to see Lady Otten. An unusual stir occurred in Constal. Passing students murmured as they looked somewhere. There a woman was confidently walking down the corridor. Silver hair, blue eyes. Her appearance was similar to Otten's but colder and more enchanting. A serene smile settled on her lips, enhancing her captivating aura. Elijah Turst, the first princess, Philly's daughter and Otten's sister, had come to Constal. Hey, student. Elijah called out to a female student who had glanced at her. Ah, yes, yes. Do you know a student named Frondier de Roche? Elijah asked condescendingly, as if it were natural to do so. Frondier, the female student inadvertently panicked. She thought Elijah was looking for her sister Otten, but it wasn't. Elijah narrowed her eyes. Don't ask back, just answer. Ah, yes, Frondier de Roche is in class 5, on the first floor of the main building. Elijah responded and walked away. The student who had answered sighed in relief, as if the ground could swallow her up. It was a princess's demeanor, different yet fittingly for Otten. When Elijah arrived at the classroom and opened the door, Frondier and Otten were inside. Elijah had already heard the rumors on her way here, and Frondier looked at her with incredulous eyes. Elijah met Frondier's cold gaze with a smile. It's been a while since someone didn't cower at the name of the princess. Sister, Otten spoke first. Hello, Elijah lightly responded, and then asked Frondier, Are you Frondier de Roche? Yes, your highness. Elijah was not here as a student like Otten. Therefore, Frondier used a respectful honorific. He used your highness, a title for those in line for the throne, which pleased Elijah. I heard you saved my sister. Frondier had only discovered Renzo and contacted the pro. This was a lie Frondier concocted. It's the same thing. After saying that, Elijah lightly grasped the ends of her dress and bowed her head. As soon as Frondier saw Elijah reach for her dress, he stood up and knelt on one knee. I don't know how to respond. The first princess showing courtesy of gratitude to a mere student. This was no ordinary event. Even though Frondier was a noble from a prestigious family, it was all the more so because this was Constal. Elijah lightly clasped her hands together. Then I would like to offer something in return. It's an excessive honor. There's no need for that. I insist on returning the favor. Elijah, still smiling, made it clear that she would not allow further refusal. From her viewpoint, she couldn't see Frondier's expression as he knelt and bowed his head, but regardless of what face he made, he couldn't refuse. Eventually, Frondier bowed his head even more and replied, Your grace is overwhelming. Of course, it should be overwhelming. Afterwards, the place Elijah took Frondier to was none other than the Turst department store. Entering the luxury goods section, Elijah said, Feel free to purchase anything you like. I'll pay for it. This is the Turst department store, isn't it? Yes, so no, it's nothing. If Elijah truly becomes the empress, the money spent by Elijah would only return to Elijah. Whether that could be called purchasing, Frondier couldn't know. Can I really buy anything? Yes, but just one thing. Please buy only one item from each store. Buying up everything in the store would be troublesome for both Elijah and Frondier. Frondier nodded. He had intended that from the start. Frondier entered the nearest store. Elijah watched him. She observed Frondier with interested eyes. This floor was entirely luxury goods, and none of the items in the store had their prices displayed. Although she said to buy anything, finding the best item in a store is not an easy task. It's not just about looking at the price. Prices fluctuate, whether the purchased product will maintain its price or even appreciate. In other words, the ability to assess the quality of the item itself. Elijah wanted to know if Frondier had that discernment. Being a noble means acting with dignity and maintaining a dignified appearance. Having such discernment is, for Elijah, one of the basic qualities to possess, and Frondier had barely been in the store for a minute before he picked up an item. There was no careful examination of the item, no meticulous attention to detail. Interest vanished from Elijah's eyes, so he was just an ordinary person after all. She had been slightly hopeful, given his famous Roche family background. Have you chosen already? Yes, it's a watch. Indeed, the item Frondier presented was a watch, just as he said. Wait, Elijah's eyes widened. This watch was unmistakably a signature item of Shawl. It was arguably the best item here, both in terms of price and quality. Is it a coincidence? And then the next store. The time Frondier took to choose an item was almost the same as before. This time it was a bag, again a product of the highest quality. The next store and the one after that were the same. It seemed like Frondier was just casually picking things, but he invariably came out with the finest items. Some items were more expensive, but considering the hype and demand, what Frondier chose was undoubtedly the best. It doesn't make sense. Frondier wasn't even considering if the items suited him. He confidently picked up products that didn't suit him at all, even women's items, without hesitation. No doubt about it, Frondier knew what Elijah wanted, and he showed her something far beyond her expectations: to set aside one's own preferences and to be able to choose the best from every category of products, and to do so with just a casual glance. Eyes that seemed sleepy just a moment ago now appeared to have a sharp acuity, recognizing items at a glance. After Frondier had made a round of the store, Elijah arranged for the products he chose to be sent to the Roach Mansion by a staff member. Then they entered a cafe called Melting Garden and drank their beverages. "I'm surprised, Frondier. I had no idea you had such discernment." Elijah was genuinely astonished. Frondier took a sip of his coffee and then smiled subtly. "To a student of Constal, it's not a particularly important skill. Constal is, after all, an institution that trains combatants. They are warriors aimed at exterminating monsters and expanding the boundaries of humanity. As Frondier said, having an eye for goods is not a particularly necessary skill for students of Constal." Elijah narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Right, that's a noble's capability. I'm not sure what you mean by that." Elijah leaned in closer, smiling slyly as if she were about to share a secret. The words that Elijah spoke while smiling were far from being a mere secret. It was a question of a much more serious and weighty nature. "Frondier, would you like to enter the royal palace?" At that, Frondier looked at Elijah, just looked. His silent gaze was indifferent. Elijah's smile deepened. "The renowned northern family, Roach, saving Auden, and that discernment of yours on top of it all. If I recommend you, you could secure a good position in the royal palace." "Constal is enough for me. That can't be true. I've heard your nickname, Human Sloth Frondier." At that, Frondier gave a slight smile. Elijah continued, "Constal is not fitting for you, is it? Come to the royal palace. If you wish to be lazy, then be so. A certain wealth is guaranteed. What's the reason for your recommendation? Because I will become the empress. You should understand by now, after all I've said. You can't be that foolish." Indeed, Frondier knew. Elijah's target wasn't Frondier, but the Roach family. More precisely, she wanted Infer, who bore the name Iron Wall. By bringing Frondier into the royal palace, she could draw the Roach family closer to the center. While other families were in turmoil for not being able to advance to the center, Infer had no intention of coming even if the empire begged. Frondier was that stepping stone. Starting with him, the entire Roach family could be incorporated. Elijah was so confident because this offer had no downside for Frondier. Whether he became a stepping stone or an added bonus, the fact remained that Frondier entering the royal palace and securing a good position were both true. It was a win-win strategy anyway, so being straightforward was rather trustworthy. Elijah subtly tested Frondier. "Or do you want Aunt?" She didn't seem to dislike the idea either. At that, Frondier's expression changed slightly. It was a really small difference, indistinguishable by appearance alone. Elijah felt it through the atmosphere and temperature alone. "Miss Elijah." Oh, Elijah laughed. It was the deepest laugh of the day. The laugh wasn't bright, just deep. As expected, Frondier was fearless. The reason he addressed her as Your Highness was simply because the place was Constal. Frondier had always been this way. Elijah somehow felt that this was the case. This man possessed manners, but even those were moderate, and he was not the kind to show respect based on power and force. "I would have saved anyone else besides Auden. And even if it wasn't me, any student of Constal would have saved Auden. Simply informing a nearby pro of the situation is nothing extraordinary. That is truly an exemplary Constal student's answer. It's hard to believe that you carry that derogatory title. This isn't because I'm a student of Constal. It's something that people do because they're human." Frondier took the last sip of his coffee and placed the cup back down. The cup was empty in the blink of an eye. "Therefore I, as a human as well as Auden, are nothing special." Wouldn't Auden be saddened if she heard that? She wouldn't be. Frondier stood up. "I appreciate your offer, but I'll be declining. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Like that, Frondier walked away without waiting for a response. It was exceedingly curt, and considering their respective positions, quite disrespectful behavior. Whether it was because of how rude he was or how quickly he left, or because his series of actions were somewhat plausible, Elijah did not become enraged and simply gazed at his retreating figure. There was still some tea left. Elijah picked up her teacup and lightly swirled the contents around. Then she chugged it down in one go. The place where she started walking after getting up was a hidden corner of the cafe. "So, were you disappointed?" There, Auden sat with her face covered by a hood. Auden felt somewhat embarrassed that her sister had discovered her presence so easily, but she still answered honestly, "No, not at all, even though it's not because it's you. That anyone from Constal would have done the same." At Elijah's words, Auden briefly closed her eyes and then opened them again. She was confirming her own feelings, whether or not she was disappointed inside, what it meant for Frondier to say that he was not given special treatment. "Really, I'm not disappointed in the least." It was an answer that came from the very depths of her heart, which was why Auden's eyes were so clear as she answered. There were still those who looked at us in surprise or whispered among themselves, but for the most part, it seemed like people had gotten used to us. As we headed towards the school gates of Constal after class, I spotted a familiar car. As I approached, the rear window rolled down. "We meet quite often, Philly. Hello there." Philly waved at me, and Aunt, standing behind me, waved back at her. Now that I think about it, their hand gestures are quite similar. They must really be mother and daughter. "Mr. Frondier, get in. I thought you were done with me." "That's right, but this time I have a favor to ask." I wasn't surprised that Philly would come to me with a request. I had a rough idea of what it might be, but Philly's initiative was quicker than I expected. Perhaps she realizes the importance of this matter, or maybe she thinks highly of me. "Understood. Aunt and you two, get in the front seat." "Okay." The two of us got into the car. The ride was smooth, and Otten seemed a bit awkward, glancing at Philly and me through the rearview mirror from the passenger seat. "Where are we going?" "To the Terst department store. That's the only place we can have a peaceful conversation." As expected, the reason Philly sought me out seems to be exactly what I had anticipated. After arriving at the department store, Philly led Otten and me to a hideout in the basement. Opening the iron door, we entered a room designed to resemble the Imperial Palace. Philly sat down at the table in the center and gestured for me to take the seat opposite her. Once Otten and I were seated, Philly waved her hand, and the men who were guarding the surroundings all left. Only the three of us remained in the room. Philly took a sip of the tea that had been prepared in advance. "I need certainty." I chose not to respond. Philly continued. "The advice you gave me, I've thought about it for a long time. You've undoubtedly risked your life to protect Ott, so I've taken your advice to heart and thought it over repeatedly before deciding on my next steps." Philly looked much the same as usual, but an unavoidable heaviness lingered in her expression. Indeed, Philly had arrived at the correct conclusion. "Still, I need certainty." "Very well," I nodded. "Let's hear what you have to say, Ms. Philly." "Met with Renzo." Otten seemed a bit surprised by Philly's statement. Philly spoke as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. "Renzo wasn't as foolish as we thought. He knew how to distinguish right from wrong. He wouldn't wish to become an enemy of the Empire. That would end the fun he so desires." "A correct judgment." I nodded again. Philly said she needed certainty. By simply agreeing with her, she could proceed with her own logic. If you kidnap the Imperial Princess, you can't avoid death no matter the reason. That means becoming an enemy of the Empire. That's correct. But there is one way. Philly paused, taking another sip of her tea, and then, close enough for the sound of her voice to cause ripples in the teacup, she whispered softly, "Not being caught in the first place." Otten seemed to realize it then. The biggest irregularity in this princess kidnapping was none other than me blocking Renzo. The reason we know the culprit is Renzo is because we stopped the kidnapping. However, if someone other than me had been next to Otten, the probability of Otten being kidnapped would be close to 100, and in that case, it would become impossible to immediately identify the culprit. All the drones near Mr. Frondier had been swapped with fakes. Probably even the drones along the escape route were destroyed or switched, but even with such actions, they would eventually be discovered. Even if there were traitors within Constal, Constal is not such a clumsy place. Completely hiding the culprit is impossible. Eventually, it will be revealed that Renzo committed the crime. However, if the princess kidnapping had succeeded, unlike now, there would have been a gap until it was revealed that Renzo was the culprit. The culprit wanted that gap. To understand the full picture of the crime, you always have to answer 3 questions. Philly raised her index finger. "Why this person in particular?" Otten answered. "That is, why they targeted me." The answer is simple. Because I am the princess. There are countless reasons to target Otten, the third princess. There is no question about that. Philly raised her middle finger. "Why this place in particular?" Otten answered again. "The place called Constal." This is also easy to understand. Renzo's accomplices exist within Constal. Besides, I am currently enrolled there. This is not strange either. There was no question this time either, and Philly raised her ring finger. "Why this time in particular?" After a moment of thought, Otten answered. "During the practical exam." This is strange. Yes, this timing is not the best for committing the crime. The field space, drones always watching the students, and the timeout for sneaking in and out. In the end, Renzo was caught because he couldn't solve these 3 conditions. Still, the culprits judged this time as the optimal. "That's right." I nodded once again. Then Philly briefly looked at Otten. It must have been an involuntary movement. Otten tilted her head. Philly grimaced with a bitter smile. "The culprit used Mr. Frondier." "That's right." I gave the same answer without hesitation. "Why this time in particular?" The answer is simpler than one might think, because only Frondier was next to Otten during the practical exam. The worst reputation possessed by Frondier, human sloth Frondier. This image was enough to confuse the people of Constal about who kidnapped Otten. When facing me, Renzo said, "I'm not interested in you. The princess next to you is the target." Renzo had no intention of attacking me in the first place. Even if he did, it was only to the extent of toying with me. In fact, during the first strike, he targeted my flank. I may not have known about the strength of the blow, but at that time, he had the opportunity to attack all sorts of vital points besides my side. In other words, he didn't intend to kill me. If the kidnapping succeeds, the only witness will be you, Mr. Frondier. Your words carry little credibility due to your low reputation, and if push comes to shove, you could even be suspected as the culprit. The injury to my side was a self-inflicted act, and I was an accomplice who conspired to kidnap Aunt. Such a story could be written. It's natural for witnesses to be suspected when a crime occurs, but since it's me, the suspicion only deepens. Of course, this too will be resolved someday. Once it's known you're not the culprit, Constable will finally realize that Renzo is the criminal. The criminal didn't intend to avoid detection altogether. He just wanted to delay the discovery as much as possible. In the process, he tried to use me but failed. What is that? Then Otten's voice was heard. Frost forms on her breath. What does that mean, Mom? Otten also knew. She understood what Philly was trying to say. Philly slowly continued. During the practical test, you and Frondier are highly likely to be on the same side. That's why the criminal targeted the practical exam. How did he know that you and Frondier would be paired during the practical exam? In other words, the criminal knew. Otten was sent to approach Frondier, but very few people knew about it. So what does that mean, Otten? Philly looked at Otten. That smile was unmistakably a mother's smile. Renzo's accomplice is one of your two sisters. That statement. Philly uttered the words Otten had feared. Philly sent Otten to me to obtain information about the dragon heart and didn't disclose this information to anyone in the royal palace, not even to her daughters, Sale and Elijah. However, conversely, the only ones who could possibly dig up Philly's information were those two. There are many methods. The simplest example is eavesdropping. Have you gotten a bit closer to your classmates? Not really. Oh my, didn't Mom tell you to befriend your classmates? At your age, friends are more important than study, only a bit with Frondier. Such simple conversations between Philly and Otten could also be eavesdropped on by Elijah or Sale. A lie, Otten uttered dejectedly, and then she looked at me, as if expecting me to deny it, but I couldn't deny it. Before Philly's logical progression and deduction, I already knew who the criminal was, I said. If the Empress's daughter is the culprit, it makes sense to want the gap until Renzo is known as the culprit. Philly has many enemies. If rumors spread that Philly and I were colluding and the palace is overturned once, the real power of the empire changes in an instant. Then Renzo wouldn't be an enemy of the empire, rather, the empire would protect him. It's because the princess is an accomplice that such a bold crime was committed. Otten bit his lip at my words. Philly slowly began to speak. Mr. Frondier, do you know who the culprit is between the two? If I said yes, would you believe me? Of course, Philly's words seemed sincere. Philly's acting skills are beyond my comprehension, but by her nature she wouldn't have asked if she didn't believe. Yet I said, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you who the culprit is. Why not? Because if I told you, by the end you would doubt Miss Philly. Philly, who doubts everything. It's true that this trait has helped her survive the political strife in the royal palace, but in an extreme situation where she must exclude her own daughter, she would inevitably doubt. Seeing her daughter deny involvement, shedding tears and pouring out her heart, she couldn't remain unmoved. I am amazed, Miss Philly, that you would believe the words of a man like me without any guarantee. Yes, it is remarkable that Philly is doing even this much. She didn't believe in my reputation, she believed in me. That surprises me. It made me see the character of Philly in a new light. However, because of that, please come to realize the final answer on your own. Revealing the answer is not my role. Ms. Philly, you will come to know. What about Aunt? She seems to be greatly shocked. For a change of scenery, Philly and I went up to the rooftop. Philly was still alone without her nightly escort. Ms. Philly, there's something I want to ask too. Ask away. I owe you a lot for today. A lot of help, huh? It seemed like she already knew the answer. Ms. Philly, you said you can see the future. Sometimes. It's often just a feeling. I'm talking about the future where Aunt and Aster are together. I couldn't let go of this foolishness yet. Aster and Aunt are undoubtedly the best combo, along with Lunia, who is close to being the official heroine. Though the other party members may vary according to the player's preferences, these three are almost fixed. Do you still have a bad feeling about those two being together in the future? At my question, Philly nodded. Yes, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Those words made my insides churn. Yet nothing has changed. When I couldn't calm my troubled heart, Frondier. Suddenly, such a voice was heard. For a moment, I thought it was Aunt, but it wasn't. It was just Philly in front of me calling my name. That one word, without any honorifics, was the warmest voice of Philly I had ever heard. In the future where Aunt is with you, there's no ominous premonition yet. Wouldn't you stay by Aunt's side? Philly's white hair, red eyes, a harmless face resembling a rabbit. It seemed to be imbued with a mother's affection. It's not me, Aunt follows me around. Chuck, then that's settled. Philly, smiling like that, seemed deeply reassured, as if everything was indeed all right. The next day after class, I headed to the training room. Oh, Frondier, Aster. In front of the training room, I ran into Aster again. Ellen was there too. Ellen silently waved her hand in greeting. Come to think of it, they were siblings. Standing side by side like this, they definitely looked alike. Training right after practicals. You're diligent, Frondier, so are you. Aster gave an embarrassed smile. Just the reputation of you being lazy now sounds foolish. Certainly I'm not as slow as a human sloth, I guess, but it seems crowded in the training room today. I looked around. Clearly it was crowded. It's right after the midterm exams, so some rest would be expected. Perhaps students of Constal are always diligent, no matter the time. Frondier, you don't know. Ellen uttered something cryptic. Pardon, I thought you definitely know since it's related to Frondier. Still puzzled, I turned my head as Aster directed his gaze somewhere. Look over there. Following her gaze, I saw the public training room. Unlike the private training rooms I usually use, the public training room can be used by many people, and the walls are made of reinforced glass so that people outside can see inside. It appeals to the people watching from the outside, and sometimes they even seek feedback, and there was Aunt and Turst visible inside. Moreover, Lunia Freisel was there too. Aunt, you were always with Aunt, so I thought you knew, Ellen said. It wasn't that we were together, it was more like Aunt followed me around. I couldn't bring myself to say that, so I asked Aster a different question. Are they competing? No, it's just that people around them think it's a competition. Both of them probably aren't thinking anything of it. Is that so? Aster, being inherently kind and optimistic, says it so casually, but Lunia isn't as optimistic. Even from here, I can see Lunia glancing at Aunt next to her. Aster, can't you see that? Other people watching their training might find it motivating, and it could be an opportunity for them to draw out each other's ambition to improve. Well, it's a good phenomenon. Aster nodded as he said that. Aster, that's too kind of a thought, and far too optimistic. Inside the public training room, besides the two of them, numerous other people could be seen. Most of them were struggling to appeal to Aunt. Otherwise, they should be faces I recognize from coming to the training room every day, but they're all strangers to me. I need to go train. Aren't you going to watch? I've got my hands full taking care of myself, and above all, I'm scared of getting caught in the crossfire. It feels like it's been a while since I've been here. I entered the private training room. It's a place I used to visit daily to improve my throwing skills, but I couldn't come because of the midterm exams. However, today's visit wasn't for throwing skills. I picked up my smartwatch. I looked over the notifications on the screen again. Divine rank weaving succeeded. Your unique skill, weaving, has leveled up. Modification has become possible. Current modifiable option, degradation. Degradation removes one option granted to an object. Finally, modification, which I've been looking forward to, became possible. The first ability of modification is degradation. It removes one option. As expected, the first skill I get is quite useless. However, for me this time, it was the most necessary skill. Weaving, obsidian, rank divine. Chryslicados. I wove chryslicados and checked its details. Chryslicados. Grade divine. Description: a bow made by the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, and given to Artemis. Ability details. Women only due to request by Artemis. Only women can draw the bowstring. Sure hit, the arrow always hits the target aimed by the user. Here, I degrade chryslicados by removing the women only option, weaving. Weapon modification, degradation. Target chryslicados. Option women only has been removed. After confirming the details, I pulled the bowstring of chryslicados. It worked. The bowstring that wouldn't budge before finally moved. It felt as if the previously rigid steel-like string was a lie. Alright, let's test it. I also wove an yoke and strung it on the bow. My mana pool has increased considerably recently. The consumption of mana is one thing, but maybe it's because the dragon heart expanded at once. Of course it falls short of when I consumed the dragon heart, but it should be around the average for Constal. This is no different from the gift Auten gave me along with my life. I set the target hitting to the highest difficulty as usual. Dozens of holographic targets appeared, multiplying in number. All of them moved at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Moreover, they even dodged projectiles thrown at them. Still, with a divine weapon, I should be able to hit a few. With that thought, I released the bowstring. I didn't know at that time. The bow chryslicados, the arrow Iachera. These two, as a set, were completed as a divinity, and I had no idea what level their combination was. Chryslicados. Sure hit. Iachera. Rainfall. The arrow shot divided infinitely into rainfall, and every single arrow was imbued with the sure hit effect. As a result, kaboom, a foolish noise erupted as if rain was piercing through a window. All targets were shattered. Target hitting highest difficulty cleared. Frondier de Roche record updated. Previous best record 31.5 seconds. Your current record updates the best record. Updated record 3.14 seconds. What's with 3.14 seconds? Is it pi? No, this isn't the time for such leisurely thoughts. The records in the training room are shared by everyone, meaning 31.5 seconds was before I attempted the fastest record among all students of Constal ever, and I just broke it with 3.14 seconds, and now this announcement isn't just for me. I unwittingly threw my gaze outside the training room. I came here to avoid sparks, but now I have a feeling a giant fireball is coming my way. To be honest, Lunia couldn't focus on her training at all. Naturally, the reason was Aten, who was next to her. Should I have greeted her? Aten, who she glanced at dozens of times already. The last time they met unexpectedly, there wasn't a chance to talk, but now seeing her, she had a mystical aura. It's surprising how someone could be so pale. Her expression was too plain, giving her a cold aura, truly like a snow spirit. What if she's angry? What if she's upset because I'm obliviously practicing next to her? Lunia's worries were skyrocketing without end. However, Aten, as usual, had no particular thoughts about Lunia. Rather, she was preoccupied with other thoughts. I'm still weak. Meeting Renzo, she keenly felt her powerlessness. Being young might be an excuse, but that excuse was shattered by the existence known as Frondier. I remember everything about the time Frondier risked his life to save me. It might not have been because it was me. Frondier might have saved anyone who was in that situation. Regardless, Frondier is her savior. Restoration is still not something I can freely use. I don't know when it will be possible. So now, first and foremost, it's time to further develop my specialty, ice magic. To raise my skills even a little faster, I can't stand by Frondier's side. Ice Magic Formula 2. Rapid Fire. Frost Arrow. As Aten extended her hands forward, several pieces of ice floated around her. Aten's training is high-speed reaction training. Targets appear and disappear after a certain time. As the difficulty increases, the appearance time shortens. Hitting the projectile before it disappears to improve reaction speed is the goal. Crack, Aten's speed was astounding. The target shattered the instant it appeared. The difficulty could be significantly increased. Amazing, Lunia changed her mind at that sight. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, she too began to focus on her training. Her training is long-range curved shooting. Lunia, unparalleled in mana manipulation. She was hitting targets at a distance, avoiding various obstacles. The concentrated training of the two was a sight to behold for those around them. Amazing indeed, it's the princess. Look at that speed, to react so quickly without making the mistake of firing first. It means she's utterly undisturbed. I think Lunia is incredible. The target seen from that position among obstacles must look almost as small as a fingernail, yet she's piercing through it. Onlookers watching the two added their comments, and the people training around them pushed themselves harder in their training, hoping to draw a bit more of the princess's attention during such a situation. Suddenly, they heard a certain announcement. Target hitting, highest difficulty cleared. Frondier de Roche record updated. Previous record, 31.5 seconds. This current record replaces the highest record. New record, 3.14 seconds. Along with the voice, the updated record and the name of the person who updated it were displayed on the screen in front of the training room. When someone updates a record, it is announced in all the training rooms like this. It serves as a motivation to update the record and can fuel a competitive spirit. However, this time it was not serving its intended purpose at all. The students who saw the screen were all just casually and blankly staring. They were just looking at the screen without changing their expression one bit. They had no clue what had happened. The first to realize what happened was, what? It was Lunia. With that loud voice, everyone grasped the situation. What? A new record. A new record in target hitting. Who is Frondier de Roche? You know, human sloth Frondier. What? That guy? Nah, it must be a record error. It's probably a mistake in the 31.4 seconds. Even 31.4 seconds would be a new record. A record is something that cannot be updated forever. Because there are limits to human capabilities, at some point, the cycle of updating records becomes longer. And the highest difficulty in target hitting was something everyone believed couldn't be updated any further. 31.5 seconds in target hitting was such a record. It was a record that hadn't been updated for years and was thought unlikely to be broken in the future. But the record was broken, to 3.14 seconds. Naturally, nobody believed it. 3.14 seconds was already being dismissed as a recording error of 31.4 seconds, and there was talk that Frondier de Roche might be a namesake. Aster and Ellen, who were outside the public training room, also saw the screen. Sis, I don't know, I haven't said anything yet. You were going to ask if a record of 3.14 seconds makes sense. I don't know. Aster, who doesn't believe in Frondier's bad reputation and tries to see for himself. Ellen, who witnessed Frondier slaying a golem. This situation was hard to believe for everyone. However, out of all these people, only Aten just quietly looked at the screen and then slightly nodded her head. Frondier's record update quickly became known throughout the console. Soon, the faculty members responsible for the training room program gathered to start a re-examination. This was not so much because they were displeased with Frondier's record update, but because the figure of 3.14 seconds was too implausible. Yes, I'm ready. A teacher, Jane, stood in the middle of the personal training room and said, around Jane, several spheres of magical power were already floating. Seeing this, a faculty member manipulated the test, target hitting at the highest difficulty level. Then, let's start. The faculty member activated the test. Jane fired multiple spheres of magical power towards the targets. After a moment, it's working well. The record was 34.6 seconds. The teachers gathered and scratched their heads. There was no problem with the test function. Jane's record was shorter than her previous one, but it wasn't significantly meaningful. Even if you finish casting the magic in advance and have someone else manipulate the program, at best, it would only reduce the time by 1-2 seconds. The previous record holder of 31.5 seconds was skilled at rapid fire. That means they didn't hit each target individually, but showered them with a barrage of magic bullets. Then, a record of 3.14 seconds is even more implausible. The program currently had no malfunctions or display errors. Unless it broke and fixed itself on its own, it means Frondier's record is true. While having this conversation, one of the faculty members spoke up. Could it be that Frondier is skilled in programming, if he hacked or cheated somehow? At that point, the other teachers glared at him with narrowed eyes. The man didn't understand why he was receiving such looks for a moment, but then realized and his face went pale. Well, it's not impossible as a possibility. The one who said that was Malia de Roche, Frondier's mother. The man's remark was too thoughtless, especially given that she was present. But Frondier has no talent in that area. It would be nice if he did. We've never dealt with programming at home. Does that answer your question? Yes. My apologies, Malia ma'am. No need to apologize. It was a good observation. Malia said with a smile. To the man, it only seemed cold and frightening, but Malia was quite sincere. But if it wasn't hacking, then how did he do it? Malia watched Jane conducting the test. A record of 3.14 seconds seemed implausible, not just for Frondier, but for anyone else brought in. To begin with, the method was unknown. Could the chain lightning spell work? Where lightning strikes the targets in succession. That won't work. The targets are merely holograms, so the lightning won't stick. Besides, if it were that simple, the record would have been broken long ago. Lightning is fast, but due to its nature, it cannot be condensed into magic bullets. Moreover, it's surprisingly hard to hit the target. When thinking about efficiency, one inevitably has to resort to using multiple magic bullets. The targets only appear after the test starts. Meaning the moment the test begins, you need to quickly assess the number of targets, create that many magic bullets, and then add a guiding trait to all of them. It's absurd, but the only possibility that comes to mind now. As the conversation reached this point, teacher Alex, who had been quiet, said, "But was Frondier a magician?" At that, everyone blinked in surprise. Their eyes turned towards teacher Jane. She was the only one who somewhat knew Frondier. Having gone to the dungeon together. Well, I don't know, but even Jane couldn't give a clear answer. Come to think of it, she had never seen Frondier fight. They had been separated due to a trap in the dungeon at the time, but he wasn't dressed like a magician. He was carrying a dagger. The dagger Frondier had at the time was a basic sheath knife, but it was true he had no other weapon. Given the situation, wouldn't it be better to ask him directly? It doesn't seem like a program error. Let's think positively. If the 3.14 seconds is a genuine record, then we have a student who redefines genius for Constable. That's true, but at teacher Alex's words, the other faculty members looked troubled. Truth be told, most teachers had always regarded Frondier with an attitude close to disdain, no matter how kindly put. Even with such an unbelievable record set, it was hard to accept, and there was an immediate problem. One of the staff spoke up. So, who's going to ask him? And now I was looking at the two teachers sitting in front of me with a somewhat incredulous feeling. Teacher Jane and my mother, the school nurse Malia. So you've come to ask me how I set that record. Oh, well, yes, that's about it. Jane answered with a reluctant face. It was as if the entire faculty had admitted they couldn't figure it out. I thought for a moment. The record breaking and target hitting was an accident I hadn't anticipated at all. I was reminded once again of the power of divine weapons. But if things are going this way, then the dice have rolled in my favor. In this setting, only Jane and Malia were present, and the two of them were perfect heroes who had never once fallen in the game. It was impossible not to utilize this situation. Especially fortunate was Malia's presence here. Malia had a bloodline magic similar to the way Philly inherited foresight, and that magic was absolutely necessary for my plan. So how did you do it? How were you able to reduce the record by about 27 seconds? What do you think I did, teacher? I asked in return. Jane's eyes narrowed. She probably didn't like that I was asking back, but whether I talk or not is up to me. After a moment, Jane seemed to give up and said, "The faculty is assuming you created multiple magic bullets or added a guided attribute to a rapid fire option. As expected, no one thinks it was shot with a bow. After all, it's not just one or two targets, and it's hard to imagine in the first place. It's hard to believe that an arrow would split on its own without seeing it directly. Discovering the truth through the opinions among teachers seems very unlikely. I wonder if Otten knew how it was done. Otten saw the Aikara split when fighting Renzo, so she could guess to some extent. I hope she doesn't speak carelessly, and Otten would do just that. Now it's student Frondier's turn to answer. The conversation here won't leak, will it? Of course. That's why I arranged a separate meeting. Are you sure? It's a security magic that Ms. Malia and I created. No information leaks out of this classroom. Good, I've learned everything I wanted to know. I clasped my hands together. With that one movement, I could feel Jane and Malia's attention focusing on me. I have something to tell you both. What is it? I know who the rat is. The moment I said that, even before I finished half of that sentence, their tension peaked and Jane even started to draw up mana. Jane asked with a stiff face and a smile, "What do you mean by that?" That's a normal reaction. But Malia was a bit different. Leaning her face closer to me, Malia asked, "Frondier, is that true?" Malia even dropped the honorifics when referring to me. At this moment, she wasn't teacher Malia but my mother, Malia de Roche. "Ms. Malia, it's too dangerous for a student to hear such a story, but it seems Frondier already knows everything. The rat I mentioned, of course, refers to the traitor within Constel. There are two more accomplices in Renzo's intrusion case. One is a princess from the palace, the daughter of Philly, and another is a teacher within Constel. How I managed to update the record is far less urgent and important than this matter. Constel's side is unaware that I stopped Renzo and cut off his arm. Instead, they believe I discovered Renzo without getting caught, reported to Eden, and thus quelled the incident. But Malia will understand the significance of my actions just from this altered information. The reason I spoke to Eden instead of the teachers, that I suspect someone among the teachers as well. Therefore, she can trust what I'm saying now. I know you wouldn't believe me even if I told you who I am right now, but that's not enough. Suspecting someone among the teachers and being certain of who it is are entirely different matters, so let's prove it. How will bring the traitor to the surface? At my words, Malia and Jane looked at each other. It must have sounded too absurd until now, but this statement is probably the most ludicrous. You're going to draw out the traitor hidden among Constel's teachers. Yes, so please do not disclose this conversation and be ready to assist when the time comes. What kind of situation? You'll know when the time comes. I'm sparing with my words because I don't know exactly how the situation will unfold. I have a plan and am confident it will succeed, but the outcome could vary in many ways. Whichever it is, I need a witness. A witness that from the beginning, my intention was to target the perpetrator. Frondier finished speaking and left. Jane and Malia remained, lost in their thoughts. Jane spoke first. Do you think Frondier really knows who the traitor is? Well, we'll have to see. Malia tends to side with Frondier, but even she found it hard to believe this time. The existence of a traitor within Constel was unknown to the teaching staff until Renzo's intrusion, and even now, after Renzo's intrusion, the identity remains mysterious. In the midst of this, Frondier claims to know who the traitor is. Ms. Malia, it seems you believe in Frondier, but what were you thinking? Malia unusually stopped mid-sentence. Biting her lower lip slightly, she seemed deeply troubled. About Frondier's record update. Ah, right, that was the original reason we called for Frondier. Jane ran her hands through her hair. Frondier's statement was so shocking that she momentarily forgot the original purpose. Jane asked, "Did you find out how Frondier managed to update the record?" Jane asked, "No, it's not that, it's just, the timing seems too coincidental, the timing." Jane, after a long contemplation, Malia looked at Jane as if she had made up her mind. Don't you think Frondier intentionally updated the record? What are you talking about? Right now, this place, this situation. We called Frondier here because of the record update, right? And we've applied soundproofing and security spells here. Could it be Malia? And most of the teachers at Constel know we're here. Conversely, it means that Frondier meeting with us looks very plausible and natural to others. Jane's eyes widened at Malia's words. Are you saying Frondier updated the record to pass on information about the traitor to us? Malia, that's a bit of a stretch, but if this speculation is correct, it explains all of Frondier's actions. Even the sudden record update makes sense. If the target hitting record was significantly updated, naturally, the faculty would check it for program verification, especially if it's a student like Frondier, who has a bad reputation. And if they couldn't find the reason for the record update, naturally, they would directly ask Frondier. It's also conceivable that Jane and Malia would be the ones pointed out for this task. What if all this went according to Frondier's plan? Jane was at a loss for words. She wanted to dismiss it as nonsense, but upon further thought, she too felt a certain eeriness in Malia's words. Frondier knows exactly who the traitor is, assuming this to be true. He wanted to pass this information to a trustworthy teacher, but in Constel, with many watching eyes and listening ears, it wasn't easy. Therefore, a place was needed to transfer the information. But then, does that mean Frondier could have updated the record at any time? That's right. The target hitting record updated to 3.14 seconds wasn't a coincidence or error, but he could achieve such a record anytime. That seems to be the case. Jane rubbed her head. To believe all of it at once, Jane was still a person of common sense. I checked the time in front of the Constel building. It was noon, about time to start. I had made plans to meet Otten. The excuse was that since we had agreed to act together in the future, we needed to discuss roles in battle and such. Autumn had asked me, what should I wear? I told her the choice was hers. The reason I called Autumn is because today is the midterm re-examination day. The re-examination itself had nothing to do with me. I needed to keep an eye on the events happening during this period. It was only today that I could feel the reward for writing summaries in the library to prevent Autumn's failure. And after waiting for a while, I saw Autumn coming from a distance. Autumn, over here in the... I stopped speaking and looked at Autumn as she approached. Autumn was wearing a white blouse and jeans. Having always seen her in a uniform, her appearance felt quite different. She always seemed like the epitome of everything white and cold, but today she looked more lively and brighter than usual. Hello. Hello, Autumn greeted as usual. Her expression was no different from any other time. How is it? This style of clothing is new to me, so it was your first time. I'm surprised. What do you mean by that? You look so natural, I didn't think about it. I had thought her different appearance was due to my preconceptions, but it seems Autumn herself thought the same. So why did you call me today? Autumn asked with a noticeably brighter expression. As I said before, if we were to act together, it will be a party, so we have to decide on our roles in the battle. We have to hold discussions regarding other matters as well. It wasn't a lie. It was simply that I left out an important detail. There were several reasons I came here today. One of them was to improve the relationship between Autumn and Aster. If I'm right, there's a high chance that I'll run into Aster today. I hope Autumn and Aster can get along with each other. If what Philly said was true and their future together was doomed, then I can't force them to be together. But it wouldn't be good if they maintained their icy relationship either. It doesn't matter that Autumn is a member of my party and not Aster's, but I know that if I said that, it would never happen. So that's why you're headed to the training room. Autumn nodded as if she'd reached a conclusion. Now that I think about it, she is headed in the direction of the training room. I found myself nodding as well at the creation of such a plausible reason. As we passed the corner of the building. Oh, Frondier. Hello, Aster. Aster appeared in front of us. Autumn, who was beside me, became instantly wary as soon as he saw Aster. Mr. Frondier. Yes, surely you didn't set this up so that I would run into Aster, did you? I might have. As expected, Autumn is astute. But there was no way to prove it, and from Autumn's perspective, it was an absurd notion. How could I have known that Aster would be here? But while that was Autumn's perspective, the truth was that I did know, that I would meet Aster here. I wasn't certain, but, though there was no confirmation, today here, a sudden quest literally pops out of nowhere, a sudden quest that can only be triggered by Aster. From the player's perspective, since the protagonist is Aster, it's natural to come here to solve this sudden quest. However, as mentioned before, Aster, who is not the player, is unpredictable. Aster frequents the training room every day, so I just read that the chances of encountering this sudden quest are very high. There was a definite possibility that we might not meet. It's good that we met. I looked at my smartwatch. It was about time. Nice to see you again, Ms. Autumn. You can drop the formalities. I silently observed their conversation. Then my smartwatch beeped with a notification and I checked the screen. A sudden quest has been generated. Sudden quest, Robald's deviation. Robald attempts to escape because he is tired of the re-examinations. Objective, stop Robald. Success, reputation within Constal increases. Failure slightly increases the possibility of Robald being expelled from Constal. As expected, it's the same as when I was a player, meaning the quest I received when I was Aster Evans. Frondier, you also have business in the training room. As Aster was saying that, crash, the sound of glass breaking echoed above our heads, weaving. Workshop item number 3. Rank common. Iron shield. I wove the shield and swung it towards the falling glass shards. Blocking glass shards with a shield, it feels somewhat nostalgic. Tat-a-tatting. After clearing the glass with the shield, a high-spirited voice resounded from above our heads. Ha 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 ha, teacher, I have to get out of here. Robald, you can't come down right now. No, I'm fed up. The three of us looked up. On the third floor of the Constal building, probably in the midst of retaking an exam, a man was exposing himself out of the window. Of course, the window was shattered. Ah, that idiot. Aster placed a hand on his head. Well, Aster would know who Robald is. They're in the same class. Robald Leaf. If Frondier is said to be the most incompetent within Constal, Robald is the biggest troublemaker within Constal. In a way, he's the most transparent yet the most one-dimensional character in Constal. Hot-tempered, a charmer, reckless, with half a spoon of courage and rashness each in his actions and drive. Anyway, a character that seems to have been made by gathering all those similar things, that's Robald Leaf. However, if one were to find any three-dimensionality in such a Robald, it would be that he's a genius in fighting, surpassing even Aster. Gasp! Without any hesitation, Robald threw himself out of the fourth-floor window. It's not visible from here, but sounds like screams seem to have come from inside the classroom. They must have thought they were watching someone die. Crash. And then Robald landed right in front of the three of us, without using any aura or magic, of course. Just dropped from the fourth floor and landed on his feet. That's all. That simple and dangerously reckless way of acting, Robald's body made it possible. It hurts more than I thought. Well, it's not like there's no pain at all. Robald, unable to watch any longer, Aster spoke up. Ott next to me just makes a dumbfounded expression. Robald raises his head at the voice calling him. He smiles broadly in relief after confirming it's Aster. Oh, Aster, what's up? What's up with you? No, what did you do? Robald sheepishly scratches his head at Aster's words. Well, ha. I failed and I'm supposed to take a makeup exam, but it's so boring, you know. I'm in the middle of escaping. Robald says this with a carefree and refreshing smile. His face is so radiant that you forget he's committing a crime. Robald, Her Highness is here. Robald notices Ott next to me. One of the reasons why I brought Ott, because she can easily stop Robald from escaping. At this point in the game, the player has probably become good friends with Ott. Aster and Ott are both hard workers, so the fact that they go to the training room together is actually a good excuse to trigger this event. Of course, this sudden quest has nothing to do with Frondier. It's an event for Robald and Aster to establish their relationship. If handled well, they become rivals, and if not, they become enemies. So it's quite dangerous for a sudden quest. But with Otten, I can get through this event safely. In the worst case, Robald and Aster's relationship could deteriorate further, so this lessens that risk. Tusk, I see. No matter the country, being rude to Her Highness is, sighing as he thinks about this, Robald says, sometimes you just have to do it, and charges at me, weaving. Workshop number 17. Grade Common. Wooden staff. I swung the weaving I took out from the workshop as best as I could. It's the longest reach among the melee weapons I have. And then, whack, clean hit. A blow landed precisely on Robald's temple. Thud, Robald fell down. Sudden quest success. You have successfully stopped Robald, and the quest notification ringing without any consideration. Yeah, I know I stopped him. Shouldn't it have turned out like this? Sure enough, Aster and Otten were staring at me with wide eyes. Normally, if Otten is there, Robald obediently listens and gives up on escaping, but I don't know why it turned out like this. Is it because of me? I don't know what kind of wind the existence of Frondier has blown to Robald, but it seems he had some strange thoughts. The plan went a bit awry, but since I stopped him, it's done. It should be done. We brought Robald to the infirmary. After exchanging awkward greetings with Melia, we laid Robald down, and a little later, a teacher came to the infirmary. The teacher frowned as soon as he saw my face. It was Alex. Alex, famous for siding with the common people in Constal. To him, Frondier would be the most disliked type. Good job, Aster and Otten. Alex turned his gaze to me and thanked Aster and Otten. Master, it was Frondier who stopped Robald. Otten showed a displeased expression. I see, could it be that he didn't expect them to take my side? Alex seemed a bit flustered. Then, Robald woke up. Even his awakening was noisy. We paused our conversation and looked over at Robald. According to Melia, he was only suffering from a mild concussion, so we expected him to wake up soon. And so, Robald blankly scanned his surroundings until he spotted me. Then, silence followed. Upon seeing me, a flash of anger crossed his face, then confusion as if he was etching a question mark in his mind, followed by a look of deep contemplation in Robald's eyes. He soon asked me, "You're Frondier, aren't you?" He knew me, as I thought. Yes, Frondier de Roche, I'm Robald Leaf, and he extended his hand to me. What an odd conversation this was. Nevertheless, we shook hands. Robald wore a provocative smile. I'll return the favor of this humiliation next time, sure. Prepare something new for next time. At my provocation, Robald let out a sigh, but his smile remained. Robald, after all, likes strong people. From his perspective, being knocked unconscious by my strike seemed to actually raise his opinion of me, though it was unintentional. Robald, why did you suddenly threaten Frondier? Well, no, I heard rumors that Frondier has been accompanying the princess. Accompanying, it's true we've been acting together recently, but saying it like that makes it sound bad, like you've got something on the princess. So I thought if I gave this guy a beating, maybe the princess would think better of me. At Robald's brazen statement, Aster sighed and asked, and while she's at it, she'd overlook your fleeing act. It's like killing two birds with one stone, a very logical decision indeed. Ha. Logical but foolish, Robald. Alex called out to Robald. His sharp, piercing gaze was just an added bonus. From breaking a window to attempting escape, I can't just let this slide this time. I'm sorry, sir. I'll be contacting your parents. At Alex's words, Robald's face turned pale instantly. Please, anything but that. Take this chance to reflect on your reckless behavior around the school. With that, Alex turned his back. Just as he was about to leave, he gave me a brief glance. Frondier, you'll receive a proper reward from Constal. Well done. Without a hint of praise in his expression, Alex left the infirmary. I watched his back for a moment. I need to use the restroom. I got up, specifically with Aster. Aunt made an openly displeased face but soon sat back down. Following me to the restroom must have seemed ridiculous to her too, especially since the training room is in the opposite direction of the restroom. If Otten talks to Aster, she'll eventually see Aster's true character. Meeting like this often might even undo the spell Philly has cast. and meanwhile I must carry out the most important purpose of my visit to Constal today. I handed Malia, who was sitting in the infirmary, a note. The message on the note was brief. I'll start now. Today, I'm going to catch the rat inside Constal. Professor Alex. Alex turned at the voice coming from behind. Frondier stood there. Alex waved his hand in annoyance without hiding his irritation. What is it, Frondier? I told you the reward would be given later. I found the rat. Alex's hand stopped. He looked at Frondier again with a stern face. Frondier's expression was unchanged. Still that languid, sleepy face. Taking a step closer to Alex, Alex asked with a frown, "What are you talking about? I found out who the traitor in Constal is." He said. Alex's eyes widened. He asked in a voice even lower than Frondier's, "Is that true?" "Yes, this isn't the place to talk. This way." Following Frondier, Alex trailed behind him. Creak. The door to an empty classroom opened lightly, and Frondier entered. A secluded building, an empty classroom in the corner. "Let me cast a soundproofing spell, please." Frondier walked further into the classroom and then stopped. Without turning his head, he said, "Professor, what is it? You don't need to do that. What are you talking about?" Frondier turned his head to look at Alex, with a faint smile on his face. "You don't need to draw that sword," just as Frondier said. Alex's hand was on the hilt of the sword strapped to his waist. Finding the traitor. That's absurd, because Alex is the traitor, but he tells Alex himself that he has found the traitor. Frondier has made a mistake, but if he was convinced of the traitor for some reason, there must be a reason for it, if that reason is something that threatens Alex himself. Furthermore, if it harms the princess. Frondier, don't resent me too much. It's your fault for reaching into the fire, Professor. Frondier called Alex softly, in a defenseless posture, with that languid voice. "You don't need to be wary of me. What do you mean?" Alex's face became extremely tense. Frondier chuckled softly, and then Frondier said something unbelievable. "Because I'm also a rat." Saying so, Frondier raised his right hand. On that index finger, there was one of only 4 rings that existed in the royal family. The princess's ring. Alex's eyes widened immeasurably. After talking with Philly on the rooftop, I glanced at her for a moment. Philly wore the full regalia of an empress, adorned with extravagant and exquisite jewels. The ring on her index finger was particularly striking. "Excuse me, Lady Philly," I asked, "is that your ring?" "Yes." Philly returned to using formal speech with me, so it seemed that her brief moment of sincerity was over. I felt a twinge of disappointment, but I continued. "Do you and your daughters wear the same ring?" "Yes, I had them made for my daughters," but Philly trailed off, clearly realizing my intentions. Her gaze fell and she brought her hand to her mouth. "I see. I understand what you mean. Are the rings identical?" "They are, but there are no spares. They're custom made for me and my daughters." That meant there were only 4 rings. Because it has a very complex pattern, a clumsy copy would be immediately noticeable. However, I cannot remove this ring. In public, my every move is scrutinized, and if I am seen without my ring, the enemy will be alerted. There's no need for that. I held the necklace obsidian in my hand. I had considered showing this skill to someone someday, but to the Empress of the Empire, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Weaving obsidian. Rank unique. Philly's ring. The exquisite rings that Philly gave to her daughters. They have no magical properties, but their artistic beauty and rarity, with only 4 in existence, give them immense value. I demonstrated weaving to Philly. In an instant, a ring formed and rested in my palm. It looked exactly like Philly's ring. "Oh my," Philly muttered in astonishment, her eyes fixed on the ring. It was the most genuine voice I had ever heard from her. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" I asked, holding out the ring. Philly examined the obsidian ring from different angles. It's identical. The texture, luster, and patterns. Even the most discerning eye wouldn't be able to tell that it's a fake. "I'll use this to catch Constal's traitor." As I said this, Philly gave me a bloodthirsty smile, her eyes still fixed on the ring. "It seems useful." Alex trembled as he looked at the ring I showed him. "How did you get that ring?" "I received it," I replied. "I didn't think you'd believe me if I just told you." Alex would understand the significance of the ring. But even so, how? Alex seemed confused. I was wearing the ring, but he didn't know about my connection to Philly. Even if he did, he wouldn't have expected her to give me her ring. After all, this is a weaving product, not something Philly handed over. "So did Elijah really hand that over to you?" "Oh, he said it himself." As Alex said, the mastermind behind all the crimes is Elijah. To Alex, this ring would seem as though it was given by Elijah. He might consider the possibility that it was given by another daughter, Otten or Sale, or even Philly, but the hypothesis falls apart since I came to him claiming to be a traitor myself. I'm the only one who knows that Alex is a traitor. If anyone else suspected Alex with his keen senses, he would have noticed immediately. Alex believes it's impossible for anyone to know his true identity. Therefore, my lie works on Alex right now. The fact that he was caught when he should have been uncatchable implies that it's because I'm one of us. There's no way not to be hooked by this strong and sweet lie. "Are you really saying she gave you that ring, that precious ring?" "Yes, I can't believe it. Would you like to see for yourself?" I extended my hand. Alex, who until a moment ago thought of killing me, now flinches and pulls away at the mere gesture of my hand. Even so, his eyes carefully scanned the ring on my hand. Well, it's an item that even its owner, Philly, can't differentiate. There's no way Alex would realize. But you are the one who interfered with Renzo's plan. How could you be a subordinate of Lady Elijah? Yes, that's the problem. Me, who interfered with Renzo, being on Elijah's side doesn't make sense. This is where it gets important. Alex just referred to me as the one who interfered with Renzo's plan. If he knew I had cut off Renzo's arm, he wouldn't express it like that. In other words, Alex currently believes the false information I sent to Constal. This is Alex's vulnerability. During the midterm practical exam, Renzo switched all surrounding drones with fakes to avoid getting caught for kidnapping Aunt. Because of that, no one in Constal witnessed Renzo's crime. Yes, no one, not even Alex and Elijah, who are on Renzo's side, saw the situation at that time. That's not true. What did you say? Lady Elijah had been planning to kidnap Auten from the moment she confirmed that I was acting with Aunt, but she wanted a more certain method. That's why she also pulled me to her side, to minimize the possibility of anything going wrong. But the plan failed. Yes, even so it failed. It was discovered by Pro Eden Hamelot. Why do you think that happened? Why, you ask? The look of confusion on Alex's face is quite amusing. Alex rolled his eyes at my words, then suddenly opened them wide as if he had realized something. Finally, Alex reached it. The false truth I had concocted. Could it be? No, that can't be. Lady Elijah wouldn't. I fell silent for a moment, knowing that silence would make the bluff more effective. And then I slowly began to speak. Lady Elijah is suspicious of you. That can't be. You're lying. The only possibility that could ruin this fail-proof plan was you. You who knew all of Lady Elijah's plans in advance. That goes for you as well. Everyone knew I was acting with Aunt. Moreover, I was the one who informed others about Renzo's intrusion without being caught by Renzo himself. Do you think that's possible? What an irony. This lie was originally a clumsy attempt to hide the fact that I had cut off Renzo's arm. Now I'm using that clumsiness to pressure Alex. It's not me. Lady Elijah will understand once she hears my story. Lady Elijah said she needs clear evidence. What evidence are you talking about? Mr. Alex, are you really Mr. Alex? What? At Alex's question, I narrowed my eyes. Lady Elijah suspects that you were replaced at some point. Replaced, you say? Are you truly Mr. Alex? The world of Edius is one where both magic and science exist at a high level, changing faces and bodies to impersonate someone else. It's not easy, but it's certainly possible. Meaning, Alex has been switched by someone else without Elijah's knowledge. The real Alex is either trapped somewhere or dead, and the current Alex is a third party unknown to Elijah. That's the fake scenario I've created. Nonsense, I am Alex. If that's the case, then you must be aware of the plan. Of course, I know all of Elijah's plans. The problem is that the reason is because I played it in a game. For such a reason, no one within Constal can be persuaded. Therefore, the one who must convince the teachers of Constal is not me, but Alex. Speak, Alex. Choose the path that eases you. I'll create a cradle-like grave for you. Alex clenched his jaw as if biting his teeth. He spat out passionately. Of course, it's a raid. What kind of raid? To lure in monsters to attack Constal. What do you mean? To spread Rafflesia, a large-scale rune around Constal and attract monsters to Constal. Why? To eliminate Otten Turst and Roderick Turst. After Alex's loud exclamation, there was a brief silence. I finally dragged it out. Elijah's raid plan. As Alex himself had said, Elijah intended to use Alex to set up a rune that would summon monsters to Constal. Once the rune is activated, the monsters will attack Constal indiscriminately, putting all the students inside Constal in danger, including Otten. And Elijah knew that if Otten was in danger, Roderick would come to her rescue. She planned to kill both of them in one fell swoop by crushing them with a wave of monsters. That's it. The quest alarm that had previously appeared on my smartwatch. The plan Elijah had come up with was the main quest, raid. No matter how desperate I was, the reason Alex could reveal the plan so freely was because he was confident in his soundproofing magic. That was Alex's final mistake. I glared at Alex for a moment, the final stage of acting. I smiled with relief and said, fortunately, Lady Elijah's concern was in vain. Of course. Then I'll go back, proceed with the plan as planned. I said that and walked past Alex and entered the classroom. It's important that I passed by Alex. Alex had just missed his last chance to kill me. When I opened the classroom door, two women were standing at the entrance of the classroom door. Let's talk. It was Melia and Jane. What? Alex was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the two, but soon he regained his composure and said, what are you talking about? Alex tried to act dumb. He believes in the soundproofing magic that he has in his classroom. Melia smiled and pointed to her ear. Did you forget about my ability? Melia's bloodline ability, sensory sharing. It allows you to share one of your 5 senses with someone else. If you share hearing, you will be able to hear what the person you are sharing it with hears. In this case, soundproofing magic is meaningless, because what I hear, Melia hears too. Alex had an earthquake in his eyes, not knowing what had happened. Finally, after some time, he finally realized, and the expression he had when he looked at me was truly magnificent. You jerk. What did you hear a moment ago? Not a jerk, but a rat bastard. Alex's resistance was short-lived. Alex had to know that he was finished the moment he revealed himself as a traitor in front of me. Alex will soon be in front of the disciplinary committee. From that point on, it is the teacher's turn. And it's my turn to fulfill my role. In the end, we need a vanguard. After deliberating in the training room, Autumn spoke as if she had come to a conclusion. I nodded my head. We checked each other's roles in the training room. We simulated what position each of us would take when we fought as a party in the future. Autumn is one of the few people who has seen me fight in person. As a result, we came to the conclusion that it is advantageous for me to fight from a distance. When I fought against Slev in the dungeon, when I took down the golem, when I fought Renz, I defeat the enemy up close when fighting them, so I give off the feeling of being a vanguard, but in reality, I'm more of a rear guard. The last attack in most fights was close range, but throwing helped a lot in getting me there. I wounded Slev with throwing daggers, causing him to reveal himself from a distance. I restricted the golem's attacks by throwing weapons at it. I consistently attacked Renzo from a distance, hiding my trump card until the end. Now that I can use Chryslicatos, my role as a rear guard has become even more effective. The best choice to be a vanguard is Aster Evans. Autumn's face turned sour when I answered. Well, Philly's magic is probably still working on her. I heard from Philly that it is not a very powerful spell, and that it will naturally wear off the more time they spend together, but judging from her current state, that seems unlikely. To be honest, I don't want Aster in my party either. The ideal situation would be for me to build my own party without ruining Aster's, and it would be best if both parties headed toward clearing the game. So I won't be touching the best members of Aster's party that I have in mind. Autumn was originally one of those best members, but somehow it turned out this way. What about Aster's sister then? His sister. Autumn tilts her head. She might not know. Ellen Evans, the best swordsman among the Constable students. If she's the strongest among the Constable swordsmen, wouldn't that surpass Mr. Aster? Ah, that's the thing. Autumn's question is perfectly understandable. Aster uses a sword as well. It's the trap of the phrase, the best skills. It doesn't mean she's the strongest among the swordsmen. It means her skills are the best. Ah, I see. Ellen Evans. The title of the best skilled swordsman attached to her is certainly a compliment to her, but at the same time it also reveals her limitations. Unlike Evans, Ellen lacks divine power. Moreover, she doesn't have enough chi. In the world of Aetius, mana and aura are essentially the same substance called chi. Ellen has already acquired aura and can use various techniques derived from that aura, but she lacks the mana for prolonged combat. Her specialty, one strike, can be used once in a battle, twice if overdone. In other words, a character who overcomes all her disadvantages with just one skill, so to speak. Her innate stamina probably isn't that great either. She must have learned to sleep while walking because of that. Ellen spends most of her time sleeping, except for training, classes, or combat. Especially when she is moving silently, it's almost 100%. It seemed like just a gag element in the game, but looking into it after entering here, you can see her circumstances. Anyway, she's more than we could ask for in our party. Doesn't that make her hard to recruit? The truth always hurts. We have to at least talk to her. The possibility isn't entirely zero. After all, we have the camaraderie of having defeated a golem together. Right. The disciplinary committee. Alex was seated in the center, watched by all the teachers. His arms were bound by restraints, the seat once occupied by Edwin von Behatorio. Alex, who had once cornered Edwin, now found the tables turned on him. What are we waiting for? Someone spoke up. It was the history teacher, Isamea. Isamea looked at Alex with a displeased expression. This incident, where a teacher betrays Constable and puts the princess in danger, cannot be defended or supported. Immediate expulsion and prosecution are necessary. There's no need to even convene a committee. Mr. Isamea, let's not be hasty. I just dislike wasting time. Despite another teacher's attempt to calm him, Isamea showed no signs of backing down. Didn't student Frondier catch the evidence? Miss Jane and Miss Malia confirmed it. There's no room for debate. Jane was a bit surprised at Isamea's words. I thought Mr. Isamea would dislike Frondier. Isamea had been embarrassed because of Frondier before. When Frondier wasn't taking notes, Isamea decided to test him with a question, only to have his own motives exposed and be laughed at by the students. Being as famous as he is, rumors about Frondier spread quickly. Jane said honestly, I'm surprised. I thought you would dislike student Frondier. Of course, that cheeky brat is annoying. Isamea nodded as if it were obvious. He even snorted. But that's my personal feeling, not an issue that distorts the facts. Isamea stated confidently. Jane smiled and chuckled. However, this committee is not to question teacher Alex's guilt. As Mr. Isamea said, the accusations against teacher Alex are solid. Is that so? It's to understand the full story of the incident. The full story has been understood. We know teacher Alex is a traitor. Malia hadn't yet shared the story about Elijah with the other teachers. She was waiting to do so at this disciplinary committee meeting. The most important thing in Constal is the safety of its students. Most of the people here are unaware that the royal palace is involved in this incident. It's all just a development of the Renzo case. Renzo, who attacked Otten and Frondier, and a traitor in Constal who helped Renzo. Now that we know it was Alex, there's no need for further questions. That's not it, Jane said. The whole plan Frondier extracted from Alex. She had heard it from Malia, but she was full of doubts, especially the mention of Princess Elijah. Well, where should I start? Maria slowly opened her mouth. It was too much information at once, but she listed them one by one. The culprit, Princess Elijah, the attack of the monsters. The targets are Otten and Roderick. Every time Maria revealed information, the surrounding professor's expressions gradually turned to astonishment. That's a lie, Princess Elijah. Someone made a natural exclamation. Then we just have to get rid of the rune attracting the monsters, right? Wasn't it called Rafflesia? It's impossible. Someone flatly denied the proposal of a professor. It was Binkies, the professor of summoning magic and magical engineering. From what Miss Maria said, the culprit has already set a schedule for the plan. That means there's a high probability that the rune is already complete. Is that a problem? Even if it's complete, we just have to damage the circuit. If we do that, I think they're prepared to activate the rune. If that happens, there might be even more damage than when we didn't know the plan, because the inside of Constal will be in the most chaotic state. The professor's faces turned pale at Binkies' words. Ismaya asked, so what should we do? Should we just watch as the enemy's plan proceeds? Binkies bit her lips at those words. After a moment of thought, the words that came out of her mouth were unexpected. Yes, that would be best. What? We have to wait for the enemy to start their plan and aim to stop that plan with minimal damage. That is, the raid by Elijah cannot be stopped now that it has progressed this far. Let the plan commence as it is. But knowing there is a plan allows us to be fully prepared. So the most important thing is, we need to ensure the enemy doesn't find out that we know their raid plan. Yes. To the outside world, Constal must appear as ordinary as ever. Everyone nodded in understanding at Binkies' words. We need to seek help from those around us. It must be a select few to avoid detection. Requesting help from those nearby, a select few. Those two keywords naturally drew the teacher's eyes to one person. It was Malia de Roche. Roche, a household with tremendous talents including Infer and Azier. I'll pass the message along. Malia spoke with reluctance. Jane asked, what about the students? At that question, everyone fell silent. They were teachers, protectors of the students. But if the students were informed about the plan, it was clear Elijah would find out. Moreover, whether Constal could be defended without the students. Even if it meant reducing harm to the students, all activities in Constal will proceed as scheduled. A heavy voice broke the silence. Everyone looked at him. It was Chancellor Osprey. Nothing will change. His voice was firm, leaving no room for objection. When Osprey spoke like this, the conclusion was as good as decided. All the teachers nodded. In a room in the Roche mansion, I remained deep in thought. There was no way to know exactly what measures the teachers would take regarding the assault, but at least the minimum defenses would be prepared. And most importantly, the raid itself could not be stopped. Despite all attempts with Aster, it couldn't be prevented. It only led to more sacrifices, so my role is slightly different from the others. If it can't be stopped, the instigator must be eliminated. There's only one way: kill Elijah. Elijah is the destined villain, after all. If not killed now, she will only become more troublesome for the player as time goes on. However, there had never been a possibility. Aster attracts too much attention and is entangled in too many relationships, making it surprisingly difficult to move freely. Feeling constantly monitored, any frivolous act could arouse suspicion. Elijah, at the time of planning, was not in the royal palace but was assessing the situation from her tower. It was impossible for Aster to leave Constal in his body and reach that place. But if it were me, if it were Frondier, if it were me, unnoticed by everyone at this moment, from here on it's an unknown path again. The mastermind behind the Otten assault incident, the accomplice, the subsequent plans, and even the way to thwart them. Up to this point, everything proceeded as I knew. But from this road to subduing Elijah, it's entirely unknown. Well, it's not like it's anything new. Have things ever gone entirely my way? Even in the game, I couldn't handle everything and failed. Failure is familiar. In games, as in reality. Main quest, raid. A massive invasion of monsters will occur in Constal. Be prepared. If not properly dealt with, there's a possibility of losing named characters. I checked the smartwatch once again. The main quest I hadn't seen in a long time. It's been quite a while since I received this quest. That means they've given us plenty of time to prepare. The raid is imminent, but I have a place to go today, to obtain the best ally in preparation for this assault. It was a very appropriate time. During a slightly late evening, unusually bright lights flickered at the Rishi mansion. The gentle sound of music and laughter of people blended just right, seeping out to the exterior of the mansion. Sigh. Elodie secretly let out a sigh. Social gatherings like this often take place in the Rishi family. Considering the prestige of the family, one might think such events would be common even in Roche, but the head of the family is notably frugal. Elodie fiddled with the frills meticulously tucked inside her collar. Despite wearing this dress quite frequently, she still hasn't gotten used to it. Have I gained weight? Though she thought no one would hear, men approached as if by magic, each adding their comment. How could that be possible? Miss Elodie, you are as beautiful as ever today. Of course. Even if you had gained a bit of weight, it wouldn't put a single flaw in your beauty. Is that what they call a compliment? Elodie forced a smile on her lips. Truthfully, dealing with such men is all right. How must they feel, having to offer such embarrassingly flattering compliments to her, now 17? Even if they truly held affection for Elodie in settings like social gatherings, they are bound to repeat cliched and stereotypical lines. Elodie is the supreme jewel born into the Rishi family. Were anyone to genuinely reach out to her, the other families would not stand idly by. Therefore, everyone around Elodie naturally maintains a distance from her. Ironically, the men here also know that offering cliched compliments to express their liking is the best way to maintain that distance. Hence, at such events, Elodie feels a profound loneliness. The women are either filled with jealousy and envy or, conversely, overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. They grovel in a way Elodie does not wish for. The men, wary of those around them, neither approach nor distance themselves from her. Gossip, flattery, pretense, those don't matter. It's not that she's hurt by such things. It's just the fact that no one speaks the truth to her that constantly weighs on her. It leaves her infinitely lonely and infinitely bored. Did he not come this time either? While pretending to listen to the men's conversation, Elodie scanned the surroundings. She was looking for Frondier. If there was someone at this gathering who could give her a breath of fresh air, it would undoubtedly be Frondier. She does have noble friends in Constal, but it's not easy for them to attend a social gathering hosted by the Rishi family, and even if they do come, they're busy interacting with the children of other families. But Frondier, he has never shown his face in the social circles. His unique laziness and lack of initiative are the first reasons, and the second is that the Roach family has never involved Frondier in the social circles. No, it's wrong to call it laziness. Elodie, you shouldn't think that way. Elodie corrected her thoughts. Until now, she had thought it was merely laziness, but the recent mana depletion incident had opened up other possibilities. Frondier wasn't lazy, on the contrary. He was working insanely hard behind the scenes. It's still just a possibility, though. Anyway, that's why Frondier showing up this time is also unlikely. Even though Constal's image has been changing slightly recently, that's a completely different issue from the social circles. Moreover, Frondier has a very bad relationship with Elodie's brother. Just looking at that, the chances of Frondier coming to the Rishi mansion are practically zero. But then, creak. Our Elodie's voice leaked out. The man who quietly opened the door and entered. Even if it weren't Elodie, he would have attracted everyone's gaze. Elegant and dignified black suit, sophisticatedly groomed black hair, the eyes that always seemed sleepy transformed into a mysterious charm when made up. Frondier approached the head of the Rishi family and greeted him politely. Oh, Frondier, I'm truly happy you've come. It would be nice to see you more often in the future. Don't we often see each other at my house? Haha, are you saying that just to see me? We should introduce you to everyone here as well. Head Ordal de Rishi genuinely welcomed Frondier. More than Frondier himself, it was his political influence that was welcome. The Roach family, unimpressive on its own but significant in the background. If Frondier could establish good relations with other families here, Ordal could also get a piece of the action. Indeed, there were already nobles whispering upon seeing Frondier. Most here were seeing Frondier in person for the first time. At least in appearance, Frondier was the epitome of nobility, so it was noticeable that some ladies were whispering with a somewhat excited tone. Then, if you'll excuse me, sure, take a look around. Just like when he arrived, Frondier politely greeted, turned around and walked straight towards Elodie. Elodie was startled for no reason. It was the same Frondier she always saw in Constal. Moreover, a face that became even more familiar after the October incident. When Frondier stood in front of Elodie, she briefly chewed her lip. She was torn between treating him as a friend or with deference due to nobility. Frondier opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment the music changed. Couples matched up, took each other's hands, and started to walk. It was time for a slow dance. Frondier forced a smile when he realized this. Shall we dance, milady? Frondier asked as if it had just occurred to him. Caught off guard by his unexpectedly gentle tone, Elodie forgot what to say in response and simply nodded her head. Frondier took Elodie's hand and joined the dance. Frondier was not a particularly good or bad dancer. To put it positively, he wasn't awkward. To put it negatively, his partner was in danger of getting bored. However, Elodie had no time to get bored for many reasons. Elodie licked her lips as she glanced around. This is awkward. What is? You and me here like this, doing this. It was a statement with almost no content, but Frondier nodded as if he understood. My collar's bothering me, Frondier said, reaching up to adjust his collar with one hand. It was rude to touch one's own clothes with one hand while dancing. Watching Frondier do something so similar to what she had done earlier, Elodie found herself smiling. So, why are you here? You don't fit in. Did you suddenly develop an interest in high society? Elodie asked, feeling a little less tense. Of course not, I came to see you. Frondier replied matter-of-factly, so matter-of-factly that it was almost misleading. Elodie gave Frondier a sidelong glance. Would you care to be more specific? I came to ask for your help. You're the only one I can trust. Again, his words were misleading, but they were better than before. Plus, Elodie much preferred them this way. What kind of help, huh? Frondier pulled Elodie close. To others, it looked like a perfectly natural dance move, but Elodie, who hadn't been expecting it, yelped. What's the big idea? Constel is under attack. Frondier whispered in Elodie's ear. He told her everything he had learned. He told her what Alex had confessed about the disciplinary committee and about what the teachers might do next. At first, Elodie's face was full of emotion, but as the story went on, it gradually became expressionless. She had realized that now was not the time to let her emotions show. When Frondier was finished, Elodie asked, so why are you telling me this? When the attack starts, I need you to do your best to hold off the monsters as ostentatiously as possible, so the students and teachers will realize right away that something's wrong. When will it start? The teachers are devising countermeasures because they don't know when. I know. Frondier states this cleanly, without any emphasis. There's no tone of persuasion in his voice, as if to convince that his words are true, which ironically makes him more credible. If you know when you could just tell the teachers. They won't believe me. There's no evidence, no way to prove it. No evidence, no way to prove it, and yet you think I'll believe you. You don't need to believe me. What does that mean? At this, Frondier stepped back again. It was another natural course of the dance. Because I believe in you, it's okay. You've picked up some strange ideas again. Elodie scoffed, but Frondier just smiled. When the time comes, you'll see these aren't strange words. The morning sky was overcast. It didn't seem like it would rain, but the clouds that filled the sky seemed endless. Clouds that won't bring rain or darker. With this newfound thought, I finished getting ready to go out. Normally, it would be the time to head to Constel, but today my steps took a different direction. Then where are you going? I was caught by Malia. She seemed to have been waiting for me at the top of the hill road I was heading towards. This isn't the way to Constel. Planning to skip out. Then you're doing the same, Mom. Ha, that's true, Malia laughed. It was a genuine laugh. How did you know I'd come this way? There's nothing your mom doesn't know. Are you going to stop me? No, why would I stop you? Malia ran her fingers through her long hair once. As she slowly walked towards me, a familiar scent wafted from her. The monster's attack is starting, isn't it? Yes, and you're trying to stop it. Stopping it is the job of the other students. I'm not here to stop the attack, but to eliminate its cause. Swoosh. Malia's hand touched my cheek. If it were the old you'd have used this as an excuse to run away. Then I understood. The identity of this familiar scent. It's not the look in your eyes from before. This was the scent of my mother, different from the scent of my mother before coming here. Yet still, go ahead. Instead, Malia's hand that touched my cheek moved to cover my right eye. Avril family bloodline skill. Sensory sharing. Her hand touching my right eye shone with light. Yet I felt nothing special, but I understand its meaning. Malia had lived under the name Malia Avril until she married in Fur, and the Avril family has a bloodline skill passed down through generations, just as Philly, a descendant of Vala, could foresee. Malia's sensory sharing allows one to share one of the 5 senses with another person. This time it was my sight that was shared. Malia could also see what I was seeing through my eyes. Lend me your eyes, so that I can come to you whenever. Malia said this with a face full of affection. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said, please don't come to me, protect Constel instead. Of course, as long as you return without getting hurt. That might be difficult. I blinked for a moment and then said, I will. Vroom. Then from afar, the sound of a car engine approached. A luxury sedan stopped in front of us and the rear window opened. Are you ready? It was Philly. Philly waved her hand at Malia, who stood in front of me, seemingly unsurprised to see her. Let's go then, take care. I nodded to Malia and then turned around. As soon as we got into the car, the sedan immediately started moving. So where do we go? 3 kilometers west of the royal family. Please stop there. Is my daughter there? No. We'll get off there and walk a bit. Send the car back to the royal family. We can't drive there. We have to enter the forest, so the car can't go in. This is one of the reasons to send the car back to the royal family. The more important reason is that there's a risk Elijah might spot the car and flee. If that happens, Elijah would head to the royal family, and it would only complicate matters further by possibly framing Philly. Such a troublesome situation must be avoided. Philly seemed to accept this reasoning and nodded. I still can't believe it, that one of my daughters could be the culprit. Philly sighed as he spoke. Philly still doesn't know that Elijah is the culprit. Philly, may I ask you something? What is it? Can you really treat your own daughter as an enemy? I know how Philly will answer this question, so from the perspective of gathering information, it's meaningless. But it's something that must be said. For Philly himself, I had to ask this question, of course. If they are my enemy, it doesn't matter if it's my daughter or anyone else. They will be excluded. Right, this answer is correct. It's the real answer that comes from her own heart. But one thing is certain. Philly's thoughts are still lax. She will soon realize that it's not so simple. If you travel all the way west from the capital city of Sylvester, you will find a dense forest. Inside the forest, filled with dense coniferous trees, there's a giant tower that stands alone at the foot of a cliff. It's not easy to find this place unless you know its exact location, because the trees and the cliff serve as its natural camouflage. Since it's hidden by nature, even magic detection can't find it. There's only one reason why I can find this place, because I simply know it. I discovered it by playing countless iterations of the game. The road leading to the tower was more inconvenient than I thought. It's because I was walking along a narrow path that only Elijah uses. We parted the trees along a narrow gap that could barely be called a path, and then, it really is here. The tower. We encountered Elijah's residence. The 8-story tall giant tower was built with gray bricks. It was quite a tall building, but it was lower than the trees. That's because the trees in this world are usually very large. So what do we do now? We'll just go in normally. Isn't it possible that they've set up defenses against outside intrusion? With Philly here, we'll be fine. At my words, Philly squinted her eyes. Undoubtedly, she was looking at me with suspicious eyes. My daughter would come here now to worry about me. She'd rather be attacking me too. That would actually be better. What are you saying? While we were having that conversation. Surprisingly to Philly at least, creak. The front door of the tower opened. Elijah came out from inside. Elijah laughed cheerfully at the sight of Philly, whose expression hardened. Mom. Elijah was surprised that Philly knew about her hidden residence. She was glad that she came all the way here. She was happy to see her mother when she least expected it. She expressed all of that on her face and smiled brightly. How did you know about this place? Elijah approached us without any hesitation. Even without looking closely, it was clear that she was completely unarmed. Approaching us completely defenseless, Philly clasped and shook both of my hands. The situation I feared the most. Philly, with her suspicious of everything personality. Philly, without a doubt, excludes anyone who could be an enemy. But what if she can't be sure if they are an enemy? What if she's placed in a situation where she has to decide if her own daughter is an enemy based on unclear evidence? Even then, can Philly let go of her suspicions? Here, have some herbal tea. Elijah boldly led Philly and me into her tower. She handed us teacups, to Philly and to me as well. She sat us down at the table, served the herbal tea, and sat opposite us. Unusually, Philly glanced at me for cues, but I had no more help to offer. I had already said everything I could. So what brings you here? Elijah asked Philly, just wondering. What is our daughter doing hiding in a place like this, even from her mother? Philly responded with a smile. Her expression was perfect. Sometimes I just need a break from palace life. I thought I'd get scolded if Mom found out. Philly looked around the interior, pretending to be just curious, but probably looking for anything suspicious. However, it's unlikely she'll find anything. Otherwise, Elijah wouldn't have invited us here. After all, Elijah is in the same emergency situation. It's unlikely that Elijah expected both of us to come. If so, she would have run away to the palace from the start. Right now, Elijah is just improvising. In other words, this is actually a battle between me and Elijah, who can successfully persuade Philly. Mr. Frondier, was it? Yes, Elijah addressed me. I'm well aware of the renown of the Roach family, but it's quite awkward for me to see the offspring of Duke and Fur here with our mother. It was an easily understood challenge. As if to say, know your place. However, I see. So what? I didn't feel the need to answer that reason explicitly. No matter how high the princess's position might be, could it rival that of the empress? Elijah furrowed her brows at my brazen response. It was only for a moment. Indeed, as Philly's daughter, she's adept at managing her expressions. Also, as Philly's daughter, she couldn't quite match up to Philly. Miss Elijah. Miss. Elijah asked back as if she had never heard such a title before. May I take a look around this tower? Elijah glared at me, whether it was because of my presumptuous request or the suspicion of wanting to explore the tower. I wasn't sure which it was, but either was fine by me. It wouldn't be possible to refuse this offer. All right, feel free to look around. Shall I guide you? No, I'll look around by myself. Saying that, I pretended to casually explore the room. Elijah is hiding something in this tower that absolutely must not be discovered. Yet the reason she's so bold is that it's nearly impossible for me to uncover it right now. So there's only one thing I must do. I have to make Elijah reveal that hidden thing herself. May I go upstairs? Do as you wish. I stepped onto the staircase leading up, having discovered nothing special. Somehow it feels like I can see it. Elijah is smiling triumphantly behind me. Whether she knows that I'm wearing a similar expression, I'm not sure. Constal was quiet. Most of the classrooms were in the middle of morning lessons, and only occasionally could teachers' voices be heard. However, within that teacher, suddenly a girl raised her hand. What is it, Elodie? I'm sorry. My head hurts so badly. What? Go to the infirmary right away. The teacher sent Elodie off with a worried expression. Elodie is a model student, lacking nothing in either skills or character. The teacher didn't even consider it could be a sham. Thus, Elodie, who should have been suffering from a headache, walked too briskly for someone in her condition through the corridor. Meaning, Elodie was the first to notice. Really faint, but there. Something caught in Elodie's mana detection. from a very far distance, yet from all around. A faint malice stood poised towards Constable, something almost dismissible as imagination. Frondier's words were true. Elodie had previously heard from Frondier about an raid. The information was hardly believable. Had it been the Elodie of the past, she wouldn't have believed it. But now Elodie knows Frondier has changed. Elodie shelved her thoughts and ascended the stairs, of course in a direction completely unrelated to the infirmary. Click. Opening the rooftop's iron door, the morning's chilly wind swept over her. Elodie stood at the edge of the rooftop and narrowed her eyes. Even from this height, not even a shadow of a demon could be seen. Conversely, it meant that the malice from a far invisible distance was felt by Elodie. If Frondier hadn't told me, the demons would have overwhelmed Constable before Elodie could initiate a response. Then her power would be halved. I trust you, so it's okay. HMPH, you did say something right. Indeed, now that it has come to this, there was no need for her to believe in Frondier's words. By telling her the timing, Elodie became more sensitive to her mana detection at that time, and as a result, she realized that Frondier's words were correct. Frondier really just trusted Elodie. Her sensitive mana detection. I feel a bit deceived, though. Elodie din wise Rishi. 5th in the midterm exams. For her, who is said to have received the love of 5 gods, this result was somewhat ambiguous. Many expected her to naturally rank first. However, this outcome wasn't due to a lack of her power. It's a good thing I knew in advance. Elodie gathered her magical power. A light warm-up, preparation to block the attack. With that alone, the air around her began to tremble. No need to control my power. She is clumsy at controlling her power. She has hardly ever tried. No one among her instructors at Constable had taught her how to control her power. Instead, they encouraged her to increase her output, fearing that her talent might wane. Control could be developed later, but the peak of one's output was uncertain. Midterms were conducted along with other students. Hence, the reason her ranking was ambiguous during practical exams was simple. If she went all out, other students could get caught in the crossfire. Eventually, from a great distance, a faint dust storm became visible, an uncountable legion of massive monsters. To Elodie, who had enhanced her vision to the utmost with magic, the scale of the horde became apparent. To an ordinary person, the sight of such a vast swarm of monsters would have made them collapse in fear, but Elodie smiled fearlessly. As soon as she spotted a monster within her maximum line of sight, she began to cast her spells. Her school uniform fluttered, and her eyes and hair turned a mix of red and blue, divine power unleashed. Agni Rudra. Individual spell deployment. Fire magic 4 forms. Elemental resistance, impact, spread mana conversion named Hellfire Wind Magic 4 forms. Range increase, separation activation, high-speed rotation, updraft named Storm Spell Combination, focusing. Elodie Original Vermilion Bird Ascension. I was asked to make it as flashy as possible. Elodie aimed with both hands extended forward. In truth, as long as the distance was roughly correct, aiming wasn't particularly meaningful for this spell. I'm just doing as I was told. Elodie, as if it was someone else's concern, she unleashed a storm of fire upon the approaching horde of monsters from afar. After Frondier had gone upstairs, Elijah whispered to Philly in a subtle tone, I know what mother is thinking. You suspect me? Philly remained silent, taking a sip of his tea. Is that man saying I'm the culprit? Elijah asked again, but Philly still kept her silence. However, Elijah knew well that Philly would react this way. Philly's style, with silence and expressions, making the other party make mistakes on their own. However, Elijah also knows another weakness of Philly. It's because she's her daughter. Have you ever thought Mom was strange? Philly doubts everything. At the same time as suspecting that Elijah might be the culprit, she also harbors doubts that maybe she's not. That's Philly. Philly's true power is unleashed when given enough time. Philly's choices, made after careful consideration and long deliberation, have always been the right ones. However, if there's less time than she has anticipated, even Philly could make mistakes. Should we fight? At Elijah's words, Philly's pupils faintly wavered. I'm your daughter, Mom. Why would I do that? A slight strength entered Philly's hand holding the teacup. I knew I'd be suspected, but think about it calmly. Philly's lips quivered slightly, a subtle movement that only Philly's daughter Elijah could barely notice. Elijah smiled triumphantly. Mom, the culprit is Sale. Philly's eyes widened. This time the change was noticeable to anyone. That man is Sale's henchman. He's framing me to help Sale. Philly was surprised by Elijah's words. Indeed, it was as she said. Elijah. Finally, Philly spoke. On Philly's face, smiling as usual, Elijah realized something was terribly wrong, accompanied by a massive fear. You've crossed the line. Philly was honestly surprised. Really, just as Frondier had said, I won't tell you who the culprit is. Why not? If I tell you now, by the end, you, Miss Philly, will doubt it. Just as he said, she almost doubted it. If Frondier had claimed from the start that the culprit was Elijah, she might have wavered at this moment, swayed by Elijah's words. But the more Elijah spoke, the more certain Philly became. Let yourself realize that last answer. You, Miss Philly, will come to know it. The slight tremor that only someone of Elijah's caliber could see in Philly. The truth is simple. Philly had deceived Elijah with a tremor that only someone at Elijah's level could detect. Philly stood up. She slowly approached Elijah. You still haven't fixed the fact that you show your lies when you think you've deceived the other person. Ah no, Mom, it wasn't me. As Philly approached, Elijah stepped back. Why did you target Aunt? Because of the throne. Were you worried Aunt would take your place? It's not that. It was Sale who tried to kidnap. Philly's smile deepened. Did I say anything about a kidnapping? Well, of course you'd assume there was a kidnapping, aiming for Otten's ransom. That guy Frondier went up here to search. Wouldn't it be better to at least find some evidence and then talk? At those words, Philly's movement stopped. Evidence. Yeah, you won't find anything anyway. I was indeed curious. Rafflesia isn't a rune capable of attracting all monsters. To make that possible, a mediator is needed. Rafflesia is a spell that can lure monsters, but not all of them. The more diverse and numerous the targets, the more complex the rune becomes, requiring a specific mediator to identify the monsters. Without exceptional knowledge about monsters and sufficient monster materials, it's an impossible task. Elijah's expression hardened at Philly's words. Mentioning Rafflesia meant Philly was entirely convinced that Elijah was the culprit. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead and look for it. The evidence that I'm the culprit. Elijah feigned ignorance. There was no other option at this point. Do you know why Frondier went up instead? That's to search. No, it's because he didn't want to be bothered by you. At Philly's words, Elijah tilted her head. Philly unusually looked a bit troubled as he spoke. I hope I'm wrong about Frondier's thoughts, just this once. What do you mean? At that moment, a rumbling sound that shook the ground echoed. Philly and Elijah's heads, shoulders, knees, and toes vibrated up and down. Elijah's face turned pale. Why, this shouldn't be happening. At her reaction, Philly's eyes turned even colder. Her gaze shifted upwards, towards where Frondier would be. His thoughts were correct. As expected, there wasn't much on the top floor of the tower. The upper floors of the tower were as expected, nothing special. They were simply the quarters of an ordinary magician, strewn with various magical facilities and tools. To summon multiple magical beasts using Rafflesia, a medium is needed. That is, materials related to the magical beasts are necessary. The fresher these materials are, the better, and the more, the better. If one aims to summon a scale large enough to turn Constel upside down, then naturally these two conditions must be very satisfactorily met. However, to maintain freshness, it is better for the medium to be alive until the rune is activated. Alive, yet at the same time a source for various magical beasts. That would mean chimera. I know that Elijah has been synthesizing chimeras. It's not something I've seen firsthand. I only learned about it through the news and newspapers during the game. Princess Elijah, known to be living in a villa. The villa appears to be a massive tower, a secret laboratory discovered in the basement. The purpose of the laboratory is currently being determined. Elijah was synthesizing chimeras. The magical beasts combined in the chimera by her were. This was the content reported in the newspapers and news during the game. I clenched the black lotus hanging around my neck, weaving obsidian. Grade legendary. Graham. Black droplets gathered around me. Sigurd's sword, Graham. The legend that it killed the dragon Fafnir was converted into Graham's characteristic, Graham. Grade legendary. Description: the renowned sword used by Sigurd. The hero and the weapon's achievements surpass those of several deities. Ability details. Dragon Slayer kills dragons, absorbing their blood, significantly enhances attack power against dragons, and instills fear in dragon species of unique grade or lower. The unique grade is just below the legendary grade. Given the presence of the dragon, Fafnir, slain by Sigurd and classified as legendary, it instills fear in lesser dragon species. I pointed my sword downward, toward the chimera that must be lurking somewhere in this underground. Know what kind of monster Elijah has created, a beast of such magnitude that it could engulf Constel. To summon something of that scale, ordinary monsters wouldn't stand a chance. Indeed, even if it's not a proper 1A dragon must be summoned at the very least. Creak crunch, the sound was distant but clear. From deep below it sounded like something was prying open a gap, then a brief silence, like the quiet between the flash of lightning and the thunder that follows. ROO. A massive earthquake occurred and I staggered, losing my balance. I unwittingly let out a grunt and braced myself against the wall. Chimeras were so rare that they could hardly be found even in games. The voice I heard now was like a scream, as if a blade was stuck to the throat. Summoning it was fine, but where is it? I opened a nearby window to check outside. There, impossible to miss, was a massive fissure. The ground was split open as if torn apart, and from within, a monster's hand reached out. This is no joke. Indeed, the real thing is different in its oppressive presence. I didn't expect it to be this big. The creature that eventually pulled itself up by its hands was half the height of this tower, but it walked on 4 legs. If it had been standing, it would have met my eyes at the top floor. The creature's appearance reminded me of an enormous lizard. Perhaps because its base was a dragon, its scales looked incredibly hard, and its pupils glittered gold, showcasing its ferocity. Wings it has none. All dragon species have wings. However, this creature was not a dragon but a chimera, containing only elements of one. Fortunately, it seemed incapable of flight. Now, Elijah's guilt is confirmed, since Philly has seen that terribly large body herself. What remains for me is to deal with that huge body. Which is the most troublesome part? Cruck. Then its pupils rolled around. The eyes moved independently, like those of a chameleon. Its left eye darted about before it spotted me, or perhaps confirmed my presence would be more accurate. I tightened my grip on my sword. Can I defeat it? Truth be told, by physical sensation alone, it feels less frightening than Renzo. A chimera, simply put, is a being without origin and utterly inferior, unable to develop the characteristics of its species or the imposing presence that comes with time. After all, it was created, not born. So it's somewhat better than facing someone of high caliber like Renzo, but being so brutishly large, I have no clue how to confront it. I should target it first with Chryslicados. I was thinking this when The creature let out another scream-like roar, and my eyes widened. Crazy. My mouth dropped open in astonishment. The creature did something unbelievable. As soon as it confirmed my location with its eyes, it scrambled away from me with all fours in the complete opposite direction of where I was. Thud, thump, thump. I watched it go, dumbstruck, as it kicked up dust and put distance between us. Then, I finally came to my senses and shouted, "Where do you think you're going, you damn lizard?" A full-scale invasion of Constal had begun. It was a development that was completely different from Elijah's original plan. The raid was supposed to happen as a surprise attack before the students and teachers could react, resulting in massive casualties. The fact that the teachers were already aware of the incoming raid also contributed to the swift response, but not all of their countermeasures were perfect. Despite the large number of monsters killed by Elodie's magic, more monsters kept pouring in over their corpses. Constal was by no means small. It was a place where young people from all over the continent gathered to enroll. That's why Constal had a fully equipped dormitory facility. The monsters' invasion of Constal was disastrous for them. Kaya, screams inevitably erupted from wherever people were. Even if they had learned how to fight, they were still beginners who had barely started their journey. Many of them were also facing monsters for the first time, making it difficult for them to use their skills effectively. Help me. Jolted awake by the commotion, first-year student Caffrey sprang out of his dorm room. It was sheer luck that he quickly sensed the presence of an intruding goblin and managed to defeat it. Then the monsters started pouring in. He bolted without thinking. Gah, Caffrey had run into a dead end. If it had been a tall fence, he would have scaled it, but the smooth marble building prevented his escape. He turned around. Creatures resembling dogs, but with 3 eyes each, glared at him and advanced like a pack of wild dogs. I am gonna die. He could have handled a single dog, but there were dozens of them. Why did Constal make the building completely vertical? Growling menacingly, the monsters charged at Caffrey. Then bam, whack, the front two were knocked out of the air by a man's feet. H-ha. He had a handsome face with golden hair. Everyone in Constal knew that face. Aster Evans, you held out well. Aster laughed, holding a sword. He was feeling a bit feisty for the first time in a while. During his days growing stronger in Constal, most of his training didn't allow the use of divine power except in the testing chamber. But here, there was no need for that, not even a flea's fart worth. Baldur, give me strength. Divine power release. The Lord of Radiance and Justice. Baldur. Aster's eyes flashed. His clothes billowed like the wind, and his aura seemed to ripple the ground. A clear blue light enveloped him, radiating his majesty. The wild dogs lunged at Aster. Aster's sword swung once, and precisely as much as the wild dogs entered the trajectory of that swing, they were cleanly sliced apart. Aster grabbed the heads of the wild dogs with his bare hands, stabbed them with his sword, and then threw them aside as if they were nothing. It was barbaric beyond measure. His swordsmanship seemed to resemble his original self, utterly reckless. Yet, whether it was because of his foolishness or not, the wild dogs whimpered as if they were scared. What disgusting noises. Aster charged forward. He created a massive fissure in the ground where he stepped and plunged into the midst of the wild dogs. He slashed, stabbed, and threw them as he saw fit. Even when several of the wild dogs bit and clawed at him, he continued his assault as if it meant nothing. The power of Baldur. The power of someone who is called the most perfect god in Norse mythology is truly simple. Clumsy attacks could not scratch his body, nor could clumsy defenses stop his attack. Pure, unadulterated violence. Such simple power, once it crosses a certain line, becomes unstoppable by the enemy. Aster slaughtered the wild dogs thoroughly and quickly. Phew. A light sigh swept over the corpses. Caffrey, who was behind him, watched dumbfounded. Wow, that's amazing. What is? Caffrey approached Aster and let out a sigh of relief. The tension eased and his back slumped slightly. I'm glad you're here. If it had been during class, I would have been dead for sure. At that, Aster made a complicated face and said, actually, I was supposed to be in class. What? Then why are you here? There's quite a distance between the dormitory and the constal building. Aster scratched his cheek. I was running an errand for my sister. Lodi wasn't the only one who reacted quickly to the initial onslaught. To the east, Aster was exterminating monsters around the dormitories and nearby shops. In the opposite direction, Ellen was darting between the buildings of Constal, with Sybil assisting her in dealing with the monsters beside her. A little away from Elodie, Otten was performing hit-and-run attacks with his ice shots, and to the west, Quinny had drawn upon her own skills and network to create a formidable barrier. The human sloth Frondier. Due to his notorious reputation, Frondier's voice often went unheard by many. However, it wasn't entirely ignored. There were those who noticed the change in Frondier and someone who had received his help. There's a massive monster attack on Constal, a statement from Frondier that seemed all the less credible for it. Yet, although only a very few believed him, there definitely were believers, and they were now saving countless lives. What you've done wasn't meaningless, Frondier. Quinny, who was in charge of the West, smiled subtly. She too was participating in the monster hunt. However, because she was utilizing her network to respond, she had a broader view than the others. Quinny saw it, not only her, but the efforts of those who trusted Frondier's words and joined in this response. Honestly, I couldn't believe half of it, but it turned out to be true, Quinny thought. It was more surprising that there were others besides herself who believed the information about the attack was real. That's when she realized. She wasn't the only one who saw the value in Frondier. I'm glad I forced my acquaintances to come out with me after all. Quinny, with her savvy that raised her family, naturally has a wide network of connections. Even those who were half-baked about her words are now earnestly dealing with the beasts by her side. After fending off these monsters, Constal will offer her no small reward. She might even take the top share for bringing such a force. Boom! From afar, an absurdly loud explosion sound wipes such thoughts away. On the rooftop, a woman with orange hair sparkles her eyes like a fish meeting water. What is that? A new siege weapon from the company Hitchcock. Quinny felt the power of a mage who is said to be loved by 5 gods with a sour expression. The terror effect that Graham inflicts on the dragon species. It was stronger than I thought. The chimera was running away from me without looking back. Even after releasing Graham, the chimera had no intention of stopping its escape. I don't feel bad, feeling somewhat stronger, but if I leave it be, I'll lose it. I don't know where the fleeing chimera will go, but it's not good to let it be. Catching it will also eliminate Rafflesia, so there's only one thing for me to do, Menesorpo. As I uttered, a giant rune unfolds in the area, Menesorpo. Void weaving, simultaneous replication. Workshop item number 3. Rank common. Iron shield double. I jumped out the window, landing on a shield created in mid-air, then onto another shield below that. I jumped down once more to reach the ground. As I ran, I detected the chimera's presence with Menesorpo. Menesorpo. Void weaving, simultaneous duplication. Imperial Armory item No 1, No 7. Rank rare. The Emperor's Sword, Glacier's Spear. Guided by Philly, I wove from the weapons I had seen in the Imperial Armory, choosing the ones that seemed appropriate. The sword and spear fell in front of the chimera, thudding onto the ground and blocking its path. Growl, it stopped its escape and blinked its eyes, searching for me. There was a way to attack the chimera with these 2 weapons, but that might have made it run away even more. This was a warning. If it ignored the weapons stuck in front of it and tried to flee again, this time I would truly stick the weapons in the back of the fleeing chimera. As I reached in front of the chimera, it turned its body towards me, facing me head-on. It had given up on escaping. Without Graham, its fear had dissipated. It approached me with confidence, or rather, it crawled towards me. Had it already forgotten its disgraceful attempt to flee just moments ago? I closely observed its appearance. At a glance, it was indeed a wingless dragon, but parts of it bore the characteristics of other magical beasts. Like the white fur around its neck, the unusually thin and long tail compared to a real dragon, and the horns on its forehead that resembled those of a goat. Still, it was definitely based on a dragon, though I couldn't tell exactly what kind it was. A flightless dragon, a clear regression. Before coming to this world, if it couldn't fly, it wouldn't even be called a dragon. And this one had even more mixed into it. Blame your master, lizard. As if understanding my words, the chimera rattled that eerie sound inside its mouth. It seemed angry, but I had simply called it by its accurate name. I held the royal weapon in my hand through weaving. Since it wasn't obsidian, it wouldn't be visible to it. My throw skill is still only intermediate, but with its size, missing would be more difficult. All right, let's do this. I'll send the arsenal's weapons flying in order. When the chimera burst from the ground, Elijah had already escaped from the tower. Philly chased after her. The chimera was nowhere to be seen. Elijah stood there, dazed. Her eyes looked soulless. Elijah, from now on, you'll be treated as a criminal. The chimera is a grave crime, and using it to attack Constal is even more serious. Not to mention, attempting to kidnap the princess is the gravest of all. Philly's cold words. Upon hearing them, Elijah showed a deflated laugh. That's right. Her voice sounded resigned, as if she had given up. Reading her demeanor, Philly said, "Stop the chimera. Release Rafflesia right now." At those words, Elijah turned her blank gaze to Philly, then blinked a couple of times. Seeing that, Philly felt an indescribable unease. It wasn't the activation of foresight. This unease stemmed from herself. Philly felt an unspeakable sense of dread, not because of her foresight being triggered. The source of this unease was within herself. After Aten was born in the imperial palace, everyone praised her as the true daughter of the emperor. The reason was that Elijah's current predicament reminded her too much of herself when navigating the sharp edges of politics. Why me? This is actually an opportunity. Elijah, just as Mother thought, the chimera was an experimental creature created for Rafflesia. The monsters heading to Constal are all parts of the chimera. Elijah's voice, on the contrary, became calm. It was gentle enough to be considered soothing. But you know, while creating the chimera underground, it grew much larger than I expected. So I never even thought about bringing it out, but now that things have turned out this way, it's actually good. If there's no one to see, there's no way to prove what I've done. Upon hearing Elijah's words, Philly just kept her mouth shut. Elijah cocked her head at that. What's wrong, Mom? Did you think I couldn't kill you? Elijah, what is your purpose? You know what it is. I want the promised position. The promised position. In other words, power within the imperial palace. Philly knew. She had realized Elijah's intentions towards Aten and Roderick from the start. There was no need for this. You could have just waited a bit longer to ascend the throne. Are you joking right now? Elijah asked as if she was serious. You know it, Mother. Like this, I'll just end up rotting in the imperial palace. If we're talking about the direct line of succession, there's Aten who's monopolizing both talent and looks, and when it comes to appealing to the position of eldest daughter, Prince Roderick Turst has been steadily building up his power. How am I supposed to succeed to the throne? Philly felt it. This time it was prophecy activating. Elijah's recent remarks were some kind of signal. After Aten was born in the imperial palace, everyone highly praised her as the emperor's real daughter. Her appearance was pure white and fragilely beautiful, and she had considerable talent as a wizard. Her disposition was calm and humble, and she had integrity that was not swayed by her position or power. However, if that was all there was to it, Elijah's position would not have been in danger. No matter how excellent Aten was, the others did not question first Princess Elijah becoming the crown princess. Above all, Aten herself did not want to become the crown princess. However, as Roderick Turst's influence in the imperial palace grew, the political landscape of the palace started to flow strangely. Though not as much as Aten, Roderick, who excelled in ability and character, had outstanding talent. Furthermore, since he was a man, he was a safe choice to succeed the emperor. Furthermore, as Emperor Turst displayed strange behavior of not designating a successor to the throne, the imperial palace was divided into two factions. The faction that supported Aten and the faction that supported Roderick. There was no place for Elijah in either one. Mother said so, that I would succeed to the throne. Since I was young, you told me so incessantly that I could hear your voice in my dreams even when I was asleep, that I would become the empress who would rule this empire. Elijah said as if she was reminiscing about the past. There was a smile on her lips and her eyes sparkled, just like a young child holding onto a shining dream. Philly didn't let it show on her face, but she felt her mixed emotions pouring out. That's why, Mother, I will become the empress. No matter what it takes, I'll do whatever it takes. Philly felt it. This time it was the activation of foresight. Elijah's recent words were a signal of some sort. Philly's eyes moved swiftly, behind Elijah. From afar, she could feel the presence of the chimera. Elijah is Philly's daughter. Elijah talks as though she lacks talent, but Philly knows. She knows that Elijah is the one who most resembles her own character. A calculating nature, a brain that makes such calculation possible, the knack for reading people's affections. All of these things reflect Philly's past as if in a mirror. And so she knew what Elijah was about to do. Cookie. Elijah called someone, a truly cute name, but there was no mistaking it was meant for the chimera. Bite, Mom, like a whispering wind that couldn't even leak out, Philly knew. She knew the chimera's massive presence suddenly turning towards her. Grrrrk, a sound like scraping iron faintly reached her ears. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy sound of the ground being pounded burst forth, and from afar the chimera revealed itself. Even as it charged, its eyes on both sides moved independently. Then at some moment its pupils quivered and focused. On Philly. Ice Magic Formula 1. Rapid Fire. Ice Spike. Philly quickly cast a spell. A giant block of ice obstructed the chimera's path, but the chimera's charge did not stop, and the ice quickly cracked. There wasn't enough time for a proper spell to manifest. Ice Magic Formula 1. Rapid Fire. Frost Arrow. Rushing to cast the next spell, the ice arrow flew towards the recently created ice mass, sticking to the cracked part. Philly knew. She knew that there wasn't enough time to set up her magic, that the ice would shatter in seconds. She knew she couldn't stop the chimera on her own. Her gaze shifted slightly away from the chimera. She couldn't stop it alone, that's why she had bought some time. The moment the chimera broke through the ice, Frondier had already reached in front of it. How foolish. Elijah, upon seeing this, smiled. She had worried that the man might run away while the chimera attacked Philly, but now it was evident her Cookie could take them both out at once. However, Elijah was a bit annoyed by the numerous wounds on the front side of the chimera. Responding to Elijah's feelings, the chimera didn't intend to stop. After breaking the ice, it sped up even more towards Frondier. Frondier's mouth opened. He stood foolishly in the path of the charging chimera. His lethargic demeanor didn't fade even in this critical moment. You must have really forgotten. Weaving, obsidian. Grade legendary. Graham. In his hands, Frondier held a great sword, its origin unknown. The chimera's eyes widened. Its feet halted. It seemed to want to stop, but the momentum of its charge was too great. From the left side of the chimera's charging path, Frondier, like swinging a baseball bat, struck the chimera that had reached him. That was all. Whooshed chimera passed by Frondier and reached Philly. It stopped right before her. The chimera's feet had stopped moving before its body. It just slid all the way to Philly with the momentum it had built up. Lies, Philly shared the same sentiment as Elijah, who muttered beside her. Philly looked at the chimera's left side. Its wound was gruesomely long. Its torso was split open as much as Frondier had slashed it. That obvious fact was terrifying. Well then, Frondier said in a parched voice. Elijah swallowed hard. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Frondier. Miss Elijah. The same haughty way of speaking, yet Elijah had no intention of pointing it out. She took a step back. Frondier's normally lazy face looked different now. Did you finish talking to your mother? I know well. Elijah stuttered. Her lips moved involuntarily. Her mind was spinning, yet she couldn't form any coherent words. It was only natural, considering that Frondier was the one who had brought her here. Empty excuses wouldn't work. She had failed to convince Philly in the first place. There was no way this man would fall for her lies. Philly, what will happen to Miss Elijah? Execution. Philly said flatly. All her other sins could be forgiven, but she had tried to kill the Empress. There was no other choice. She won't die comfortably. She'll suffer terribly to the point where she'll wish she was dead. Elijah trembled. Frondier glanced at her. Then how about showing her your last mercy as a mother? What do you mean? When Philly asked again, Frondier spread his hands and black droplets gathered in them. When he clenched his hand, the droplets formed into a dagger. Philly and Elijah dumbly watched this bizarre phenomenon that seemed impossible even by magic. Frondier handed the dagger to Philly. Use this. Be careful with the blade. What is this? It's a dagger laced with deadly poison. Even a slight scratch will certainly lead to death. Philly swallowed hard as she took the dagger. So this is the mercy Frondier spoke of. To send his daughter off without pain. Kill her with your own hands. Stab her with this dagger. I told you, didn't I, that I wouldn't tell Philly the true culprit. I said Philly would find out on her own. You did. It's the same this time. What to do with Elijah, that's up to you, Philly. Philly stood with the dagger in hand for a moment. Her expression was vacant, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. This unsettled Elijah. Mom. At Elijah's strained voice, Philly looked at her. Elijah, you know, don't you? Right now, the Empire is hell for you. Elijah hung her head. That was true. Elijah had undeniable evidence against her, and there were 2 eyewitnesses. One of them was the high-ranking Empress Philly, her own mother. A life worse than death. That's all that was left for her in the Empire. The ambition to stand above the Empire and look down upon its citizens had now vanished into nothingness. Just tell me one thing, Mom. With those softly spoken words, Elijah looked a bit younger. No, she looked her actual age. Did you love Aten more than me? Is that why you put Aten at the forefront, to preserve our family's image through Aten? Upon hearing Elijah's words, Philly closed her eyes. Philly reminisced. Just as Elijah said, she had conducted most of her public activities alongside Aten. She couldn't forget the words of a young Aten at that time. I hate it, Mom, being used as a poster child. What do you think of me? Do you think of me as your daughter? If you don't love me, then I. Politics, after all, is about dealing with people. Philly was someone who had dived into that political world from a young age and survived. Everyone thought it was natural to be able to do so. She thought her daughters could do it too. But what Philly did to her daughters, one envied, and the other thought of as being treated as a tool. Putting Aten at the forefront was because she believed it was the right decision, because Aten was considered the best in terms of appearance, abilities, and character. However, as much as that, it was Elijah who was meant to succeed the throne, just as there was no hesitation in using Aten's image. There was no hesitation in entrusting the empire to Elijah. Elijah, I've always told you, Philly said. She smiled wistfully. It was a different face from when she dealt with others. Philly was always like that in front of her daughters, trying to show a different side from politics, trying to show an honest side. She thought that alone would convey her true feelings. I love all of you differently. Elijah blinked at those words. Every time she closed and opened her eyes, tears shimmered in them. Soon as the tears flowed, Elijah tightly closed her eyes. Tears seeped through, rolling down her cheeks. Elijah trembled, sometimes heaving as she lifted her face. Elijah had made up her mind. Philly slowly raised her dagger-wielding hand. Even Frondier saw her trembling hand. She couldn't fathom the idea of killing her own daughter. But if this would allow Elijah to die less painfully, then Philly would be doing the right thing. There was a way for Elijah to not die. If they hid everything that happened in this tower, then Elijah wouldn't die. She wouldn't die since she was the first imperial princess, even if she did commit multiple felonies. Of course, this was assuming that Constable responded appropriately to the monster invasion. Philly knew this, and so did Elijah. But Elijah didn't say anything about it. She didn't try to run away. She chose to die of her own volition. She decided to repent for her sins. Philly placed the tip of the dagger's blade on Elijah's collarbone, and with a stab, she pierced her. The tip of the blade barely pierced Elijah's skin, and a bead of blood seeped from the tip. After that, she couldn't bring herself to apply any more force. "What is this, mother?" Elijah opened her eyes slightly and smiled after confirming that she'd been stabbed. That didn't hurt at all. And so, with those curt words that were hardly a last will, Elijah collapsed. Philly looked at her from a distance. A dagger with poison potent enough to kill someone with just a slight graze. A person's life was so frail. Ha ha ha, Philly's breath quickened. She blinked repeatedly. None of the masks she worn to conceal her true self fit properly. She killed Elijah with her own hands and by her own choice. She hadn't harmed anyone else in her life, but her own daughter was a completely different matter. Only after killing her did it truly sink in. Elijah. Philly touched the fallen Elijah with trembling hands, pulling her into an embrace. The wound had barely bled a drop of blood, and yet, as if swallowing the tears Elijah had shed just moments before, now it was Philly who wept. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, my daughter." "Elijah, I'm sorry." Philly had always done whatever it took for her daughters, but if the end result was her daughter's death, then what was it all for? Killing her made everything real. This wasn't what she wanted. Philly simply couldn't accept this reality. "Do you regret it?" A dry voice came then. Philly looked at Frondier. He was the same as ever. Languid voice, languid face. That made her blood boil. How could this man remain so calm in this situation? How could he act like it wasn't his problem? "Of course I regret it. She's my daughter." Then, Frondier, ignoring Philly's outcry, "Let's go to the hospital to administer the antidote." He blurted out something ridiculous. What?" Yes, Philly started to say something in response, driven by her momentum, but then stopped. She couldn't quite grasp what Frondier was saying. Her tears receded. "What do you mean? What are you talking about? If you're regretting, shouldn't you be saving Elijah?" Philly looked at Frondier as if he was an oddity. She glanced at Elijah in her arms, then back at Frondier. Struggling to understand, Philly asked, "Wait, isn't it a deadly poison that guarantees death with even a slight touch?" "Yes." That's why she had stabbed Elijah with that dagger, with the resolve to kill. Frondier nodded calmly. His demeanor was truly detestable. "Yes, it's a paralysis poison. If you don't get treated in 24 hours, you'll definitely die." Paralysis, 24 hours. So the Elijah over there who collapsed, is she just paralyzed? Philly let out a hollow sigh. That was the most she could react. She didn't know whether to laugh or get mad, so she just decided to let it go. Still, she wanted to say something, so she glared at Frondier. "By any chance, do you know the meaning of the phrase, imperial disgrace?" "I'm afraid not. Seems like it's too difficult of a word for me." Right. That was all she could say for the brazen Frondier. Slev's creepy dagger, the dagger I gave to Philly. It was the weapon that made me shiver in the dungeon. A weapon where if you get injured by its blade, you'll definitely die, but it doesn't mean you die right away. There are times when this kind of deferred fatality can be meaningful, like right now. It was very important for me to see what choice Philly would make. To be precise, I wanted her to personally experience what it was like to kill her own daughter. Philly was a character who was infinitely close to Grey. From a player's perspective, it felt like Auden was an aggregate of Philly's white side, and Elijah was an aggregate of her black side. That meant that if Philly put her mind to it, she could become another Elijah, someone who's more powerful than her and even more ruthless. And those hands of hers could even reach Auden if she's not careful. So no matter when it happens, even if it never does, she needed to have a mental safeguard in place. In the game Edius, it was rare for Philly to kill Auden, but it definitely happened. However, Philly always regretted it after the fact, to the point where she would weep and cry. But the current Philly knows what it means. She vividly realized what it meant to kill her own daughter. Even if Philly's heart changes, she won't be able to cause harm to Auden. Anyway, the Chimera has been taken down and Elijah has fainted. Now the rune Rafflesia laid out in Constel will lose its effect as well. Just then, with a vibration, the phone in my pocket rang. As expected, it was Malia when I checked. I brought the phone to my ear. Frondier, Malia's voice. She had shared my senses through sensory sharing, meaning she saw everything that had happened here through my eyes. She must have confirmed that things have settled down on this side. "Yes, mother. How are things there? Have the monsters retreated?" I asked, concerned by Malia's urgent tone. At first, I thought she might be calling to congratulate me, but the atmosphere didn't seem right. Even amidst this, Philly's murmurs of, huh, damn it, huh, wow, seriously could be heard. Yes, it seems like the rune is gone, but that's the problem. As I furrowed my brow in confusion, Melia added another piece. The monsters freed from the magic are fleeing from Constal, but the direction they're fleeing towards has a village. Frozen by the unexpected news, I was stunned. I hadn't considered it. I was only thinking about stopping them. I hadn't thought about what would happen after. I was incredibly foolish. Elodie and the other magicians are trying to eliminate them as much as possible, but the scale is just two. The others can't catch up. Melia was earnestly explaining the situation, and although I comprehended her words clearly, my body remained stiff, unable to muster any intention to move. Melia is a smart woman. This place is in a completely different direction from where the monsters are fleeing, meaning I'm much further away from the students and teachers of Constal. Therefore, it's realistically impossible for me to stop those monsters. She must know that. In other words, despite knowing this, the fact that she's still informing me means there are no other alternatives. It's not over yet, I thought quickly. There was no time. Right now, the students and teachers are chasing and repelling the monsters, but from what Melia has said, it seems like the scale of the monsters is considerable. Soon they will scatter and some will escape. If even a few invade the village, the ensuing tragedy is certain. At most, I have a few seconds until that moment. I need to find a solution within that time. My thoughts accelerated. I recalled all the abilities I've gained so far. Among everything I have, something, anything. Anything, I bit my lip. The word impossible kept crossing my mind more than any method or means. How could I, who much further away than the students of Constal who couldn't stop them, do anything? No, I can do it. I don't know how, but find it. Find a way, somehow. I've always managed until now. I'm used to unexpected incidents happening. Somehow. I'm sorry, I heard Melia's voice. Why is Melia apologizing? You defeating the chimera, I saw it myself. I hate to start with such news. It's not something Melia should apologize for. She did her part. Melia was monitoring both here and Constal through sensory sharing. She must have been encouraging the students and continually instilling hope in them. Considering the progress here with me catching the chimera, she would have managed the students' physical and mental strengths. She fulfilled her role well. It's something only I must do. I must somehow. You are truly very lonely. A voice suddenly flew in. I flinched and turned toward the voice in surprise. It was Philly. Philly spoke with a calm and orderly demeanor. Ever since we first met, you've seemed to know everything. Ms. Philly, you always fight alone. The human sloth, Frondier. Philly called me by that nickname. It wasn't meant to mock me. She had seen right through my weakness associated with that nickname. I lifted my head. I always thought, assumed, and acted alone. But this time I couldn't do it by myself. However, with the current Melia. Mom, can you still see the monsters fleeing? Yes, I'm on the rooftop of the Constal's main building. I can't chase them, but they are still in sight. Then. Is it possible to share your senses the other way around? You mean you want me to show you the view I'm seeing? Yes, it's not impossible, but even if you see it, what can you? As soon as I heard that, I ran towards the Tower of Elysia. Philly's voice trailed behind me, sounding surprised. I entered the tower, climbed the stairs, and stood on the rooftop. Show me now, the view Mom is seeing. Okay, Melia didn't ask further, perhaps because time was urgent and she trusted me. Soon, a new view filled my sight. It was a rather strange sensation. My left and right eyes were seeing different views. It seemed Melia had applied her sense sharing to my left eye. Just as Melia said, I could see the fleeing monsters, and the students chasing after them too. At the front was Aster as expected. His figure on horseback stood out. Okay, then I'll hang up now. You have a plan, right? If things go as I think. Okay, I put away my phone. There wasn't much time left. Soon the monsters would move out of Melia's sight as well. I invoked the Black Lotus, weaving obsidian, rank divine. Chryse Lakados lo quiera. I wove Artemis's bow and arrow and pulled it taut. The target was the massive swarm of beasts visible from Melia's perspective. The distance from which I was shooting with the bow was shamelessly far, but divine weapons make such shameless acts possible. Sure hit ensures the user hits the target they aim for. Trusting in that shamelessness, if anyone else saw, they might think it a foolish act of aiming at nothing. I released the bowstring. When the beasts' movements changed and they began to flee, the quickest to act was Aster. He dashed somewhere, then appeared riding a white horse. He then pursued the fleeing beasts. Aster was riding Cashin, a famous horse he had handled in the equestrian club. Of course, Cashin belonged to Constal, so Aster's actions were a clear violation of the rules, but no one cared about that at the moment. People were purely wondering why Aster was chasing the beasts. Then a thunderous voice struck down. They're heading for the village. It was none other than Aster's voice. It boomed so loudly that the vibration of the sound lightly tapped the ground. It was the manifestation of aura. Hearing Aster's voice, the students snapped to attention. Those armed followed behind Aster, and the magicians began their chants again. Instantly reaching close quarters, Aster mercilessly slashed at the back of a beast. lightning and fireballs unfolded in front of him by magic. Cashin, true to being a famous horse, dodged without needing detailed control and continued moving forward without even making the common horse noises. Aster swung his sword frantically. The fatigue from defending against the attack and his depleted stamina were secondary. His arm moved before the screams of his muscles. From the beast's perspective, he was nothing but a ghost, so they sped up their escape even more. Not a single one tried to counterattack. But even if Aster's stamina were infinite, and even if he slaughtered the beasts like a madman, the number of monsters was simply too large. Right now, while the horde was bunched together, Aster's sword could reach them and the magic bullets and fireballs shot from a distance were effective, but they would soon scatter. If that happened, it would be impossible to strike them all down. No matter how strong Aster was, he couldn't fight against 2 or 3 times the number of enemies. Every time he swung, a monster's torso would fly off and its neck would be severed. But with this swing, Aster's sword cut through empty air. Aster looked ahead. The monsters were starting to spread out. The moment he noticed that, the exhaustion he had forgotten about came flooding back. If some of the scattered monsters charged toward the village like this, or not only that, if they dispersed and then regrouped to charge toward the village. Monsters were fundamentally hostile to humans. That's why they were called monsters. There was no way they would just ignore the smell of blood in the village. I need to head toward the village at full speed, in a straight line. Aster steeled his resolve. It was a truly painful decision, one that made him want to gnaw on his own heart. The decision to face the deaths of ordinary civilians. The despair Aster felt gradually spread to the warriors chasing after him and the mages in the rear. The mages, who could see the situation from a distance, realized it first. This was a tragedy that hadn't happened yet, but it was clearly approaching. Lodi lowered her hand, which had been raised on the rooftop. Next to her, Lunia, who had been chanting magic spells, looked at her in surprise. "Hey, don't give up yet. We have to kill even one more." Elodie didn't answer her, but her expression was odd. She didn't seem to be despairing or giving up. Elodie simply had her gaze fixed on the sky, looking as if she had seen something very strange. "What are you even looking at right in?" Lunia naturally followed her gaze, and then her words cut off. Her expression changed to something similar to Elodie's, and one by one, the gazes that had seen it increased. Starting with Elodie and Lunia, the gaze of the magicians, including Otten, turned skyward. The teachers, who were checking on the students' conditions and safety, also had their gaze stolen by it, and the archers, who had stepped a little further forward, also stopped their bowstrings. So incongruously, a sudden silence came over Constal. At first, it looked like a comet. A long, endlessly connecting streak of light split the sky, but upon closer inspection, it was drawing a very faint parabola, and when it reached above the head of the monsters, it burst like a firework, and the burst of light became rain, no spears piercing through the ground. It poured down on the monsters. It was then that Aster realized. He quickly pulled the reins and stopped Cashin. The monsters around him fell with a ghastly sound, pierced through. Head, nape, chest, there wasn't a single place that wasn't a vital spot. It seemed to have been poured indiscriminately, but all of it was precisely targeting the monsters. As a meticulous proof, it's not reaching me, not even grazing Aster. Aster, who had been at the forefront, cutting down monsters more than anyone, was in the midst of the pack. Aster glanced at the fallen monsters all at once. The identity of the streak of light was arrows. The monsters that weren't hit by arrows continued to flee. There were no missed arrows, just a simple lack of quantity. Then once again, fireworks burst. As many arrows poured down, the number of monsters precisely decreased. And once again, and yet again, targeting no humans at all, not a single monster was missed by those streaks of light. Numerous arrows formed a net of fire, enveloping, with each arrow unfailingly targeting the vital spots. The fact conveyed by this single line of text is absurdly chilling. All sound was withdrawn at once. The intense breathing and screams of the monsters, the sound of metal weapons clashing, and the thudding of running on the ground all seemed like a dream now. Creak, screech. Grrr, every monster had fallen, but amidst that there were few survivors. Even a hit to a vital spot could leave one alive for a few seconds if lucky. Of course, escape was impossible, so it was up to Aster and the other students to deal with them from then on, as if to say there was no need for that once again. The sound of bursting echoed through the ground. The streak of light from moments ago poured out in front of Aster's eyes once more. This time, it was a complete cleanup. It felt like forcing the reality back into the students' eyes, so they couldn't dismiss it as just a dream. Huff, huff. Aster breathed slowly, though still raggedly. He sheathed his sword and slowly accepted the overwhelming sense of fatigue. It seemed like it was okay to do so now. Aster inadvertently looked behind him. All the students following him wore similar expressions. It wasn't just them. The magicians and Constal, the teachers. It was a clean and clear victory, yet no one made a sound. There were no cheers, no shouts. What there exactly? Someone voiced their feelings as they were. Everyone deeply related. Thud. Melia sat down. She knew, or rather, guessed who was responsible for this scene. The reason for her uncertain expression was because she found it hard to believe herself. Did Frondier do this? Frondier is her son. Moreover, with her trait of sharing senses, she thought she knew everything she saw and heard. Yet, regarding Frondier, who should be the closest to her, she realized she knew nothing. Damn it. I clenched my teeth and endured. My legs gave way and my waist buckled. Still, I didn't fall. My hands, placed on my knees, trembled uncontrollably. I shouldn't have fired that last arrow. My head spun from mana depletion. Here, since arrows arrive later, it's hard to tell how many monsters are left, so I overdid it a bit. Forcing myself up, I staggered down the tower's stairs. I refused to faint this time, out of sheer stubbornness. Fainting after every fight and ending up in the hospital, that's just pathetic and troublesome. When I reached the first floor, the door creaked open. Philly was standing at the entrance, looking at me as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Did you forget what I just said? Why come down here instead of resting? This is like a matter of male pride. At my words, Philly sighed dramatically and strode towards me, lifting my arm to drape it over her shoulder. Being supported by the Empress is a once-in-a-lifetime honor, you know. Truly an experience no one else will have. Let's just say you've earned it. Philly praised me with a sentimental tone. Relaxed, I found myself smiling a bit. The sun was already high in the sky, though we had left in the morning. The sky was too clear for a battle to have taken place. Philly, being this close, you seem even smaller. Do you want me to teach you what crime it is to insult the Empress? Philly said this with a smile. It was her usual smile, very, very frightening. Elijah opened her eyes. It was a fierce awakening, as if she had taken a deep breath. Where is this? Looking around, she found herself in a hospital room. What happened? Wasn't I dead? Or is this what the afterlife looks like? Just as she was pondering these questions, the door creaked open. You're awake. The one who entered was her sister, Sale. Sale seemed to have heard the whole story, her expression calm. Elijah asked, how am I still alive? Well, that's not something you should be asking me, is it? That made sense. Elijah felt oddly that Sale was being cold to her. Sale was changing the water in the vase next to Elijah's bed and asked, how do you feel? Fine, unbelievably so. That's good, it should be. After changing the water, Sale's hands paused momentarily with the vase in grasp. Today is your last day as a princess. So that was it. That's why Sale was being so cold. Why did you do it? A direct question. Elijah had nothing to say and closed her mouth. Sale spoke with a deeper intensity in his eyes. Sister, do you know who will inherit the throne now? Who is it? Me. Silly sister, why go through all this? If you wanted to be the Empress, you just had to wait. Why bother with this? Like Elijah, Sale was an ordinary person. In terms of political capability, she was considered inferior to Elijah. Giving up the throne to Sale meant that Elijah's position as heir was predetermined. Sale pointed this out to her. Even so, I would have done this. Why? Because I can't trust father. Emperor Bartello Turst. Elijah was convinced that Sale was the rightful successor to the throne because she had failed. To instill regret in Elijah and dispel the people's suspicions, Sale, not Otten or Roderick, is placed on the throne, because Bartello was indeed the person to do so. Bartello never intended to give the throne to Elijah. To Elijah, that was the truth. No, Sale said, you didn't distrust father, you distrusted yourself. Maybe, and maybe that's why she had lived a life full of doubts. Elijah, among my children, you are the most like me. Your mother worries about that. Words once spoken by Philly. Now they made sense. Elijah inherited Philly's analytical skills, political acumen, and the trait of doubt, and though it's somewhat self-deprecating to say, she also inherited some of the worst traits. On the other hand, Otten inherited Philly's magical talent, the power of her lineage and her goodness. Two daughters of the gray Philly, black and white, in that sense. Maybe, Sale, it was right for you to become the Empress. What are you talking about? You can handle both. Confused by the incomprehensible words, Sale frowned. Anyway, are you okay, sister? If things go on like this, you'll end up as a commoner after prison life. You might have to live under people's finger pointing for the rest of your life. I'm not okay, but that's my fate. I was supposed to die anyway, supposed to die. Come to think of it, how am I still alive? The dagger given to Philly by Frondier was said to be poisoned. After being slightly pricked, I lost all sensation and passed out. So who is it in the end? Who? The one who messed up your plan. I saw the scene of the incident. There are only a few who could inflict such wounds on a chimera. Didn't Mom tell you? At Elijah's question, Sale shook his head. I see. So hiding the existence of the Frondier was the plan. That was Philly's strategy. Elijah was completely outplayed by that strategy. She also failed in this plan because she didn't know about the power of the Frondier. The Frondier who slew the chimera in a single stroke. Of course, the chimera was already wounded from the previous fight, but he was winning the fight on his own from the beginning. A chimera is a conglomeration of all sorts of magical beasts, so while its physical abilities are superior, its intelligence is extremely low. It's a far cry from any noble lineage because it lacks any foundation of its own species. However, its skin is definitely that of a dragon, so normal attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch. Yet almost the entire left side of the chimera was sliced off. Such a person is a first year at Constal, What kind of monster are they raising? Does Constell know? Main quest raid completed. No named character losses. Finally, the main quest was completed. I checked my smartwatch in my room and clenched my fists in excitement. It might seem strange to others, but having no named character losses was worth celebrating. As a player, that is, as Aster, it was something I had failed to achieve several times before. Moreover, the casualty rate among civilians this time was lower than in any of my previous plays, so it was natural for me to be this happy. Check quest reward. The quest reward varies depending on the number of named characters lost. Number of lost characters, 0. Top grade reward confirmed. The reward is adjusted to your current character's level and provided accordingly. Even while playing as Aster, the game Edius allows Aster to grow in various directions. Players experience unexpected events activating, and even if they know how to handle them, the responses are never exactly the same. Add to this the player's individual preferences, and even the same character, Aster, grows to possess entirely different strengths. Therefore, rewards are always given that suit the character. So what's the highest grade reward that suits me right now? Not just any reward, but the highest grade reward from Frontier. I've grown stronger, and I have a unique grade skill called Weaving, so they shouldn't give me anything strange. Skill analysis acquired. Analysis. Rank unique. Description analyzes the target. Once the analysis is complete, all information about the target can be confirmed and, if necessary, mastered. I gained a skill. Reading the details, the skill's name said it all. What do I use analysis for? I was scratching my head. I had hoped for a skill that would be useful in combat or a spell effective against monsters. Since weaving, why is it that everything I get from Frontier is like this? No, it's because of that weaving that I'm still holding on. What I thought was a useless skill, weaving, has become an indispensable core skill for me now. This analysis must hold value as well, if used well, if I think hard enough. Analysis, should I analyze weaving? A thought spoken out loud without much thought. But once I said it, it didn't seem like a bad idea. I was always curious about the identity of weaving. I hadn't found much in the library either. Whether it would work or not, I wouldn't know until I tried. Analysis. Target skill weaving, analysis start. So I tried using the analysis skill on weaving as a test, but nothing seemed to change. Just as I thought it wasn't working, an idea struck me and I checked my smartwatch. Analyzing skill weaving, 1 complete. It looks like it'll take a while. At this rate, it seems like it'll be a few more days before it's complete. Then it was time once again to head to Constell Academy. I was prepared. The day I fought Elysia and Chimera, I had not gone to Constell in the morning. That meant that some people, including the teachers, would know that I was not there at the time of the invasion. It would probably be assumed that I, as a frail human, had run away out of fear, or that I had somehow known about the monster invasion, or that I was in cahoots with them. I would have to endure these logical yet spiteful misunderstandings. My mind was prepared as I steeled myself and opened the classroom door. I definitely felt everyone's eyes focused on me, its coming torrent of cutting jeers directed at me. But the jeers never came. The gazes directed at me were different from what I had expected. They were gazes of caution, suspicion, or perhaps even a little fear. What? This is not what I had in mind. Frontier. Aunt happened to approach me then. She whispered in an uncharacteristically hushed voice. Over here. Ah, sure. I sat in my usual seat and Aunt sat down next to me. Her voice reached my ears with a distinctive tone. It felt like a magical current. It seemed she had taken some measures to ensure that only I could hear her. About the invasion. Frontier, you weren't there. Yeah, Aunt knew too, as expected. Then the others must know as well. But why are they making those kinds of expressions? That's why people think that, well, Frontier did it. Did what? The fireworks. Fireworks. Story is that fireworks exploded over the fleeing monsters, and the monsters underneath were all killed. Chryslikatos, and also Ayakara. Why do they think I did that? My older brother, Azier. That's strange. I am undoubtedly the proud human sloth Frontier. How could I have done such a great thing? Well, you weren't seen when we were fighting off the monsters, and also because of your training room record. Oh, your 3.14-second record for target practice in the private training room. The rumor is that it must have been due to firecrackers. That's good reasoning, and it's true. Constell students are too smart for their own good. That's why the clever ones. Right then the class bell rang. Our next class was basic combat skills. I had to go to the gym. I'm going ahead. Pay attention in class. Oh, okay. Aunt is a magician and I'm a warrior. Because of that, even though we were in the same grade, we often had different classes depending on the lecture. After parting ways with Aunt, I thought about it while walking. What should I do? I need something to distract the students. It can't be good for my story to keep coming up among the Constell students. I am Frontier, the human sloth, maintaining this position forever. Even after I got to the gym, I kept worrying about it, but I didn't come up with any answers. In the meantime, someone came in. As soon as that happened, my worries became meaningless. The students who had been sneaking glances at me in the gym had their gazes fixed on the man who had come in as if they were glued to him. I had briefly forgotten what the first class was. No, I had forgotten what that class meant from now on. Nice to meet you. The man standing at the podium gave a very short greeting. He was a man to whom brevity suited him well. Due to extenuating circumstances, teacher Alex won't be at Constal from now on. That's right. Discover more novels at Novelrecap. Now that Alex, Elijah's accomplice, had been expelled from Constal, the basic combat skills class was vacant, and the man who had filled that vacancy was none other than, "My name is Azier de Roche, and I'll be your temporary teacher." It was my brother, Azier. "Hell yeah," someone shouted. A mixture of tension and excitement showed in the eyes of the students. All the attention they had for me had completely disappeared. Azier is the object of envy for everyone in the Constal. The fact that I, his younger brother, am subjected to such contempt and disregard is largely due to Azier's influence. No, the overly lazy Frondier himself was the main problem, yes. Although it's a short time, or rather because of it, my teachings will have nothing to do with the existing combat techniques. Azier spoke. His attitude was as if he would disregard everything we learned up until now. The students seemed to like this. I guess they're expecting a special lecture unique to Azier. But I spar with Azier almost every day, so I can see the future of these students. From today, you will learn the basics themselves. Forget about killing intent. I bet they'll encounter an experience that combines suffering and boredom perfectly. Then I should show you a demonstration first. After saying that, Azier slowly scanned the students. I wonder who that emotionless gaze will choose. Will it be me? I feel like I can hear the sound of the students' heartbeats. There you, Azier pointed at Aster. What's your name? Aster Evans. The best one here. Come out here. The students thought, sure, whatever. A few glanced at me for a moment, probably thinking that he'd show favoritism and call on me instead. They think so leisurely because they've never learned under Azier. This will be a light spar. My weapon will be my bare hands and I won't hit you. Try to land a single blow on me. You can use whatever weapon you want in any means necessary. Except divine power, right? Even divine power is fine. However, Azier's words sparked a light in Aster's eyes. His clothes billowed and his hair turned stark white. However, a trivial, dry sound. Aster was sprawled on the ground, Azier's finger on his neck. It would be nice if you could use it. Aster didn't respond. His eyes were blank. He didn't understand why he was lying down. To an onlooker, it seemed like a simple sequence of movements, merely tripping and falling. As long as the students think that way, they too will roll on the ground countless times. Shall we try again? Please, Aster rose spiritedly. Azier asked, why do you think you were lying down just now? Because I was taken by surprise. That's one way to put it. Let's go again. Azier signaled the start and walked slowly. This time, Aster didn't use his divine power but reached for his sword sheath instead. He judged that opening his divine power took too long. And then a thud again. Aster found himself on the ground once more, but this time he quickly regained his composure and stood up. A sense of humiliation was evident in Aster's eyes. He knew why. I felt the same way. The fact that he was lying on the ground and not knowing how it happened was irritating, but what was most infuriating was that there was no pain. It was as if an adult man had carefully laid a child down. He hadn't imagined there could be such a gap between them. Why do you think you were lying down? Because the teacher is faster than me. Aster offered his answer, acknowledging his inferiority. I wanted to praise his honesty, but no, the answer was wrong. Let's go again. And after several repetitions, Aster began to exchange a few moves, but the outcome was the same. He was on the ground again, still without any damage. Azier's expression remained unchanged. It was exactly the same as when he had entered. There wasn't even a hint of disappointment as he looked at Aster. His face conveyed that this outcome was to be expected. How much despair must that face cause his opponents, I wonder? Repeating until you realize is fine, but today we have a suitable demo candidate. Damn it, I cursed inwardly. Somehow I knew it would come to this. Frondier, Azier called me. All eyes turned to me. Come forward. As I slowly walked out, I felt like I truly became the human sloth Frondier. I don't want to do this. A teacher, someone raised their hand and spoke. What is it? Can Frondier really be a match? As they said, most were looking at me with skeptical eyes. Even Aster couldn't fight properly, and here you are trying to step in, their looks seemed to say. Azier calmly said, it's just a demo. It's not about the level of skill. Some seemed convinced by Azier's words and some were not. It didn't help that I was Azier's brother, fueling suspicions that he was favoring me. Well, they'll see soon enough what happens to me. Frondier, as usual during training. Yes. I took my stance, one hand on the dagger at my waist, the other ready to counter Azier. Drawing the weapon, swinging it, defending all of these movements had to be done in the shortest time possible, to not be caught by the opponent, and to complete the action before being detected. I had learned this throughout my training with Azier, to engrave it into my body. As a result, I managed to draw my dagger before Azier's hand could reach me. Whoosh. The diagonal slash of the dagger cut through the air. Azier dodged my strike and advanced. And then the difference with Aster's case, Fwook, Azir's left hook flew like the wind. The process from the preliminary stage to the blow's landing was almost invisible. I lowered my head with a half-hearted feeling of resignation and narrowly dodged it. My muscles tensed up slightly from the sensation that brushed past my head. There was no rule like don't attack in a fight with him. I heard the sound of the students holding their breath as they watched. There were several more exchanges after that. My movements and Azir's were as natural as a set procedure, but there was no such thing as a set procedure. This was just a series of processes that I had barely learned after getting beaten up and rolling around countless times. It felt like I was given numerous choices each time, and I quickly chose the options that avoided the worst-case scenarios. Azir was the one posing the questions, and I was just dealing with them. So even if I lasted a bit longer, the outcome was the same for Aster and me. Bam, cuke, I was hit in the abdomen and staggered back. Azir briskly walked closer. Damn, every time I see something like that, I feel like I'm facing some evil spirit. It wouldn't be that different anyway. I swung my dagger as I backed away, and Azir came inside my arm and blocked the attack. My attacks had no power as I backed away and responded, and Azir showed no mercy when he saw sloppy attacks. I was hit in the shoulder, abdomen, and arms. That was the result of my moderate defense. Then thud, I was knocked down with a rough sound. Azir grabbed the collar of my clothes and used a judo technique to trip me and pin me down. There was no mercy or consideration whatsoever. Frondier, your movements are bigger than before. Be careful, Azir said. It was a fact I was feeling myself. I had been dealing with a chimera until recently. Aster, how was the sparring just now? Azir asked. Aster looked at me lying in a mess for a moment and said, clearly, you fought better than I did. Is Frondier faster than you? At least in the sparring just now, speed didn't seem important. Right, so what's different? Aster thought deeply. Meanwhile, I dusted myself off and stood up. The students looked embarrassed at my battered appearance. They probably wouldn't suspect favoritism anymore. After some thought, Aster came up with an answer. Prediction, exactly. That's the basic of combat. Azir then looked around at the students. The basics of combat are about prediction. It's about inferring what move is coming next based on the shifting of shoulders, waist, or the center of gravity of the body. The reason Azir could easily overpower Aster was because it was visible what he was about to do. In that sense, Aster's movements are still large and simple. The same goes for you all. The students felt a bit sour at Azir's words, but no one argued. After all, Aster was the best among them. While I'm lecturing, you'll learn this. No matter how great your talent or divine power in actual combat, you're often defeated before you even get a chance to use it. Just like Aster just now. It's not a matter of mindset, it's a matter of skill. In fact, Aster hadn't been able to use his divine power from the beginning to the end, even though he knew Azir would try to block it. Any questions? At Azir's words, someone raised their hand. The student who raised their hand had a somewhat dissatisfied expression. What is it? Well, that method, how should I put it? It feels like it's meant for fighting humans. Echoing this, another student spoke up. Right, we came to Constel to deal with monsters. Graduating from Constel to become a pro, or a court knight or mage, involves dealing with monsters. They eventually advance, fight, and triumph against outside monsters, expanding the boundaries of mankind by a step. That is the dream of Constel students and the earthly mission of humanity. To students harboring such dreams, the previous practice seemed rather meaningless. Azir spoke. Remember the recent incident where your seniors were defeated by outside monsters. The incident in Tyburn where 11 died. TN, Tyburn, territory of Urfa family. The story I had previously told Quinny. The students gulped at Azir's words. The surroundings became solemn. One of your seniors predicted with astonishing insight that the monster from the outside would invade. He was an outcast who couldn't blend into the group. Yet 11 died. Why do you think that happened? Because the beast was big and powerful. Because it was a creature with a body as large as a house. No one answered. Some dropped their gaze. It was merely a wolf walking on 2 legs. However, lurking in the darkness, anticipating the path of humans, it bit off the necks of each individual from a blind spot. Sometimes it instantly killed them with its claws. After hunting, it washed off the blood in a river or lake, making tracking difficult, and its gait made it hard for traces to be left in the first place. Disgust filled the students' faces. Although it's a werewolf, its actions are no different from those of a human. Outside, there are numerous beings who surpass human intelligence. Only then did the students realize why Azir became an instructor at Constel so quickly. What I teach you is a battle strategy assuming monsters. The reason you don't understand this is simple, that there was no one more suited for Constel than Azir. You've only fought unintelligent monsters so far. After the incident, Constel buzzed with the story of Azir becoming a teacher. The unbelievable tale of Frondier wiping out a horde of monsters with fireworks quickly died down. Aster, are you okay? Lunia approached Aster with a worried look. She had heard about Aster's failure to land even a single hit on Azir. I'm fine, not a scratch on me. It was the lack of injuries that frustrated him though. At that moment, they heard the snickering laughter of passing students. Aster was well respected, but there were always those envious students wherever he went. A commoner with exceptional divine power and talent, Aster was the perfect target for jealousy. So much for the top prospect of Constal. Look at him now. A voice that seemed to pass by, yet clearly intended to be heard. Lunia's head snapped around. Aster couldn't see her face, only the back of her head, but the student who had been mocking him fled at the sight of Lunia's face. Turning back to Aster, Lunia wore a bright smile. Don't worry too much, Aster. Frondier, he's been hit everywhere. It's because you're at that level that it stopped there. Remembering the sparring session Frondier had shown earlier, Aster thought. Regardless of how it appeared to others, Frondier had definitely fought a bit better than Aster himself. The problem was the gap between him and Frondier. Just as Lunia said, Aesir didn't hold back when facing Frondier. At the first sign of weakness, Aesir didn't hesitate to throw a punch, and Frondier was defenseless against all sorts of attacks. However, vital areas like the face, chin, or the center of the body remained unhit, and then the final headbutt. Unlike the gentle one Aster received, it was fiercely unmatched. Aesir definitely didn't go easy on Frondier, perhaps because he couldn't afford to. I thought I wouldn't rely on divine power as much as possible. That too was arrogance. Without divine power, not even in Aesir, Aster doubted if he could beat Frondier. But feeling inferior or jealous of Frondier was too out of character for Aster, yet he couldn't stand losing. Aster just thought about how he could grow from where he was now. Though he was reluctant, Aster already knew the way. Sigh, what's with the sigh? I guess I have to go to my sister. She's always in the sparring room after class. The top swordsman of Constal. Rationally speaking, it's the perfect choice. Feeling his own shortcomings, Aster was thinking of humbly asking Ellen for lessons. He could already imagine Ellen looking at him with a "huh, really" expression as if it were something trivial. But then Lunia made a subtle face. How about going next time? Why, I overheard something while passing by, but it seems like Senior Ellen won't be in the training room today. What? My sister is going straight home. That's unusual. Is she sick? Aster was about to show some concern when Lunia shook her head. No, she's meeting a blacksmith. A blacksmith. Aster's expression was filled with unprecedented curiosity. It's amazing. Ellen was staring blankly at the finished sword. The silver blade shone. Below it was a simple hilt. The guard that separated the blade from the hilt was not big, but it was solidly supported. The length was just right for her. It fit well in either one hand or both. In every aspect, the design was plain, but Ellen's eyes immediately recognized the value of this sword. Right, Frondier, who was next to her, nodded in satisfaction. After Ellen was almost scammed before, Frondier had introduced her to a blacksmith. The blacksmith's name was Neil Jack. With sparkling eyes, Ellen asked Neil, "May I touch it?" Oh, of course. It was made for a customer, after all. Neil bowed, his muscular frame making it seem incongruous. His face was endlessly kind, always wearing a broad smile. Initially, Ellen didn't trust that face, but having seen the sword, her opinion had completely changed. Ellen held her fingers horizontally and placed the sword on top of them. This was to check the center of gravity, but also to inspect the blade for any damage or curvature. Perfect. Ellen lightly released her aura as a test. The energy she emitted flowed into the sword without any obstruction or wavering. Incredible, it's perfect. Heh, with such high praise, I hardly know what to do with myself. Neil placed a hand on his head and bowed again. Such a posture was altogether unfitting for a blacksmith. This image was the reason Neil had remained unpopular. His skills as a blacksmith were beyond reproach, yet he had remained unrecognized. How do you know such a person, Frondier? How did you come to meet him? Ellen asked, to which Frondier awkwardly smiled. As I mentioned before, we're not exactly acquaintances. I'm the one who knows of him, one-sidedly. Ellen then turned to look at Neil, who also nodded. Yes, you said your name was Frondier, right? It's my first time seeing you. I'm not sure why you sought me out, but it's an honor indeed. Frondier, have you visited this forge before? No. Ellen couldn't understand. How could one side know of the other when they had never met, especially since Neil, the blacksmith, was not well known? Moreover, Frondier had said, you can trust his skills with certainty. That meant he already knew of Neil's abilities. Naturally, he would confidently introduce him to her. Even when Ellen looked questioningly at Frondier, he only responded with a smile. Neil is one of the most frequently visited blacksmiths by players, along with Dodforte, the father of Sybil. Unlike the typically stern or hardy image of a blacksmith, Neil carries a shy and cautious demeanor. The blacksmith-like personality seems to have all gone to Dodd. Ironically, he's the one who seems to need a touch of finesse. Thus, the formal route for players is to receive weapons from Neil and then have Dodd engrave magical runes on them. In this way, Neil is one of the knowledge pieces I already have. I've received a lot of help from him as a player. It makes explaining our acquaintance difficult, but I decided to push forward without explanation. After all, getting weapons from Neil is a win for Ellen. Neil said to me, Mr. Frondier, why not take this opportunity? As a token of gratitude for trusting me and introducing a customer, I'll provide you with a weapon for free. Any weapon, of course. At Neil's words, I looked around the forge. Even if it's not a custom-made sword like Ellen's, Neil's weapons are quite impressive. Any weapon laid out here in the forge could be handy. With my current skills, I don't yet need a custom-made weapon. However, I've developed a habit since coming here. I can't just choose anything. Neil Jack's iron spear. Grade Intermediate. Description: a long spear forged by Neil Jack, made for practice, but the quality is excellent. Plain and simple, but the weapon's quality is beyond reproach. Neil Jack's throwing dagger. Grade Highs. Description: a dagger forged by Neil Jack. It was a commissioned item, but the order was cancelled, leaving it in the forge. It's hard to find a better non-magical dagger than this. In this way, everything in sight was already assessed for the workshop. Even though I seemed to be casually looking around, my eyes were already reading the information. Then suddenly, my gaze stopped at one place: Neil Jack's short sword. Grades Unique. Description: a masterpiece that even the renowned blacksmith Neil Jack might find difficult to recreate. The sword's strength, cutting edge, and weaving of the handle make it suitable for having a nickname. However, due to the awkward length of the blade, there are no takers. Ability details. Eternal edge: the blade of this weapon does not dull. The only way to blunt its sharpness is to destroy the weapon itself. Unique: what's this? I was drawn to it and picked up the sword I found in the workshop. Ah, Mr. Frondier, that was just something I made to pass the time. Pass the time? Yes, just made it however my hands led me, haha. The blade hidden in its sheath. I slowly unsheathed the sword, revealing its form. I could hear Ellen gasp from behind. Could it be? I used the skill Analyze to confirm the thought that crossed my mind. This time, unlike with weaving, the analysis came up quickly. The content was just one line. This sword's blade is made of viper steel. Viper steel. The mythical steel, viper steel, that had enchanted Ellen's ears not long ago, and now it's in my hands, moreover, as a completed product of unique grade. Oh my, viper steel, you say? It's not that. Just gathered some ordinary scraps of iron, Mr. Neil. Are you trying to hide this sword because of the blade's length? I held the sword horizontally. Indeed, the length is awkward. It seems intended for use as a one-handed sword, but it's a bit shorter than what's typically referred to as a short sword. Yet it's too big to be called a dagger. It can't be concealed for a surprise attack, and it's too short for open frontal use. Probably no one bought it just by seeing this length in the sheath. Even if they had seen it, viper steel is so rare that very few have laid hands on it. What a waste. But to put it back down now would be too much of a waste. Elevating a weapon made of viper steel to unique grade is truly rare. Plus, it's said to be worthy of having a nickname. A nickname epithet, simply put, is like Graham or Mjolnir in my forge. It means the weapon has gained enough fame to be called by a new name by people. Moreover, the ability, Eternal Edge, only comes with perfect mastery of viper steel. Viper steel, true to its name, is extremely difficult to damage. If a proper blade is made from this metal, its edge does not dull, and the metal itself is not easily destroyed. It becomes a companion that stands by the user's side until death in most cases. That's why a blade made of viper steel cannot be sharpened. It does not wear down, that's what it means. The only way to sharpen it is by hammering. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hammer strikes, and the intense heat of extreme temperatures gradually sharpen the viper steel. It's not something a person can achieve alone. Let's go with this one. Excuse me, what? My words seem to have taken Neil by surprise, but my mind was made up. I will take this weapon. If the fact it's free bothers you, I'll pay a fair price. Oh no, I would be really happy if Mr. Frondier would use it. It was troubling that no one took it. The blacksmith knows the worth of his work. It must have been frustrating for him that a piece capable of earning an epithet, unique, was just gathering dust in the forge. If I take this weapon and it earns a proper epithet, that would be a reward in itself. Wait, this length. It suddenly occurred to me, if I were to hold one in each hand, that is, if I were to use them as twin swords. This awkwardly short length would actually be easier to handle. The swords wouldn't interfere with each other as much. Of course, there are no unique grade weapons of similar and equal length. That's why it's impossible to use them as twin swords. But I could, because I have obsidian. Perhaps this weapon is most suited to be wielded as twin swords. Few days later in the morning at Constal, students on their way to school witnessed a scene that made their eyes go wide. Ah, hello, eek, ah, hello. Each passing student widened their eyes and nodded in greeting as they passed by. The person being greeted showed no reaction, but the students greeted him without fail. Chancellor, it's time. Malia, who was by his side, informed him of the time. The figure was none other than Chancellor Osprey. Osprey, who rarely showed his face, was standing in front of the school gate. He was waiting for someone worthy of being received by someone of his stature, and from afar, the sound of a sedan's engine hummed. The sedan stopped precisely in front of the gate. A middle-aged man got out of the driver's seat. All the students passing by the gate stopped. It wasn't just the students. The faculty members working at Constal, Even the general public passing by the gate all stopped in their tracks to watch. Screams akin to those of female students echoed from afar, and the male students let out sincere exclamations of amazement. They knew why Osprey was standing at the gate, the reason he had come out to meet someone. Thud, his walking steps had a weight that seemed to press down on the air. Only Osprey and Melia calmly received that momentum. It's been a while, a cool and heavy voice. While most people would be intimidated by that voice alone, Osprey calmly welcomed him. Good to see you. Infer de Roche. He had come to Constal. Afterward, the three sat face to face in the principal's office. Osprey, after sending his secretary out, instructed that no one should enter the principal's office unless it was something special. Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't hurt a fly. That's not for you to decide. Melia answered in his stead and crossed her arms. It wasn't often that she served tea. Melia asked him in a roundabout way while watching Infer drink his tea. Infer, are you not going to join the Zodiac? Infer's brow twitched. You want me to become a dog of the Empire? Infer's retort could be seen as an insult to Osprey. It was the same as saying Osprey, who already belonged to the Zodiac, was a dog of the Empire. However, Osprey took it in stride. Weren't we all watchdogs of the continent at one point? That was in the past. Those who currently belonged to the Zodiac and Infer had all lived in the same era, and at that time they had faced a great calamity. A fight against monsters from outside that resembled but was more heinous than the recent attack in Constal. Whenever monsters invaded humanity, mankind's borders wavered. There were times when they advanced a little, but in the end, the borders of humanity only continued to shrink. Those who had firmly established those borders were the Zodiac members and Infer. They built walls and obstacles at the boundaries of humanity and appointed major nobles to guard those walls. As a result, Infer was assigned to the northwest, while the northeast was assigned to Ludwig von Urfa of the Urfa family. Only the northern region had people in charge who were unusually not Zodiac members, while the remaining east, west, and south were all under the Zodiac's jurisdiction. In the end, we are just wild dogs. That's our nature. We need fights. We need something to be loyal to. Isn't that right? I used to, but not anymore. The more lies you tell, the worse your health gets. You'll understand once you're my age. As he spoke, Osprey rarely laughed in a manner befitting his age. Infer shook his head. I now have Aesir. Aesir, right. Osprey nodded. His attempt to recommend Infer to Zodiac was always, ironically, blocked by Aesir, called the best output of Constal. Aesir will soon surpass me. He will become the new flag of humanity. By then, reclaiming the land humanity lost won't be a dream. Are you really sure that Aesir will surpass you? His prominence is already showing. Osprey scratched his temple with his wrinkled fingers. He was well aware of Aesir's skills, having seen them himself. Certainly, Infer is just being overly fond, or maybe he's forgotten his prime. So you came today because of Aesir? Partly. I came to check how the temporary teaching position is going. Partly. What's the other reason? Osprey had such questions, but he set them aside for now. Aesir is a good teacher. The students rate him well. I was worried that he might find teaching difficult, only being accustomed to practical work, but he's doing surprisingly well. As expected. Indeed, overly fond. By the way, why did you send Aesir so suddenly? Because the combat instructor's position was empty. That can't be the only reason. I thought Aesir would be needed in Constal, for the students' growth as well. Does that mean danger is approaching? Something too much for the current students? Yes. Why? Just a hunch. A hunch. If it's Infer's hunch, it can't be taken lightly. Especially since it's probably not just a hunch. What's the other half of the reason then? The other half of the reason Infer came here, besides Aesir. Without hesitation, Infer suddenly fell silent. He frowned as if something was displeasing and took a sip of his tea. Osprey had a growing suspicion about the other half of the reason, but decided to keep it to himself for now. The other half is about my other son. As expected, Frondier, Melia asked. Infer nodded. Melia's lips pursed. Other son, as if it was an awkward name to mention. I heard my son ranked 16th in the last midterm. Is that so, Melia? Osprey wouldn't know every detail about the freshman's midterm records. At his question, Melia nodded. Yes, he scored perfect in the written exam, and during the practicals, most of the scores went to Aster Evans. Still, that's a good rank. Why is that? Infer replied. Wasn't it because the difficulty of the midterm was too simplistic? Osprey narrowed his eyes. He wasn't dissatisfied with the challenge of Constal's exam itself. It was Infer's underlying intention that seemed dubious. Does that mean you're not pleased with Frondier achieving a high rank? At that, Melia also looked at Infer. Infer closed his eyes briefly, then opened them and said, That's right. Infer, Melia called his name. It was a form of warning. If Frondier didn't make it into the top 10 overall this semester, he would be expelled. Melia was aware of this too. However, she considered it to be merely a motivation to improve Frondier's performance. She didn't take it seriously. After all, what kind of father wishes for his son's expulsion? I understand that the final exams are coming up. That's right. I hope it will be a proper test this time. Frondier's high ranking was merely because the test was easy. It was just Frondier's luck. There was no other reason. Seeing Infer so certain, Malia felt her temper flare for the first time in a while. Even if it's some kind of test, Frondier will fulfill the conditions. If the test is difficult, it would be difficult for all students. Malia. It was then that Infer finally noticed Malia. Their gazes, too hostile to be that of a married couple, met. Has the standard of Constal fallen to the ground? Infer, even if Frondier manages to get good grades, making it into the top 10, Malia's expression hardened, knowing what Infer was about to say. Infer was calm, without a flicker in his eyes. The expulsion of Frondier is decided. Analysis complete. Target skill weaving, available for viewing. Returning to the mansion and freshening up, I was greeted by a welcome notification. The analysis that had been ongoing for days was finally complete. I opened my smartwatch to check the analyzed content of weaving. The unique skill of Frondier de Roche possesses the functions of workshop, duplication, modification, restoration. Currently, the restoration function is locked. Level up required. Currently, the skill's applicable targets are limited to objects. Level up required. To level up, attempt more instances of simultaneous weaving or weaving higher grade targets. Caution. Currently, the unrelated trigger, Thanatos' Descent, is attached as an option. When weaving affects reality for the first time, the trigger is activated. When weaving inflicts damage on outsider beasts, the trigger is activated. When weaving inflicts damage on a god, the trigger is activated. While only a single line used to appear from Neil's short sword, this time a considerable amount of data was output. It's a good thing, but there's too much information coming in, and it's confusing. Wait a minute for now. Let's check them one by one carefully. First, something newly discovered. Weaving also has a function of restoration. It involves putting the image and information of an object into the workshop, and in addition to replicating it, it's also possible to recover some objects. I don't know why, but currently this function is locked. It needs leveling up. And second, the fact that the current skill application is limited to objects means, in truth, weaving is possible in a broader scope, not just with objects. And third, this skill has a descent trigger embedded in it, unrelated to the original skill, probably the work of a god. Thanatos, the first god I encountered. When I made Graham using the obsidian, he appeared before me, because I triggered it. If the weaving grows more and I wound a monster outside, had I not known this trigger, I would have been dead without being able to move. The analysis skill saved me. I need to remove the trigger, at least before facing the monsters outside. I have a modification skill obtained by leveling up my weaving. Since the trigger is just an option added to weaving, I can remove it by option removal. But for now, weaving targets only objects. So what I need to do now is to level up my weaving to expand its targets not just to objects but to skills as well, and then remove the trigger in the weaving through modification. And for leveling up, I need the repetition of simultaneous weaving and high-grade weaving. In the end, my task remains the same. I just keep doing what I've always done. However, knowing clearly what I will gain holds its value. For now, it's simultaneous weaving. The weapons I've put in the workshop are enough, including the weapons from the Imperial Armory, Neil's Forge. I've swallowed all sorts of weapons by now. That should be enough to weaving all of this simultaneously. My father, upon reaching Constal, Otten shared with me stories about Infer. Surprisingly, it seems Infer had visited Constal. Yes, it caused quite a stir for a while. I did sense some commotion. I don't talk to anyone during classes, and I head straight to the training room after, so I'm somewhat behind on such rumors. Otten's lips thinned slightly as he spoke. So he came without saying a word to his son. Well, that's just his personality. Aesir probably didn't know either. Infer is naturally reticent about his own affairs. Otten blinked her half-closed eyes a few times, as if deep in thought. Those two are somewhat alike. Who? Our dad and Frondier's father. Ah, you're talking about Emperor Turst, Otten. When you just say dad, I have no clue. Otten, still the story made sense. I hadn't met the Emperor as a player very often, but I had met him. Emperor Turst was the epitome of dignified, strict, and thorough. He was the stereotype you'd imagine when thinking of an emperor. However, his coldness was excessive. Beyond cold, it was heartless. Infer, at least, poured his love into Aesir alone, whereas Turst showed no one his heart. Elijah's rampage was partly due to Emperor Turst's influence. Anyway, Infer seems to be none of my concern for now. He probably came because of Aesir, who is in charge of teaching. Infer's love for Aesir is beyond measure, but I have something more urgent to consider. Besides, we have our finals coming up soon. That's right. Starting today, scouts are allowed. The final exams are starting soon, in about 2 weeks. After the finals, the year's overall grades will be announced, and this will determine the success or failure of the mission Infer gave me. Since I was 16th in the midterms, I need to rank significantly higher to make it into the top 10. No, we need to be first. What? That's the safest and surest way. Otten's eyes widened at my words, claiming the first place is not something easily said. There are incredibly talented students above me. However, it's not impossible. Unlike the midterms, the finals are conducted in teams. In the final exam's practical, the students took the exam in teams of 3, and one of the 3 people must be a senior student. The 2 people who formed a team first can find a senior student and ask them to join, and if the senior student accepts, they can join the team. This is the scouting that Otten mentioned. Of course, everyone wants to team up with a skilled senior student, and the competition for them is fierce. In other words, the exam starts before the written or practical exams of the final exams even begin. Of course, since no points are awarded to senior students, if they do too well, they can take away points from their own team, so the important thing is balance. We talked about this with Ellen in the practice room last time for the final exam. It was finally time to conclude that discussion. Then, let's go. Yes, we nodded our heads with determination. Ellen listened to Otten and my story, blinked her calm eyes a few times and said, "That's impossible." It was a very straightforward rejection. I could see Otten next to me pouting in disappointment. Then Ellen raised her hand. "Oh, but don't get me wrong. I would have had to reject whoever had made the offer. I've been rejecting everyone, actually. Why, I was just chosen as an intern." Intern. I paused for a moment at the unfamiliar word and asked, "Surely you don't mean you've become a pro intern?" "Yeah, internships themselves aren't allowed during school, but I have to train in advance." I was definitely surprised. Most people who graduate from Constal become pros and take on commissions. Therefore, it is not uncommon for students to do internships starting when they are students in order to experience the work of a pro in advance. However, that usually happens in the 3rd year. Ellen is only in her 2nd year. I guess I can tell you too." Ellen looked at Otten and me in turn and said, "When Frondier and Renzo were fighting, I stepped in." "Oh, you did?" I blew off Renzo's right arm, but he still had one left. I thought Renzo would lose his will to fight with one arm gone, but Renzo's mental strength was far beyond my expectations. If Ellen hadn't stepped in then, I would have definitely died. I think Mr. Eden Hamelot thought well of that. Oh really? Eden Hamelot, the #1 pro. He was there at the time. Ellen's performance had certainly been brought forward compared to the original game. The fight with the golem controlled by Edwin, the move that made Renzo back down. Unlike in the game, Ellen had already started to catch the public eye. "Is this the butterfly effect? So you're working with Mr. Eden Hamelot?" "Oh well, yes, just for the internship period." "How long is the internship?" "Until the end of summer vacation. During the school term, I'll only participate on weekends. That duration should allow for a significant amount of experience to be gained. Congratulations, Ms. Ellen." "You're stepping ahead." When I said that, Ellen looked at me intently. "What's this?" It was a sincere compliment. After a moment of silence, Ellen said that. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Frondier student, 1st year Frondier de Roche student. Please come to the health office immediately." It was an unexpected announcement. It was strange that it specifically mentioned me, and even more so to go to the health office. Moreover, this voice was undoubtedly Malia's. "Then I'll go. Good luck with your internship." "Yeah, you too." After saying goodbye to Ellen, I left with Otten. Ellen, awkwardly raising her hand, was a bit concerning. Me, an intern. Ellen heard about the internship the day after the Renzo incident. It hadn't been long since Eden had left the hospital when they met, so it was clear that Eden also had business with Frondier. "How is his condition?" "They said he's just in a comfortable sleep. I just left some flowers." "I see. That's a relief. So is Frondier alone in the room now?" "No, Otten is keeping him company." "I see." Eden nodded, not even understanding why he asked. Ellen inquired, "But what do you mean by intern?" "Exactly as it sounds. The ability to sense my intent to kill at our first meeting, the decisiveness and judgment to draw your sword without hesitation. I valued all of that highly. Above all, you made Renzo back down." Ellen's expression became complicated at Eden's praise. Of course, she knew Eden's words were sincere, but a question came to mind first. So why not suggest Frondier try for an internship? If I had made that Renzo step down, it's because Frondier is the very person who blew off Renzo's right arm. The reason Ellen says blew off the right arm is simple. It's because she doesn't know how the right arm was removed. Whether it was done with a sword or magic, whether it was cut or pierced, she doesn't know. Probably Eden doesn't know either. That's exactly why. Yes, having blown off Renzo's right arm, what could I possibly teach him? If I'm not careful, my right arm might fly off too, haha. Eden laughed heartily. Ellen's eyes narrowed. "You don't really think that, do you?" It's not the whole reason, but it's not a lie either. I haven't been able to assess the abilities of this student named Frondier. In fact, I don't even know his identity, whether he's a swordsman or a magician. It's impossible to recommend an internship to someone whose capabilities are completely unknown. I don't even know what to teach. It was a better answer than before. However, Ellen's intuition told her that there was still something being hidden. But well, it's not like digging deeper will reveal anything. Ellen decided to back off for now. Eden said, "Could you keep this conversation a secret? Especially from that student named Frondier. Why? It might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Please, I'm really asking you. Okay, thinking about it, it was Ellen who had suggested Frondier for the internship, and it was Eden who had refused. It wouldn't be a pleasant story for Frondier to hear. Is that really true? I asked, frowning. Melia spoke in an excited tone, as if she fully empathized with my feelings. It's true. I knew it from the moment that gentleman arrived here. It just felt uneasy. It sounded like a conversation from a morning drama, but I truly felt frustrated. Infer never intended to give me a chance in the first place. Telling me to rank within the top 10 in Constal was just an excuse, merely a pretext for expulsion. Suddenly, my head began to hurt. But it's surprising that you're telling me this, Mom. Normally, Melia doesn't interfere with Infer's business, even if it involves Frondier. Melia may seem affectionate, but she has clear standards and principles. It's not without reason that she's Infer's wife. Knowing this, Infer must have brought up the topic of expelling me. Melia just shrugged her shoulders. Well, even after hearing that our son should rank within the top 10 of his grade, if he still remained a human sloth, I would have been the first to lead the expulsion. There are many ways to live even if one loses the name of Roach. Ah, as expected, right? It's not surprising when said with such confidence. Somehow, it feels like the right thing to do. Really, if it came to expulsion, I planned to at least find a place for you to live and something to eat. Of course, there's nothing once you becomes an adult. Melia nodded slightly as if reflecting on her previous thoughts. Then suddenly, as if overtaken by a surge of emotion, she clenched her fist tightly. But it's different this time, isn't it? Your father is so busy with work that he doesn't see his children grow up. Our son has changed so much. If it weren't for our son during the recent demon attack, Melia suddenly became an overly proud mother, vigorously complaining. It's incredibly embarrassing that she's talking about me. However, amidst Melia's complaints, another thought occurred to me. Considering that a quest did occur, Infer's proposal couldn't have been a lie. Subquest, Father's Order. Description: Frondier's laziness over the past has pushed his father Infer's patience to the limit. Objective: rank within the top 10 at Constal this semester. Reward: earn Infer's recognition. Failure: you will be disowned. There's definitely a quest. If Infer's proposal was a lie, then such a quest wouldn't have existed. Since the failure condition is expulsion, as long as I don't fail, I won't be expelled. This game, at least, doesn't play word games. That's absolute. This means either Infer's threat of expulsion is a lie or his mind changes after I complete this quest. In any case, I have no choice but to do my best in the final exams. So did you find one? Excuse me. After snapping out of my thoughts, I realized Melia was asking me something about the upperclassmen. You need to form a team, right? Not yet. Ellen was the best option, but that unexpectedly fell through. As for the remaining upperclassmen, how about Quinny? Melia asked. Surprised that she mentioned that name, I asked, how do you know Senior Quinny? I mean, how did you know that name for my team? Well, because I was asked. Melia answered as if it was nothing, but I couldn't quite grasp it immediately. While I stood there dumbfounded, Melia spoke again. I was asked by Quinny to tell her if Frondier is having trouble with scouting. Quinny: not bad, no, among all possibilities, top-notch. Of course, I didn't exclude Quinny from the scout, but I thought the success rate would be very low. She must be very popular. But if Quinny were to make the suggestion herself, there would be no reason to refuse. Then I'll go. I have to talk to your father. You go to Quinny. Yes, I hope for a good outcome. I cheered for Melia, but nothing will change. Infer hardly ever backs down. Melia is the same, but that means they are on parallel paths. The final exam will end before Melia changes Infer's mind. After Melia left, I looked around briefly. This is the infirmary, so there's really no reason for me to be here, just as I was thinking of getting up. It's been a while, head of the Roach clan. I heard that voice. I turned my head to the voice coming from behind me. A man bowed respectfully to me. There was a window behind the man. He must have come in through there. I know this man. It's my first time seeing him, but without any confirmation, my intuition clearly issued a warning. The man who hinted at the ancient language to Frondier. The one who tried to eliminate Elodie's divine power. The man was cloaked in a long robe that covered his entire body, hiding his face in the shadows like a reclusive wizard. Judging by his voice and stature, he was clearly a man, but that too might have been altered by magic. It seems I've startled you by reappearing after so long. My apologies. I am in a position where I cannot show myself to anyone. When I didn't respond, the man bowed his head even deeper. This polite treatment, it's different from what I imagined. The memories of Frondier from the incident at the cabin. The impression there was that this man seemed to be manipulating Frondier like a puppet. Perhaps reality wasn't much different, but on the surface, was it Frondier who was in the dominant position? Or rather, did he make Frondier believe he was the dominant one, moving as intended? I opened my mouth. The silence was a bit long. Before he could suspect, I said what I had to say. Who are you calling the head of the clan? I spoke to him with arrogance and pride. The head of the Roach clan, that was naturally Azir's role. I didn't know if Frondier liked being called the head of the household, but such a warning would have been obvious. As expected, he nodded as if to say that was the case. I'm sorry, I saw such a future. I keep making mistakes. I was too hasty. Keep making, huh? It seems calling Frondier the head of the household wasn't just once or twice. And considering nothing had happened until now, Frondier must have liked being called that. But Mr. Frondier, it seems your interpretation of the ancient language is slow. This man still doesn't know that the interpretation of the ancient language has been completed. Don't you have to bring down the daughter of the Rishi family? This is about Elodie. My mind has changed. That's all. I said while trying to figure out the man's identity. That such a conversation could happen means, no matter how foolish Frondier was, he knew the identity of the other party. It's frustrating since I have no such memory. Huh, that's strange. A tenacious voice flowed from the shadowed face. Weren't you the one who asked me, Mr. Frondier? What? Frondier asked. It wasn't this man who made the suggestion first. You hated that woman, didn't you? His words wrapped around me like a snake. This feeling, a sweet scent that I can sense somewhere. Perhaps he had cast a spell on his speech. However, perhaps because it was intended for the original Frondier, it didn't seem to work on the current me. A small opportunity. I pretended to be possessed moderately and listened to his words. With all her talents, wasn't it disgusting to see her giggling in front of you? A disparagement of Elodie. To the current me, it simply sounded unpleasant. You couldn't stand her acting all high and mighty in front of you, could you? Believing in the effects of the spell, the man gradually spiced up his expressions to provoke Frondier's jealousy and inferiority. Fine, let's play along. I slowly opened my mouth. Watch your words. The man quickly lowered his head again as soon as he heard my words. I'm sorry. That woman's appearance was so unpleasant that I just... Don't cross the line. Have you forgotten who you are? No, I haven't. Who are you? Why are you by my side? I am Hagley from Mangat. I am by your side to eliminate potential enemies of Sir Frondier. Don't forget. I felt a sense of stuffiness filling my body as I spoke. Mangat, the exiles of the continent, and a group that was closer to the outside than any other human. That fool Frondier messed with Mangat, but now it's me. The reason Hagley is bowing down to me like this is because of Infer. The original Frondier wouldn't even be able to walk or talk properly in front of me. In that case, what about that woman? Elodie is not my enemy. Hagley's face was not visible, but he didn't seem to like my words, judging from the fact that he didn't answer me right away. But it doesn't matter. I had to say these words. I don't know what else this guy might do. As I would eliminate my potential enemies, I will also eliminate Elodie's enemies. Around the same time, just as Frondier had anticipated, the campus was bustling with scouting activities. Especially the skilled and famous sophomores and juniors were surrounded by first-year students in a scene that was quite a spectacle. The more experienced and skilled juniors were much more sought after than the sophomores. The prime example of this was Quinny DeViet. Senior Quinny, please join our team. No, join us. Quinny, quite naturally, was receiving fervent proposals from the first-year students while sitting in her place. The line extended beyond the classroom, crowded with students. At this moment, Quinny's mood was at its peak. She was still hiding her smug smile behind her fan. Anne was watching her with cold eyes from beside her but didn't bother to say anything. Yes, why spoil the fun when a friend is enjoying some popularity for once? It won't last long anyway. However, Quinny consistently responded to the students who approached her with the same reply. Sorry, I have a prior engagement. Upon hearing this, the first-year students visibly showed their disappointment and left. Quinny was feeling quite high and mighty. Yes, this is typical. The merchant who raised her family's status single-handedly, Quinny DeViet. Insight comparable to foresight, a matching calculation ability, with impeccable personal combat skills and connections to boot. Little devil Quinny is rightfully entitled to such treatment. So, as the first-year students dispersed, making the place a bit quieter, Anne spoke up. What did you hear? I have a prior engagement. Even though you don't, what do you think you know? Quinny retorted to Anne, who spoke with pursed lips, half covering her face with a fan. Anne replied as if it were obvious. Of course I know. I'm always with you, aren't I? Even if you received a scouting offer, would you accept it right away with your personality? You'd look around and choose whatever seems best. It's strange that you suddenly say you have a prior engagement when there wasn't even a hint of such a thing. Why is she suddenly so smart? Quinny narrowed her eyes, peeking out from behind her fan. Anne quietly observed Quinny and then said, Frondier, why are you suddenly bringing him up? Anne, who was smart and quick-witted. Well, no matter what, you wouldn't team up with Frondier. Who would do such a crazy thing? But Anne shrugged and organized her thoughts on her own. Are you upset? Why would that be crazy? She rolled her eyes without voicing her thoughts aloud. In fact, there's no such thing as a prior engagement. Instead, Quinny has unilaterally sent a message to Frondier's mother, Malia. Frondier probably won't have an easy time scouting, not just because of his bad reputation, but also because it seems he might be on the same team as Aunt, and not everyone has the heart to bear the weight of carrying out a mission with a princess. Ellen is a strong candidate, but Ellen won't be able to participate in the final exams because of an internship. A good merchant never overlooks such detailed information. There was a broadcast earlier calling Frondier to the infirmary. So now Malia will pass the message to Frondier, and if Frondier comes to this classroom to make a scouting offer, it will be perfect if we just accept it as if we have no choice. But why isn't he coming? It feels like a while since the broadcast called Frondier to the infirmary, but there's no sign of him showing up. Then I'm going to the restroom. Hey, let's go together. No, it's okay. I might be a while. Ahaha, sorry. Anne laughed awkwardly. Quinny felt bad, knowing what she was thinking, but couldn't really make any excuses and just left. Naturally, her destination was the infirmary. Coincidentally, or perhaps not so coincidentally, she now feels sick, bloated. It's as if something is poking her on the inside of her ribs, making it hard to breathe. This is really not the best condition to be in right before the final exams. It's quite dangerous, to say the least. So going to the infirmary is like an inevitable choice of fate, isn't it? While walking, Quinny suddenly stopped. She herself was surprised at how abruptly she ended her walk's inertia. No, when I think about it, why am I doing this? I should just go back to the classroom and wait. It seems like a hasty decision to go meet Frondier now. He's probably still in the infirmary. She turned around and went back the way she came. Just go to the restroom, as I told Anne. That thought suddenly came to her. Quinny stopped again. What's this? Quinny squinted one eye. Becoming the head of the Viet family, she has almost never reversed a decision, especially not for such a trivial reason or out of indecision. Deciding to go to the infirmary was clearly her will, there was a reason, and the action was without hesitation. However, this turning back was just because she suddenly had that thought. Quinny, snap out of it, something's not right. Quinny's eyes, capable of seeing through people, rivaled a scale's precision. However, her perception of non-human objects hadn't reached that level. Her ability to distinguish real from fake still lacked, which was why she lost the bet with Frondier. After Frondier, Quinny delved into studying traps and barriers. She hadn't neglected her studies in the field even before, but she couldn't bear the thought of someone she was trying to teach surpassing her. And that's why, she realized, an approach interference barrier. The moment she identified it, the scent of mana stung her nose. The approach interference barrier Renzo previously used to kidnap Aunt. An approach interference barrier had been placed around the infirmary. Someone was forbidding access to the infirmary. Why? Frondier is in danger. Quinny quickened her pace. Even though she identified the barrier, its effects persisted. It was quite an unpleasant feeling constantly having your own will denied. However, attempting to forcibly break through would alert the barrier's creator. Fortunately, knowing it's a barrier halved its effect. Just as she arrived in front of the infirmary, Quinny discovered an unexpected figure. Someone else had gotten there before her. That person stood in front of the infirmary door, simply staring at it blankly. As if she could see through the door just by doing that. No, that's not it. She's listening to the conversation inside. Elodie, as Quinny muttered in a nearly inaudible voice, Elodie slowly turned her head. Her gaze upon confirming Quinny wavered, as if she had heard something she shouldn't have. Elodie had figured out the barrier a step ahead of Quinny. She was half convinced that it was Frondier who had obliterated the demon with fireworks when they fled. That's why she had come to hear the detailed story of the attack. After seeing Quinny, Elodie opened the door. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. With a bang, the door opened and Frondier was sitting alone in the room. Oh, Elodie. Frondier's voice was as usual, and his languid face was, as always, without concern. Elodie smiled. What about Professor Malia? She stepped out for a moment. What were you talking about? The broadcast was looking for you. Frondier appeared as usual, and so did Elodie. Quinny entered after her. Senior Quinny, I was about to come looking for you. Is it just you here? Quinny entered and looked around. The infirmary looked as neat as ever, with no signs of anyone coming or going. Of course, Quinny, who followed, didn't know if anyone was inside, or even if there had been anyone at all. There was a barrier, so she only had an intuition that Frondier might have been in danger, but looking at Frondier, he seemed fine. However, seeing Elodie's expression upon arrival, it was clear that something had happened. Senior, we need an upperclassman for this semester's final exam. Would you help Senior Quinny? Yes, sure. Frondier led the conversation as if he was unaware of Quinny's thoughts. Since that was Quinny's original intention, she accepted for the time being. Elodie quietly listened to their conversation. At the Rishi estate, as Elodie entered through the mansion's door, a maid hurried over. Miss Elodie, you've come early. We were informed you'd be late. My schedule changed. I'm sorry. I'll prepare your meal right away. No, it's okay. Elodie's expressionless face made the maid nervously follow her. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. It's fine. Elodie's voice rose, but then she closed her eyes and shook her head, taking it out on the wrong person. I knew that. And so Elodie smiled again. No, it's just that I'm not hungry. Really. Then I'll leave you be. Yes. With that, the maid retreated, her shoulders hunched up. You know, Elodie called out to her bent back. It's really okay. I'm sorry for getting angry over nothing. It's not like that at all. Watching the maid shake her head, Elodie entered her room. Sigh. Elodie sat down in the chair in front of her desk. She wanted to sit on the bed, but then she would have ended up lying down, which was not an option without changing her clothes. Even in this situation, she found it amusing that she cared about such trivial things. What on earth is? A murmur escaped her like a sigh. She didn't like the tremble in her voice. Elodie had overheard their conversation. Hagley of the manhwaedit was it. Whether it was trust in her own barrier or the infirmary itself lacked soundproof magic. Even if there was such a thing, Elodie could break through it. What did you touch, Frondier? The conversation itself seemed like Frondier held a high position, but the content was alarming. Don't you have to bring down the daughter of the Rishi family? You hated that woman, didn't you? With all her talents, wasn't it disgusting to see her giggling in front of you? You couldn't stand her acting all high and mighty in front of you, could you? Frondier hates me. Elodie grabbed her head. Her well-groomed hair crumpled and scattered. She had never thought about it. When she was young, she and Frondier often played together. She always smiled at Frondier, talking about what they did today, what they wanted to do, and bragging about her abilities. Each time, Frondier seemed annoyed, but still. Frondier, without divine power. In front of him, she boasted of her abilities and sometimes complained and grumbled. Those countless repetitions came flooding back. Since she was young, Elodie hadn't expected much from Frondier. She just hoped he would do his part. But it was she who continuously gave him a sense of inferiority, preventing even that. It was me. That's how it must have looked in Frondier's eyes, not knowing that foolishly. But then, why did Frondier? As I would eliminate my potential enemies, I will also eliminate Elodie's enemies. He said such things. Creak. The door opened at that moment. Elodie, are you okay? You seem to be feeling terrible. Whoosh. A pillow struck the man who had entered's face. Knock and enter again. This is how many times I've said this now. I was already feeling annoyed, but now it's increased tenfold. Sorry. The man awkwardly exited the room and closed the door. Then knock. He gave a tiny knock that I might not hear and spoke. Elodie, it's your brother. May I enter? No, don't come in. Hey, Elodie, isn't this going against our promise? I never promised anything. Elodie's older brother, Rivette de Rishi. It's not like Elodie normally had a bad relationship with Rivette. No, it could be said that it was good. That's why Rivette usually gives in to Elodie. However, Elodie really didn't want to see anyone right now. Then I'll speak from outside. Would that be okay? Fine, my brother who doesn't give up. I've heard that the final exams are coming up soon. Yeah, you'll need to be on full alert for an important exam like that. So, won't you go to the auction house with me? Good items will appear this time. Auction house? Elodie's curiosity was piqued at those words. It's true that there wasn't much time left for the final exams. She felt a level of frustration that she hadn't felt during the midterms. Elodie is unable to control the strength of her magic. When she thought about it, it didn't seem like something so important, but it wasn't easy for the students to carry out missions within the fields where there were students everywhere. If there were an artifact that could help with mana control, I would be able to display my abilities better on the final exams. What's coming in? Don't be surprised. The legendary metal, Viper Steel, is coming in. I'd be troubled if you weren't surprised. Yeah, right, Viper Steel. Whatever, that's something amazing. Where on earth did you get that? The fact itself was surprising, but Elodie felt nothing in particular. Of course, to Elodie, who was a wizard, it was completely useless. Elodie, if it's Viper Steel, it might be able to withstand your magic output. Withstand it? Why, I'm supposed to be reducing my output. Being able to withstand means it can also be stored. It means you can control your output and store that mana. Whoa, that is interesting. How about it? Will you give it a try? Since it's something that will belong to you, we'll have the best magical device company make it. If possible, we should place an order with Hitchcock. Elodie pondered for a moment. Even though things went this way and that, she felt better while talking to Rivette. It would have been nice if things ended there, but even though Rivette was considerate, he was tactless. By the way, I heard you've been speaking with the second son of the Roach family frequently in Constal these days, even at the social gathering the other day. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but... Elodie sighed naturally. She wondered why her brother wasn't talking about Frondier. Don't you start too, brother. I'm already feeling down. What? Is it still because of that punk Frondier? I'll grab that bastard and... If you do that, won't you have to face 6 opponents? 6? Did Frondier gain followers? But a mere student from Constal can't possibly be my enemy. Me, Agni, Rudra, Indra, Elodie. Rivette let out a desperate voice filled with anguish. Of course, he was outside the room. In the southern part of the continent, there is a territory the Empire has yet to reach. It's part of the Empire's territory, but it's too desolate for any living being to inhabit. The southern end, where no humans, animals, or monsters reside. In this place, there is a cliff with a cross-section that forcibly separates the land and the sea. A large river flowing from above falls down to form a waterfall. Somewhere inside this gigantic waterfall with a diameter of over 3 km, there is a cave that uses the entire cliff as its space. Manhwaedit. It's said that those who live closest to the outside are relatively safe because monsters don't come near it. Ironically, has something changed? A meeting is currently underway in the cave in its deepest darkness. Hagley said. His arrogance remains the same. However, he wasn't under any enchantment. Did he notice you using magic? It didn't seem that way. Even an incompetent fool will show some growth after that much time. Besides, humans tend to develop immunity to enchantments. Hagley simply bowed his head deeply at those words. He, too, never believed that magic would work indefinitely. It had worked too well with Frondier up until now. However, the problem at hand was different, and so was the reason for the meeting. It has become difficult now. What has? It seems that Frondier has given up on interpreting ancient languages. And it looks like he's also reluctant to use magic on the female offspring of the Rishi family. The voice that had been speaking to him paused for a moment. He won't eliminate Inwai's divine power. Yes, not only that, but he told me to protect her. I'm not sure what changed his mind. This time, another voice chimed in. That's troublesome. Inwai's is the biggest obstacle we need to remove to cover the center. Thinking about those idiots who banished me and are still snickering. Hagley let out a sigh unheard by anyone. The owner of that voice always seemed to be on the verge of anger. Then we need to find a new tool. Left alone, Frondier will self-destruct. Frondier is the only one capable of interpreting ancient languages. I'm not sure who else could, but it would take as much time to find someone as it did to discover Frondier. The ability to interpret ancient languages goes beyond a matter of difficulty. It requires talent. It's such a powerful talent that it divides what is possible from what is not. Frondier, who had been called incompetent, had that talent. If the Roach family had known about it earlier, they wouldn't have disregarded Frondier so much. However, it seems neither Frondier himself nor the Roach family knows the value of ancient languages. Incompetence ultimately remains incompetence. Then, for now, keep staying by his side. Pretending to be an ally might change his mind again. I'm not sure. Frondier has ordered me to protect Inwais. Whether his mind will easily change. That's how inferiority in a person is. Hagley. The thing that ignites Frondier's inferiority the most is not the family or the constable, but Inwais. The environment around Frondier is something that anyone would find hard to endure. He will soon collapse back into darkness. With a voice full of conviction, Hagley simply bowed his head deeply again. Upon arrival at the auction in the city of Arker, Elodie relishes the rare freedom she experiences outside of Constal, where her fame usually attracts constant attention, a notion she has grown weary of. Confirmed. Rivette de Rishi, Elodie de Rishi. Please, this way. Ah, my sister is Elodie de Inwais Rishi, to be precise. Please correct the. Brother, let's just go in. Elodie nudges Rivette forward and they enter the auction hall, which is bustling with a significant crowd. Rivette's anticipation of an extraordinary item seems to be well-founded. The interior of the auction hall resembles a movie theater with seating that curves slightly and spreads out wide, facing the stage where the auctioneer and items will be presented. Aren't you nervous, Elodie? Nervous. We're not children, and it's not my first time at an auction. But it's been a very long time. Rivette had a point. In fact, this was Elodie's second time at an auction. The first time, she vaguely remembers holding her father's hand as they attended. They had purchased a wizardgram then, which she ended up giving to Frondier. What is that guy doing here? Suddenly, Rivette spoke through gritted teeth, his face turning feral. There was only one person who could elicit such a reaction from him, as far as Elodie knew, Frondier. A few seats ahead on the left, there sat Frondier, unmistakable with his jet black hair and languid expression, looking as if he might fall asleep any moment. What is he doing here? Brother, it's just an auction house. If you book in advance, anyone can come. Right. Elodie was calming Rivette down while also finding herself puzzled. Frondier at the auction house. Looking around, it seemed he had come alone without anyone from his family, meaning he wasn't here on behalf of the Infer or Aesir. But without his family by his side, Frondier would be penniless. Be careful, Elodie. The head of the household might have just given him some money to experience this. To gain some experience, you know. Experience, yes. Nobles, whether they like it or not, often encounter high-value transactions. An auction house is a place where the value of items constantly changes. It's a good place to learn how fickle the flow of money can be. Rivette's words made some sense. If Frondier were a typical noble's child, that is. But Frondier is Frondier, an outsider of the Infer family who hasn't spoken a word to anyone in the past 5 years. Would they suddenly give him a social experience? And usually they are given a specific errand. Errand, to buy a designated item. In this case, it's Viper Steel. Whether it's for Lord Infer or Aesir, Viper Steel is a very important metal for a warrior. So he's my rival at the auction. Yes, an enemy. I asked about a rival, but why did he affirm it and then change it to an enemy? I wanted to argue about that, but the start of the auction was quicker than Elodie's retort. Ladies and gentlemen present here, I, the host, Gilles Brasseau, greet you on behalf of the committee. The host came onto the stage and announced the start of the auction with familiar phrases. While the host was talking about the season, the weather, and how much trouble everyone had gone through to get here, Elodie asked in a lowered voice. So when is it, the Viper Steel? It's the last item. The most valuable of all items today. Rivette handed her a pamphlet with the auction list. When did he get this? Elodie carefully scanned through the list of items. Seeing this, there seemed to be many interesting items. Elodie, having neither the eye nor the knowledge for it, couldn't tell how much any of this should cost. The auction officially began, and items started to be presented one after another. With each item that came out, Elodie alternated between looking at the pamphlet's pictures and the actual items in front of her. Rivette watched her do this, smiling. The items looked good. The auction house starts with items of higher value. It's thought to elevate the level of the auction. Then, as it goes on, items of lower value or with some defects also start appearing, and their prices can suddenly jump up. Indeed, it's said that auctions are the fairest way to determine the price of items when people are thinking rationally, but it turns out that it's not easy for people to think rationally. Elodie glanced at Frondier for a moment. Frondier hadn't budged an inch while the items were being presented. He must be waiting for Viper Steel. And as the auction moved beyond its early stages, just as Rivette had said, the more mundane items began to appear. It was unclear whether they were of high value or not, but unique or peculiar items started to show up. Truly, things that sparked curiosity. The next item was one of these. Now, the next item is the cursed cloth. As the presenter said, the item that appeared in the center was an ordinary blue cloth. At a glance, there was nothing artistically remarkable about it. Its material was unclear, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. However, its designation set it apart from the items that had come before. This blue cloth once passed through the hands of a certain lady. She decided to cut it up and use it as a handkerchief. After cutting it to a suitable size, she placed it in her pocket to use whenever needed. But then, a few days later, the handkerchief that should have been in her pocket had mysteriously disappeared. The presenter led the story with a playful expression and tone of voice. Elodie listened to the story with keen interest. She inspected the original piece of fabric she had cut earlier once again. To her astonishment, the fabric was lying in the same size and shape as before it was cut. That's when she realized it. The cut piece had disappeared and returned to its original form. No matter if it was cut, torn, or the threads were pulled apart over time, it returned to its original state. She realized that this fabric was cursed. The auctioneer's voice rose, and the tale of the cursed fabric concluded. The participants' interest cooled. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Elodie whispered from the side. Maybe it's just enchanted with a restoration spell. Exactly. That's what everyone here is probably thinking. But no one asks the auctioneer. Even if they did, getting a straight answer would be difficult. The value of an item is solely for one's own eyes to judge. That's the rule of this auction. If you don't like it, don't buy it. But if the item isn't enchanted with restoration magic, if it's not, then it's even worse. The price would drop even further. Why? Because it's genuinely cursed and utterly useless. Upon hearing Rivette's words, Elodie paused for a moment, then realized. All right, because it can't be tailored. If it returns to its original state, no matter if it's cut, torn, or the threads are pulled apart, then what use is there for such fabric? Probably the reason that lady put it up for auction was because of that. She must have wanted to deceive someone by attaching an intriguing name to it. Elodie nodded in agreement with Rivette's words. Indeed, it's useless for anything. The fabric in itself holds no meaning. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced the starting bid. The price was 100,000 quer. Though it was significantly lower than the other items that had been auctioned, no one raised their hand. Rivette whispered, not even if they called for a quarter of that price would anyone buy it. The nobles gathered here aren't that foolish. Rivette's speech halted. Number 139, 139, 100,000 quer. Any more, the auctioneer shouted excitedly. It was clear that he was thrilled, perhaps because he hadn't expected anyone to bid. In a positive light, it was fortunate that it was sold in a negative light. He had duped someone. Elodie's and Rivette's heads turned in perfect unison. At the end of their gazes was Frondier. Frondier was holding the sign for number 139. Was he that stupid? Frondier, don't say that. It must be useful to him somehow. Well, it's not that expensive. He probably just wanted to experience the thrill of purchasing something. Rivette seemed to convince himself. He didn't think for a second about how Frondier would use it. Even he couldn't be that foolish. He must have just wanted to get a taste of the auction. If that was his thinking, then 100,000 quers wasn't that expensive. It was probably the lowest price item that would come up for auction today. The auctioneer called out the bid amount 3 times, and the cursed cloth became Frondier's. Of course, no one envied him. And time passed. The long-awaited moment had arrived, and Elodie unconsciously straightened her posture. Now then, this is the final item for today. The gazes of the entire audience followed the item as it was brought to the center. The cloth was removed, and some people gasped in admiration. The metal of marvels, Viper Steel. The atmosphere among the audience grew tense with the auctioneer's confident voice. The main reason for this was Viper Steel's enormous size. With that size, you could easily forge 3 proper weapons from it. Amidst the uproar, Elodie spoke. Can I really buy it? It's incredibly popular. Of course, your competitors don't matter. It'll go to the one with the most money. That's true, so Elodie, I'm leaving this auction up to you. Elodie's eyes widened at that. Me? Yes, it's your item, so it's only natural. Experience an auction for once. Rivette then extended the sign to her. Elodie hesitantly took it. Rivette cautioned her with a note of advice. Also, keep an eye on Frondier. He might not seem like much, but he's brought a substantial amount of money for Viper Steel. Elodie nodded in agreement. Indeed, this time Frondier seemed to regard Viper Steel with a somewhat adventurous gaze. Finding such nuance in his sleepy eyes might currently be a feat only Elodie could achieve. The starting bid is 5 million quer, so a starting bid 50 times higher than that of the cursed cloth, but it was not a price that would stop there. Everyone lifted their signs and the price skyrocketed. Elodie participated eagerly. She did not agonize deeply, nor did she look around at the others. Her hand just went up flippantly without much thought. Rivette watched this, barely holding back his laughter. In truth, an opponent like Elodie was the most burdensome for the others, not having a great desire for the item itself, yet holding up the sign in an inscrutable manner as if just there for fun. No one knew how long her ignorant hand would keep rising. Of course, Elodie didn't raise her hand every time the price went up, but unlike others, the reason Elodie didn't raise her hand was simply out of laziness. It was merely the logic that someone else would likely raise their hand anyway. And during that time, Frondier remained still. There's indeed a set baseline, Rivette thought. Frondier also had plenty of leeway. Unless the price went above the amount he had set, or the amount designated by his family, he would not raise his sign. The price had exceeded 10 million quer. It had already doubled. At this point, the number of bids began to decrease. Currently, the only people still raising their signs were Elodie and some middle-aged aristocratic man who came out of nowhere. He glared at Elodie with simmering anger. Elodie paid no attention to his anger and raised her sign again. She was really not thinking anything of it. The middle-aged man trembled as he held onto his sign. In the meantime, Elodie looked at Frondier. Frondier would probably be her next opponent, but he still showed no sign of movement. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man raised his sign once again, and as if to ignore his petty rebellion, Elodie raised her sign before the auctioneer could even finish speaking. Just as Rivette had said, in an auction, the person with the most money wins the item. Unlike that man whose budget was almost up, Elodie still had plenty of room to spare. 127, 10.5 million, 10.5 million. Are there any higher bids? In the end, the middle-aged man hung his head. Elodie and Rivette turned to look at Frondier. Frondier's expression was composed. Now it was time for the showdown with Frondier. Elodie quietly observed him. But then, are there any higher bids? If not, I will call out the price 3 times and close. Frondier remained still up until that point. 10.5 million. The auctioneer called out the price for the first time and Elodie tensed up slightly. Is this it, she thought. 10.5 million. On the second call, Rivette furrowed his brow. What trick are they trying to pull? That Frondier's leisurely attitude irked him. And then 10.5 million, the third call. Elodie and Rivette blinked in unison. Congratulations to bidder number 127. The Viper Steel has been sold for 10.5 million quer. Oh, the surrounding nobles cheered and clapped. Rivette reflexively raised his hand to acknowledge them, but his face still held a look of doubt. Elodie didn't react at all. She simply asked, "Is there a chance he changed your mind halfway?" Rivette didn't say anything. He just stared at Frondier with an expression that said he was looking at something strange. Well, to Rivette, Frondier probably did look strange. Elodie understood the meaning of Rivette's expression and said, "I guess not. Then that means." Elodie looked at Frondier again. From the moment it appeared until the successful bid was declared, his expression didn't change at all and his hands never moved once. The answer was simple. Frondier never intended to get his hands on it from the very beginning. The only explanation for why he came here was the cursed cloth. What is that guy? What is he doing? Rivette's speech was broken as bewilderment and incomprehension washed over him. A few days ago, inside the Constal Institute Cafe, the tall dwarf, after successfully scouting Quinny, I held a meeting with her and Aunt. I'm more suited for long-ranged combat, if I had to say. When we divided up the party positions, Quinny said this. The blades hidden within her fans were her main weapons. While she threw them, you couldn't really call her a ranged dealer. You're good at both melee and long-range combat, aren't you? Well, I suppose so. Quinny covered her mouth with her fan at my words. Of course, I praised Quinny intentionally, but it wasn't a lie, so I didn't feel guilty. First, I'll be at the front, Quinny in the middle, and Otten in the rear. That's how it'll be. You'll be at the front. You wanted to be the rear guard, didn't you? If there was someone who was thoroughly a vanguard, like Aster or Ellen, then I would have done that. Quinny is an all-rounder. She's someone who can perform well in any position. Therefore, it's best to keep it in the middle and respond flexibly depending on the situation. That could be dangerous. I'll have to work hard. It's sad that I'm getting used to being in danger, but my response seemed to bother Quinny somehow as she looked around once and then leaned in close to me. So yes, did you really do it? Do what? The fireworks. At that, Otten closed the distance as well. Both of their eyes were sparkling with curiosity and wonder. These two were the ones I had warned about the monster's attack in advance. Naturally, they could guess that I was involved in the fireworks that supposedly wiped out the fleeing monster. Quinny said, "I'm not going to ask how you knew the monster was going to attack because that actually happened. But the fireworks are a different story. I'd like a little bit of gratitude for helping you. Protecting Constal benefits everyone, doesn't it? That's why I said, a little bit of gratitude. What is this?" But without the help of Quinny and the others, a proper response during the attack would have been impossible. Then I wouldn't have gained the analyze skill either. "I see a token of gratitude. Then I'll give you a straight answer." "I did it," I asserted. Quinny's face, which had a hint of playfulness, suddenly turned serious. Her expression hardened and her eyes, shining transparently, looked straight at me. It was as if I could hear her thoughts spinning. Then I added one more thing, but I can't do it anymore. How I did it is a secret. Such an impossible feat of remote aiming. Without Melia's help, I couldn't even have conceived the idea. People might be able to replicate the appearance of what they call fireworks, but at best, it would only be within my line of sight. And with that, I hoped they would think I was just bluffing. I see. As if she hadn't harbored any such thoughts, Quinny seemed to have finished her calculations within. It felt peculiar, as if my worth was being recalibrated in real time. And then Quinny spotted Otten beside her. Unlike Quinny, Otten didn't seem surprised. Perhaps she was just taking it in stride. "Indeed, Your Highness, you have an eye for quality. That title isn't appropriate here, but I do agree with the sentiment." "All right, let's start the meeting," I interrupted, fearing their conversation might veer off into strange territory. Quinny shrugged, and Otten remained as calm as if nothing had happened. I asked Quinny, "So what's the format for the final exam?" "The first-year final exam involves a simple mission. It's a virtual task designed to mimic a prose mission." This time, Otten asked, "How do you know in advance? It's been the same every year." The truth is, this QA session is more for Otten's benefit than anything, as I already knew this information. Quinny continued, "Constal students are trained to eliminate outside monsters beyond the boundary. However, reality doesn't quite match up." "What's the reality?" "It's overwhelming just dealing with the conflicts between monsters within the boundary and humans. This continent, too, is a place where people live, no matter how much the monsters threaten and the human boundaries shrink. Not everyone within those boundaries unites towards a single goal, especially now, when the boundary has solidified to the point where it's rare to see a monster in the central regions. Human divisions are significant. Most of the adversaries I've fought so far have been humans or events triggered by them. So the tasks usually involve both subjugation and protection. Pros go to the scene of an incident to deal with monster subjugation and human protection simultaneously. They don't actually let real monsters attack people, do they?" Otten's question made Quinny laugh out loud. "Ahaha, no, of course not. That would be inefficient." "I see. They don't do it because it's inefficient. I thought there was another reason. The victims of the case will probably be your seniors, and the role of the monsters will be played by the teachers. The teachers at Constal can easily ridicule ordinary monsters, and some even surpass those from outside." "Teachers?" Otten looked at me as she asked. "Yes. The biggest obstacle of this final exam, perhaps, I have to face my brother who became a temporary teacher, Azier de Roche. But well, since that firework was really your doing, I guess I won't have to do anything. I can't do it anymore." I replied to Quinny's words as I pondered. The final exams when playing as Aster were tough but resulted in good outcomes. Aster is a completely different character before and after using divine power. Aster is a cheat character that surpasses cheat characters like Azier. However, becoming Frondier means I'll have to give my all to somehow accomplish the mission. All-out effort. Mjolnir. Otten looked at me as I muttered. Her gaze was a fierce warning. "Mr. Frondier, as I've said before, I'm not confident in succeeding yet. I know I won't do such a thing. Eating a weaving dragon heart is like throwing away my life. It was reckless to attempt it the first time, and it would be beyond foolish to do it again. So, if possible, I want to explore a direction that would make it safe." And so I laid down the fabric known as the cursed cloth on the desk to obtain this, and at a bargain price. So cheap it's embarrassing to even call it a bargain. I never considered the Viper steel. I already have one of Neil Jack's short swords. Having it would be nice, but currently I'm trying to add weaving with obsidian to the short sword to use dual swordsmanship. Rather, the cursed cloth should rightfully be mine. It was so in the game as well. I brought all my money, not knowing how much it would sell for at the auction. I had the money I won from the bet with Quinny before. I was worried if I could afford it with the money I had, but fortunately there was no one else interested in this item. Of course, it's useless to the average person, unless they know its true value. Fabric of Penelope. Grades unique. Description: a part of the shroud weaving by Penelope. It is said that she spent 3 years weaving it during the day and unraveling it at night. It is imbued with the steadfast love and longing she held for Odysseus over 20 years. Abilities detail. Shape restoration, due to the effects of Penelope's repeated making and unmaking over 3 years, this fabric will return to its original form no matter what happens. Pure mana, every knot weaving is a collection of pure mana. It significantly increases durability, and the wearer gains the effects of warmth and waterproofing. It is the very fabric from Penelope's weaving. While it has the fatal flaw of being unable to be tailored, the pure mana characteristic is not something to be easily overlooked. Even if the fabric cannot be altered to one's liking, simply wrapping it around one's arm or neck can have effects. However, my way of using it is a bit different. A weaving dragon heart has the effect of enhancing the user's mana, just like the original. Since it's a fake, that amount of mana was replaced by something else in my body. Then what if there was mana ready to be substituted? That is, if there was a dummy that could be converted into mana instead of me. This fabric of Penelope would be that dummy. Now then, how should I carry it around? I pondered while looking at the fabric, then folded it and wrapped it inside the collar of my shirt to make a necktie. Looking in the mirror to check, it's not too bad. Since neckties are originally designated in the Constal Academy uniform, substituting it with this will do. Thor's Hammer Mjolnir. Read 20 chapters ahead with this new tier. The final exam was approaching. Frondier effortlessly jotted down his written answers. Unless he wrote his name wrong, he would be close to perfect. And then the long-awaited practical exam day arrived. At Constal, while the written exams for all grades are held on the same day, practical exams are held on different days for each grade. First years go first, and third years last. Therefore, many upperclassmen gathered in the auditorium to watch the first years during this practical exam. However, today, before they watched the first years, their attention was drawn to a rare sight. What day is it today? It's the first year practical exam. Still, look over there. A student pointed to where many nobles were seated, from the head of the Roach family and Fur to the head of the Rishi family, Ortel. Next to him was his son, Revet. Moreover, approaching them was Ludwig von Urfa. They exchanged greetings. It's good to see you here in Fur, Ortel. It's been a long journey. Ortel greeted normally, while in Fur, true to form, did not open his mouth. Revet bowed to Ludwig. I see Lord Urfa. Ah, it's been a while. You look more dependable now. Ludwig lightly patted the formally bowing Revet's shoulder. Ludwig von Urfa, the head of the family that guards the Northwest, had come to see the Constal practical exam. It's rare for Lord Urfa to attend such an event. I heard that Quinny was scouted for this practical exam. Quinny? Ah, you mean Quinny de Viet. Yes, that's correct. Quinny is not only a student at Constal, but also a renowned family head. It was natural for Revet to know her. Ludwig looked at the wizard view screen. There, Quinny's figure was being displayed, along with Frondier and Ott. Now that's a formidable lineup. Yes, even for Quinny, having the princess with them must be quite a burden, I think. Ah, right, well, the princess is there after all. Ludwig tapered off ambiguously. What does he mean by after all? Revet thought. Could it be that even the head of the Urfa family pays more attention to Frondier than the princess? Surely not. Ludwig caught a glimpse of Quinny. She seemed to be consulting with Frondier. Has she gotten over her complex, or is she still working through it? The reason Ludwig came to watch the Constal practical test today was mostly because of Quinny. Today's mission is a simulation of rescue operations, but for Quinny to participate in such a mission, is it finally time for her to overcome her wounds and stand up, or? Somehow his gaze drifts to a man with a languid face listening to Quinny's story. She's ended up on the same team as that insolent brat. Ludwig put his thoughts aside and asked Revet, I feel the same, but you being here seems a bit awkward too. What brought you here exactly? Ah, that would be, of course, to see my proud younger sister, Elodie. Ha, then you should have come for the midterm exams too. Ludwig laughed and checked the screen. He knew Elodie's face well since he saw her at the last Misteltein meeting. That jewel of the Ortel family. What kind of team? No, what is that? He ended up seeing a team even more nonsensical than Quinny's. I retract my previous statement. First place is impossible. Yeah, seems like it. Indeed, Quinny and Ott nodded in agreement with my words as if they deeply sympathized. It's strange. I can't figure out what kind of butterfly effect has reached us. An unbeatable team composition has been formed on their side. Elodie teaming up with Aster of all people. I muttered as if complaining. Moreover, the scouted upperclassman is Theo de Blanc, who was the student council president until last year. In the game, he had outstanding skills and a well-balanced all-rounder style, so it should be similar here. I heard Elodie and Aster are quite close, so wasn't there a good chance they'd end up on the same team? Right, I found it hard to explain, so I just agreed. In reality, Elodie and Aster are quite close. It was the same in the game. Both are incredibly virtuous, without any particular quirks and in the same class. However, Elodie never teamed up with Aster under any circumstances, not even after becoming pros and not even in these kinds of temporary parties. In the game Edius, there was no reason for players, who recognized Elodie's immense talent and beauty, to exclude her. Therefore, everyone tried various methods to recruit Elodie. I was no exception, and in the game all those attempts failed. even though I did nothing particularly dislikable to Elodie. Even the protagonist, Aster Evans, couldn't win over this unreachable flower. Thus, many gamers thought that recruiting Elodie is the key to conquering this game, but the outcome was just a terrible game. So Aster usually teams up with the nearly official heroine, Lunia Freisel, and Elodie often teams up with the hot-tempered Robald or Sybil. Aster and Lunia are strong enough as a team, but not Lunia, but Elodie. A sense of despair looms before my eyes. Then what are we going to do? I guess we've lost first place. First of all, let's stick to the mission. If we follow the roles we set out at the beginning, we won't do too badly. I say this, but ours is also a very good team. The combination of Quinny and Otten assures stability in both offense and defense. It's just that the Aster side is ridiculous, but in order to change Infer's mind, I have to take first place. Even if I get first place, I don't know what will happen. I reach for my tie without realizing it. Why do you keep touching that tie? Oh, it's been a while since I changed it, so it's a little awkward. Really? It looks good, Quinny said after examining my tie for a moment. Nice going. It's so nice that I can't help but touch it. Aster and Elodie were calm. There was no reason not to be. So the mission is to quickly respond to an alarm somewhere in the field. There will be a teacher acting as the demon and an upperclassman acting as the victim at the place where the alarm goes off. The two talked about the outline of the final exam. The content was definitely close to an abridged version of the pro mission. Unlike the midterm, the field looked like a city center. Frames in the shape of all sorts of buildings filled the field, and the view was narrow wherever you looked because of the buildings blocking the way. But if it's like this, all the teams will head there when the alarm goes off. How do they decide the ranking? First come, first served. Well, there's no choice but to try. That's when it happened. Weeing a loud sound that anyone would hear as an alarm rang out throughout the field. That much was expected. It's so loud, the alarm could be heard from all sides. Aster's brow furrowed at the sporadic noise. They hadn't even gotten to the order of who goes first, but there wasn't just one alarm bell in the first place. Out of all these countless noises, where's the closest one? Wind Magic Formula 3. Float swift, zoom. Look out. While Aster listened closely to the noises, Elodie cast a spell and flew up high into the air. Elodie flew 30 million above the ground in an instant and looked around. The fact that an alarm is ringing means that an incident has occurred. There might be a change if we look with our own eyes. In addition, Elodie could freely see faraway places by adding the zoom function. I found it. Elodie spotted a teacher in the middle of the range. It was Jane. The upperclassman who was the victim wasn't visible, but within this field, a teacher is definitely an enemy. Elodie descended back to the ground, and she pointed towards the direction where she found Jane, and Aster pointed to the same spot at the same time. How did you know? He answered as if it was obvious when she asked him. I could hear it. Is this guy a monster? Elodie was thinking about Aster the same way people think about Elodie. I ran as soon as the alarm rang. I already know where the closest alarm is, but if I moved in advance that would be too suspicious, so I just waited until the alarm rang. However, what I found when I arrived was a little different from what I remembered. Hugh. Quinny burst out laughing at the sight. Hey, why are you here, Q ha ha ha? Is it something to laugh about? The man in front of him asked grumpily while looking at Quinny, who was still laughing. It's been a while. Edwin. Edwin von Behatorio was the victim. I've been rolled around everywhere due to the golem incident, and this is my last activity. Did you do community service or something? Well, something like that, similar kind but a bit different in intensity. It wasn't just a bit different. He must have gone through a lot. Still, there were no casualties, and since Binky's managed to smooth over the theft of the golem, that must have been the end of it. Then Edwin saw me. Hello, Frondier. Hello, how have you been? Have you become stronger than when I last saw you? Yes, so. Edwin smiled at my response. That's good to hear. His face was clear and unshadowed. Quinny asked, so where is the monster role teacher? I'm sorry, but I can't answer that. I'm just a victim. It's part of the setup that I got scared and panicked. Is that a setting only you have? No. All victims in this field can't disclose any information about the final exam content, and they can't move on their own. Quite troublesome. Quinny hummed, pulling at her lips and looking around. There must be a teacher hiding somewhere nearby, but it's impossible to find. Quinny's magical detection is of a considerable level. Even she can't notice indicates that the teacher has a high level of magic control. Now that I think about it, there was teacher Azier. Quinny doesn't have proper information about Azier either. It's not that there's a lack of information, but there's too much exaggerated information to discern the truth. Frondier. Could the hiding teacher be Azier? I don't think so. Really, how do you know? It's not that I'm certain it's not Azier, but rather I've figured out who the monster role teacher in this area is. Really? Quinny asked again, and Frondier nodded. However, his expression didn't look good. It seemed that whoever the teacher was, they were not welcome. Then shall we start the rescue operation? Nothing will begin if we just stay like this. Are you sure? Yes, well. Frondier gave a positive response again, but his expression said otherwise. As if sighing, Frondier slowly walked towards Edwin and reached out his hand. Edwin quietly looked at the extended hand. Are you really okay? Frondier, I'm not okay, I see, especially for you. Edwin smirked bitterly. He then grasped Frondier's offered hand. Suddenly, with a loud crash and rumble, walls and floors broke apart, revealing massive bodies. The same happened with the floor where Edwin was. From the cracked floor, something huge burst out, lifting Edwin on its head and crawled to the surface. Giant rock pieces and dust fell, and what appeared was a golem. Seeing the all-too-familiar shape, Frondier's eyes grew colder. An unexpectedly cheerful voice came from the golem's mouth. "Hello, it's Teacher Binkies." "Yes, of course." Frondier surveyed his surroundings. Golems, identical to the one carrying Edwin, popped out from all directions. Quinny hadn't noticed them because they were in a state of immobility. A golem that doesn't move doesn't have any magical power. We've gathered data based on the records of the previous incident and Edwin's testimony to improve the golem. It's the Azier MK2. Azier MK2. Did you get permission for this? Otten and Quinny narrowed their distance, cautious of the golems that crawled up from all sides. Hee, did you fall into the teacher's trap? Well, you couldn't have avoided it. Binkies seemed to be in a good mood. It was similar to how a child feels when they touch an expensive robot for the first time. Not much different in reality. Quinny, back to back with Otten, shouted to Frondier. "Frondier, is this the golem you were dealing with? It looks a bit different. It must be an improved version." "I see some with weapons other than spears." The two had never faced a golem before, but it didn't look easy at a glance. According to what was heard, Quinny had incorporated Azir's technology into the golem, which would make it a formidable enemy if true. This Azir MK2, you see. It's not just Azir's signature techniques, but it focuses on the basic principles of the spear techniques he uses. Crack, however, a harsh sound seemed to cut through their tension. In front of Frondier, a sword was stuck in the head of the golem carrying Edwin. The simple, undecorated sword felt somehow antique and reminiscent of old methods. That sword is. Quinny's eyes widened. She knew the identity of that sword. It was a sword that had drawn the attention of all the famous nobles during Mistletoe gathering. It's Graham. How did Frondier come to possess Graham? She couldn't see the drawing process properly because she was distracted by the surrounding golems, but it was certain that Graham was stuck in the golem's head. Did the head of the Roach family give Graham to Frondier? According to what Quinny knew, Frondier was a child put forth by the Roach family. She had heard that the head of the family, in Fur, devoted all efforts solely for Azir. But that was actually misinformation, and they were also paying attention to Frondier. Frondier pulled the sword out of the golem with a diagonal slash. The golem's face was mangled beyond recognition as the sword was forcibly removed. "Hey, Frondier, what did you do?" Even before he could finish his sentence, Frondier's sword completely severed the golem's neck. Edwin, who was falling from above, was caught by Frondier, who was faithfully standing below. "You could have just landed, but I'm a hostage. Is this honesty also a manifestation of one's character?" Frondier smiled bitterly and entrusted Edwin to Quinny. "First, the hostage's safety. Otten and Quinny, take the hostage and run away. What about you? Saving lives is the priority, but after that, those monsters must be exterminated." Quinny looked at Frondier with a suspicious gaze at her words. "Going to do it alone? Yes, I prefer it that way." "Hey, who said we'd let you?" Just then, one of the golems in the surroundings mimicked Binkies' voice. It seemed like she switched to a different golem when everyone was destroyed. Slurp. The Graham that Frondier was holding melted and flowed down. Frondier did not even try to hide it. Quinny stared blankly at the sight. She had seen that liquid before. It was the identity of the fake Mistletoe. What was it called? A viscoelastic metal. "I may not be a match for all the teachers. Although Frondier has grown a lot, there's no doubt that he's still not up to the level of Constel's teachers, except for Binkies. If it's Binkies, who mainly focuses on summoning and golem linkage, Frondier can compete. He knew almost all of the attack patterns of the golems. If I'm lucky, I can become Binkies' natural enemy. So go." Fine, Quinny couldn't completely shake off her doubts, but she took Edwin and left with Otten. Of course, if this was a real battle, she would never leave Frondier behind, but the opponent was a teacher. Surely she wouldn't kill Frondier. Who said you could just leave? Two golems blocked their path. Quinny raised her fan. If Frondier could draw the attention of most of the golems, with her ability she could force a breakthrough. Menesorpo. But it seemed that even that was unnecessary. Right after Frondier chanted something, two spears materialized out of thin air in front of Otten and Quinny. With a crash and a crack, they pierced through each golem's head and heart. As if that was the end, the two golems collapsed, defeated. What is this? Let's go." Frondier's words were gentle yet firm. Quinny and Otten, though startled, nodded and then ran off with Edwin. Frondier, getting a bit too arrogant, used to live quietly like a mouse during academic times. Where did human sloth go? Arrogant. Indeed he was, different from the Frondier of before. The starting point of all offensive means, weaving. The source of creating matter, obsidian. And now Menesorpo. Unlike before, Frondier didn't hide, but showed everything. What significance does the ripple have for Frondier de Roche? There was no need to think about it. It was more than just a failure in the exam, it was a dropout from the academy. The possibility of protecting this world would converge to zero, and the result would be the disastrous end of humanity being slaughtered by monsters. That is, in this situation, something like a moderate result could not be considered. That's why Frondier manifested 4 short swords around him. The 4 swords, floating in all directions, spun around like tops. At a glance, it was clear that touching them would mean more than just the end, even if it was a golem, the pride of Binkies. Let's slightly change the perception of Frondier, known in Constel. Even if it's not the actual power level, make them think it could be. I've grown tired of that nickname. While Frondier was facing Binkies alone, after sending Otten and Quinny away, the atmosphere on Aster's side was unfolding quite differently. Where is the victim role? Aster was covertly observing the area where teacher Jane was located. Jane stood quietly, looking around with a relaxed expression on her face. We need to attack. Aster made up his mind, if this were a real situation. Aster had discovered the monster, and the monster had not yet noticed Aster. Surrounding and dealing with the monster at once was the right move. Even if the victim role somewhere around here were taken hostage, Aster would be faster at this distance. Elodie and Theo were surrounding Jane from different positions. It had been decided beforehand that Aster would lead the charge. Okay, it's too flashy, so I'll have to give up on hiding. Divine power release. Guardian of Radiance and Justice. Baldur. Aster charged forward the moment he released his divine power. Aster, enveloped in white light, resembled a charging lion. However, stop, Aster. That voice wasn't Jane's, it came from Aster's right. Of course, Aster wasn't the type to stop just because someone said so, but curious about who had spoken, he glanced sideways, and that made Aster stop. What is this? Aster truly couldn't comprehend and asked that question. In front of him was Azier. A mission that was already difficult with just Jane now had Azier as well. Moreover, Azier was holding Theo in his arms. Theo, who was on the same team as Aster, had become a hostage in an instant. Why so? Azier said with indifferent eyes. Just one more monster to deal with. Aster listened to Azier's words and truly thought it was nonsense. So it was calculated from the start. Exactly. The teachers clearly know where each team is located. Eden Hamelot's question. The one who answered was Ellen. After Eden took Ellen as an intern, the two had formed a relationship similar to that of a master and disciple, acting together. So the teachers are intentionally placed near each team. The teacher who would be the most challenging for that team takes on the role of the monster. In other words, the students are each facing their own, imagined natural enemy. That's why the alarms go off simultaneously. It naturally distances the first-year teams from each other. Right. Anyway, since it's a competition, it's unlikely for the first years to suddenly form alliances. They'd aim to tackle the nearest alarm and move on to the next. That must have been what the first years were thinking. The reality is they won't be able to solve even a single mission. Hearing Ellen's explanation, Eden was both amazed and disgusted by Constel's malicious nature. It's set up so that the team resolving the most alarms scores the highest, but in reality, the tasks assigned to the students are impossible to complete. In essence, this practical exam is designed for the students to fail. The original purpose was to teach them failure. How do you know all this? I experienced it myself, last year. So you also failed the practical task you were given. Nobody succeeded. The purpose was to make it impossible from the start. Ellen said this calmly. Otten asked, puzzled by her tranquility, aren't you angry? The teachers deceived the students and forced them into defeat. Indeed, was this the nature of Ellen Evans? Yet this raises an intriguing question. Eden asked, so do the upperclassmen who were scouted for this year's first-year teams also know about this? Yes. Both the scouted upperclassmen and those in hostage roles are aware. The only ones who don't know are the first years who are about to taste defeat. That's cruel, no matter how cruel it is. Even so, the upperclassmen will do their best to help the first years. Like you have said, there are quite a few upperclassmen who are trying to break down what happened then, and from their perspective, scouting is another word for revenge. It's just that they're strictly forbidden from revealing that the mission is designed for the first years to fail. As long as they keep that a secret, the upperclassmen can help the first years in any way they can. Then it's for that reason that Azier and Jane are in a team to compete against the Aster team. Yes. Of course, Miss Jane would be capable of doing it on her own. However, as you said, those two have the potential to cause quite a stir, so they prepared one more person. That's why Azier and Jane are in a team. At this point, it's not even a matter of difficulty. Eden said with a wry smile. It's just that, to put it lightly, the person who was added seems way too strong, because the goal is to make the students despair. Just as she said, the situation of the Aster team shown on the screen wasn't looking good. Theo was caught off guard by Azier and taken hostage, and Elodie cannot use her full power when there's a hostage. Even for Aster, it won't be easy to take on both Azier and Jane by himself. Moreover, Azier is holding a hostage. That means that they figured that this level of investment was necessary in order to ensure Aster's certain defeat. They overlook something. There's one first year over there who is still hiding his true strength. Oh, the two of them focused their attention on the screen. Right now, the camera is focused on the tense standoff between Aster and Aesir. However, somewhere out of view of the screen, something extraordinary and unexpected is happening, a variable that the teachers didn't anticipate, even more so than Aster and Elodie teaming up. Frondier had just defeated 3 more golems when Binkies noticed something was off. It's confirmed. Frondier's recent attack had made it clear. Frondier knows where the core of the golem is. Binkies had placed the core in different locations within each golem she created. Generally, it was either in the head or the heart, but the core itself was small compared to the golem. Even if an enemy hit the golem's head where the core was located, the small size of the core meant there was a high chance of missing it. However, Frondier had taken down most of the golems with a single strike. There were a few that required several attacks, but all of them were clearly targeting the core. It was surprising enough that he could pierce through the golem's sturdy metal in one go, but knowing the exact location of the core was almost eerie, as if he could see inside. Frondier, you know where the core is, don't you? Binkies called out to him, planning to buy some time to regroup the golems. It was a break for Frondier as well, so the situation was the same for both. It's not just the core that I know. Frondier's response sounded ominous. Depending on how one heard it, could even be scary. Then what else do you know? At that question, Frondier looked at the golem. Binkies, who was using the golem's eyes as her screen, felt as if that gaze was directed at her. I also know where the teacher is. Binkies flinched. Of course, Binkies was within the field. To remotely control multiple golems, she had to come within a certain distance, but knowing her location by looking at the golem was absurd. Even the teachers within Constel couldn't do that. Could it be possible if it was Frondier? It's a joke. How could I possibly know that? This kid, Woong, a golem swung its spear. Frondier dodged and created some distance. Indeed, this guy has gotten better. Binkies collected data from the golem that Frondier had defeated, having a rough idea of how the golem was sliced at that time. The video information captured by the golem's eyes. It was through this that Binkies could gauge Frondier's skill level. That time, he was no different from a novice who had just started fighting. The fact that he could cut down a golem was due to wit and ingenuity, and the power of the weapon, not skill. However, now Frondier had clearly grown. In this short period, both technique and response have improved. There must have been a good teacher helping him improve his skills all this time, but more importantly, calmness, the judgment that only those who have overcome stronger adversaries in crisis situations possess. Frondier already had it all, but I know a way. Frondier said, a way? What way? A way to find out where the teacher is. Saying so, Frondier raised a hand. From his hand, strands of magical power were weaving, and an arrow floated in midair. It was a scene they had seen continuously up to now, but its principle was still unknown. They had never seen such magic before, a unique skill, or perhaps divine power. How has he managed to hide something like this until now? If it were me, I'd be itching to boast about it. But then Frondier pointed the arrow towards the sky. Teacher, do you know what fireworks are? What? Immediately after, the arrow was shot towards the sky. The shot arrow divided into dozens, hundreds of pieces in the air, spreading out like the Milky Way, and then fell to the ground like lightning. The sound was like a torrential downpour. Binkies certainly remembered seeing this sight before. It's fireworks. It really was Frondier. A large-scale attack by monsters on Constel. The miraculous technique that annihilated the monsters fleeing after blocking their attack was reproduced in front of his eyes. Of course, there was suspicion that Frondier was not the original owner of the technique. He was not seen during the attack, and there was an incident where he set a new record in the personal training room before that, but no one truly believed it. To think that Frondier, of all people. Wow, that's impressive, but how do you plan to find me with that? You might not know this, but fireworks track their target precisely. At those words, Binkies recalled. The monsters hit by the fireworks had all been struck in vital spots like the head or heart, places that would undoubtedly result in death. It made no sense to think that someone could aim hundreds of arrows at vital points individually. Considering the direction the fireworks came from, it was also from an incredibly long distance. In other words, every arrow of the fireworks was guided, and unfortunately I don't know how to slightly miss. That's just how these arrows are. Binkies' face turned pale at that. Binkies was no ordinary person either. Despite being closer to a research position, she was a competent magician and summoner himself. She could counter most attacks without needing a golem. The truth was, he couldn't think of a way to fend off a simultaneous attack where countless arrows targeted vital spots, regardless of the type of monster. Whether it was possible to block arrows that could fatally wound any monster with a barrier was uncertain. Are you threatening me? You're a student and I'm a teacher. What are you talking about? Right now I am a pro here to save victims from monsters, and you, teacher, are playing the role of a monster. Frondier was giving back the very warning that teachers had always emphasized to students during the final exams. If they thought the teacher would go easy on them, they would be swallowed up. They needed to discard their half-hearted attitude and engage seriously. Of course, naturally, a student beating a teacher was unthinkable. The matchup was designed to be the worst possible, to ensure that wouldn't happen, except for Frondier. Excluding Frondier, who had no data on him and whom everyone had underestimated. If you really do something like that, it won't just end there. Don't you remember the midterms? A drone is filming you in real time. If you actually cause casualties, about that, would you take a look at this? Binkies looked at the screen showing Frondier, whom Frondier was pointing at somewhere with his finger. There was still a drone filming Frondier, quietly hovering in flight. So what about it? It looks the same, right? I swapped it with a fake. After hearing how a man named Renzo infiltrated during the midterms, I thought it was a pretty good idea. Binkies turned pale, unable to say anything, merely flapping her mouth open and closed. The sound of her breath and hiccup like swallowing was transmitted instead by the microphone installed in the golem. Binkies looked at Frondier again. The Frondier in the screen was just smiling brightly. From the eerie smile resembling a crescent moon, the same voice flowed as before. So where are you, teacher? Well, of course, most of it was a lie. First off, the firework doesn't work with just an arrow. It's completed with the combination of the bow, Chryslicatos, and the arrow Iokira, but I just shot an arrow. In essence, it's capable of splitting and showering down like rain, but although it might look feasible, these arrows don't come with a tracking feature that hits every vital point of the opponent. Then why didn't I use the bow? Because even if I did, it couldn't track anyway. The near-mystical tracking ability of this bow requires me to see the target with my own eyes. Hitting an enemy whose location is unknown, like with Binkies right now, is impossible. But I'm the only one who knows this fact. Bluffing should work just fine. Oh, and saying I switched the drones was also a lie. Of course, I thought it was a really good idea, a tactic that fits perfectly with my skill, weaving. But since this final exam is about proving my worth to infer, I won't keep hiding as I have been. Hey you, are you really going to shoot? The bluff seemed to have worked perfectly. Do you need to prepare yourself? Then I'll count to 3. He. It was almost a scream. It seems like she's genuinely afraid of me. Feels strange. I'm not even planning to hit for real. It's fortunate that Binkies doesn't know much about me. If the opponent had been Jane, this bluff might not have worked. But now that it's come to this, let's push a bit more. I need a proper reason to target her, other than just being a madman. The thing is, I know. What do you know? This exam, it's deceiving the students. Binkies stopped talking. Normally, she would have immediately stuck out her feet shamelessly, but maybe her mental state was shaken. What are you talking about? Still, she sticks out her feet, huh? Yeah, you're trying to instill a sense of defeat in the students from the start, aren't you? Saying that the student who handles the most incidents is ranked first is a lie. Oh, that's not true. If you actually go through the alerts in sequence, crack, crunch, I repeatedly drove my spear into the golem. I had practiced weaving until I could simultaneously cast 4 spells by the time of this exam. Having previously defeated a chimera also boosted my experience, so improving was quick. Of course, Binkies' golem was tough, but the Imperial Armory was beyond that level. Money truly is powerful. I walked past the fallen golem towards another one nearby. Hey, do you have any idea how much all this costs? The core is completely shattered and can't even be repaired. If you're so concerned about the cost, let's have a more honest conversation. This final practical exam is designed for the freshmen to fail. That was something I knew beforehand. And personally, I wasn't really dissatisfied with this system. Facing the monsters outside brings greater despair. Experiencing a minor failure beforehand reduces the panic when the actual situation arises, making it possible to cope and eventually recover from it. But that's a different story. Knowing what I know does make me feel somewhat disgusted, and nothing could justify my actions to Binkies better than this. You might not realize it, but I'm quite angry. Of course, that was a lie. Angry, you say, not just me, but all the students are giving their all for a practical exam they're bound to fail. Knowing that makes one feel disgusted. That was partly true. Why else would upperclassmen be scouted and vow revenge? They've already faced despair and are trying to rise above it. However, there had never been a precedent for winning this exam destined for defeat. From the perspective of the upperclassmen who had already faced despair, this system would not seem fair. Defeat was predetermined. It felt to me like the overarching theme of the game Edius. This practical test was a miniature version of a pro exam, and to me this practical test was also akin to a miniature version of Edius. I was sick of failing, and the thought of defeat was irritating. I have to win this practical test by any means necessary. I picked up the arrow again, ready to shoot the glowing arrow at any moment. If you won't tell me the location, that's fine. The result will be the same anyway. Fine, you win, I'll tell you. This place is. It's already too late. Wait. Just a minute, I'll tell you, okay? Do you really have to kill someone? I get that you're angry about the exam, but did I create it? Hey, he was right. Binkies had contributed nothing to this system. If there was any fault to find, it was perhaps in keeping secrets. I kept a stern face and said, that's true. In fact, your location isn't important. I'm not really going to kill you. Tell me about someone else. Someone else. Yes, the other teachers, all their locations. I don't know, I'll count to 3. Hey, I really don't know. This time I truly have no idea. Don't lie. The alarm went off simultaneously. You figured out the students' team formations and where the teachers were positioned based on that. How could you do that without knowing each other's locations? 3, 2, 1. All right. You students are so impatient. When saving someone in danger, you need to act quickly. You really don't let anything go like this. I had successfully disabled the first alert and gained valuable information. I felt like a villain, but what's done is done. Benkais. Malia, watching the screen, pressed a hand to her head. The peaceful and gentle negotiation process between Frondier and Binkies, unfortunately, was fully displayed on the screen, a teacher blowing another teacher's cover. This was an error that should never have occurred in the exam. Well, if Frondier wasn't my own son, I might have confessed in his place too. Malia knows Frondier's character and also knows the limits of the technique called firework in Constel, a skill achieved with the help of her bloodline magic, sensory sharing. But if this changes Infer's perception of Frondier in his mind a bit, Malia knows Frondier's intention, to give his all in this exam to make Infer see him in a new light. Malia glanced at Infer beside her. However, Infer was expressionless. No, he seemed even more displeased. Whether he was extremely disappointed in Frondier or there was another reason. A heavy voice flowed from the deeply furrowed mouth. What a waste of effort, Frondier. Infer, still saying that, my decision remains unchanged. If you were going to say that, you shouldn't have assigned Frondier the task in the first place. No change in your decision, you say. Malia looked straight at Infer, who simply received her gaze with dignity. Of course, I will keep my promise. Top 10 overall. If this is achieved, there will be no expulsion. That's all there is to it. Frondier will make it. Malia concluded with a firm voice, which Infer quietly observed before speaking. How strange. Didn't you also disagree with Frondier's expulsion? You seem like a different person now. Back then, I was disappointed in Frondier. I thought expulsion might actually benefit my son. Is that so? Infer said no more after that. He just looked at the screen with slightly sorrowful eyes. The ripple effect actually worked in Frondier's favor. Mulling over Maria's words, Infer harbored a voice that no one else could hear. I agree, Maria. Aster squared off against Azier, who had a hostage, thus having Elodie's strength. Now, what will you do, Aster? Azier was holding a dagger in his hand. The tip of the dagger touched Theo's neck, who was the hostage. His primary weapon, the spear, was nowhere to be seen, whether that was his own handicap or just another bluff. Sorry, Aster, I got caught, Theo said with a face full of shame. Aster smiled. That's what you say. You should have handled it better. That's right. Being a third year, I was only going to watch from the back. Aster and Theo conversed calmly, unbecoming of the crisis situation. Perhaps because it was a mock exam and not a real situation, but it was still a bit strange. I guess I can't just watch anymore. At that moment, Theo moved. Azir's eyes twitched. In a brief moment, Theo bent his legs and lowered his entire body. It was an extremely reckless act for someone with a dagger at their neck. The blade was supposed to have sliced Theo's neck, but instead, a sound utterly unfitting for a throat being cut was heard. Petrification. Azir quickly checked Theo's neck. The neck, turned gray, was unusual. It had turned to stone. Petrification is usually a type of curse cast on an opponent. Using its hardness to enhance one's defense is no ordinary idea. Free from Azir's grasp, Theo targeted Azir's foot and swung his left foot. Dust rose, and Azir dodged the foot. Azir with a dagger in hand. Meanwhile, Theo was unarmed. To overcome this disadvantage, Theo delved deeper inside, and then a few exchanges took place. Even if Azir lacked murderous intent, Theo's unarmed combat was top-notch. The fact that Aster was engaging in proper combat with Azir, who had fallen without lifting a hand, was enough to suggest the level of skill. To prevent being taken as a hostage, Azir swung his dagger horizontally, and Theo, seizing the opportunity, widened the distance between them. This was exactly what Theo had hoped for. I see you had no intention of fighting seriously. You just didn't want to become a hostage. If Theo's only aim had been to avoid capture, his movements would have been predictable. However, Theo chose to attack Azir, thereby increasing the options in Azir's Minda task, requiring both skill and courage. As a result, Azir lost his hostage. Moreover, the exchange of blows with Theo created an opening. Azir's gaze shifted. To his right, the direction where he had been confronting Aster just moments ago. Sure enough, Aster was there, right in front of Azir. In the practice, Azir has defeated Aster countless times. Despite his outstanding abilities and talent, he was still inexperienced. Such experience couldn't be gained in just the few days leading up to the finals. But there was one difference from before. Aster was already in a state of divine power activation. Aster declared, "Here I go." Azir accepted the challenge, unnecessarily kind. Clang, a loud noise followed as Aster's sword clashed with Azir's dagger. The blade is damaged. Azir had intended to let it slide, The reason it didn't go as planned was that the blade was already damaged. It had lost its function after scraping against Theo's neck. Evan's family's martial arts. Basic swordplay. Horizontal slash. Aster hadn't yet reached a high level of mastery in swordsmanship. He lacked a unique swordplay like Ellen's and couldn't use aura to break rocks for that reason. However, the power enveloped in his divine energy made even a simple slash take on a different meaning. Aesir saw it. The blade flying towards him made the air quiver. The trajectory wavered like a mirage due to the wind pressure and heat. Indeed, having this level of power, it's understandable why mastering aura would take time. Aesir dodged and Aster swung his sword repeatedly. Although Aster was faster, Aesir minimized the gap with the least necessary movements. And then, Aster suddenly ducked his head as something burst out from underneath him. When he put some distance between them, he saw Aesir holding it. It was a spear. Aesir had hidden a spear in the ground. In other words, Aesir had evaded him while leading Aster to where the spear was hidden. Got me again? No, I wasn't planning to use it originally, so be proud of yourself. Aesir's words bordered on arrogance, but Aster had to agree. He had desperately hoped Aesir wouldn't pick up the spear. Just Aesir holding the spear seemed to weigh down the surrounding air. The nearby dust and dirt quivered. Even without wielding her aura, energy already flowed around her. Aster scanned the area while keeping an eye on Aesir. Theo seemed to have moved to a safe position, and Jane was checking Elodie. Or was it the other way around? Anyway, the situation had entered a standoff. But it was actually a disadvantageous situation. The best strategy would have been to subdue Aesir before she could do anything, at least while she was unarmed. All right, what now? It's not that Aster lost his will to fight. He wanted to see Aesir's real skills. Of course, he wouldn't exert 100 of his power just because he had a spear, but it would be better than last time. If the two of them quickly subdued Jane and joined Aster, they might be able to handle Aesir. The problem was whether he could last until then. Oh my, I underestimated you. For a moment, Aster felt a chill and rolled to the side. Suddenly, flames sprouted from where he had been. If he had stayed still, he would have been swept away by the flames. He wouldn't have been seriously injured, but Aesir wouldn't miss that opportunity. Fortunately, he is still on guard now. I entrusted you to master Aesir. All three of you, I can handle it alone. The one who spoke was Jane. Her left index finger was glowing. So did she just cast that magic with one index finger? Then Elodie scattered pieces of ice in the air and threw them at Jane. Jane neutralized all of them with the same ice. She blocked the first manifested magic by imitating it exactly. It was a performance showing the difference in skill. Elodie bit her lip at the sight. Still, she was smiling at the corners of her mouth. Either she was trying to show off her composure, or she didn't have any particular means. Senior, can you approach Teacher Jane? Elodie asked Theo, but Theo shook his head. It's difficult. From what I know, Teacher Jane is a person who is faithful to the basics. For a magician to be faithful to the basics means to set dozens of traps around oneself. Elodie is exceptionally good at detecting magical power. Certainly, even with her senses, Jane's surroundings are a tremendous danger zone. What to do? Elodie felt cold sweat running down. She didn't have the confidence to quickly suppress Jane. Elodie fastened a metal band on her wrist. It's an artifact made by refining Elodie bought at an auction. With this, it can limit not to go above a certain firepower, but now is not the time to use such magic. Jane is an excellent magician at checkmate, and above all, she knows Elodie well. She had been figuring out what Elodie was aiming for from the beginning. What to do, what to do. Similar thoughts crossed Elodie and Aster's minds. If it continues like this, they will surely arrive at defeat in the near future, unless someone new appears. Someone. The gazes of Aster and Elodie slowly headed somewhere. The same was true for Theo. In the situation where Jane and Aesir were confronted, it was a very dangerous act, but they couldn't stand their gaze shifting. Jane and Aesir also followed their gaze because it was strange. On the left side of where they were confronting, someone was far away. Someone was carrying someone and walking. The person carrying someone looked this way. Without any significant reaction to being caught, he blinked his eyes briefly. And raising one hand, I won't disturb you, so please work hard. Then I'll go. And then he walked again. The person carrying someone walked leisurely as if he had come out for a walk alone with black hair and peaceful eyes. That can't be. You hey, Frondier, Elodie shouted. What, how is he here, and who's the kid he's carrying? Surprisingly, Jane answered Elodie's question, which was about to ask. That's our victim role, isn't it? Elodie unknowingly made a sound. At that moment, Jane, Elodie, Aster, Aesir, and Theo moved simultaneously towards Frondier. Engrossed in the fight, both sides momentarily forgot, but the primary objective of this mission is to rescue the victims. Dealing with the monster teacher is the next problem. In other words, Frondier is now a new enemy from the teacher's perspective, and a competitor who steals points from Aster's team. There was no way they would let him go easily. Seeing them rushing towards him like arrows, Frondier said, so it's come to this. It was an obvious statement. As expected, Aster was the first to reach Frondier. Baldur's divinity in his hand enhanced all of Aster's abilities, simple yet overwhelmingly brutal. Frondier, you shouldn't be stealing. Frondier laughed at Aster's words, just like you. Clang, something blocked Aster's hand as he reached for Frondier. Aster looked at Frondier, withdrawing his stinging arm. Strange. There was nothing visible, yet something had blocked it. The sensation in his hand was clearly that of metal. Jane and Elodie started deploying their mana behind him. As mages, their magic projection speed was much faster than their running speed. It only took a few seconds for the rune to appear. It was an exhilarating speed. Rumble, however, their runes were blocked by a wall of ice that appeared in front of them. The scale and the bitter chill of the ice gave away its owner. Aten. Elodie had spotted Aten. Aten was casting magic far away from Frondier. He must have secured his position early on. A large-scale spell like that must have been in preparation for quite some time. This must be Frondier's team tactic. After all, Frondier wouldn't have made the reckless decision of carrying away the injured person all by himself. However, what could be the intention behind this strategy? Even if they could stop Elodie and Jane, Aster and Aesir were still here. Was Frondier planning to deal with the two of them on his own? As Elodie had expected, Aesir quickly closed in on Frondier. Aesir headed straight for Frondier. Aster, who was nearby, needed to be cautious, but his priority was to secure the person acting as the injured person. Aesir thrust his spear first. He already knew that Frondier had an invisible weapon. Moving in a straight line, the spear deflected most of Frondier's weaving weapons. Startled, Frondier stepped back. Aesir was not someone to be left alone. Quickly closing the distance, Aesir grabbed Frondier's collar and reached out towards the student he was carrying, who was playing the role of a victim. Why did Jane believe the student carried by Frondier was playing the role of a victim? Because the student was carried by Frondier, wore a senior student's uniform, and had a similar appearance. In front of Aesir, who reached out his hand, Frondier's hidden card slightly smiled. Swish, the student carried by Frondier reached out her hand. A fan was in her hand, and from within the spread fan blades, a blade shot out. Aesir quickly swung his polearm to deflect the blade. This blade and the fan being held. The woman carried by Frondier, could it be? Would you so boldly touch a lady's body, Mr. Aesir? Quinny Deviat, her black fan gleamed. Frondier was not carrying a victim from the start. He was carrying Quinny, making her appear like a victim, and at this moment. The moment everyone realized that the victim Frondier was carrying was actually Quinny. Do you understand what this means? Frondier had no time to speak. He couldn't even casually move his eyes. The situation has changed. Frondier gripped the necklace Black Lotus in his hand. The moment Aesir stepped back from Quinny's attack. Aesir's moment of vulnerability, hard to come by. However, it wasn't Frondier who was aiming for the gap. Aster, Frondier called out in his heart as if wishing. In response, Aster suddenly changed direction, extending his blade towards Aesir. The person carried by Frondier was not actually a victim, meaning Frondier was not a competitor but an ally. The situation, which had been pressing against Frondier, was reversed in an instant, pressing against Aesir. Evans family's martial arts. Basic swordplay. Horizontal slash. Aster's sword swung horizontally once more. As Aesir retreated, his posture grew vulnerable. However, Aesir always had one more trick up his sleeve, his unique spear technique, falling edge. Aesir's extended spear connected with Aster's sword. In an instant, the two weapons collided and Aster's strike was nullified. Aster's eyes widened in surprise. From such an unstable position, due to falling edge, Aster lost his grip on his sword. Aesir, witnessing this, tried to regain his composure. Menesorpo, a familiar voice chanted the unfamiliar words. It was Frondier. In that instant, Aesir could feel magic coursing through the area. A rune, activating a rune without drawing it on the ground. But before he could fully process the thought, Aesir witnessed a sword piercing through the air before his eyes, Fur's sword, Graham. Aesir abruptly opened his eyes and evaded the blow. Frondier, who had delivered a vertical strike, twisted the tip of his sword as it descended. Aesir's basic spear technique. Frondier-style swordsmanship transformation. Diagonal cuts. As if Frondier had foreseen Aesir's evasion, the diagonal cut was relentless. Don't be ridiculous. However, the diagonal cut executed by Frondier was originally Aesir's technique. He could perfectly predict its trajectory. Aesir brought his spear forward in a thrust, parrying at the exact right moment. Thwack, but Graham vanished, or rather, it dispersed into a liquid-like ink. What? Aesir's spear whipped through the air. It was the first time in years that he had missed so completely. Quinny seized the opportunity. Swish, Quinny shot blades from her fan at Aesir. Despite the opening, Aesir deflected the blades using his shoulder and arm, but then right after, this is the real deal. Quinny's fan was mere inches from piercing his neck. He tried to turn his head to evade it, but 4 spears suspended in the air around Aesir were already poised to strike at his neck from all sides. Finally caught you, Frondier gasped for breath. Aesir quietly observed the spear tip aimed at his throat. Aesir thought for a moment. With his own power, he had means to overcome this situation. If he had used his full strength from the start, he wouldn't have been pushed this far. However, he was merely playing the role of a monster for this test. Knowing it was a test, Frondier and the other students had also stopped. If he were truly a monster, would he have a way to overcome this situation? Or prevent it from happening in the first place? After some thought, I've lost, Aesir admitted. His face, acknowledging defeat, seemed rather refreshed. Aesir quietly observed the 4 spears floating in the air. It was a miraculous technique. To think that spears could be formed out of thin air and in the void at that. Frondier, is this your technique? Gasp, yes, it is. Frondier's breathing was still rough, as if he hadn't caught his breath yet. Among those present, only Frondier looked this worn out, revealing his lack of stamina. Sigh, Aster released his divine power. The white emitting light disappeared, and he returned to his original form. Frondier, what would you have done if I had attacked you just like that? I trusted you wouldn't. I thought unless I deceived you to this extent, I would never have a chance to catch him. Aster smirked bitterly. It wasn't exactly a safe plan, but since it worked, he had no complaints. Speaking of which, Elodie. With that, Aster turned around. There stood Jane, triumphantly raising both hands. Can you guys please stop her? She won't listen to me even though I said I'd surrender. Jane was pointing at Elodie. She was reaching out both hands towards Jane. Elodie had apparently completed a massive mana equation as mana was swirling around her and the wristbands she was wearing were emitting light. Elodie, it's okay now, it's over. I know, but it's harder to cancel magic midway. Elodie gradually lowered her hands as she shouted. Her magic power slowly settled, and a swish sound of air escaping was heard from the gauntlet. Not only was the sound heard, but smokes were also emitted. Frondier approached and asked Elodie, was that Viper Steel? Oh, I guess so. Elodie replied calmly. Frondier had also seen Elodie take Viper Steel from the auction house. After listening to Elodie's answer, Frondier quietly observed the metal gauntlet that Elodie was wearing. Her gaze was somehow frightening, so Elodie hid the gauntlet. What? I'm not going to give it to you even if you look at it like that. You don't have to give it to me. Frondier's answer was a bit strange. What do you mean I don't have to give it to you? Because I'm not going to give it to you. Elodie suddenly remembered and asked, speaking of which, you purchased something strange back then, didn't you? Something strange? You bought the cursed fabric. What did you buy it for? At Elodie's question, Frondier responded with an and pointed to his necktie. Necktie? What's a necktie? This cursed fabric. Haha, it's cursed. Elodie took a step back with a genuinely disgusted expression. Everyone who watched the screen witnessed the scene of Aster's team and Frondier's team winning. There was a sense of familiarity among those who knew Frondier to some extent around Frondier during the battle, but the audience seats were swept away like a gust of wind by the enormous shock. Frondier, how could the human sloth? Even though there was a joint attack and an ambush, Frondier had made Aesir admit defeat. That fact was shocking to the students. It was even more shocking than the fireworks. However, the ones most surprised among them all weren't the students. I'm just saying this in case, don't ask me. I'm surprised too. You're not manipulating this. No, I'm not. How would I do that? Anger and Malia saw it. It was only for a moment, but it was clearly Graham. During the match against Binkies, it wasn't caught on screen. However, joining forces with Aster to fight Aesir made this practical exam's biggest match impossible not to be broadcasted. Infer instinctively grasped the sheath of his sword at his waist. What lies within is undoubtedly Graham. The same thing was seen on that screen, though it vanished like some liquid after a short while. Malia asked, must be some trick of the eye, right? If that were the case, Aesir wouldn't have even tried to block it. Given the urgency of the situation, it's likely a misjudgment. Malia's reasoning seemed plausible. Even Aesir could be taken aback in such a chaotic situation, especially one that began with sudden multiple attacks. And apart from Malia's assumption, there was no other possibility. Infer still possesses Graham after all. However, the look in Aesir's eyes when he saw Graham wielded by Frondier made Infer feel an indescribable chill. Anyway, with this, Frondier's top ranking is almost confirmed. Right, they resolved their own mission and led other teams to victory as well. Malia nodded in satisfaction. There were concerns depending on how the scores were allocated, but no student had shown in this practical exam as much as Frondier had. Of course, Infer would deny it. That's true, what really? I also think Frondier deserves the first place. I didn't expect Aesir to lose, after all. Even Infer admitted that Frondier deserved to be first. Rather than feeling joy at his too easy acknowledgement, Malia felt unease first. The practical part of the final exams was over. That meant all the tests that determined the rankings for the first semester of the first year had concluded. As I expected, the results of the practical exams must have been quite a shock to the teachers. The original mission was to teach defeat to the first-year students. However, the students were rather successful, and my human sloth role was not insignificant in the process. Therefore, the evaluation took a bit longer than initially planned. The original assessment was supposed to score how students handled defeat, but the students won. Hence, there was a need to redefine the criteria for evaluation. Despite some minor disturbances, the anticipated results were clear. It's done, the billboard announcing the final exam grades. At the very top of the list was my name. The practical exams, which applied individual evaluations, had me scoring the highest, and the written exams were perfect. That's a relief, I murmured quietly. With this, the condition Infer mentioned was somehow cleared. However, my soft voice seemed to have been heard as some nearby students flinched and then left. What's with that reaction? How did they take my words? Congratulations. While students moved away from me, a voice approached instead. It was Elodie. She held out a can of drink to me. You like it, right? Hot chocolate. No, right, what you remembered just now. Elodie smiled, thinking I was joking. I see. Frondier likes hot chocolate. I should remember that. It kind of fits with being a sloth. The promise is kept. You've avoided expulsion. Indeed. Indeed, I had nothing to say in response to Elodie's words, so I answered dryly. As I opened the can, I thought about what would come next. Just as Elodie had said, I had avoided expulsion. For now, according to Malia, Infer seemed to want to expel me. But Infer is not a man to go back on his word, much less break a promise. Since I ranked within the top 10, there would be no expulsion. However, this also meant that Infer truly had intended to expel me. For the original Frondier, ranking within the top 10 would have been nearly impossible. So what are you going to do now? Summer break is coming up, Elodie said. The end of semester exams were over and summer break was upon us. The break would last for a month, similar to the world I came from. During this period, Constal is a bit busier than a regular school. The amount of materials and facilities needed for the next lessons and training is different, and above all, the field settings need to be arranged. And the most significant difference from my original world, students at Constal hate summer break. Well, what about you, Elodie? I asked, and Elodie sighed first. Well, I'll have to go to the Mage Tower again. Running around here and there as a low-ranking member makes the break go by in a flash. Elodie looked visibly tired as she spoke. Like Elodie, most students at Constal do not rest during the break. They compensate for the weaknesses they felt during the semester, reinforce their style, or like Elodie, serve under someone of a higher level. The intensity of Constal's training is not mild, but it is conducted in groups. By contrast, the break entails high-intensity personal lessons. It's no wonder students dread the break. Elodie looked at me, opening one eye. You used to only think about playing, eating, and sleeping during the summer break. This time it will be different, right? Since the Constal is open during the break, do you plan to train in the training room like you always do? I smiled at Elodie's words. It's a good thing that Elodie's assessment of me has improved. However, her prediction was wrong. I opened my mouth to correct her. No, I replied, and Elodie made the most surprised expression I had ever seen. No, it wasn't just surprise. It was almost anger. At the famous restaurant, Wild Amuse, in the Roach family's territory, Uranus and Fur, Malia, Azier, and I were having dinner. It was to celebrate my first place in the final exam. Really, my son getting first place makes me so happy. Isn't that right, dear? Unlike her usual self, Malia was fussing and even used the term of endearment, dear, while Infer was even more taciturn than usual. Azier was just eating his meal slowly next to me. Is this really the place where I'm being celebrated? The atmosphere is so heavy. As Infer didn't react at all, Malia's gaze grew sharp. Dear, you're not going to bring up all that talk about the expulsion again, are you? No. Infer said that and then looked at me. His gaze was almost like a straight line directed at me. Somehow I felt like it was the first time Infer had really looked at me. Frondier, good job. Infer, who seemed like an emotionless robot, praised me. Even though he wasn't my real father, those few words touched me deeply. You worked really hard despite your weak body. However, Infer's perception of me still hadn't changed. Dear, Infer's statement made Marlia speak up from beside me as if to stop me. That seemed suspicious. But Infer was sincere. I won't make unreasonable demands anymore. If you want, consider transferring schools too. You've hated Constal so much. He sincerely wished the best for me, that's right. Unlike Constal, there are promising schools in the central region that focus on nurturing scholars and researchers. How about transferring there? With your skills that scored full marks on the written exam, you'll do well there too, and you won't get hurt. Sincerely, he did not see me as a warrior. You serious? Marlia's address to me changed back from dear to you. Why wouldn't I be serious? Frondier hated Constal, you know that as well. Marlia tried to say something to Infer but then closed her mouth. Instead, she looked at me. Frondier hated Constal. That was an undeniable fact, even for me. Otherwise, why would I have been sleeping all the time, skipping practical exams and earning the nickname Human Sloth? Frondier, who had not a speck of talent as either a warrior or a magician. He believed Constal was not the place for him. Knowing this, Marlia didn't argue further and just looked at me. Still on about that, huh? Was the reason you worked hard in Constal just to go back to being a human sloth? Now I somewhat understand why Infer tried to expel me. This is also a form of overprotection. Infer the northern iron wall. If I remain his son like with Aesir, it is inevitable for Frondier to also stand on the battlefield, and in Infer's eyes it was impossible for Frondier to survive that battlefield. Even if it means abandoning the prestigious name of Roach, it's better to survive. Infer's feelings must have mirrored this as he looked at me. Thus, what I am about to say is no different from being disobedient to Infer. I have planned out the summer break. Summer break. Infer's eyebrows twitched and Malia asked back in confusion. It might sound absurd, but neither Infer nor Malia would think so. With this statement, I will respond to all of Infer's suggestions. It's also a good opportunity to let him know what kind of resolve I have. I will go to Tyburn, the moment I said this. If I had to describe it, it was as if a thud sounded, a sound that seemed to cut through all the noise and commotion. The restaurant became utterly silent. Everyone, who had been enjoying their conversations, was startled by the sudden silence they couldn't explain. Infer, just a slight release of his aura was enough to silence everyone in the room. Frondier, yes, I warned you during the last meeting. Do not speak carelessly. You do not yet understand the weight of your words. Infer's voice was more than boiling, it was blazing. I closed my eyes for a moment. Tyburn, it's a region in the northeast, governed by Ludwig von Urfa. Infer, who governs the northwestern region called Uranus, has never allowed a single monster invasion, true to his nickname Iron Wall. As a result, the town's morale is good, the commercial district manages to keep rolling, and the soldiers' morale is decent. Then what about the northeast? Infer, who earned the nickname Iron Wall just by not allowing invasions. Just by holding them off to earn such a nickname, the monsters outside are despairingly powerful. Tyburn is different from Uranus. The monsters outside have trampled human territory time and time again, and countless people have died trying to stop them. People were sent to fight the monsters, deal with the monsters that got through, and fend off the ones that came back. The number of people Ludwig von Urfa has sacrificed to defend against the monsters is uncountable, but no one blames Ludwig, because it's only natural. Infer, who is able to defend against them all, was the strange one. If it's the border where we have to defend against the monsters outside, anywhere would be a hell like Tyburn. Tyburn is the worst of all the hells that have descended to the earth. That's why most of the people Ludwig sends there are criminals who deserve to be executed. Most of the criminals sent to Tyburn beg to be killed instead when they find out they're being sent there. Even if it's only during vacation, only a madman would volunteer to go there. And that madman is me. I'm not changing my mind. Frondier. This time it was Malia. Malia looked at me with eyes full of concern, worry, and pity. To Infer and Malia, it must seem like I'm going to die. Anyone else saying that would probably mean the same thing, but I have to go to Tyburn. Tyburn is a treasure trove for Frondier. There are a lot of divine objects and items close to being unique, and they're mostly just sitting there, not being used. And if I go there as a member of the Roach family, not as a criminal, but as a volunteer, I'll be treated much better. Of course, that doesn't mean it'll be safe, but the conditions will be much better than for the criminals. I have to face it someday anyway. Humanity's fate is to be annihilated by monsters in the distant future. To overcome that, I must eventually enter the boundary between humans and monsters. Sooner or later, that day will come. And after much thought, the best timing for that day is this upcoming summer break, when my surroundings and I are functioning most harmoniously. But Infer shook his head as if he wouldn't even consider listening. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Since dinner seems to be over, you should head straight. Father, I cut off Infer's words. It was terrifying to interrupt him just once, but I had to convince Infer right now. I know I have been a disappointing son to you. Infer's eyes widened. Today might be the day I see various expressions on Infer's face that I'll probably never see again, though there wasn't much change in his expressions to be noticeable. I'm a child of the Roach family. I must go to the boundary beyond humanity. That is my duty. Frondier, as I said, you are a weak child. Your brother and I will handle it. I will not hide alone while everyone else is dying. Not anymore. Frondier's past life weighs heavily on me as a great debt. His weakness lost the family's trust, his laziness created a human sloth, and his wicked nature touched the mangat. None of it was my doing, but now I am Frondier de Roche. The fact that I have to pay for sins I didn't commit made me feel truly unjust, but only now have I decided to accept it. I had no choice but to accept it. I am Frondier de Roche, must pay for my laziness, knowing the end of the world, struggling in a long and desperate attempt to twist that one fact. I am the human sloth Frondier. The night when Frondier made the bombshell announcement, Infer invited Aesir to his room. In the silent room with only a small light on, Infer asked Aesir, Aesir, what do you think? Your will is my will, father. Infer smiled at Aesir's answer, but shook his head. I thought you would say that. You have been faithfully following my words without any rebellion since you were young. Aesir's past actions were more than just being a model student or an honor student. He overcame all the expectations of his family, including Infer and the attention and pressure from Constal. The standard that the world wanted from him was undoubtedly a high position for ordinary people, but Aesir climbed up without any problem, as if he should. There was no sign of difficulty in getting here, so to infer, Aesir was a proud son but also a concern. Too strong steel is also easy to break. But Aesir, you who have seen Frondir up close must have something in mind. That's why you were silent in the restaurant, when Frondir said he would go to Tyburn. That remark was even more dangerous than the sudden comment Frondir made during the nobles' gathering. But at the time, Aesir, who had stopped Frondir, kept silent at the mention of going to Tyburn. Aesir, I'm still unfamiliar with Frondir's change. It means I was lacking in my role as a father. Surprisingly, Enfer spoke of his shortcomings. It was the most humble posture he could take towards his son. I need wisdom now. What do you think? Do you think it's okay for Frondir to go to Tyburn? Aesir closed his eyes for a moment. He couldn't back down when his father was saying this much, and Aesir also felt the need to tell Enfer a few things about Frondir. At least Aesir seemed to be choosing the most appropriate words. He won't die. In the end, he muttered such a heavy statement. Do you really think so? Enfer asked suspiciously again. Tyburn was such a dangerous place. Literally a place where one had to contemplate life or death. The Frondir now is different from the one last year. Aesir was the one who saw Frondir's growth rate the closest. Of course, even he doesn't know all of Frondir's abilities, but he personally taught him close combat. It seemed like he would give up in 3 days, or even less than a day, but Frondir stubbornly followed his teachings. From what he had seen so far, Frondir was the type to move while thinking. He was the type to set traps in advance and engage in psychological warfare to narrow the gap with the enemy. This was definitely a different tendency from Aesir, who dealt with all situations based on his fundamentals. Therefore, even if it seemed like he was showing off his tricks, it definitely had an effect. The same was true for this final exam. He changed the situation in his favor through hidden moves and information superiority and deception, and he didn't miss the opportunity. Perhaps because of his habit of setting multiple traps, Frondir does what he thinks he can do himself. He's been collecting tools for psychological warfare one by one. It must have been for that reason that he asked Aesir to demonstrate Falling Edge. The part that Aesir had come to accept in his own way was that part. The reason why Frondir had been lazy and done nothing so far was because he considered most things impossible, but for some reason, he thought it was possible again. The result is the current Frondir. Frondir is not being arrogant. Do you think there's something to gain by going there? Does Frondir believe that? If it was just a belief, Frondir wouldn't have tried. Frondir knows that he will gain something from there. From Aesir's perspective, Frondir has been living stubbornly since one day, as if he had really become someone else. It was unexpected for Aesir that he said he would go to Tyburn, but he didn't think that Frondir, who had been living so stubbornly, would suddenly make a foolish decision. Unless it's excommunication, Frondir will live on with the name of the Roach family. The original plan was that by kicking him out with excommunication, they would send Frondir to a relatively safe place, but if it's not excommunication in the end, Frondir would be walking the same path as Enfer and Aesir. If there's a hell to see someday, it wouldn't be bad to see it in advance. I was in a dilemma. Who should I tell that I'm going to Tyburn? I had such worries, but they were all useless. You're going to Tyburn, you said. This was what Otten said as soon as I entered the classroom. It wasn't just Ott. As soon as I entered the classroom, the students murmured as they looked at me. I could faintly hear the word Tyburn. How did all the students know this fact? I thought about it and then Elodie came to mind. That kid, she spread this story all over the school. Ah, yes. I was going to tell you, but it seems the rumor spread faster. I didn't know what Elodie was thinking, but there was no point in denying it now that it had spread this far. Otten looked at me as if I was about to die. Why are you so willing to throw away your life? It was as if she was really looking at someone about to die. Who's dying? I'll come back just fine. Then why are you going to Tyburn? It's definitely a question. To me, Tyburn is a high-risk, high-return place, but to others it's just a high-risk place with no return, an incredibly high risk. Some even called it a die risk. I have something to get, I answered after much thought. I didn't want to lie to Aunt, but she wouldn't understand even if I explained everything. It's about half the truth. Aunt blinked at my words as if thinking about something. I see, you have something to get. It sounded like she was saying something very extraordinary. Aunt. I'm just asking in case, but you're not coming with me, are you? Of course not. I'm a woman who knows her limits. Right, I nodded, sensing that asking more questions might lead to unfavorable results. Going to Tyburn, Frondir. Upon hearing Otten's words, her older sister, Sale, asked back over the phone. As far as Otten remembered, it was rare for Sale to ask back in surprise. Yes, he said he has something to retrieve. Something to retrieve, Sale mumbled in a similar way to Ott. So he left something in Tyburn, I think so too. Then has Frondir been to Tyburn before? If we interpret his words literally, yes. Sale and Otten had the same thoughts. Tyburn was hell for those who had been there, and a land of fear and unknown for those who hadn't. A place with only convicts and soldiers to be used as meat shields and constant attacks from monsters. and he said he has something to retrieve from a region where nothing is known. It can't be explained unless he had been to Tyburn before. In other words, Frondier left something in Tyburn, and he is going back to retrieve it this vacation. Tyburn is an area that's more than just dangerous. And he's insisting on going back there. I don't know what it is, but he's clearly planning to bring back something tremendous. The Frondier that Otten saw was strong enough to be excessive for a student, but it was in a state where that wasn't important. But Otten, yes, why are you telling me this? You don't think I'm going to help that Frondier, do you? What Sale knows about the Frondier is that her mother, Philly, sent Otten to dig up information on Dragonheart. In other words, it's none of her business. Sale does not know that the person who stopped Elijah is the Frondier. If she finds out, her evaluation of the Frondier will fall to rock bottom. What are you talking about, sis? It's just part of the chatter. You know you're becoming more and more like Mom, right? So this is a completely different story. Otten continued to speak, ignoring what she had heard. I've found a place I want to go on vacation. Hey, you, hold on a second. The purpose of Constable's vacation is to improve the individual skills of the students. So I'm going to travel a bit to improve my skills. That's not strange at all, right? Hey, are you out of your mind? Do you even know where that is? You think I would allow it? What are you talking about? I haven't even mentioned where I'm going to travel yet. Of course, I'll behave myself, but who knows what will happen in the world. It might be a much more dangerous journey than I thought. Oh, but don't worry, I doubt anything will happen. It's just a 1-month trip. Otten's audacity reached its peak. A deep sigh was heard from the other end of the phone. I wondered why you were telling me this, not Mom. What are you talking about, sis? I can chat with anyone, whether it's Mom or you. I got it. No matter where you go, I'll help you prepare for a pleasant trip. I'll even assign a guard. But remember, the guard is also there to watch you. If you do anything dangerous or even step a toe into danger, I'll have the guard arrest you and lock you up in the palace. It wasn't a favor. That's called a threat, Otten. So this is a completely different story. Sale followed Otten's words. Do you like Frondier? Otten's words stopped at Sale's question. Is it because she's embarrassed? When Sale was imagining Otten's blushing face, I'm not sure. Otten gave an answer that seemed a bit surprising yet very like her. You're not sure yet. I don't even know what that is. Indeed. Although she tries to act mature in front of Sale, Otten is still young, especially since she spent most of her time confined in the palace. You might find out this time, maybe. Otten answered casually, and about 3 seconds later she spoke again. No, what are you talking about? I'm just going on a trip during the vacation. Yes, that's right. Afterwards, Otten tried to ignore Sale's half-teasing words and ended the call. Between the stark white and equally cold-looking expressionless face, her white eyes blinked. I'm a woman who knows her limits too. Who are you saying is going to follow? I'm just going on a trip during the vacation. Everything that happens after that is nothing more than a coincidence. For days there was an odd silence in the Roach household. Because Infer had been so depressed lately, all the servants quietly minded their own business. The rumor that I was going to Tyburn must have already spread among them somehow. Whenever a maid would pass me by and give me a sad look, I felt strange. However, my training with Aesir continued relentlessly. We actually intensified it. I wasn't going there to play, but to others, it looked like I was going to die. The training, no matter how much, wasn't enough. By the way, my one-on-one training with Aesir had started to feel like a proper training session. I couldn't tell if I had just gotten better or if I had simply gotten used to Aesir. Frondier. In the middle of our training, Aesir suddenly said to me while sheathing her spear, "You asked me to show my disarming technique before." Oh, I looked at Aesir, wondering what he would say next. It would be faster if you actually experienced it. Are you going to show it to me? Your body seems ready now. No matter how much you prepare for Tyburn, it won't be enough. That's true. Aesir gently thrust the tip of his spear out to me. But you must have tried disarming someone before. Aesir said this as if he had already seen through me. I couldn't deny it since I had indeed tried it before. How was it? Did you succeed? I succeeded halfway. What do you mean halfway? I made my opponent drop their weapon, but I also dropped mine. I had tried disarming Renzo. I had indeed made Renzo drop his greatsword, but my body cried out in pain when I tried to disarm him, so I ended up dropping my weapon as well. But when I told him that, something strange flashed in Aesir's eyes. What was it? Did I say something weird? Then show me. Do your disarming technique. Now, yes, I extended my short sword towards the spear tip that Aesir had pointed at me. For reference, this sword is a real one made by Neil Jack. And just like what I had originally done, the moment I unfurled the paper, Aesir's spear floated up and I was still holding my short sword. I succeeded, just like that. Aesir looked at me as if it was to be expected. Earlier, you said you even dropped your weapon. Was it because of the pain? Yes, that's why I thought I would fail this time as well. The pain is because your body wasn't ready yet. If you made the opponent drop their weapon, then the technique itself is a success. And now your body is different from then. My body was ready. That's what Aesir said. Aesir had predicted from the start that I would succeed. In other words, you can now use Falling Edge, though clumsily. Aesir seemed somewhat displeased with his own remark. And then on the day of the holiday ceremony, Surprisingly, there were quite a few people who came to see me off to Tyburn. Teachers like Jane and Binkies threw a word at me as they passed by. It was partly because Elodie had spread the word all over Constal, but I didn't feel bad about it. It was just strange how all of them seemed to be seeing me off like I was going to die soon. Frondier. After teacher Jane's brief admonition, Aster came looking for me in class. Aster shook his head as if in admiration or despair. You won't be able to win. Are you really going to that place? I don't know. If I don't come back, you'll naturally win. Aster averted his gaze at my words as if it really could happen. It was a joke. Aster, where are you going? Aster's plans for the holiday. Since Aster is the protagonist, players can freely set Aster's plans. Efficiency might be limited to only few cases, but the current Aster wouldn't care about that, nor could he. Aster replied, I want to learn the sword from my sister. From senior Ellen. Wasn't she going to become a pro intern? When I had heard from Ellen she was going to be an intern for Eden Hamelot. Aster responded as if it were nothing special. Yeah, so I'm going to join too. I was taken aback. A pro internship isn't something that's easily given. It's a precious opportunity offered only to those among the third years who have proven their skills and grades. Not to mention Ellen, who is in her second year, and now Aster, just a freshman. I don't think Eden cares about such things. That's true, huh? You know about Eden. No, I just heard rumors and I think that's what it is. I dodged the question, but of course I knew. Eden's personality. Eden is currently the top pro, having held that position for a very long time. However, for someone like that, he has a remarkably ordinary impression. Unless he is fighting, his demeanor is that of an average person. His personality is simple, humble, optimistic. It feels like he's taken all the ordinary aspects to an extreme. When that simplicity goes to the extreme, it makes you realize that it's not quite normal. The humility fit for settling in the imperial palace, the simplicity that wouldn't mind homelessness, the optimism as if he would have a peaceful face even if the world were to end tomorrow. Eden has surpassed clear-mindedness. His mental state is like the currents of the deep sea. No matter how fierce the waves are above the sea level, he himself remains as tranquil as the deep sea. But this time that almost abnormal tranquility proved to be helpful. In this world, Aster is too righteous and boyish, just like a real protagonist. With Eden and Ellen, Aster would be guided on the best path to growth. But Frondier, did you fight with Elodie? Did you fight with Elodie? Why? Her expression turns grim whenever your name comes up. I couldn't deny or affirm his statement. Since I had told Elodie I'm going to Tyburn, I hadn't seen her. Usually Elodie would come to me, so it was natural not to meet unless I sought her out. However, it was strange not to see even a glimpse of her. I wondered if Elodie was ill and couldn't come to Constal. That's how much she was missing. But considering what Aster, who is in the same class, said, there was only one conclusion. Elodie was avoiding me, and we didn't fight. Elodie never really liked me much in the first place. What? Aster's head tilted quizzically. His expression seemed to say, what nonsense are you talking about? No, I'm going to Tyburn. Frondier said this with a peaceful face. There was no change in his languid expression, so much so that Elodie momentarily wondered if Tyburn was some famous holiday spot. Tyburn of all places, as if willingly walking into a real-life hell. What are you thinking? Elodie is currently on the rooftop of a building in Constal. Just a short while ago, she had eradicated a massive horde of monsters here at his request. That fight had been Frondier's request. She had tried to understand Frondier through that battle, but now she was even more confused. Elodie's mind slowly went over Frondier's actions since the monster attack. Fireworks, final exams. The combined attack with Aster, manhwaedit, the ominous resonance of manhwaedit didn't leave her mind. She couldn't understand all of the contents of what she had overheard in the infirmary, but it was clear that something was wrong. However, Frondier was the same as always. It was with this sameness that Elodie realized something. She knew absolutely nothing about Frondier. Elodie had never guessed the depletion of mana, manhwaedit, or even Tyburn from always seeing the same face. Because the face of someone who had experienced so much still looked the same as always, she was confident that the Frondier she knew was still there. She knew nothing. The Frondier she knew might as well have never existed. Creak. Clang, the rooftop door suddenly opened, but Elodie wasn't surprised. Although unexpected, she knew who it was. I was looking for you. It was Frondier as expected. What for? Elodie asked bluntly. It's not that she didn't want to see Frondier right now. In fact, she hadn't wanted to see him for the past few days. I wanted to receive a farewell from my childhood friend. Who's the childhood friend? Though accurate, she was in the mood to deny anything right now. Frondier made a troubled noise. I'm going to a dangerous place. At that, she couldn't hold back any longer. Whirl. Elodie turned around, her eyes blazing with fire. Literally, as the activation of Agni caused flames to dance in her eyes. And knowing that you're going to such a place. Her voice roared like a lion's, assaulting the eardrums, and something streaked past beside Frondier. A long trail that raced right next to Frondier from Elodie turned into a path of flames. Frondier blinked and saw the flames flickering to his left. Indeed, it was an attack he absolutely couldn't dodge at this moment. Elodie walked up, her arm guard hissing and emitting smoke. So the flames just now were also the result of controlled output. Frondier was genuinely scared. Tyburn, what are you thinking going there? Do you take the outside as a joke? You think you're unbeatable because you've improved a bit recently. Wow, I've been trying to understand what you've been doing with superhuman patience, you know. But really, I just can't anymore. Hey, what kind of childhood friend is a childhood friend only when you need them? You never start with the important stuff. As Elodie poured out her heart, she felt an indescribable emotion. Until she vented, her mind was a whirlwind, and she was clueless about her own feelings, but shouting it out seemed to organize her thoughts a bit. Elodie, who had approached Frondier closely, already had a face like she was about to cry. Indeed, tears were about to start spilling from her eyes, but they evaporated in an instant due to the immense heat. It was somewhat less embarrassing. You said we're alike, Elodie said, remembering the words Frondier had once said. How are we alike? I don't understand at all. I don't know anything about you. Elodie hit Frondier in the chest. The flames had died down and there was only a girl left. I don't know where you're going, what you're trying to do. As she spoke, Elodie realized what her true feelings were. Elodie was worried about Frondier. It wasn't just because he wanted to go to Tyburn. That was merely the trigger. Elodie thought Frondier was constantly courting danger. What his purpose was, and if indeed it became truly dangerous or worse, something happened. Elodie. Hearing her outcry, Frondier calmly said her name. Why, you moth to a flame. I meant it when I said we're alike. Not in the slightest. It's because I'm not as strong as you. Elodie lifted her head in surprise. Frondier spoke as if stating the obvious. You don't need to rush. You're strong enough and your talent will lead you as a beacon. But not me. I have to do whatever it takes to overcome, and I will. Tyburn too. It's definitely risky, but it's worth the risk. Why are you in such a hurry all by yourself? Everyone else in Constal is diligently training on their own. Why do you have to go to such extremes? Watching Frondier during the finals, Elodie was convinced. Frondier had clearly begun to surpass the average skill level of Constal. Considering it started after he broke free from his laziness, it was an incredible rate of growth. That's why Elodie believed Frondier would now be satisfied. She thought his previous recklessness was because he was behind the other students. But Tyburn, it's something I need to do, that's all. Just that, and you're prepared to die. Who's dying? Frondier said calmly, as if stating a mere fact. I'll return without a problem. Before heading to Tyburn, I did a final review in the training room. Your unique skill, weaving, has leveled up. The application range of weaving has increased. Current application targets of weaving, objects, skills now. Weaving applies not only to objects but also to skills. In other words, I can now mimic others' skills upon observation. However, since the skill of weaving originally replicates as an illusion, it doesn't enjoy the real effects of the actual skills. It might be somewhat possible within Menosorpo, but even that is limited. I need to run some tests for the details, but that wasn't immediately important. Currently, my weaving has an option attached called Descent of Thanatos. When weaving acts on reality for the first time, a trigger is activated. When weaving inflicts damage on monsters from the outside, a trigger is activated. When weaving inflicts damage on a god, a trigger is activated. Thanatos attached this option to check my weaving. When it was attached or how it was done, I still don't know. With this shitty thing attached, I can't do anything in Tyburn. My main weapon is weaving, but if I touch the outside monsters with weaving, Thanatos would appear again. However, now that weaving's application range includes skills, I can modify weaving itself. I used weaving to apply a modification, degradation, to weaving itself. Option, Descent of Thanatos, has been removed. Good, I can't assert that the interference of the gods has completely disappeared, but at least weaving won't be an obstacle anymore. Finally, all the preparations were done. After packing the necessary luggage at the mansion, I finally headed out the main gate to go to Tyburn, but in front of me was a vehicle I had never seen before. The driver was also a face I had never seen. As I looked at Melia with a question mark, she awkwardly smiled. Ah, perhaps to prevent your heart from weakening and not being able to return, your father has brought someone else. It did seem a bit excessive, but it's a good thing Infer's opinion has changed. Since he can't stop me from going to Tyburn anyway, he's probably trying to ignite a fire in my heart. When I left the mansion, only the servants and Melia were there to see me off. Aesir and Infer were nowhere to be seen. Remember that Mom is cheering for you. Come back safe, Frondier. Yeah, don't die. Yeah, she said it jokingly, but her face was anything but joking, so I answered seriously. When I got into the car, the driver set off immediately. He already seemed to know where we were going. Even though they're both in the north, Tyburn and Uranus are located at opposite ends, east and west. It's going to take a while, so maybe I should take a nap. We're here. I opened my eyes at the sound of the driver's voice. As soon as I got out of the car, the driver turned around and sped away without even saying goodbye. I guess he was instructed to do so by Infer. It's cold. Uranus wasn't a warm city, but here the air feels like frozen ice pellets are flying around. As far as I know, the absolute temperature difference isn't that big, so I guess it's because there are no people here. The place where I stood had only one road, and everything else was a frozen wasteland. In front of me was a huge outer wall that filled my field of vision. Tyburn's situation was unique, so the region itself developed in a unique way. A very solid outer wall surrounded the outside, and inside it were houses, shops, and other places where people lived. This was to separate the monsters outside or the prisoners managed by Tyburn. Here too I could see a huge, seemingly sturdy circular building, which was the prison managed by Tyburn. Since Tyburn used prisoners to block most of the fortifications, it naturally had a strong prison. Next to it were barracks, and the wall separated the barracks, the prison, and the civilians' area. If you looked from above, it would look like a giant circle divided into 3 more spaces. Certainly, I now realize that I'm in for a life not so different from those soldiers. Coming from Roach, I might be treated a bit differently. All right, let's go. With my resolve hardened, I moved forward, but I hadn't taken many steps before I stopped dead in my tracks. A strange woman stood before me. It was such an unexpected appearance that I couldn't tell if she had been there all along or had just arrived. The blonde woman lightly held the ends of her skirt and gracefully bowed her head. The design of her uniform and the manner of her greeting brought one word to my mind. I am honored to meet the head of the Roach family, a maid. The maid greeted me in a manner befitting a maid, showing me an expression typical of a maid. Who might you be? For now I responded politely. Though I asked, I had a guess. No, I at least knew where she was from. From now on I will be assisting the Lord Roach. From Mangat, yes, that's correct. The maid acknowledged coolly. Well, there's nobody around to hear us, so naturally. The woman wore a gentle smile. Her expression and gestures were quite enchanting. Her beauty was objectively high, but it was her expression and gaze that caught my attention first. She either had a natural ability to seduce men or had been trained to appear so. Where did Hagley go? I asked about the guy who had revealed his name in the infirmary. He is my superior, meaning he had backed out. Since their plan to use me to eliminate Elodie had failed, they must have sought other means. I examined the maid's attire. It was only barely a maid outfit with excessive exposure. Given the maid's own physique, it made it all the more apparent. It was on the verge of looking vulgar, but just barely managed not to cross that line. The intention was painfully obvious. Your name, in Mangat, I was called Jay. If Lord Roach wishes, you may give me another name. Called, meaning she didn't have a proper name. I looked at Jay with my analyze skill. Jay, Mangat's assassin. The name Jay is derived from the alphabet. Assassins were trained and named in alphabetical order, meaning she is Mangat's 10th assassin. Her parents named her Selena, but she doesn't remember it. Her parents were alive. Tianj is 10th English alphabet. It's written as Kotjae, Inus J in Korean. The analysis cut off there. From this point on, it was instinctual that an enormous amount of mana would be required. Did you say we could give her another name? Yes, of course, if you wish. Jay, perhaps not really knowing she could be given another name, answered a bit late. I said Selena. From today on, you're Selena. Even if I don't know who her parents were, it was a name given with care. It would be a shame to just forget it. Jay, now Selena, blinked for a moment at my declaration. Her small mouth agape, her eyes wavering. What's wrong? Oh no, Selena, I will live by that name from today on. Selena smiled again, though she said she forgot. Perhaps somewhere in her mind the memory remained. Is it okay for me to go to Tyburn now? Don't worry. I will protect you, Lord Frondier. With those words, Selena bowed again. Her outfit was too revealing, and she wasn't bowing deeply, so her white skin and chest were exposed. Well, that was probably the intention in the first place. I felt that life in Tyburn might be more tiring than I had anticipated. Kid, pack your bags and go back right now, Ludwig said as soon as he saw me. Since coming to Tyburn was part of Constel's holiday plans, it was only natural to formally greet Ludwig, the head of the household. However, Ludwig was very uncooperative from the moment he saw me. Can't you understand? Your dad has sent you to your doom. Ludwig's expression was pretty bad. It seemed more because of infer rather than me, sending his own child to Tyburn, even if he was a good-for-nothing. Such thoughts were clearly reflected in his eyes. It seems like you've come to Tyburn on a whim, having heard of it only in rumors or writings. Go back now and cling to your father's coattails. If you beg and plead, even he might not turn you away. He's still your father after all. I came here of my own accord. What's that? Ludwig's eyebrows were at different heights, which made his oddly bent brows look somewhat amusing. Then I really can't acknowledge you. Why not? Because I don't associate with madmen. Then Ludwig glanced sideways at me, and bringing a woman to the battlefield is beyond madness, it's insanity. Do you know the difference between the two? What is it? A madman threatens not only the enemy, but also his own allies, while an insane person ruins the strategy altogether. That makes sense. It hits closer to home since Selena wasn't my choice. However, I came here with my family's permission. Even Lord Urfa can't just throw me out without consideration. You go to the corner room on the left side of the second floor. That's your room. As expected, despite his words, he was prepared. I bowed slightly to Ludwig and headed to the second floor with Selena following me. Ludwig's voice, filled with a sigh, could be heard. He never bothered to hide it. Insanity. It seemed to grow by one letter each time. Those who fend off monster invasions in Tyburn are broadly divided into two categories: prisoners and those who are not prisoners. Naturally, prisoners are the most used, but it's impossible to fend off the external monsters with them alone. They are merely meat shields to block indiscriminate advances. Of course, the prisoners sent to Tyburn are generally dangerous individuals who have committed terrible crimes, so they have the skills necessary for fighting. They are, after all, quite premium meat shields. And then there are the mercenaries. They are drawn by the enormous sums of money offered by Ludwig. Of course, it's not all paid by the Urfa family but by the Empire's funds. Stopping the invasions is of utmost importance to the Empire. And then there are the knights and wizards. Their objectives vary greatly. There are direct knights filled with immense loyalty to Ludwig, mad researchers willing to sacrifice themselves to uncover the true nature of the monsters beyond, and those who have come as part of their duties, promised a position among the Imperial wizards. However, no one came for training. Especially if someone, still not even an adult, came during the holiday period, they would be considered insane. They say a madman has arrived. Yeah, I heard, near the Urfa estate barracks. The knights exchanged words among themselves, fueled by rumors from the estate. He even brought a woman with him. That's too much for a crazy person, it's the breasts. A crude conversation was followed by equally crude laughter. Hey Robert, they say he's from Constal, know him? You were in the capital until a few days ago. One of the knights spoke to a man who had been quietly standing out of line. It was Robert, a direct knight of Philly. The same man who had pretended to be a detective though quickly discovered and investigated the Frondier was somehow in Tyburn. Robert let out a long sigh. How many people do you think are in the capital? True, as if we know such a madman. The knights laughed heartily once more. So how much are you betting? 1 week, 10,000 quers. 5 days, 15,000. The knights were briefly entertained by betting on how many days the madman would last before dying. What are you doing? I ended up asking, unable to ignore the behavior unfolding in the room. Selina, looking back at me, retorted as if questioning why I would even ask. I'm changing my clothes. Selina was already almost in her underwear. Her sensual figure was, appropriately, exposed to my view. Of course, it was clear she was showing it off on purpose. There's nowhere else to change. While provocatively changing her clothes, Selina was shameless. There's nowhere else to change, you say. Yes, exactly. Selina nodded with a smile, her lips seeming to tempt even further. Crack. I crushed the necklace Black Lotus. It might be a bit showy for such an occasion, but it seemed like a good opportunity to establish our relationship. Weaving, obsidian, rank divine. Ayakara. I created an arrow of Artemis and held it in my hand. You being a part of manhwaedit, you must have heard about what I did in Constal, right? That's correct. Then you know about the fireworks. Selina swallowed her saliva. It was a sign of affirmation. This arrow never misses its target. I took a step towards Selina. She stepped back looking intimidated. Who said you could step back? You said you would serve me. I am sorry. I approached Selina closely, pointing the tip of the arrow towards her. You need to report every move I make to manhwaedit. I don't know when or how often, but there must be a hotline connecting here in manhwaedit. Just like Hagley I met in Constal's infirmary, and Selina, these manhwaedit folks appear without any warning. It's probably some sort of teleport set up by Hagley the day he first met Frondier. And that ridiculous outfit, you got that from there too, didn't you? Saying there's nowhere to change. Ahaha. Going to manhwaedit is still far ahead, young master. I'm really here to serve Lord Frondier. Far ahead, you say? When is that? That's in about 15 days. My expression turned cold. Part of it was an act, but I was genuinely displeased. I've said before, this arrow doesn't miss. Yes, since you said 15 days, let's test it out. If you stray from my side even for a moment during the next 15 days, this arrow will pierce your neck on its own. Do you agree? Selina, slow to grasp my words, blinked several times, then suddenly turned pale. In an instant, she knelt down and pressed her forehead to the ground. I am so sorry. I deserve to die. If you deserve to die, wouldn't dying be fitting? Selina simply trembled all over at my words. I don't know what expression Selina, who is now burying her head, is making. So far, she has put on quite a performance to seduce me, and even now it could be an extension of that performance. Though she is trembling, she might genuinely be scared, ashamed of my threat, or laughing, thinking her act will work on me. No matter what, I can't kill Selina. The only reason manhwaedit needs me is because of the ancient language. If they judge that I have no value and am rather a hindrance, they will immediately cut my throat. From now on, if you're going to do something unnecessary, go do it in manhwaedit. Does that mean I should change my clothes in manhwaedit every time? Not just changing clothes, but everything that has nothing to do with serving me, whether you're eating or going to the bathroom, solve it all there. At those words, Selina muttered a mosquito-like, understood. She must not like it. Because it means she can't use most of her methods to seduce me. Don't show your face and disappear. Yes. Selina, who answered, hid her appearance as she bowed her head. The disappearing form was similar to Hagley's. It was always a fascinating transition. So now I can finally be at ease. Finally, it's my alone time. It should have been normal, but Selena unexpectedly came in and disrupted this time. Just when I thought of organizing my thoughts, I've changed my clothes. I was disturbed again. Selena was in her pajamas. Of course, like the maid outfit, it only gave off that vibe, but it unnecessarily emphasized her figure. The waistline was deeply indented, as if it were something to be worn in a comic. Seeing Selena in pajamas that didn't serve their purpose at all, I grew colder. Why did you come back? Yes. Wearing pajamas means you're about to go to sleep, isn't it? That's right. It's late so. I said to deal with things unrelated to serving me in manhwaedit. Selena opened her mouth at my words. Then, does sleeping in manhwaedit also? So how is your sleeping related to protecting me? It's not. Get lost. Selena mumbled with her mouth, then thinned her lips and bowed her head. The last face of her disappearing seemed a bit indignant.